Chapter 1. I truly cannot comprehend why you are so resolute in your desire to attend Hogwarts, Duke Friedrich remarked, setting down the Daily Prophet as he gazed intently at his son seated at the dining table. Why not choose Durmstrang, where the tolerance for dark magic would be more befitting our family? Moreover, your lineage influence, your fathers would afford you superior resources there. Are you truly willing to venture so far away, leaving your mother to languish and longing for you? Of course, I cannot divulge that I am a time traveler, that this is the world of Harry Potter, and that a series of significant events awaits at Hogwarts. William von Friedrich mused with a sense of helplessness. Father, we had an agreement, did we not? If I were to win our previous wager, I would be free to choose the school I wish to attend. Regardless of the institution, your son shall not bring shame upon the Friedrich family name. I believe Mother would also understand my decision. And besides, I can return every Christmas, cannot I? William stated, addressing his father earnestly. Then it is settled. You must return every Christmas and write to me regularly once a week. No, 3 times a week. I shall frequently send you your favorite sweets and treats, interrupted his mother, Helena von Friedrich, her voice brimming with urgency, cutting into the Duke's contemplative mood. The Duke cast a deep glance at William. Very well, William. After dinner, please come to my study. Your letter has arrived. For now, let us commence our meal. Indeed, William was a time traveler, having previously lived as an ordinary university student with no remarkable traits aside from fondness for J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. Perhaps it was fate that brought him here. On a dark and stormy night, a bolt of lightning struck William, and when he awoke, he found himself transformed into a helpless infant William, the sole heir of the illustrious Friedrich family, renowned for its dark magic in Germany. The Friedrich family is a legendary lineage of wizards, boasting numerous extraordinarily gifted sorcerers over millennia. However, due to the arrogance and obstinacy of its members, who recklessly wield dark magic, they have been labeled a dark magic family by the outside world. It is noteworthy that the family crest even features a skull. As a result of being a time traveler, William displayed an exceptional intellect from a young age, astonishing both the Duke and his wife. At the tender age of 4, a magical outburst that William inadvertently triggered delighted the Duke beyond measure. It is known that the power of spells stems from one's own magical energy, and only after experiencing a magical outburst does a wizard truly possess the key to unlock the doors of magic. Thereafter, one's magical capacity would continue to grow with age. It is worth noting that even Dumbledore and Voldemort did not awaken their magical outbursts at such an early age. Such anomalies, coupled with William's pre-existing love for magic, led him to immerse himself in the realm of sorcery at an early stage of this life. His fervor and obsession with magic compelled the Duke to remind William to exercise restraint in his youthful pursuits. As William grew older, titles such as the genius of the dark magic family and little dark lore began to circulate, both as praise and as derision. Originally, the family's plan was for William to attend Durmstrang, as his father, Duke Friedrich, was an alumnus and one of the institution's most influential board members. However, being well-versed in the plot of Harry Potter, William was naturally disinclined to comply with such an arrangement. Yet, even the most doting parents would not simply heed the whims of a child. Thus, William proposed a seemingly absurd wager to the Duke. If I were to invent a new spell before receiving my acceptance letter, would I then be free to choose the school I wish to attend? William asked the Duke. It is essential to note that no one has ever invented a spell at such a young age. In truth, most young wizards cannot control their magical energy until just before they begin schooling, making even the successful casting of a spell quite challenging, let alone the invention of a new one. Although William was exceptional and had learned to cast spells at a young age, he had recently improved an existing incantation. By Merlin, this was already remarkable enough. The Duke did not believe William could win this wager, so he readily agreed, thinking it would be a lesson for William in the need for moderation regarding magic. After all, the art of spellcasting is not as simple as it appears merely waving a wand and uttering a few words. A complete spell necessitates a coherent magical structure, which in modern magic comprises both gestures and incantations. Indeed, the spoken words themselves form part of the magical structure, for language possesses immense power. Thus, silent casting becomes exceedingly challenging, as it alters the entire magical structure of the incantation, often resulting in a diminished effect due to the absence of linguistic force. Furthermore, a complete incantation requires the support of magical energy. However, the true challenge lies in guiding and controlling that energy. In ancient times, before the advent of wands, wizards wishing to cast spells had to channel their magical energy through themselves, a practice known as wandless magic. In essence, mastering wandless magic was foundational for any wizard. A wizard lacking this skill would possess great magical potential, yet remain unable to cast even a single spell. The emergence of wands subsequently lowered the barrier of entry for spellcasting, providing wizards with a tool to stabilize and guide their magical energy, thus establishing the unique framework of modern magic. In fact, elsewhere in the world, academies still teach the ancient techniques of spellcasting, such as the Academy in Uganda, Africa. The Duke was delighted by William's passion for magic, yet he remained skeptical of the boy's ability to invent a new spell before turning 11. However, reality delivered an unexpected blow. 3 months later, when William entered the Duke's study with a letter of commendation from the International Confederation of Wizards, Duke Friedrich was utterly astonished. He took the envelope with trembling hands and scrutinized the text. Germany, Baden-Württemberg, Friedrich Manor, Mr. William von Friedrich. The blue seal embossed on the envelope depicted 7 azure stars, each encircled by the word magic written in a different language: Old English, Runic, Oracle bone script, Ancient Egyptian, and more. After a long pause, the Duke finally opened the envelope. International Confederation of Wizards, President, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. William von Friedrich, we are pleased to inform you that your academic paper, submitted to us on the 27th of last month, analyzing the principles of the release of a new spell, the impact spell, alongside 32 other incantations, has been accepted for publication in the upcoming issue of our academic journal. The spell you proposed, the impact spell, has undergone rigorous testing and has been found to meet the standards in terms of magical structure and magical stability, thus being classified as a new spell. We sincerely appreciate your contributions to the magical community and have included your paper in the nomination list for the 90th Merlin Award for Magical Studies. We are proud to bestow upon you the title of Level 3 Scholar of Magic from the International Confederation of Wizards, along with a reward of 5,000 galleons. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. You did what? Show me the new spell. Quickly, the Duke exclaimed, having finished reading the letter, looking at the calm-faced William with urgency. Very well, Father. The inspiration for the impact spell came from disarming spells that possess a repelling effect. By comparing these types of spells, I identified a magical structure with a repelling effect. The essence of this structure lies in controlling the impact of magical energy, utilizing that explosion to achieve a forceful effect. Initially, this spell could only release a fixed amount of magical energy, but through continuous testing and refinement, I ultimately developed the spell you see now. William demonstrated the spell's trajectory to take Iron Fist Strike. This time, the Duke merely felt a gentle breeze brush against his cheek. By Merlin, the Duke gazed in astonishment at his son. I once believed that the magical surge you triggered at the tender age of 4 was the most exhilarating and prideful moment of my life. I thought that would be the pinnacle of my excitement. Yet, as I watched you grow, eagerly engaging with magic and thirsting for knowledge, I knew that one day you would grant me an even greater surprise. However, I did not anticipate that this surprise would arrive so swiftly. My son, I recognize your precociousness and your independent thoughts since childhood. You have triumphed. I shall not interfere with your choice of school, the Duke declared to William. Thank you, Father. Rest assured, wherever I may be, I shall always remain your and mother's son, forever a part of this family, and I will always take pride in being born into the Friedrich lineage, William replied, looking at his father. Ha 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 ha. Quickly, go share this news with your mother. Lucy, ensure that tonight's dinner is sumptuous, and bring out those cherished bottles of fine wine from my collection. Of course, Father. At your command, sir. After breakfast, William accompanied his father to the study. The morning sunlight filtered through the clouds, streaming through the window and slanting across the study, ultimately resting upon the emblem of the Friedrich family. A human skull lay upon an open book. The sides of the book were adorned with long ribbons, upon which the Friedrich family motto was inscribed in German. Seek knowledge, all the power. The study was modest in size, with suits of armor flanking either side of the door, and directly opposite the entrance stood a mahogany desk. Behind the desk was a mahogany bookshelf intricately carved with the stretching charm. The plethora of books arranged meticulously upon the shelf suggested that the wizard who inscribed this spell must have possessed remarkable magical prowess. William noticed several envelopes bearing different seals on his father's desk, in addition to the daily newspapers and documents. One envelope, emblazoned with a large crest featuring a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent forming the letter H, caught William's eye. Indeed, that is the Hogwarts acceptance letter you have been yearning for. To be precise, it is an invitation to enroll, the Duke remarked as he circled the desk and settled into the chair behind it, gazing at his son. Do you have any idea how many invitations I have received from other schools? Durmstrang, Buxbaden's three of Europe's renowned magical institutions have extended their invitations. Moreover, from across the ocean, Ilvermorny in America, Kunlun Mountain in China, and even Uganda in Africa, almost every prestigious magical school has sent invitations for you to study abroad. Do you know the reason behind this, my son? The Duke inquired, looking intently at William. They're vying for your son, father, William replied, meeting his father's gaze. Regardless of which school I choose, it will undoubtedly gain immense prestige, correct? William said to the Duke. Indeed, William. Just think of the impact of the youngest spell inventor of this century enrolling in that institution. Furthermore, do not forget your family. Its influence is far greater than you can imagine. There are countless individuals eager to connect with our family, but lacking the means to do so, and your admission will serve as a stepping stone for them. The Duke explained, his gaze fixed on his son as he prepared to reveal something William was unaware of. Did you know, William, that most outsiders do not believe you achieved that new spell entirely on your own? They are more inclined to think that it was my invention designed to bolster your reputation. Do you understand? However, I have suppressed such claims. No one can cast aspersions on the heir of the Friedrich family. Yet, my son, while I can quell the surface-level discourse, I cannot stifle the whispers of dissent that linger in the hearts of men. If you decide to attend Durmstrang, the challenges and criticisms you face will be significantly diminished due to our family status. So, do you still wish to pursue Hogwarts? William regarded his father earnestly. Yes, my father, I am resolute. People are often reluctant to accept the emergence of exceptional individuals. Are they not? For this would illuminate their own inadequacies. No matter the institution, my son will prove his worth through his own abilities. The Friedrich family has never shied away from challenges. The Duke gazed proudly at his son. Well said. Persevering in one's identity is an intrinsic quality of the Friedrich lineage. Although outsiders may not comprehend us, deeming us obstinate and mad, we alone understand that steadfastness in the pursuit of magic will lead us further along our path. However, one thing you must remember is that while magic is wondrous, it also harbors dangers. Do you know why the ancestors of the Friedrich family chose a human skull as the emblem of their lineage? Because the human skull symbolizes purity, does it not? Indeed. An intact skull represents the purity of humanity, signifying that the individual has never lost their way in the pursuit of magical knowledge and has never succumbed to the forces of darkness. In ancient times, mad sorcerers recklessly wielded magic, resorting to any means necessary to gain power, ultimately transforming themselves into grotesque beings reminiscent of the Sphinx. The earliest Sphinx was, in fact, a transformation of a powerful yet deranged sorcerer from ancient Egypt. This contradicted the original intent of the ancestors in their pursuit of magic, which is why the Friedrich lineage chose to combine the skull and books as their family crest, serving as a warning to its members. Although outsiders deem the skull emblem as ominous, a sign of evil and a symbol of dark magic, thus branding our family as practitioners of the dark arts, only we understand that this emblem represents our acquisition of strength through knowledge. We wield the power we have gained, yet we also hold profound reverence for it. While we cherish magic, when confronted with forbidden knowledge and the darker aspects of the world, We remain steadfast in our integrity, refusing to become slaves to power. William, I am aware of your passion for magic, yet it is imperative for you to comprehend that love and obsession are distinctly different. Do not allow this formidable force to disturb your inner peace. I understand, Father. I have perused those tomes and grasped the abhorrent fate that befalls those ensnared by power. William gazed intently at his father and stated solemnly, I assure you, I shall not become a slave to power. That is well understood, William. However, I require more than mere assurances. I seek restraint. Before your schooling begins, refrain from delving into magic and spend more time with your mother. Prior to your entrance into the academy, there will be a gathering among the nobility in England, and you shall accompany me. Given the considerable commotion, it is time for the heir of the Friedrich family to make an appearance, is it not? The Duke remarked with a smile as he looked at his son. You must also become acquainted with some individuals. This will greatly benefit your future. It is worth noting that your mother has already begun to scout potential suitable match for you among the nobles attending this gathering. As you wish, Father. My studies have recently reached an impasse, so this will be a perfect opportunity to relax. I, too, am eager to meet some new friends. However, I am only 11 years old. Is mother not a tad too hasty? Ha ha ha, fret not, William. Your mother will not pressure you into making a choice. Understand that many families aspire to ally with us. We shall merely assess their merits, and you will have ample options to consider, the Duke replied with a chuckle. He gestured towards the invitations on the desk, saying, Let us conclude our discussion for today. Take these letters and respond at your leisure. Do not forget our conversation today. And remember your promise, William. As you command, Father. William suppressed the tumult of his emotions as he took the letter and stepped out of the study. At last, was he truly destined to attend Hogwarts? In that moment, a butterfly from a parallel realm fluttered its wings. And William couldn't help but ponder, is Harry Potter truly as depicted in the original narrative? Is Ron as foolish as he is portrayed? And what of Hermione? William exited the study, traversed the living room, and returned to his chamber. With a flutter of excitement, he opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the British Wizarding Association, Knight of the First Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Friedrich, we are delighted to extend to you an invitation to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts is a venerable institution founded in the year 993 by four legendary wizards, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. It stands as the oldest and most prestigious magical school in all of Europe, renowned for its comprehensive educational system and abundant resources. We sincerely anticipate your arrival. Enclosed, you will find a list of all necessary books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We shall await your owl's response before July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. William took up the quill and, with great seriousness, inscribed upon the parchment, I express my profound gratitude for your invitation. I have resolved to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for my studies. I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming academic journey. Sincerely, William von Friedrich. William meticulously folded the letter and placed it into an envelope, sealing it with wax and imprinting the unique skull emblem of the Friedrich family. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he summoned Lucy. Yes, sir? How may I assist you? Came a voice laced with anticipation. Suddenly, a humanoid figure appeared in the room, a petite silhouette clad in a well-fitted maid's uniform. She possessed large, bat-like ears and protruding green eyes the size of tennis balls. Clearly, she was a domesticated sprite. Kindly deliver this letter to Hogwarts, William instructed, handing the envelope to Lucy. At your service, sir, Lucy replied. Accepting the envelope and once more regarding William with eager eyes, inquiring if he had any further commands, William looked at Lucy with a hint of helplessness. The house elf was delightful in every regard, yet her exuberance was somewhat overwhelming. Each time Lucy gazed at him with such eager eyes, William felt a touch of discomfort. Please brew me another cup of tea, as per our usual custom. At your command, master, Lucy replied, bowing deeply before vanishing with a soft pop. Shortly thereafter, a steaming cup of red tea materialized on William's table. How convenient his apparition, William mused, though regrettably, at just 11 years of age. He was not yet permitted to learn such a wondrous spell. The complexities inherent in this magic were beyond his current grasp, and he hesitated to experiment with it privately, especially since it pertained to human spellcasting. Perhaps it would be wiser to study further and then seek his father's guidance for a trial. With that thought, William took a gentle sip of the red tea and a fragrant essence reminiscent of grapes unfurled in his mouth. William has a penchant for tea, particularly favoring the exquisite Darjeeling black tea from West Bengal, India. The region, shrouded in mist throughout the year, endows this tea with a distinctive aroma and a delicate, smooth flavor, making it particularly suitable for savoring plain. The magic of house elves is indeed wondrous, as it allows them to evade the transfiguration counterspells cast by wizards. Fortunately, the wizards have managed to subjugate this race. The historical accounts of house elves are scant in wizard literature. However, William discovered a tome titled Iron, Blood, and Conquest among his father's collection, which chronicles nearly 100 intelligent races, including dwarves, elves, and fairies, detailing their ultimate decline. The principal culprit behind this downfall is, of course, the current masters of the magical realm, the wizards. In ancient times, wizards wielded immense power, ruthlessly enslaving other races. House elves can be considered distant relatives of fairies, as they once supported the fairies during their rebellion. Following the fairies' defeat, the wizards cast a spell of mental domination upon them, condemning generations of house elves to a life of servitude. This dreadful enchantment is said to have originated from demons, with deranged ancient sorcerers discovering it within the text of their pacts with such fiends. As the madness of these ancient sorcerers waned, the spell gradually faded from memory, leaving behind a weakened version that is now one of the 3 unforgivable curses in modern magic, the Soul Curse. However, compared to the Soul Curse, this ancient spell is undeniably more tyrannical. The Soul Curse merely temporarily controls the thoughts of the victim, allowing the caster to manipulate their actions. A resolute victim can resist its effects. In contrast, this malevolent spell plants a seed of enslavement within the mind, and once sown, the target is left with little to no capacity for resistance, becoming wholly at the mercy of the caster. Furthermore, this seed can blossom and bear fruit, influencing the descendants of the victim. Frankly, William detests such brutal domination, yet the mental control spell is irreversible and throughout generations of servitude. House elves have gradually come to accept their fated bondage. Thus, all William can do is refrain from casually insulting or punishing the elves. By the way, he mused, it is time to procure an owl of his own, along with some textbooks. Perhaps a visit to Diagon Alley before school begins would be in order. Of course, William could delegate all these errands to the house elves, but that would deprive him of the joy of shopping, wouldn't it? In truth, as a young wizard raised in Europe, William has visited Diagon Alley numerous times. Moreover, he has also frequented magical streets in France and Germany. However, it was never alone. He accompanied his mother, Madame Helena, on these shopping excursions. The thought of his mother's formidable shopping prowess made William's face twitch involuntarily. The ordeal of spending entire days meandering through shops, each requiring 3 to 4 hours, trying on countless garments, is a memory that remains vividly etched in his mind. Occasionally, the Duke would join them, allowing father and son to share the burden of this shopping torment. At last, he could roam freely on his own, a faint smile gracing William's lips. In the days that followed, William paused his magical studies to honor his promise, dutifully spending significant time with his mother. Little did he know that the wizarding world outside was in turmoil. The inventor of the impact curse, William Friedrich, was preparing to enroll at Hogwarts. The debate over who excels more, William Friedrich or Harry Potter, has taken the wizarding world by storm. The inventor of the stunning spell has engaged in astonishing feats, garnering extensive coverage from various newspapers, notably the Daily Prophet, which extravagantly dedicated an entire page to the story, publishing a continuous stream of headlines for an entire week. This delighted Helena, who rewarded William with a generous supply of her homemade delicacies. As a gourmand from the Celestial Empire, William could not help but exclaim how delectable they were. His mother's confections were not only diverse in variety, but also unforgettable in taste. It is noteworthy that William entered Hogwarts concurrently with another illustrious figure of the British magical community, Harry Potter, one a prodigious talent renowned since childhood, and the other, a boy marked by extraordinary resilience. One wonders how the paths of these two individuals might intertwine at Hogwarts. William, hurry down. We are about to depart for the banquet. His mother's magically amplified voice resonated from downstairs. I'm coming, mother, William replied. One cannot overlook the admirable genes of the Friedrich family. At the age of 11, William possessed long, lustrous black hair that cascaded smoothly, framing his delicate features, complemented by striking azure eyes. Standing at 1.65 meters, he certainly stood out among his peers. Adorned in a black wizarding robe, he mused, Who knew that a man could appear so dashing with long hair? A touch of stubble would undoubtedly crown me as the idol of the wizarding world. He gazed at his reflection with a hint of narcissism. Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most handsome man in the world? By Merlin, it is undoubtedly you, young master. The mirror's praise elicited a smug grin from William. Stop being so vain. Come down, William. His mother's voice rose again from below, now considerably louder. Coming, mother. William hastened, fastening a silver family crest brooch to his chest before exiting his room. Why are you so slow? Lady Helena chided while scrutinizing William. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed my son, far more handsome than your father was at your age. William observed the corners of his father's mouth twitching and couldn't help but inquire with a chuckle about what his father was like in his youth. Ah. He spent his days engrossed in the study of magic, rather disheveled. I wonder how I ever found him appealing. Lady Helena remarked with a smile as she gazed at the Duke. It appeared that William couldn't stifle a quiet chuckle upon discovering such intriguing tales from his father's past. Sensing William's amusement, the Duke cleared his throat twice, signaling that it was time to depart. Let us board the carriage, he instructed. The Friedrich family's mode of travel was a four-wheeled carriage, boasting 4 doors. The carriage was entirely black, adorned on either side with the Friedrich family crest and their motto. Additionally, the door frames were intricately engraved with numerous elaborate runes, seemingly of an ancient script. Curiously, however, this carriage lacked a driver and any horses. William beheld the carriage at home for the first time, his curiosity compelling him to examine it closely. Glancing from side to side before casting an inquisitive gaze at his father. Noticing William's attention, the Duke smiled and explained. This carriage was crafted by an ancestor of the Friedrich family, a master of alchemy. The runes engraved along its edges serve a protective purpose. Essentially, the entire carriage functions as an oversized key. One merely needs to sit inside, set the intended destination, and establish a magical link with that location, much like the principle of a key. Furthermore, the carriage is magically powered, requiring neither horses nor a driver. Why not simply use apparition or a key? William inquired. Using apparition to transport oneself directly into another's residence is rather impolite for nobility. And long-distance apparition can be fraught with challenges regarding precision and stability. The Duke glanced at William and added with a smile, as for why we don't use a key, it is simply beneath our dignity as nobles to appear like commoners, aimlessly twirling a key in the air. Ah, so it is merely for show, dear father, William remarked, a hint of disinterest crossing his face. Times have changed. One must drive a car to impress these days. Nonetheless, I find the inscriptions on this carriage to be of considerable scholarly interest. What a splendid magical structure. Observe these symbols. They are utterly captivating. Perhaps I could derive a defensive spell from them. Let us not dwell on this now. We shall have ample time for study later. We must set forth. If you truly admire these, I possess the alchemical notes left by that ancestor in my study. You may peruse them at your leisure. The Duke looked at his son, a hint of exasperation in his gaze, for while he cherished William's brilliance, he found his obsession with magic rather excessive. Indeed, upon hearing this, William abandoned the carriage, approached the door, and pulled it open, turning to his parents. You are right, dear father. There will be plenty of time for that later. Mother and father, let us board the carriage. I can hardly wait to attend this soirée. Very well, let us proceed. Helena, the Duke said, casting a resigned smile at William. In a moment, an invisible force enveloped the carriage, and it abruptly vanished from sight. Today was a momentous occasion for the Malfoy family. From the early hours, the family patriarch, Lucius Malfoy, and his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, busied themselves with preparations at Malfoy Manor. House elves were tasked with magically cleansing every inch of the estate. The pristine tiles and the immaculate chandeliers gleamed with an air of opulence, creating an atmosphere of order and elegance. Arrange the refreshments on the dining table over there. How are the drinks coming along? Lucius inquired, fatigue evident in his demeanor after a long day of toil. Everything is ready, master, a house elf replied, bowing before him. Do not burden yourself too heavily, Lucius, a gentle voice cooed from behind him, as delicate hands caressed his head. Our guests will arrive shortly. Thank you, Narcissa. Lucius closed his eyes, savoring the comfort of her touch before finally speaking. You know how significant this gathering is. Since that individual fell from grace, our family circumstances have become increasingly precarious. We desperately require an ally. At merely 11 years of age, he has already invented a new spell. The Friedrich family has produced an extraordinary talent whose future accomplishments may surpass even Dumbledore's and that other individuals. We must cultivate a friendship with such a vibrant family. When that person returns, we will have more options at our disposal. Do you truly believe that individual is still alive? Narcissa questioned. You do not grasp the depths of it, Narcissa. For wizards of his caliber, one cannot fathom how many trump cards they possess. Death, to them, may merely represent a new beginning, Lucius replied, opening his eyes to meet her gaze. Do you recall that diary? The enchantments inscribed within are exceedingly profound. I am certain it is one of his contingency plans. Therefore, I must secure the Friedrich family's friendship. Very well, Narcissa. I believe I have rested sufficiently. Please summon Draco. I have matters to discuss with him. Shortly thereafter, a small boy with golden hair entered, his large gray eyes fixed upon Lucius. Father, you called for me. Come here. Do you recall the instructions I entrusted to you? Lucius asked Draco. Of course. I will engage with the Friedrich family on your behalf and strive to befriend their heir. Draco affirmed. That is insufficient, my son. You must understand, either do not attempt it at all or execute it flawlessly. There is no room for half measures. We require an ally. Draco, I shall become his closest friend. Father, Draco promised earnestly. Returning to this morning, Draco Malfoy curiously inquired of Lucius. Father, weren't such gatherings held annually? Why is today deemed so significant? Because this gathering will see the return of the Friedrich family's patriarch and his only son, William Friedrich, Lucius explained. Is he the prodigy of the magical world, the one who invented a spell at the tender age of 11? Draco asked, astonished. Indeed, he is the very same. You never mentioned he would attend today's gathering. Draco exclaimed, his surprise evident. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you, Draco. I have a task for you. Our family must maintain a cordial relationship with the Friedrichs. Their friendship is essential. However, we are merely acquaintances with the Friedrich family. This is an invaluable opportunity, as the Duke's son is set to enroll at Hogwarts. I need you to initiate contact during this soiree, become his friend, and nurture that relationship throughout his time at school, regardless of his house. Can you manage this, Draco? Certainly, Father. I believe I will become good friends with him. Draco replied confidently. Excellent, Draco. This is the first time I have asked you to undertake something for our family. However, you must understand that as nobles, there are certain responsibilities from which we cannot shy away. I understand, Father, for the family. Come, Draco, let us venture forth. It is nearly time to greet our old acquaintances, Lucius said, his expression one of pride as he looked at Draco. Very well, Father. Welcome, Minister. Lucius greeted with a smile, shaking hands with Fudge, before turning to Draco. Do not delay. Greet the Minister. Fudge approached with a beaming smile, gently ruffling Draco's hair. You bear a striking resemblance to your father, Lucius. I shall take my leave now. An esteemed guest is expected shortly, is he not? Indeed, Minister, Lucius replied, watching Fudge enter the room. He then lowered his voice to Draco. Cornelius Fudge is an utter fool, enamored with wealth, and intoxicated by power and status. After Millicent's downfall, several pure-blood families, including ours, conspired to elevate him to the position of minister, yet he still believes he won that election through his own merit and charisma. Merlin above. It has been ages. Parkinson, my old friend, Lucius suddenly interrupted his conversation with Draco, stepping forward to greet an approaching middle-aged man with a hearty voice. Indeed, Lucius. It has been too long. The two men embraced warmly, and Lucius gestured for Draco to join them. Have you forgotten the manners I taught you, Draco? With a hint of reluctance on his handsome face, Draco nevertheless stepped forward. It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Parkinson and Miss Parkinson. He addressed the young woman beside the middle-aged man, who appeared to be of a similar age to him. The girl had long, deep brown hair elegantly arranged in a bun atop her head. Her large brown eyes sparkled with mischief, and she wore a pink gown, resembling a fairy from a fairy tale. However, knowing her notoriously unpleasant nature, Draco couldn't help but grimace inwardly, thinking that she was far from a fairy, but rather a malicious sprite. Pansy, why don't you go inside? I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Malfoy, the middle-aged man said to the girl. Very well, Father. Draco, do accompany Pansy inside, and make sure to entertain our guests. Do you understand? Lucius instructed. Yes, Father, Draco replied, casting a reproachful glance at his father before reluctantly leading Pansy indoors. So, have you made your decision, Lucius? Mr. Parkinson inquired, turning to Lucius with a smile once the two had departed. Not yet. I am still uncertain of their family's stance. We must first engage with them and ascertain the nature of this so-called genius. To invent spells before even attending school, frankly, I find it hard to believe such a talent exists in this world. Look at our Pansy. At the same age, she can barely conjure a few trivial spells, Mr. Parkinson continued. We shall soon have our answer, shall we not? I believe they have arrived, Lucius remarked as he sensed a ripple in the manor's magical aura. Suddenly, a carriage materialized at the estate's entrance, oddly devoid of a driver or horses to guide it. Yet, the carriage moved forward as if controlled by invisible hands. Alchemy. Is it? Truly a hallmark of an illustrious family, Mr. Parkinson exclaimed in admiration. Soon, the carriage halted before them, and the doors swung open from within, revealing the Duke accompanied by William as they descended. Lucius promptly approached, Merlin above. It is a pleasure to welcome you to my humble abode, Duke Friedrich. The Duke, Lucius, and Mr. Parkinson exchanged cordial handshakes, and the Duke gestured towards William. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Parkinson, I appreciate your warm welcome. This is my son, William. William stepped forward immediately, donning a polite smile as he shook hands with the two gentlemen. My goodness, you are quite tall. It is hard to believe you are only 11, Mr. Parkinson remarked. William has always had quite the hearty appetite since childhood, which accounts for his rapid growth, the Duke replied with a proud smile as he regarded William. Shall we proceed inside? It seems most of the guests have arrived. I believe this gathering is ready to commence. Of course, please, after you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lucius led the two into the banquet hall. Much like the gatherings William was accustomed to among the nobility, this event proved to be exceedingly dull. Under Mr. Malfoy's guidance, William gained a cursory understanding of these aristocrats. After exchanging greetings with them, he found a corner to sit in, slumping onto a sofa while observing the crowd with a look of disinterest. He mused to himself, magic is far more intriguing. I must remember to borrow that alchemical journal when I return home. Do you not enjoy such gatherings? As William wandered through his thoughts of magic, a voice interrupted his reverie. He turned to find a youthful boy of modest stature standing beside him, with short golden hair and gray eyes, bearing a resemblance to Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps sensing William's gaze, the boy extended his hand. Draco Malfoy, first heir of the Malfoy family, son of Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I call you William? William observed Draco, who was making a valiant effort to appear mature, and nearly burst into laughter. He too stood up with a serious demeanor and said, Of course, I simply prefer a quieter atmosphere. It is a pleasure to meet you, Draco. The name of Draco is quite fitting for you. You are indeed as knowledgeable as the rumors suggest. By Merlin, how have you grown so tall? Are you truly only 11 years old? Draco gazed in astonishment at the disparity between them, remarking, When you stood up, my head barely reached your chin. I suppose I just grow quickly. With a balanced diet and regular exercise, you too could attain my height, William replied modestly. That spell, do you truly mean you invented a spell? Draco inquired, his curiosity piqued. If you mean the stunning spell, then yes. I discovered it from the disarming charm and the blasting curse, William explained. Draco looked at him enviously. How can you be so impressive, William? Even those upperclassmen have yet to create a spell. Perhaps it is due to my keen perception of magic. It is not such a remarkable feat, William said with a humble smile. The two engaged in lively conversation, and William chuckled inwardly, realizing he was finally witnessing the true essence of young Draco. The Malfoy lineage, he mused, certainly had its merits. Though he may fall short in comparison to me, Draco was undeniably quite handsome. It was easy to predict that he would grow into a charming young man. William was deep in thought when he suddenly noticed a peculiar expression on Malfoy's face. Following his gaze, William spotted a little witch clad in a delicate pink dress approaching them. Do you know her? Is she your little girlfriend? William teased Draco with a playful smirk, his mind racing with curiosity. Who is she? I don't recall encountering such a stunning girl in the original story. Absolutely not. Don't say such things, Draco exclaimed, hastily waving his hands in protest. She's nothing but a nuisance, a real bother. I don't recall Uncle Lucius teaching you to speak ill of others behind their backs. Such behavior is unbecoming of a nobleman, Draco. It was evident that the girl had overheard Draco's remarks. She shot him a fierce glare before turning her gaze to William, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. With two pearly white canine teeth and adorable dimples, she appeared like a sprite straight out of a fairy tale. I am Pansy Parkinson, delighted to make your acquaintance. Her voice chimed melodiously. What? William's heart raced with astonishment. This girl before him is Pansy, the one described in the original story as a bulldog? How could she be so beautiful? I can no longer trust the original narrative. William Friedrich, but you may call me William. It is a pleasure to meet you. Miss Parkinson, he replied, regaining his composure. Pansy flashed a charming smile at William before turning to Draco, her expression transforming into an icy glare. The speed of her change in demeanor left William astonished, She would make a splendid actress with such talent for facial expressions. I don't recall Uncle Lucius teaching you to hide in the corner at gatherings, Draco, Pansy said coolly. Surely, he imparted the most basic of noble etiquette? It seems you have forgotten. Draco glanced from William to himself, a look of indignation on his face. Why is it that you don't call him out? He's here too. We were discussing magic, splendid magic, indeed. Oh, what kind of magic might that be? I would love to see it. Pansy was evidently not about to let Draco off the hook so easily. Draco's face flushed crimson. He was well aware of his own limitations. He could barely conjure a simple flame or perform a basic spell. This was going to end in embarrassment, he thought despairingly, casting a pleading glance at William. Very well, William said, observing Draco with a resigned smile. He drew his wand, cleared his throat, and redirected the girl's attention. With a swift flourish of his wand, he etched an intricate pattern in the air. Stars twinkled brightly. A vibrant yellow light emanated from William's wand, elongating into a shimmering ribbon that detached and floated gracefully towards Pansy. Suddenly, the ribbon fractured, transforming into a flurry of fluttering butterflies that danced around Pansy in a mesmerizing display. The girl was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the enchanting spectacle of luminous butterflies swirling around her. William gently waved his wand, and luminous butterflies gathered above Pansy's head, forming a radiant orb of light. Then, with a soft pop, the orb suddenly shattered, transforming into purple petals that scattered around the girl, enveloping the air in a delightful fragrance. By Merlin, what kind of magic is this? Is it a new spell of your invention? How cool. Before the girl could speak, Draco, beside her, exclaimed eagerly. The banquet hall fell into an instant hush as guests exchanged incredulous glances towards William. Indeed, for most of the adult wizards present, the incantation was not particularly difficult to comprehend. What truly astonished them was William's remarkable mastery over the spell. Such an effortless command over magic was something even some adult wizards could not achieve with the same ease as him. Your son is truly exceptional, remarked Duke Lucius, casting an envious gaze at Duke Friedrich. If Draco could possess even a fraction of William's abilities, I would be thoroughly satisfied, the Duke said, looking at William with a sense of pride before turning back to Lucius. I am confident they will become friends, Lucius. No, this is not a new spell, William explained to Draco. I merely employed the lumos and transfiguration spells, which you will learn at school. Is this a purple pansy? Pansy gazed at William in astonishment. A beautiful flower, perfectly complementing your beauty, Miss Parkinson, William replied with a smile. The girl's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and after a moment, as if summoning her courage, she softly said, Actually, you can call me Pansy. William, have you taken a liking to that girl? Perhaps I should have a word with your mother. Duke Friedrich teased upon returning home. She is indeed a lovely girl, isn't she, father? William responded with a grin. I am still young. It cannot be called affection. Merely an appreciation for beauty. However, dear father, you may not have noticed that your son is unprepared for the first year textbooks mentioned in the notification. If you shift your focus from Mrs. Malfoy to your son, you might discover that your son does not even possess an owl for delivering messages. Perhaps I need to discuss this matter with mother, William said with a mischievous smile. You know, father, mother keeps a close watch on me, and my pocket money is rather limited. I can hardly afford to purchase magical materials at this point, William said, rubbing his fingers together toward the Duke. It is worth noting that although the Friedrich family is quite wealthy, this does not imply that William shares the same affluence. In reality, he currently had only a few saved galleons to his name. As for the prize money from the International Wizards Association, the mere thought of it caused him discomfort, as it had not been sent along with the award letter but instead transferred directly to the Friedrich family's vault at Gringotts. After that, there was no further discussion, as the Duke dismissed him with a remark, You are only 11. What do you need such a large sum for? I will save it for you until you are older. Today, I must ensure that you part with some of your riches, for I have caught you in a moment of vulnerability, William vowed silently as he regarded the Duke. William stepped out of the study, turning back to the dark-faced Duke, triumphantly waving the keys in his hand. Father, please continue with your affairs. Rest assured, I shall not utter a word to mother. A sense of quiet satisfaction filled William's heart. Through a series of coercive tactics, the Duke had bestowed upon William a modest vault belonging to the Friedrich family within Gringotts. Naturally, its contents held little value. The Friedrich family placed greater faith in their ancestral protective magic than in the vaults of Gringotts. Over the course of a millennium, the family had experienced both prosperity and decline, yet the Friedrich manor had never succumbed to ruin. Thus, the most precious items were securely safeguarded within the family's storerooms, while only the surplus galleons found their way to Gringotts. Nevertheless, even the smallest vault contained a sufficient quantity of galleons to sustain William for several years. William returned to his room, reveling in the thought of finally possessing wealth. Tomorrow, what shall he procure from Diagon Alley? A flying broomstick? Surely. He must acquire several to dismantle and study. Additionally, he must purchase all those magical ingredients he had previously glimpsed. And a messenger, one that is undeniably handsome, for it must match his own striking appearance. Lost in his daydreams, William gradually drifted into slumber, filled with anticipation for his forthcoming journey to Diagon Alley. The following day, William rose early. After enjoying breakfast and informing his parents of his day's itinerary, he stood before the fireplace in the living room. With a handful of shimmering powder taken from a nearby jar, he cast it into the hearth. As the flames transformed into a vibrant green, he boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "The leaky cauldron." With a soft pop, William vanished into the fireplace. The genius behind the flue powder, Ignatia Wildsmith, was truly remarkable. In an instant, he found himself standing in the leaky cauldron, marveling at the efficiency of this mode of travel. One must understand that with flue powder and the flue network, wizards can appear at any location equipped with a fireplace, stable, efficient, and secure. Best of all, this convenient means of transport costs merely 2 sickles per scoop. It seems he would need to purchase a few jars of flue powder for further study. He hoped he wouldn't inadvertently toss in powdered basilisk venom and send himself soaring into the sky. Welcome to the leaky cauldron. Please refrain from standing in front of the fireplace, as it may obstruct other patrons using flue powder, the bar's proprietor, Tom, kindly reminded William, who had been lost in thought. Regaining his composure, William offered an apologetic smile to Tom and found a seat at the bar, observing the ambience of the establishment. Since he had arrived early, the tavern was rather empty, save for a few cloaked figures engaged in hushed conversation at a table in the far corner, their broad wizard hats obscuring their features. This was William's first visit to this place. It is worth noting that there are numerous entrances to Diagon Alley, and he would never have traversed such a grimy, narrow passageway while accompanying his mother on shopping excursions. Although slightly unkempt, the decor was rather charming, he mused. The leaky cauldron could be deemed the birthplace of Harry Potter's magic, and today William was finally witnessing this legendary locale. What may I get for you, esteemed guest? Tom, a kindly man in his 50s with a slight hunch and a balding head, inquired. His gentle demeanor left a favorable impression on William. Do you serve butterbeer? I would love a glass of that, William eagerly requested, having longed to taste this beverage that had captivated the wizarding community of Britain. Indeed, we do. Please hold on for a moment. As William surveyed the surroundings of the leaky cauldron, old Tom scrutinized the unusual patron before him. With a handsome visage and impeccably styled black hair, dressed in an elegant black robe that concealed its fabric, he pondered. Which young master from a noble family has slipped out to play? I cannot recall ever having seen him before. Has my memory truly faded so? While musing, Tom retrieved a beer glass from behind the bar and filled it with a rich amber liquid, topped with frothy bubbles, and placed it before William. Please enjoy, dear guest. William eagerly took a sip. Although he had encountered this beverage at the Malfoy family's banquet, he had been too preoccupied with putting on a show at that time. By the moment he recalled it, he had already returned to his estate. This was indeed his first experience tasting such a drink. By Merlin, it was delightful. A flavor reminiscent of creamy confectionery collided with the effervescence of soda, tantalizing William's palate. It was no wonder that it enjoyed such popularity within the wizarding community of England. There was merit to it, William mused, though it was perhaps a tad too sweet. He wondered if it might lead to cavities. William finished his beer and stepped around the bar of the broken cauldron, arriving at a small courtyard enclosed by walls. Aside from a trash bin and an expanse of weeds, it appeared barren. He counted 3 bricks upward and 2 across, silently reciting the method to access Diagon Alley as mentioned in the original text. He gazed at the bricks above the trash bin, which seemed entirely ordinary. However, through William's magical perception, he distinctly sensed that this was a nexus of magic. With a gentle touch from a wizard's power, this node could be activated. Thus, William drew his wand and lightly tapped the brick. Instantly, the wall began to vibrate, and the central portion of the wall writhed violently, creating a small opening that widened rapidly. Within a second, a magnificent archway emerged before him, leading to a cobblestone street. This winding thoroughfare extended ahead, flanked by countless shops, all exuding a medieval charm. The street bustled with people, the air filled with the calls of various peculiar wizards and vendors, crafting an enchanting tableau of the magical world. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," William mused to himself, stepping through the archway. Behind him, the archway swiftly constricted, reverting to a solid wall. His first stop was Gringotts to withdraw some money, after which he could indulge in shopping. William thought to himself as he briskly navigated through the crowd. Ignoring the nearest apothecary, passing by a potion shop, he overheard a plump woman muttering, "Dragon liver, 16 sickles an ounce. Merlin above. How has the price gone up again? Are they mad?" As he approached the Quidditch supply store, he paused slightly to admire the display of flying broomsticks. "The Nimbus 2000, William thought, once I withdraw my funds, I shall purchase 5 of them." He soon passed a shop selling telescopes and an array of curious silverware, followed by an unknown establishment filled with barrels of bat spleens and eel eyeballs. Then, a towering white building loomed before him, its height surpassing that of the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze doors stood a figure clad in the scarlet and gold uniform of Gringotts, representing a wondrous race of fairies from the magical realm. William ascended the white stone steps and discovered that the fairy was considerably smaller than he had envisioned. It stood barely taller than his lower leg. With a dark complexion and a pair of pointed whiskers, its elongated limbs lending it an especially peculiar appearance, perhaps sensing William's scrutinizing gaze. The fairy initially wore a somewhat unfriendly expression. However, upon noticing the skull-shaped badge on William's chest, it promptly bowed respectfully before him. "Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Friedrich," it announced in a high-pitched voice. William traversed the bronze gates and arrived at the second door, which was entirely silver, adorned with an inscription in English on either side. "Enter, O stranger, but beware of the dire consequences of insatiable greed. To take without toil will surely incur the harshest of penalties. Thus, if you seek to pilfer from our subterranean treasury a fortune that never belonged to you, thief, consider yourself warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." The author is particularly fond of this passage, hence the inclusion of the original text. Rest assured, subsequent narratives will refrain from extensive quotations. 2 fairies opened the door and bowed deeply to William. One of them then stepped forward, guiding him into a grand marble hall. The spacious chamber housed over 100 counters, each manned by one or several fairies perched upon tall stools. Some were weighing coins, others examining the quality of gemstones, while whispers of conversation occasionally broke the silence as they hastily recorded their findings in ledgers. Numerous wizards conversed quietly with the fairies at the counters, though the intensity of their disputes suggested that their exchanges were far from amicable. The hall's periphery was lined with an unfathomable number of doors, the destinations of which remained a mystery. The guiding fairy led William to an unoccupied counter, bowed before him, and returned to the silver door. William observed the fairy behind the counter as he produced a golden key from a small leather pouch and presented it. "I wish to withdraw some funds from the Friedrich family's vault number 5. The fairy accepted the key, scrutinizing it closely. William perceptively sensed a faint magical aura emanating from the fairy's fingers, likely a unique identification spell employed by the fairies. Naturally, there was nothing amiss with the key William provided. And soon the fairy returned it to him, then rang a bell, summoning another fairy. "Please escort this gentleman to vault number 137, Masso," instructed the fairy behind the counter. William then followed the fairy named Masso through one of the many doors that lined the hall. Masso opened the door to reveal a narrow stone corridor, illuminated by flickering torches, starkly contrasting the brightness and spaciousness of the previous hall. The corridor sloped steeply downward as William followed Masso, eventually arriving at a small railway at the corridor's end. Masso let out a soft whistle, and from the darkness at the railway's terminus emerged a rickety little cart, its swift approach raising concerns about its structural integrity. "Please, step aboard, sir." Masso inclined slightly toward William, inviting him to enter. With a hint of exhilaration, William hopped onto the cart, soon followed by Masso. The small cart accelerated abruptly, surging forward with great speed. They raced down the labyrinthine passageways. Initially, the pace was manageable, allowing William to recall the path they had traversed. However, as they descended deeper, the velocity of the cart continued to increase. The frigid air relentlessly struck William's face, stinging him to the point of nearly closing his eyes. In contrast, Masso appeared to be in a much better state, even cheerfully humming an unfamiliar tune. Yet, after crossing an underground lake, the speed gradually diminished, and after navigating through a stone forest adorned with stalactites and stalagmites, they came to a halt before a small door beside the passageway. William tidied his wind-tossed hair, descended from the small cart, and approached the door. He retrieved the key from his little leather pouch and unlocked the door. Gradually, he opened the grand vault door, and as a cloud of smoke dissipated, William finally discerned the interior of the vault. The contents were sparse, consisting solely of several large heaps of gold talons and some mounds of silver sitkos resembling small hills. As for the bronze gnats, regrettably, not a single coin was to be found. William gazed contentedly at his vault, as he filled a small leather pouch with a substantial sum of gold galleons. Curiously, despite the continuous influx of gold, the pouch's size and weight remained remarkably unchanged. It was evident that this was an enchanted bag imbued with a spell of seamless expansion, crafted by an ancestor during their travels in the east from the hide of an unknown creature. Notably, the interior of the pouch was quite spacious, enhanced with a series of enchantments, including the seamless expansion spell, a location charm, and a counter-repulsion incantation. Furthermore, at the opening of the bag, a magical seal was affixed, accessible solely to members of the Friedrich family, indicative of profoundly sophisticated magic, capable of utilizing a wizard's bloodline as a medium for casting spells. In his youth, William had whimsically persuaded his father to take him to the family treasury, eager to broaden his horizons. It was there that he selected this very pouch from a myriad of items. It is also worth noting that William's wand originated from the family's storeroom. When he inadvertently grasped it, a warm current surged from the wand into his hand, resonating with a magical harmony that reverberated throughout the treasury, causing the other items to tremble slightly. However, to this day, William remained unaware of the material from which it was crafted. Nevertheless, the wand was profoundly attuned to him, providing a sensation of effortless control, and thus he chose it as his own. After William withdrew his money and closed the vault door, the mere thought of having to return with a wheelbarrow caused a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This contraption was remarkable in every aspect and possessed an extraordinary magical principle, yet it was far too exasperatingly swift. William grimaced, resolutely contemplating the necessity of inventing a wind-repelling spell in the future. William stepped out of the entrance of Diagon Alley, observing the shops flanking the road. His previously foul mood, soured by the presence of the small carts, began to lift ever so slightly. Merlin above, if Diagon Alley had a rating system, William vowed he would bestow upon it a scathing 1-star review. William, filled with malevolent thoughts, glanced around at the surrounding shops with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Where should he begin his exploration? The Leaky Cauldron or the Owl Emporium? He pondered aloud. Perhaps it would be wise to visit the bookstore first, and save the Owl Emporium for later. After all, carrying a birdcage while shopping seemed rather foolish. Very well then, it was a delightful decision made. Diagon Alley, the Leaky Cauldron. William stood before a bookshelf brimming with volumes, casually selecting books from the shelves. This one, The Curses and Counter-Curses, and that one, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. Please wrap them up for me. And this one. The bookstore manager immediately discerned that a significant customer had arrived, casting a sycophantic gaze at William. It was worth noting that William had already purchased an entire set of textbooks from several semesters at Hogwarts upon entering, and now he was meticulously sifting through the collection. Is there anything else you desire, young master? We recently received a shipment of invisibility books on the art of concealment that have been selling quite well. Would you like one? The manager, cradling a book in his hands, presented it to William. It was evident that the volume he held was one of those invisibility tomes. Isn't that book supposed to be invisible? What use would I have for it? William scoffed slightly, thinking that the manager truly took him for a fool. He then turned his attention to the book in the proprietor's grasp. Oh, this book seems intriguing. William realized that he could not perceive the book held by the manager at all, not merely visually, but even through his magical senses. He could detect no trace of it. This was undoubtedly not an ordinary invisibility charm. It was well understood that both invisibility and disillusionment charms only masked visibility. Unless one were a master in the field or a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, it would be utterly impossible to obscure the magical fluctuations inherent in such spells. Such a feat required exceptionally advanced magical prowess. William took the book from his employer's hand, holding it momentarily to savor the sensation once more. Yet, he found himself unable to perceive its magical essence. Perhaps he could purchase it and attempt to decipher the spell at home. Nevertheless, the feeling was undeniably peculiar. Despite the book appearing empty in his grasp, he could sense a substantial weight. How many copies of this book are available? He inquired. Let us start with 3, no, 5. Ensure they are meticulously packaged. William intended to return home and violently dismantle the book's magical structure, hoping to analyze the incantation. Certainly, sir. You there? Hurry to the storeroom and bring them all out. Securely bind them, do you hear? Be swift." The proprietor, brimming with delight, dispatched a clerk to fetch the books, binding them in front of William as if fearing he might change his mind. The total came to 107 gold galleons, a modest sum indeed. The owner stood behind the counter, nearly swooning with joy. It is worth noting that an entire set of pristine Hogwarts textbooks costs merely a handful of galleons. One can only imagine the quantity of books William was acquiring. Fortunately, his magical bag was remarkably sturdy, inscribed with a sophisticated undetectable extension charm, providing ample space. Otherwise, transporting the books would have posed a significant challenge. Is that all for such a price? William mused with a hint of exasperation. He had withdrawn approximately 500 galleons from the vault, roughly a tenth of its contents. A wave of fatigue from the exhilarating shopping spree washed over him as he exited the bookstore. He casually purchased a large chocolate ice cream adorned with crushed peanuts and bits of fruit, savoring it as he strolled towards the next shop. Next, I shall acquire magical materials, William contemplated. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day in Diagon Alley, as merchants buzzed with whispers of a remarkable occurrence. A shopper has arrived in Diagon Alley, foolish yet affluent. Come quickly. Whether it be magical tomes, enchanting ingredients, flying broomsticks, or those neglected mysterious silver artifacts tucked away in corners. It seemed that anything remotely related to magic was up for sale to William. The wizards of Diagon Alley had never witnessed such a spectacle. They eagerly presented their most treasured yet unsold items, extending warm welcomes to William. William emerged from the Quidditch supply store, his face marked by fatigue. He had just ordered 5 Nimbus 2000 brooms from the manager for the purpose of studying the magic they possessed. However, it seemed that his magical bag was at capacity. Any additional items would simply be expelled. Thus, William had no choice but to jot down the address of Friedrich Manor and request the Quidditch supply manager to send the brooms via Allpost. Merlin above. May those fortunate few not perish from exhaustion, he silently wished, lacking true sincerity. Next on his agenda was to procure an owl and visit Ollivander's wand shop to assess his own wand. Realizing time was of the essence, William hurried towards the nearest Elop's Owl Emporium. Soon, he emerged from the shop, carrying a finely crafted cage that contained a juvenile golden eagle. This premier aerial predator, upon reaching maturity, could boast a wingspan of nearly 2 meters and a body length of up to 1 meter, undeniably reigning as the sovereign of the skies. Upon entering the shop, William's gaze was immediately drawn to the magnificent creature that was destined to become an aerial assassin. Its plumage showcased a rich, dark brown with intricate feather patterns, and its back glimmered with a subtle hue of purple, exuding an air of remarkable distinction. What truly astonished William, however, were its eyes, which sparkled with a fleeting brilliance reminiscent of lightning. He pondered to himself that this golden eagle was anything but ordinary. After a meticulous examination, he finally discerned faint lightning patterns nestled amidst the brown feathers surrounding its eyes. This eagle undoubtedly possessed a trace of Thunderbird lineage. With this realization, William became convinced of his judgment and now waited to see if the proprietor recognized its true worth. "How much for this golden eagle?" William inquired, suppressing his excitement and adopting a casual tone. 30 gold gallas, the owner replied, casting a glance at William. It was worth noting that the golden eagle had been in the shop for quite some time, attracting numerous admirers. However, each had ultimately been deterred by its steep price. Without uttering a word, William paid and took the birdcage with him. It is absurd to think that any creature possessing the bloodline of a top-tier magical beast could be so inexpensive. Clearly, this proprietor lacks discernment. Otherwise, not even 100 galleons would suffice for such a treasure, let alone 30. Today's decision to venture out for a stroll has proven to be exceedingly wise. William thought to himself with a sense of smug satisfaction as he gazed at the golden eagle within the cage. William pondered for a moment and resolved to name it Jupiter. This epithet refers to Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology, as the thunderbolt and the soaring eagle are indeed symbols of Zeus. The next destination was ultimately Ollivander's wand shop. Shortly thereafter, William arrived in front of a small and dilapidated store where the gilded sign above the door had begun to peel away, revealing a line of golden text beneath, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. In the dust-covered window, a solitary wand rested upon a faded purple cushion. William entered the quaint little shop, placing the birdcage he held upon a nearby bench while surveying his surroundings. The establishment was diminutive, containing little more than a long bench and several thousand slender paper boxes stacked nearly to the ceiling. "Good afternoon," a gentle voice broke the silence. accompanied by a startling series of sharp clicks, which made William jump. He quickly turned to see an elderly man standing before him. Beneath the aged visage, a pair of bright, large eyes sparkled, illuminating the otherwise dim shop. "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," William greeted politely. "Ah, hello, a young wizard. Yes, indeed. It is that time of year again when new students flock to Hogwarts. I assented. Each year brings a myriad of fresh faces. You seek a wand, I presume? You have come to the right place, for Ollivander wands are the finest. Whether crafted from unicorn hair, phoenix feather, or dragon heartstring. Each wand is composed of various magical materials, rendering every Ollivander wand utterly unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical in this world." Mr. Ollivander spoke in a rapid-fire manner, leaving William little room to interject. "Now, young wizard, let me see," he continued, retrieving a measuring tape from his pocket. "Which arm do you favor?" Actually, Mr. Ollivander, I already possess a wand," William replied, drawing it from his pocket and presenting it to the elder. "By a stroke of fortune, this wand accepted me, yet I am unaware of its composition and core. Concerned it may have imperfections, I have come to consult you. A master in this regard. Well, my dear boy, it is essential to understand that a wand chooses the wizard, since it has chosen you. You may use it with confidence." Mr. Ollivander took the wand, examining it intently as he spoke to William. 7 inches, 7, the most magical of numbers. Your life is undoubtedly intertwined with magic. This wand, Merlin above, appears to be crafted from the wood of the phoenix tree. In my youth, I encountered similar accounts in my family's ancient texts. This legendary tree hails from the distant east, said to be the favored perch of phoenixes, symbolizing rebirth and renewal. Mr. Ollivander continued to elucidate to William. Upon hearing this, William was profoundly shaken, experiencing a rebirth akin to nirvana. Was this not a clear indication that he had traversed time and returned anew? Could it truly be that fate was guiding him from the shadows? Mr. Ollivander endeavored to cast a few spells using William's wand. However, it was evident to William that the wand was vehemently resisting Mr. Ollivander's attempts. A simple lumos spell resulted in a flickering light at the tip of the wand, which ultimately extinguished. Returning the wand to William, Mr. Ollivander observed him effortlessly casting several spells and remarked, "As for the core material of your wand, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide an exact assessment. However, it is abundantly clear that this wand possesses an extraordinary loyalty to you. Any other individual would find it exceedingly difficult to wield it successfully. Furthermore, the wand's magical conductivity is unparalleled among those I have encountered and crafted, undoubtedly derived from an exceptionally powerful magical creature. May I inquire your name, young sorcerer? With such a wand in your possession, your future is boundless." William Friedrich," he replied. No wonder. Mr. Ollivander nodded thoughtfully and said, "I shall revisit the ancient texts of my family. Should I discover any similar accounts, I will certainly write to you." "Thank you so much, Mr. Ollivander," William said, bowing slightly. He held a deep respect for any wizard possessing genuine talent and knowledge. "Not at all, my boy," Mr. Ollivander smiled. "You cannot fathom the allure an unknown magical substance holds for a wand maker." After a considerable time, William exited Ollivander's wand shop with a look of satisfaction. Following the appraisal of his wand, he engaged in an enlightening conversation with Mr. Ollivander, gaining fresh insights into magical materials and suitable woods for wand crafting. It is essential to note that a competent wand maker is invariably an exceptional master of alchemy. Mr. Ollivander, too, was delighted by William's thirst for knowledge and his imaginative ideas. The two, one old and one young, shared a joyous conversation. Feeling as though they had met too late in life, William glanced at the sky. It was late, and the time had come to conclude the day's journey. "Come out, Lucy," he spoke to the now desolate street. "Take me home." "Yes, master," replied a petite figure that suddenly appeared on the empty street, the house elf Lucy. As the sole heir of the Friedrich family, William could surmise that the Duke would never allow him to venture into Diagon Alley unaccompanied. There would undoubtedly be arrangements made for his protection. Furthermore, while shopping, William had sensed an elusive magical presence around him, which was clearly the unique magic of a house elf. Lucy took the birdcage from William's hand, grasping the hem of his robe with her other hand, and in an instant, the two vanished from the streets of Diagon Alley. The house elf's ability to disapparate allowed them to bypass the counterspells set by wizards, and under the influence of the house elf's distinct magical prowess, they could teleport with remarkable precision over greater distances, a true racial gift of the house elves. William has yet to master the art of apparition. Should he fail to summon Lucy, His only means of return would be via the fireplace, using flue powder. It was evening at the Friedrich Manor. After dining, William entered his father's study to share the details of his day's endeavors and achievements with the Duke. He proudly showcased his golden eagle, which bore traces of Thunderbird lineage. "How come I never had such fortune during my school days?" he mused, feeling envious of the good fortune his father had. Upon confirming the eagle's faint connection to the Thunderbird, the Duke chuckled, teasing William about his air of superiority. "However, do you know how to awaken this latent bloodline?" he inquired. Instantly, William's haughty demeanor shifted to one of flattery as he sought guidance from his father. After all, someone as knowledgeable and powerful as his father, a seasoned wizard, surely possessed the means to do so. William shamelessly lavished praise upon him. The Duke's face lit up with a radiant smile, as it is only natural for any parent to feel uplifted by their child's admiration. "The method is quite simple," the Duke explained. "The Thunderbird is a spirit that soars amid storms. Thus, to activate this bloodline, it must be done in the midst of a tempest. The more ferocious the storm, the more potent the effects once the bloodline is awakened. However, this alone is insufficient. You must also prepare a potion to activate the blood within. Given the scarcity of the Thunderbird blood in your eagle, it is essential to add some of the Thunderbird's blood to the potion to strengthen the lineage. Moreover, the eagle must possess formidable physical prowess to endure the storm and achieve the elevation of its bloodline. This can only be accomplished once it reaches maturity," the Duke elaborated. Indeed, for wizards, knowledge is the foundation of their power. William pondered this truth after his father's explanation. Common wizards, or those from Muggle families, seldom gain access to such profound knowledge, and this lack not only stifles their imagination but also limits their strength. By Merlin, being transported to a family like Friedrich's, with its extensive accumulation of wisdom, is an extraordinary stroke of luck. Harry felt that today marked the most splendid day of his 11 years. A giant named Hagrid had rescued him from the clutches of the Dursleys, delivering a stern lesson to Dudley while celebrating his birthday. Most importantly, magic, wizards, everything was real, not merely a tiresome prank. Hogwarts truly existed, and he was indeed a wizard about to enter a magical school. Harry felt elated, as if a balloon were quietly inflating within him. Hagrid led Harry to a small, grimy pub in London, the Leaky Cauldron. "Remember this place, Harry, it is quite renowned." As they entered, Harry was astonished to find that every patron seemed to recognize him. He was suddenly shaking hands with the locals of the Leaky Cauldron. Could it be true, as Hagrid said, that he was a celebrity in the wizarding world? Yet, he had done nothing noteworthy. Staring at his own hands, he felt disbelief wash over him. But soon, standing before Diagon Alley, Harry forgot all his doubts as he gazed in awe at the archway that shrank and transformed back into a solid wall, his mouth agape in astonishment. Turning around, he was filled with wonder at the myriad shops surrounding him, eager to commit every detail to memory. The shops, the wares displayed, and the bustling shoppers. "All right, Harry. There will be plenty of time to explore later. For now, we must retrieve some money," Hagrid said, pulling Harry along reluctantly. Passing by a potion shop, Harry overheard a plump woman complaining outside. "Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. Merlin, it has only been a few days, and the prices have risen again. They are truly mad." Soon after, having witnessed the remarkable sight of goblins and taken a thrilling ride on the unique Gringotts carts, Harry stood before his vault, staring at the mountains of galleons, heaps of sickles, and nuts, feeling as if his heart had been struck by an invisible hammer. By Merlin, the surprises of today surpass all the wonders of my previous 11 years combined. What would the Dursleys think if they knew of this wealth hidden beneath London? Harry thought, exhilarated. In the evening, Harry and Hagrid embarked on their journey home. Throughout the ride, Harry remained silent. For him, the day had already been filled with too many surprises: the immense wealth buried underground, the enchanting magical world, the exhilarating sensation of holding his first wand, and the pure white snowy owl Hagrid had gifted him for his birthday. All of these ignited within Harry an insatiable longing for this wondrous magical realm and for Hogwarts. Yet, a brief exchange with a haughty boy in Madame Malkin's robe shop, who mentioned a magical prodigy named William of his age, abruptly reminded Harry that he was still an ordinary person, utterly ignorant of the wizarding world, unable to cast even a single spell. What if all of this were a ruse? What if he truly lacked any magical ability? A wave of despair washed over Harry at the thought. Would they send him back to the Dursleys? How they would mock him. The mere contemplation of this turned his earlier joy into a cloud of gloom. "Before the train departs, we have time to grab a bite," Hagrid told Harry, purchasing a hamburger for each of them as they settled onto a plastic bench at the station. "What is wrong, Harry? Why so quiet?" Hagrid asked, noticing Harry's distracted demeanor as he held his hamburger. "I don't know what is happening. Everyone thinks I'm special," Harry finally spoke. "But I know nothing about magic. What if I truly have no special abilities? Why do Professor Quirrell and Mr. Ollivander expect so much from me? Those things that made me famous, I can't even remember what happened the night my parents died." Hagrid looked at Harry, a gentle smile peeking through his untamed beard. "Don't worry, Harry. Trust me. You are undoubtedly a wizard. It is your birthright. At Hogwarts, young wizards like you start with the basics and soon learn to wield magic. Cheer up, Harry." As Hagrid escorted Harry onto the train, he handed him a letter, his ticket to Hogwarts. "Be sure to keep this safe. September 1st, at King's Cross Station. It's all on the ticket. If the Dursleys try to bully you again, just send me an owl. This little fellow knows where to find me. Farewell, Harry, until we meet again at Hogwarts." As the train slowly departed the station, the story of Harry Potter was about to begin. Meanwhile, at Friedrich Manor, William felt no anxiety regarding his pursuit of wizardry. Unlike Porter, for to him, casting spells was as commonplace as eating or drinking. Just moments ago, William had concluded his magical experiment. For a visitor from another world, William's greatest asset was his extraordinary imagination, which far exceeded that of the wizards in this realm. One must understand that in his previous life, the vast interconnected web of information, filled with countless novels and games, provided William with an abundance of ideas and directions for his magical research. In the recent experiment, William was attempting a novel spellcasting technique, which he had aptly named Supreme Magical Expertise. As the name suggests, it involved infusing a spell with an excess of magical energy, thereby amplifying its power severalfold. However, this was far from a simple endeavor. The structure of spells is inherently fixed. Injecting too much magical energy could impose tremendous strain on this structure. Without exquisite control over his magical energy, the entire spell structure might collapse, resulting in a failed spell release. In the most severe cases, the energy accumulated at the tip of the wand could spiral out of control, leading to a catastrophic magical explosion. From the smile on William's face, it seemed the experiment was progressing smoothly. Yet, in reality, his control over magical energy was still far from the level required to master this expertise. Nevertheless, with the assistance of his remarkable wand, any magical energy channeled through it behaved like docile sheep, readily submitted to William's will. "What a wondrous wand it is," William mused. Sensing that this wand was different from those found in Mr. Ollivander's shop, it seemed to possess a mind of its own. "Perhaps I am overthinking it." He shook his head. How could a wand have thoughts? It was merely an alchemical artifact. Speaking of alchemy, he had yet to borrow his ancestors' alchemical notes from his father's study. William, upon contemplating this, hastened towards his father's study, oblivious to the sudden flicker of eerie red light emanating from the tip of his concealed wand. Soon, the date of September 1st arrived, marking the commencement of the school year at Hogwarts. During this past month, William has made remarkable progress in both his arcane skills and alchemy. It must be acknowledged that the ancestor of the Friedrich family was indeed a genius, through the perusal of his alchemical notes. William has significantly enhanced his understanding of alchemy and is now capable of crafting a few minor trinkets. Furthermore, the technique known as spell amplification has become increasingly second nature to William due to his relentless practice. Fortunately, William experienced his magical surge at an early age, which has provided him with ample magical energy to support the spell amplification technique. It is essential to understand that only after undergoing a magical surge does a wizard's internal magical energy begin to grow with age. This is precisely why the age of a wizard's magical surge is held in such high regard. The earlier the surge occurs, the sooner the accumulation of magical energy begins, which fundamentally accounts for the varying levels of magical power among different wizards. Generally speaking, William can exchange double his magical energy for an enhancement of 3 to 4 times the potency of the spell he casts. However, given the limitations of his current magical capacity, he can only employ this technique sparingly, reserving it as a last resort. Moreover, as the infusion of magical energy increases, the spell's potency will continue to rise, albeit at the cost of greater difficulty and control. With the assistance of his wand, William is now capable of infusing a spell with quintuple the magical energy. As for the potency of such a spell, he gazes at the sturdy walls of the laboratory, recalling the gaping hole created by a disarming charm on that fateful day, a slight shiver of apprehension coursing through him. At that time, William was violently propelled away by the terrifying recoil produced by the spell. William had meticulously packed his belongings, stowing away a plethora of books, magical materials, research notes, and several handmade trinkets into his enchanted bag. After donning a flowing black robe and adorning himself with a silver skull brooch, he stepped out of his chamber, buoyed by the flattering reflection in the mirror. Following a family breakfast, the trio boarded their familiar black carriage. Initially, Duke Friedrich intended to transport them directly to the interior of the station, but William, well versed in the narrative, insisted on arriving outside to experience the legendary entrance to Platform 9. After a moment's consideration, the Duke acquiesced, recognizing that at this moment, William embodied the essence of an 11-year-old child. With that thought in mind, he activated the enchantments on the carriage. In an instant, the carriage vanished from its location, and William merely felt a gentle jolt. When he regained his senses, the carriage had come to a halt outside King's Cross Station. Strangely, the throngs of passers-by seemed oblivious to the sudden appearance of this peculiar carriage, continuing with their own affairs. Clearly, the designer of the carriage had thoughtfully imbued it with a powerful anti-muggle charm. The Duke drew his wand and cast the anti-muggle enchantment upon the three of them. And then they disembarked, making their way towards Platform 9. The platform was easy to locate, guided by William's magical perception. He swiftly identified a seemingly solid wall at the junction of Platforms 9 and 10, where he sensed a magical node reminiscent of Diagon Alley. "I thought you might struggle to find the platform," Duke Friedrich remarked with surprise as he observed William effortlessly uncover the entrance. "Isn't it obvious, dear father? Under the influence of magic, this place shines as brightly as the sun." From the feedback of the magical node, it appeared to be akin to a teleportation charm, seemingly requiring a person imbued with magic to traverse at a certain speed to activate it. "I must say, this concept is quite intriguing," William said, smiling at his father. William and his companions traversed the wall and arrived at Platform 9 3/4. One must admit, the sensation was truly enchanting. However, should any muggle wish to attempt such a feat, they would undoubtedly collide forcefully with the unyielding wall. As William had arrived quite early, the platform was still devoid of passengers, and a deep crimson steam locomotive was stationed alongside, adorned with the inscription in golden lettering, "Hogwarts Express." William stood before his father, nearly reaching the height of the Duke's chest, leaving his grace somewhat taken aback. He gazed at William with tender eyes. "My child, I have always recognized your precociousness from a young age, and I have never regarded you as merely a child. I have faith in your capabilities. You will take care of yourself and not bring shame upon our family. However, my dear, you are still young. Should you encounter any matters beyond your ability to handle, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I, your father, and your family shall always be your strongest support." William gazed at his father, utterly unprepared for such a weighty assurance. He nodded solemnly. "I understand, dear father. I shall take good care of myself and will contact you immediately should anything arise." William sensed that his father had perceived the hidden darkness lurking beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the British magical community, which prompted him to impart these words to William. As for Lady Helena, her request was rather straightforward. "You must write to me, William. Mother will miss you." With tear-filled eyes, Lady Helena gazed at William, insisting that he write to her weekly. "I shall send you an abundance of your favorite treats. You must consume them all. William, think of me. You must return during the Christmas holiday. Both your father and I will long for your presence." "Very well, dear mother. I shall miss you both," William reassured her before boarding the train. "Ah, how I long for the days of young William. The grown son has slipped away like water poured from a vessel. Impossible to retain." Duke Friedrich mused while observing William's departing figure. "Perhaps we could consider having another. What do you think?" William boarded the train and casually found an empty compartment to settle into, pulling out his alchemical notes from his magical bag and engrossing himself in their contents. Soon, the station became lively as more people arrived, their chatter and the shrill calls of owls creating a cheerful and harmonious scene. However, William, who occupied the compartment alone, was not fond of such noise. He drew his wand and cast a silencing charm, which temporarily isolated the area from sound, uttering the incantation Silencio. Afterward, he enchanted the door with a magical lock, ensuring his solitude remained undisturbed. Satisfied with his handiwork, he returned to his reading. In stark contrast to William's serene comfort, Mr. Potter found himself in quite a predicament. It seemed Hagrid had forgotten to inform Harry of the way to enter the station, and with only 10 minutes left before departure, Harry stood bewildered between platforms 9 and 10, dragging a heavy suitcase topped with his snowy owl Hedwig. Clearly, Harry's poor magical sense had failed to reveal the concealed magical barrier between the platforms. Despairing, he thought, Am I to be the first student ever expelled for failing to board the train? Just then, he noticed a plump woman accompanied by 4 red-haired boys. To Harry's delight, each of them carried a large suitcase and also had an owl, with the kind assistance of the Jolly Witch. Harry finally made it to the station just before the train departed. He struggled through the crowd, boarding the train, yet the first few compartments were already filled with students. At that moment, Harry caught sight of a compartment with a handsome boy seated by the window, deeply engrossed in a book on the table before him. Harry knocked on the window, but oddly, no sound emerged, and the boy remained utterly absorbed in his reading, revealing only a striking profile. Harry then attempted to pull the door open, only to find it resisted by an invisible force. "Don't bother, you won't get it open," a voice nearby kindly advised. "The occupant has set a charm, evidently wishing to remain undisturbed." Several girls attempted to enter earlier but were unsuccessful. Even the prefect couldn't manage it. Quite the odd fellow, isn't he? Harry glanced at the boy within, who appeared significantly older, likely a senior. He mused that it would be marvelous if he could perform such powerful magic in a few years. As he continued down the aisle, hoping to find an empty compartment, Harry eventually located one near the rear of the train. He placed Hedwig's cage inside, and then faced difficulty lifting his suitcase onto the step. Years of malnutrition and lack of exercise at the Dursleys had left Harry resembling a frail sprout. After several attempts, the heavy suitcase landed painfully on his foot. Ultimately, he was rescued by the twins he had encountered at the ticket gate, who helped him hoist the cumbersome trunk into the compartment. "Thank you so much," Harry gasped, brushing sweat-soaked hair from his forehead. "Oh, Merlin above. That scar on your forehead, are you?" The twins' synchronized speech left Harry momentarily bewildered. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the only one to escape the Dark Lord's wrath. "Oh, that's me," Harry admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Yes, I am Harry Potter." The atmosphere in the compartment seemed to freeze as the twins stared at him, causing Harry's cheeks to flush. "Fred, George, are you on the train?" A voice called from outside, breaking the awkward tension within. "Coming, Mum," the twins replied, casting one last glance at Harry before stepping out to bid farewell to their family. Harry discreetly watched them say goodbye, feeling a stir of emotion. Soon, with the sound of a whistle, the train began to move. As he gazed out the window, houses blurred past, merging into a vague panorama, a mixture of worry and excitement filling his thoughts about the magical life that awaited him. He had no idea what lay ahead, but it surely had to be better than enduring the Dursleys' mistreatment. The compartment door swung open, and in walked the smallest of the red-haired boys he had seen at the station. Tall and thin, with a freckled face and large hands that seemed somewhat clumsy. He shyly regarded Harry. "Is this seat taken?" he inquired, gesturing to the spot opposite Harry. "No, go ahead," Harry replied, and the boy sat down, appearing even more awkward. He pretended not to notice Harry, staring intently out the window as if something extraordinary lay beyond. Before long, Harry learned the boy's name was Ron Weasley. Along with his twin brothers, Fred and George, and Ron was finally meeting the legendary savior. The two boys began to forge an initial bond of friendship. Unbeknownst to William, who remained absorbed in his book, this budding connection was unfolding. In truth, after reading the original story, William had always found Harry and Ron to be the least appealing characters. Though undeniably good-hearted, courageous, and loyal to their friends, he perceived them as rather reckless at times. William holds a disdain for those who act without the employment of their intellect. These individuals may appear audacious, yet they are better described as reckless. Were it not for Dumbledore's clandestine protection, Harry's school life over the past few years would have sufficed to claim his life multiple times. It is imperative to recognize the fundamental distinction between recklessness and bravery. To possess an adventurous and radical spirit without the requisite strength renders one not only foolishly reckless but also a potential danger to those around them. Consider Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 founders and the true embodiment of courage and valor, rather than merely a wizard. He was a genuine warrior, a formidable combatant who had never been defeated in direct confrontation. Ultimately, when faced with the gravest decisions of life, he resolutely chose self-sacrifice, perishing in the struggle against darkness, leaving behind no remains. On that battlefield, only Gryffindor's sword and hat were discovered, the latter of which has since become the sorting hat used in Hogwarts' house-choosing ceremony. Long ago, William encountered a passage in a book that recounted the demise of Godric Gryffindor. Regrettably, the text did not delineate a clear cause of death. It merely stated that after the 4 founders established Hogwarts, Slytherin departed due to disagreements with Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw subsequently vanished, though she returned to Hogwarts years later. In his quest to locate Ravenclaw, Gryffindor confronted an indescribable darkness. To shield the innocent from the encroaching shadows, he chose to face the darkness head-on, ultimately resulting in a mutual destruction. Only those two relics remained. The nature of the darkness he encountered remains obscured in the text, leaving William perplexed. Yet, this exemplifies the true essence of Gryffindor: bravery, responsibility, courage, and a commanding spirit. Gryffindor welcomes students possessing these noble qualities into his house. However, the present-day Gryffindor is rife with recklessness, arrogance, foolish adventures, and base pranks. Frankly, William finds such an environment distasteful. In comparison, he prefers the atmosphere of Ravenclaw among the four houses. The pursuit of wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure, and William wholeheartedly agrees with the renowned maxim of Lady Ravenclaw. As inscribed in the family motto of the Friedrichs, William is indeed a seeker of knowledge, possessing a ravenous greed for learning, while simultaneously revering the power that such knowledge bestows. William believed he ought to be a worthy member of Ravenclaw. Have you seen a toad? Neville has lost a toad. The sliding door was suddenly yanked open, and a somewhat haughty female voice resonated from outside, startling William and interrupting the subject he had been pondering in his mind. William, somewhat vexed, lifted his gaze only to discover that dusk had settled in, signaling their imminent arrival at school. The silence charm and magical lock he had set up earlier had long ceased to function due to the dissipating magical energy. Standing beside the door was a girl with a mane of thick, unruly brown hair and two prominent front teeth, which rendered her somewhat endearing. She seemed to realize that her presence disturbed William, her cheeks flushing, though it was uncertain whether it was due to guilt for interrupting him or anxiety under his gaze. A toad soared in. William deftly brandished his wand and muttered a casual summoning spell. Shortly, a toad flew in from the outside workshop, landing in the hands of a timid, plump boy standing behind the girl, under William's magical control. By Merlin, it's Leif. Thank you. Is this the summoning charm? My heavens. This is a spell that's only taught in the ultimate wizard-level examination, usually in the 6th year. It's quite an impressive spell, and you executed it so flawlessly. The boy's gratitude was abruptly interrupted by the girl's rapid-fire chatter. Oh my goodness, I've only practiced a few simple charms at home, and while they worked, I've never attempted such an advanced spell. You must be a senior, right? Which house are you from? I've heard Gryffindor is the best, as Dumbledore graduated from there. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. What's your name? I haven't been sorted yet. In fact, like you, Miss Granger, I am a first-year wizard. William patiently replied once the girl finished speaking. You may have heard of me. I am William Friedrich, but you can call me William. My heavens. You are the genius who invented spells before even starting school. Hermione gazed at William as if she had seen a ghost. Goodness, how are you so tall? May I see that new spell? I've tried it at home but have never succeeded. This is truly unexpected. I never thought I'd meet you on the train. I mean, it's a pleasure to meet you, William. Hermione's voice dwindled. Her face flushed crimson as she looked at him. William chuckled inwardly at the sight of the proud and clever little witch exhibiting such vulnerability. Nevertheless, he patiently addressed Hermione's inquiries and waved his wand to cast a minimally powerful impact charm, allowing her to feel an invisible hand of wind gently brushing against her cheek. Initially, Hermione found the day exasperating, almost missing the train and encountering her first wizard friend, who appeared timid but owned a pet toad. By Merlin. What normal person would choose a toad as a pet? When Neville, sitting opposite her, produced a toad from his pocket, Hermione felt on the brink of despair. Thankfully, not long after, the toad named Leif wriggled free from its owner's grasp and escaped through the gap in the sliding door. Hermione let out a sigh of relief, fearing that any moment of inattention might lead to the toad leaping onto her face. The thought of the warty creature sent shivers down her spine. Yet, when she caught sight of the boy's tearful eyes gazing at her, she could no longer resist. She stood up and addressed the chubby-faced boy across from her. All right, Neville, let us go find your lost pet. With a sigh, she acquiesced, knowing he was her first wizard friend. Soon, however, her mood soured further. She cast disdainful glances at the rowdy young wizards in the compartment, who appeared rather dim-witted, less clever than the neighbor's dog, Peter. As for the older students, they either ignored her or, in some cases, the so-called pure-bloods even spoke rudely to her. What is so remarkable about being pure blood? Hermione brooded angrily. Before long, as she opened the sliding door to another compartment, she inquired if anyone had seen a toad. Inside, she encountered two boys who appeared to be of similar age. One held a tattered wand, its tip gleaming with what seemed to be unicorn hair, while the other clutched a rat, seemingly preparing to cast a spell. By Merlin. Why do wizards always choose such odd creatures as their pets? Hermione thought in despair. She plopped down and, observing the boy with the wand looking somewhat bewildered, said, "Are you attempting to cast a spell? Let us witness it." Soon, Hermione departed with a sense of superiority. Realizing that these young wizards from wizarding families were not as impressive as she had imagined, they couldn't even perform a complete spell. "I'm better than them," she thought with pride. As for the boy named Harry, he didn't seem particularly special either. She wondered why the wizarding world idolized him so much. As Hermione pondered this, she opened another sliding door to inquire if anyone had seen a toad. Upon entering, she sensed something was amiss. The compartment housed only a boy engrossed in a book. He possessed refined features and donned a black robe, his long, dark hair impeccably groomed. Perhaps her entrance had been too loud, for he lifted his head, casting a glance of mild annoyance in her direction. "Oh no, have I disturbed him? He looks like a pure-blood aristocrat. Am I about to be reprimanded?" Hermione despaired. However, she soon noticed that the boy managed to suppress his displeasure. He retrieved his wand and, with a gentle wave, uttered a spell, summoning the toad. It's the summoning charm, the levitation charm. As a mandatory spell in the ultimate wizarding examination, is indeed a profoundly intricate incantation. This spell involves a higher-level technique known as emotional magic. Yes, emotion can be regarded as a form of power that can be harnessed in the casting of spells, a sophisticated influencing factor. The levitation charm represents a relatively straightforward application of emotional magic. The caster merely needs to envision the object they wish to summon while maintaining a resolute desire for it to come to them, thereby successfully executing the spell. Ideally, this incantation should be performed by Neville, as he is most familiar with his pet toad, Trevor. However, considering that toads generally share similar appearances and that Neville is seemingly the only one aboard the train with a toad as a pet, William's toad also achieved the same effect. In contrast, other spells, such as the Patronus charm, require a positive emotional state to be successfully cast. Such emotions may include joy, protection, and love, as magic infused with emotion can unleash power far beyond its usual limits. This is akin to the Patronus charm used by Harry in the third installment, where he traverses back in time to confront a swarm of Dementors. Conversely, the three unforgivable curses necessitate negative emotions for their execution. Among these, the killing curse demands an intense hatred towards the target. The stronger the desire to kill, the more potent the curse becomes. Otherwise, it may only result in a mere nosebleed. Furthermore, the powerful ancient curse cast by Harry's mother, fueled by profound love, was capable of rebounding Voldemort's killing curse. The magical realm, overall, remains largely idealistic. Hermione was uncertain how she had exited William's compartment, her mind racing with questions for him, fearing she might provoke his impatience. To her surprise, the boy patiently answered all her inquiries without mocking her for her prominent front teeth or lineage. In William's eyes, her large front teeth added to her charm. How could he possess such vast knowledge? Truly deserving of the title the most brilliant genius of the century, as proclaimed by the Daily Prophet. Moreover, he was exceptionally tall and strikingly handsome. How she wished to be sorted into the same house as him. "Oh dear, Hermione, what are you thinking?" She chastised herself, shaking those thoughts from her mind. As she walked back, she passed by the compartment where Harry and Ron were situated, incredulous at the sight before her. "What is going on? Are you already fighting before school even starts? You really know how to get into trouble. We haven't even arrived at Hogwarts yet. It was Scabbers who started it. We didn't do anything. We're just changing clothes. Could you step outside for a moment?" Ron replied, his expression stern. "Fine. I just wanted to check on you. By the way, do you know who I just met on the train?" "William Friedrich, a genuine genius," Hermione said, casting a disdainful glance at Ron before stepping out of the compartment. Compared to William, these two seemed like mere children, squabbling before even commencing their studies. Utterly unconcerned about the possibility of expulsion. "I truly detest her," Ron remarked with evident disgust. "Who is this William you mentioned? A wizarding prodigy?" Harry inquired, their earlier altercation having brought the two boys closer in camaraderie. "Oh, him? Just some magical genius from a prominent German family. I have no idea what possessed him to come to Hogwarts," Ron replied with a hint of envy. "People say he invented a spell before even starting school, for which the Wizarding Association rewarded him 5,000 galleons. 5,000 galleons. Merlin, I can hardly believe it was his invention. It must have been created by his parents and handed down to him." Harry considered this, pondering whether he might also belong to a pure-blooded family like Malfoy. As night fell, the fading twilight revealed a landscape of rolling hills and dense woods. The train slowed, signaling their imminent arrival at the coveted Hogwarts. After Hermione exited, Harry and Ron quickly donned their robes. Ron's appeared slightly short, exposing his worn-out sneakers. In 5 minutes, we shall arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will transport it to the school for you. A voice echoed through the carriage. Are we finally arriving? Thank goodness we don't have to carry our luggage ourselves. Harry sighed in relief as he glanced at his large trunk. However, a wave of anxiety washed over him, causing his stomach to churn. He turned to Ron, who looked equally pale, his hands trembling slightly from nervousness. The train gradually decelerated, ultimately halting before a small, dimly lit platform. Harry and Ron were swept along by the crowd, disembarking the train amidst the throng. The chill of the night made Harry shiver, but a familiar voice soon broke through the tension. First-year students, all first years, come over here. It was Hagrid. Harry hurriedly made his way toward Hagrid, the sight of a familiar face slightly easing his anxiety. First years. Are there any first years left? Harry, over here. Are you all right? Hagrid called out, holding a lantern aloft, revealing a warm smile beneath his thick beard. All right, first years, follow me and watch your step. Soon, Hagrid was surrounded by eager newcomers. To Harry's surprise, he spotted the boy he had encountered earlier on the train, quietly reading in his compartment. Could he also be a first year? The nighttime chill seemed to have little effect on William, as he was clad in a black robe inscribed with a charm to retain warmth within. William lifted his head and, by chance, noticed a child with thick hair and round-framed glasses gazing at him. Oddly, he thought, I seem not to recognize this person, however. He bears a slight resemblance to a savior. Thus, William offered a smile to the boy. Merlin above, he smiled at me, murmured a girl beside Harry, who then realized that, to varying degrees, those around them were directing their attention towards William. After all, William stood out among the children, his height giving him an air of distinction, and coupled with his handsome features, he undoubtedly attracted the gaze of several girls. They followed Hagrid as he clumsily led them down a steep, narrow path, flanked by dense, shadowy woods. Silence enveloped them, each child rendered quiet by their nervousness. Just around this bend, you will soon catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts, Hagrid called back to the young wizards. As they turned the corner, a chorus of awe erupted from the young wizards. At the end of the narrow path, a dark lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle rose atop a steep hill, its spires reaching skyward, and its windows twinkling with bright lights under the starry sky. Even William was captivated by the enchanting scene before him. It was simply too dreamlike to resist. He gazed longingly at the distant castle, as memories from 2 lifetimes intertwined, leading him to this moment. Finally, he had arrived at Hogwarts, the place where dreams begin. Beside the dark lake, a row of small boats lay anchored at the shore. Everyone aboard. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people, Hagrid instructed, turning back to the young wizards. William casually took a seat in a small boat. And soon the girl he had encountered at the Malfoy residence, Pansy Parkinson, joined him in the same vessel. The girl settled beside William, her lovely features illuminated by the bright moonlight, creating a harmonious and beautiful tableau alongside the distant castle. Before long, Draco Malfoy arrived with his 2 henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, at the boat where William sat. Malfoy cast a reluctant glance at Pansy, yet accompanied by Crabbe, he boarded the small boat and took a seat opposite William. As for the unfortunate Goyle, he was dismissed by Malfoy to another boat, for his weight was simply too burdensome. Unbeknownst to William, Hermione stood there in a state of turmoil, accompanied by her newly acquainted friend, Neville. Just moments ago, she had intended to join William's boat. But Pansy had seized the opportunity first, leaving Hermione with a flicker of hesitation. As she wavered, Draco had already taken his seat. This insufferable fellow, Hermione glared at Draco, then turned to board the boat occupied by Harry with Neville in tow. Once all the first-year students had settled into their boats, Hagrid embarked on one of his own. Let us set off, he called out. A fleet of boats immediately glided forward, propelled by magic, cutting through the tranquil waters toward the towering castle in the distance. Where were you on the train? We couldn't find you, Draco inquired, looking at William. Pansy also turned her head, seemingly curious about William's response. Oh, I was reading on the train and lost track of time. By the time I realized, it was already evening, William replied with a smile. Which house do you most wish to join? Pansy asked, clearly eager to engage in conversation. Slytherin is quite impressive, but I prefer the academic atmosphere of Ravenclaw. So I might choose Ravenclaw, William remarked, seemingly attuned to the girl's thoughts. Pansy fell silent, gazing with a sense of disappointment at the approaching castle, lost in her own contemplations. Soon, After passing through a curtain of ivy that draped over a cliff, a concealed dock beneath the castle came into view. Once the boat came to a halt, the young wizards eagerly disembarked, following Hagrid along a path strewn with gravel and pebbles as they ascended. They ultimately arrived at a flat, damp grassy area beneath the shadow of the castle. The young wizards ascended a set of stone steps and halted before an oak door nearly 8 meters high. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked thrice upon the castle door. Then, with a thunderous sound, the castle doors swung open. A witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe appeared at the entrance, her lips pressed together and her expression stern, presenting an air of formidable authority. "First-year students have arrived," Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied, leading the young wizards into the castle. The castle loomed large. Its stone walls adorned with blazing torches, and the ceiling seemed to vanish into the shadows above. Ahead lay an opulent marble staircase, the destination of which remained a mystery. Under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, William and the other young wizards proceeded along the stone floor, the hum of hundreds of voices emanating from the doorway on their right. It was presumed that this entrance led to the grand hall of the school. However, Professor McGonagall did not usher the newcomers directly into the hall. Instead, she led them to a small room on the left. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall addressed the assembly of young wizards. "Before the feast commences, we must first conduct the sorting ceremony. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts a distinguished history and has nurtured exceptionally talented witches and wizards. Therefore, I implore you to cast aside any narrow prejudices against any house. During your time at Hogwarts, your exemplary conduct will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in a deduction of points. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house to which you are assigned, you will bring glory to it. Soon, you will proceed to the Grand Hall, where the sorting ceremony will take place before the eyes of the entire school community. I advise you to take a moment to compose yourselves and present yourselves well while you wait." Professor McGonagall's gaze traversed between Neville and Ron before finally resting with satisfaction upon the well-groomed and dapper William. "When preparations are complete, I shall return to escort you," Professor McGonagall stated, "and in the meantime, please maintain a respectful silence." William gazed at the young wizards surrounding him, his attention drawn to Hermione, who was fervently muttering something not far away, likely reciting spells she had previously learned. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Beside him, Draco and Pansy appeared equally anxious, evidently unaware of the proceedings of the sorting ceremony. It seemed a peculiar quirk of wizards. No one had ever disclosed the details to the children. Nor was there any tome documenting how Hogwarts determined the fates of its students. "William, how do you think they decide which house we belong to?" Draco inquired, his complexion slightly pale as he turned to William, clearly regarding him as a source of reassurance. "I mean, if I am not sorted into Slytherin, Merlin above, my parents would surely disown me." "Do not fret, Draco, you will undoubtedly make a worthy Slytherin," William replied with a grin. Out of a sense of mischief, he refrained from revealing the intricacies of the sorting ceremony. After all, they would soon witness it themselves, would they not? At that moment, several ghosts suddenly emerged from the adjacent walls, startling a few of the young wizards. The apparitions engaged in their own discussions, seemingly deliberating on how to handle a ghost named Peeves. Shortly thereafter, they glided through the walls of the room, evidently heading to the Great Hall for the feast. Not long after, Professor McGonagall returned, instructing the first-year students to form a single line. "Follow me," she commanded. The young wizards, filled with trepidation, trailed behind her as they exited the room. The previously closed door on their right now stood ajar, and they traversed the entrance hall, arriving at a lavish dining room. It was difficult to fathom such a magical and splendid place existed in the world, for long tables were arranged in the great hall, adorned with gleaming golden plates and tall wine goblets. Above the tables floated thousands of candles suspended in midair, illuminating the entire hall. Looking up, the velvet-like dark ceiling sparkled with stars, mirroring the night sky outside the castle. It was hard to believe there truly was a ceiling above. The remarkable enchantment was said to have been personally arranged by Lady Ravenclaw, capable of reflecting the outer sky in real time. She had a penchant for observing celestial phenomena and was regarded as the greatest astronomer of her century, which is why the dormitories of Ravenclaw House were situated at the highest point of Hogwarts, in the astronomy tower. William calmed his mind, attuning himself to the magical essence surrounding him. Through the lens of magic, the entire hall emitted a glow. yet it paled in comparison to the radiance of the individual seated at the central golden chair on the elevated dais. Under William's scrutiny, the elderly man, with flowing silver hair and a lengthy silver beard, emanated a magical aura that shone as brightly as the sun itself. This was none other than the greatest white wizard of the century, the legendary sorcerer who had vanquished the previous Dark Lord, the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. "Your magical perception is remarkable, Mr. Friedrich," a voice resonated within William's mind. Startled, he lifted his gaze to find Dumbledore smiling at him. The enchantment was astonishing. William suppressed his surprise and returned a courteous smile to Dumbledore. Behind the headmaster stood 4 enormous hourglasses, filled not with sand, but with gemstones of red, yellow, blue, and green, likely instruments for tallying the scores of the different houses. The hall was enveloped in silence, as students from various houses sat quietly at their long tables, observing the pale-faced first years alongside the specters they had just encountered and the professors seated at the staff table. Professor McGonagall approached, gently placing a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which she set a pointed wizard's hat. The hat was tattered and soiled, its patches speaking of years without proper cleaning. Then, a wondrous event unfolded. The hat began to twist and contort on its own. A seam opened along its brim, resembling a mouth, and soon, the hat began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall consume myself." The hall fell into an odd silence, the only sound echoing through the space being the hat's melodic voice, a deep baritone belonging to a middle-aged man. The first years gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape as they beheld this extraordinary spectacle. William gazed at the singing Sorting Hat, feeling as though he were witnessing history itself. Indeed, this was one of the last remaining relics of Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. "Come, Wormy. Do not be afraid. Above all, do not panic. In my presence, despite my lack of hands, you shall be utterly safe, for I am a hat endowed with thought." Upon concluding its song, the Sorting Hat was met with thunderous applause, bowing repeatedly before finally resting motionless upon the stool. This object undoubtedly possessed its own consciousness. William pondered in astonishment, observing the remarkably human-like magical hat. He mused whether it was a fragment of a soul or a composite of souls. Perhaps the memories from a past life could be suppressed through a mental occlusion charm to evade the hat's scrutiny, though he could not be entirely certain. "I shall call forth a name, and that individual shall don the hat and take their place upon the stool to await their house assignment." Professor McGonagall extracted a lengthy roll of parchment from her robes and announced, "Hannah Abbott." A girl with pigtails stumbled out from the line of new students. Her face flushed as she placed the hat upon her head. In mere moments, the hat proclaimed loudly, "Hufflepuff." The sorting proceeded swiftly, and, as in the original tale, Hermione was assigned to Gryffindor. William stood quietly among the newcomers. Soon Professor McGonagall called out, "William Friedrich." William emerged from the throng, his remarkable height having already drawn the attention of the surrounding students. It was inevitable. Amidst this assembly of young wizards, he stood out conspicuously. He was indeed the William that Hermione had mentioned, Harry thought, gazing at the boy who had previously been engrossed in a book on the train, his expression one of surprise. Could he be the William who invented the spell? Merlin above, he is extraordinarily tall. He hardly resembles a first-year student at all. Indeed, the crucial factor is that he is remarkably handsome. A Ravenclaw upperclassman gazed at William with starry eyes. The students whispered among themselves, while the teachers regarded William with keen interest. William stepped forward and smiled politely at Professor McGonagall. Then, with a slight change in expression, he accepted the Sorting Hat. The mere thought of that dusty hat touching his meticulously groomed hair sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, William ultimately sat down and donned the Sorting Hat. "I am not dirty at all. This is the residue of history. What do you know?" A voice echoed in William's ear. Indeed, as William had anticipated, the Sorting Hat could sense his innermost thoughts. "Has no one cleaned you for all these years?" William mused inwardly. "Do you think I wouldn't want that? It has been ages since I was last cleaned. These wizards have become increasingly inconsiderate. They only remember me during sorting and neglect to refresh me at any other time." The hat began to vent its frustrations to William. "Do you have any idea how uncomfortable I am? I lack hands, and there are places that itch terribly. Yet I have no means to scratch them. Are you this chatty with everyone?" William thought with exasperation, pondering who could have possibly created such a being. "Each of the 4 founders left a fragment of their thoughts within me, so I can be considered a collective creation of the 4, the hat explained to William. "Do you think I am this loquacious with everyone? It is merely challenging to determine which house you belong to. Your almost insatiable thirst for knowledge is a quality highly prized by Ravenclaw. You exhibit considerable courage and a kind heart. Indeed, I can even perceive your well-concealed ambition. The willingness to employ any means to achieve your goals. You would make an excellent Slytherin. You know, had you lived in that era, even the most fastidious Slytherin would have held you in high regard. William never anticipated that the Sorting Hat would bestow upon him such a high evaluation. He had always believed that the moment he donned the hat, he would be allocated to Ravenclaw. Did he wish to join Ravenclaw? Certainly, Ravenclaw would nurture his potential. Each time he encountered individuals like this, he found great pleasure in conversing with them, allowing them to choose their own house. However, he paused for a moment, eager to pose one final question, and hastily stilled the Sorting Hat in his mind, for there remained one crucial inquiry he had yet to make. What question? Make haste. You have been seated for quite some time. The hall fell into a hushed silence, gradually filled with murmurs of the young wizards engaging in quiet speculation. By Merlin. How long has he been up there? I don't know, but it must be approaching 5 minutes. The excitement among the crowd stemmed from the fact that the Sorting Hat, a magical artifact left by the 4 founders to implement their house division ideals, seldom exhibited such prolonged indecision. Yet, throughout Hogwarts' extensive educational history, there have always been individuals who embody the virtues espoused by 2 or more different houses. For such individuals, the Sorting Hat would take a longer time to deliberate, and should the deliberation surpass 5 minutes, that individual would be deemed a hat stall. Generally speaking, hat stalls are rare occurrences, as the hat considers each instance of such a delay as a reflection of its own incompetence. The most recent hat stall occurred 40 years ago with Professor McGonagall, where the Sorting Hat hesitated for approximately 5.5 minutes between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, ultimately choosing the former. Would today witness the birth of a new hat stall? Students within the hall turned their gazes toward William, hoping he could endure a little longer. Even Dumbledore looked at William in astonishment. What I wish to inquire is, what calamity befell your master, Godric Gryffindor? A book mentions that he perished in a confrontation with the unspeakable darkness. What, precisely, is that indescribable darkness? You were present at the time. You should know clearly. Should you not? William finally posed the question that had long lingered in his heart. The Sorting Hat fell into a prolonged silence, as if lost in reminiscence. After a considerable time, it gently whispered into William's ear, its voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, I was there at that moment. It was a darkness beyond your imagination. One glance could plunge a soul into infinite madness. I cannot divulge any information regarding it. Such forbidden knowledge is the true essence of the world. A burden you are yet unprepared to bear. It is for your own good that you remain ignorant for now. Perhaps, should you one day grow sufficiently powerful, you may seek me again. However, I can assure you, my master did not perish in that battle against the darkness. Ravenclaw. Upon uttering these words, the Sorting Hat shouted without waiting for William's reaction. The second table on the left erupted in applause, several upperclassmen beaming with excitement. Meanwhile, many from other houses sighed softly, for all had hoped that William would join their ranks. Pansy gazed at William with a trace of disappointment. He truly had not chosen Slytherin. Did he find Slytherin so distasteful? In that moment, she felt a surge of disdain for her own lineage, if only she could freely choose her house. Unbeknownst to William, Pansy's inner turmoil was far from his thoughts. He looked at the Sorting Hat in his hands, and a mischievous impulse surged within him. He placed the Sorting Hat back on the bench and, drawing out his wand, incanted, Scourgify, in front of hundreds of students and teachers. He cast a cleaning charm upon the Sorting Hat, enhanced by magical amplification. An invisible force erupted from the tip of his wand, and the grime and dust on the hat vanished at a visible pace. Ultimately, it transformed into a plain, patched-up wizard hat, while it remained unremarkable in appearance. At least it was no longer so filthy as to torment the wearer. The great hall erupted in astonishment. Students and teachers alike stared at William with expressions of disbelief. By Merlin, he might very well be the first student in Hogwarts history to create such a commotion on his very first day. All eyes turned to Albus Dumbledore, seated in the golden chair of the headmaster, as they awaited his reaction. Dumbledore clapped his hands, regarding William with admiration, clearly impressed by his impressive spellcasting skills. It seemed he had discerned the extraordinary technique embedded within the spell. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat squirmed upon the bench, a fissure appearing as it exclaimed loudly. How many years has it been? It has been ages since I felt so comfortable. Finally, someone thought to clean the poor Sorting Hat. William smiled, stowed away his wand, and gently bowed to Professor Dumbledore and the esteemed faculty seated at the head table, casting a brief glance at Professor Quirrell, who adorned a purple turban. He then turned and made his way towards the second long table on the left. Along his path, students erupted in applause, cheering for William. Most exuberantly, a pair of red-haired twins from Gryffindor stood out. They whistled loudly and sprinted from the Gryffindor table to greet William, extending their hands in camaraderie. "I am Fred Weasley." "And I am George Weasley. How did you come up with such an idea?" "By Merlin, it is simply marvelous." The twins' playful banter left William utterly astonished. William chuckled and said, "It was just a sudden inspiration. You may call me William. You should join Gryffindor, for you would be a genius at pranks." After exchanging simple greetings with the twins, William briskly approached the Ravenclaw long table. After shaking hands with several upperclassmen who had risen, he seated himself beside a girl with flowing brown hair, exuding a captivating air of maturity. "Welcome to Ravenclaw. I am the head girl, Penelope Clearwater." "You may call me Penelope," she greeted William warmly. "Thank you, head girl Penelope. You may call me William as well," he replied. "You know, you were almost up there for a full 5 minutes, becoming the new hat stunt," she remarked with a hint of regret, then curiously inquired, "What did the Sorting Hat say to you?" "I see," William responded, slightly disappointed that the Sorting Hat had hastily declared his house after answering its questions, seemingly wishing to avoid making him the next subject of embarrassment. "It's quite astonishing how a hat can possess such wisdom," he pondered. "I asked the Sorting Hat a multitude of questions and even had a chat with it. I never expected it to be so talkative," William explained with a smile, reminiscing about the hat's words in his mind. "If I didn't perish in that battle, then how could I have vanished? I am so eager to learn what truly transpired." The great hall soon fell silent once more, and William, like the other upperclassmen, gazed at the first years who were still awaiting their sorting, for there was indeed a significant spectacle yet to unfold. Perhaps due to the powerful Scourgify charm William had used to clean the Sorting Hat, it seemed particularly pleased. The sorting proceeded swiftly. Scarcely had the newcomers donned the hat when its voice rang out. Following William, the next to be sorted into Ravenclaw was a young witch named Lisa Dupin, who sported 2 sharp canine teeth and charming dimples on her cheeks, making her smile exceptionally endearing. As the number of remaining first years dwindled, it finally came to pass. Professor McGonagall called out, "Harry Potter?" A buzz of whispers swept through the hall. "Is it that Potter?" William gazed at the young boy who had previously watched him at the station, anxiously pulling his hat down over his head. Curiosity stirred within him as he pondered how long the boy could maintain this facade. After a silence of approximately 2 minutes, the Sorting Hat finally spoke loudly, proclaiming, "Gryffindor." Instantly, the great hall erupted with raucous applause, as the Weasley twins jubilantly shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Following Harry, Ron was also successfully sorted into Gryffindor. And with the final new student, Blaise Zabini, being assigned to Slytherin, the sorting ceremony came to a close. In the center of the hall, Albus Dumbledore rose from his golden chair, extending his arms with a broad smile as he surveyed the sea of vibrant students before him, seemingly elated by the sight of such youthful energy gathered in one place. "Welcome, welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year," he declared. "Before the feast begins, I would like to share a few words. Nincompoops, crybabies, detritus, twist. Thank you all, let us commence our meal." As he settled back into his seat, the young wizards erupted into applause, and soon after, roasted beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, and an array of exquisitely prepared dishes appeared abruptly on the long tables. "Such is the marvel of exquisite transportation magic," William mused, as he swiftly filled his plate and began to feast. Merlin above, after being so engrossed in his reading on the train that he scarcely ate, he now felt as though he might starve. Beneath the great hall lay the kitchens of Hogwarts, where the house elves prepared the culinary delights and magically transported them to their plates, explained Prefect Penelope to the new students. Once everyone had satiated their appetites, the remaining food vanished from the plates, leaving them spotless once more. After a time, pudding was served, with an abundance of ice cream in various flavors, apple pie, chocolate souffle, and more. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall began to heat up, as the young wizards engaged in lively conversation with one another. William's classmates, along with Prefect Penelope, eagerly inquired about the invention of the stunning spell, his family background, and the customs of the wizarding world in Germany. William responded with humility and grace, occasionally delighting everyone with his witty remarks, which elicited peals of laughter from the girls around him. Eventually, the pudding vanished, and Professor Dumbledore rose once more. The great hall fell into a solemn silence once again. "Now that everyone had feasted, I wish to impart a few words. At the beginning of the semester, I have several important reminders for you all. First, your students, please be aware that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. This is a point that some of our older classmates should also remember. Dumbledore's bright gaze swept toward the Weasley twins, who averted their eyes, appearing somewhat guilty. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term. Anyone wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must warn you that those who wish to avoid unfortunate accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Laughter echoed in the great hall but quickly subsided. Now, before you retire for the night, let us sing the school song together, Dumbledore announced with enthusiasm. Everyone chose their preferred melody, and on his cue, they began to sing. William, inspired by a catchy tune from his past life, passionately sang along to the Tunger version of Perhaps. Hogwarts, 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 impart to us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees. Soon, the chorus faded into a disarray of voices, with only the Weasley twins and William continuing to sing. Dumbledore conducted the final few bars with his wand, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest of all. Music, dear friends, is far more enchanting than anything we do here. Now it is time for bed. Prefects, please escort your houses back to the dormitories. First year Ravenclaws, follow me, and do not wander off. Penelope, standing nearby, rose with authority, addressing the first-year Eagles. William and a group of first-year wizards, under the guidance of senior Penelope, navigated through the bustling crowd, exiting the dining hall and ascending the marble staircase. The portraits lining the corridor gestured and exchanged whispers as they passed by. Welcome to Ravenclaw College, Penelope remarked, while introducing the newcomers. The emblem of Ravenclaw is the eagle soaring high in the sky, for it can ascend to heights unattainable by other creatures. I do not mean to boast, but it is indeed true that the most astute wizards reside within this college. Our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, placed unparalleled value on knowledge, a principle that our students embody. We believe that exceptional wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Ravenclaw boasts a glorious history, having birthed many of the wizarding world's most remarkable inventors and reformers, such as Perpetua Vancourt, the inventor of the moon-siding mirror, Lavian de Montmorency, the originator of the love potion, and Ignatius Wildsmith, the creator of Floo powder. Truly, as Senior Penelope stated, countless inventors have emerged from Ravenclaw throughout the ages, many of whom have significantly transformed the magical realm. Penelope guided the first years across the ever-shifting staircase and continued. Our students are uniquely individualistic. Some might even be described as eccentric. However, we believe that genius often stands out among the ordinary. Unlike other colleges, we uphold the right to wear what you wish, to believe in what you choose, and to express your feelings freely. We do not view those who are different as obstacles. On the contrary, we cherish their value. Speaking of eccentricity, I think you will come to appreciate our headmaster, Professor Phileas Flitwick. Though he is indeed small in stature and possesses a rather high-pitched voice, do not let that deceive you. He is arguably the finest and most knowledgeable master of spells in the world. His office door is always open to Ravenclaw students facing various dilemmas. Moreover, if you find yourself troubled, he will produce delightful little cakes from his desk drawer and command them to dance for you. To be honest, even the mere spectacle of their jig would be worth feigning a bit of distress. At this, Penelope playfully winked at William. Soon, after ascending the spiraling staircase for about 7 or 8 minutes, Penelope and the somewhat breathless newcomers arrived before a grand door adorned with an eagle-shaped knocker. Strangely, there was no doorknob to be found. Unlike other colleges that conceal their common room entrances, Ravenclaw has no need for such measures. The entrance to our common room lies at the end of the towering spiral staircase, featuring no doorknob, only a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle's head. When you knock, the knocker poses a question, and upon providing the correct answer, you may enter the common room. This simple barrier has successfully deterred all non-Ravenclaw students for nearly a millennium. Having concluded this explanation, Penelope stepped forward and gently tapped the door. Which came first, the fire or the phoenix? An ethereal voice echoed from the beak of the eagle. Would anyone care to try answering this question? Penelope asked, looking at the first years. I shall give it a go. William stepped out of the crowd, standing before the eagle-headed knocker. Which came first, the fire or the phoenix? The knocker repeated the question. William pondered for a moment and provided his answer. There was no particular order, as it was a cycle. Indeed, the eagle emblem responded, and the once-closed door gradually swung open. Well done, William. Penelope praised him before continuing to address the new students. Soon, you will discover that contemplating these questions is a splendid experience. Trust me. You will come to relish the challenges posed by the eagle emblem. When you return to the tower, it is not uncommon to find more than 20 individuals gathered at the lounge entrance, contemplating the day's questions. This presents a wonderful opportunity to meet fellow students from different years. However, this can sometimes become rather inconvenient, especially if you're in a hurry to return to your dormitory to retrieve your forgotten Quidditch robe. Therefore, I recommend that you diligently check your belongings before departing from Ravenclaw Tower. Having said this, the girl led the newcomers into the Ravenclaw lounge. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious circular room. Elegant arched windows adorned the walls, draped with blue and bronze silk. Looking upwards, the ceiling was fashioned into a dome, embellished with stars. Lowering their gaze, they noticed that the deep blue carpet was also sprinkled with stars. The room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookshelves, while a niche opposite the door housed a bust of Rowena Ravenclaw carved from white marble. A door beside the statue led to the dormitories above. Seeing the new students in awe, Penelope smiled with satisfaction. She swiftly approached the window and continued, "The representative colors of Ravenclaw are blue and bronze. Come, look here. Ravenclaw boasts the most expansive views of Hogwarts. Standing by this window, one can gaze upon the school's grounds, the Great Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses. Such vistas are unattainable by the other houses." Finally, standing before the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, Penelope addressed the newcomers once more. "As for our relations with the other three houses, well, I presume you have heard some tales about Slytherin. They are not all malevolent, however. It is prudent to exercise caution until you become well acquainted with them. They adhere to an ancient tradition of achieving their goals by any means necessary. Thus please be wary of them, especially during Quidditch matches and examinations. The Gryffindors are decent folk, though if I were to offer a critique, I would say they sometimes tend to boast. Their tolerance for diversity pales in comparison to ours. As for Hufflepuff, no one would dispute their kindness. Frankly, they may very well be the friendliest group within the school. I merely wish to convey that you need not fret excessively about competing with them during competitions or tests. That about sums it up. Oh, by the way, our house ghost is the Grey Lady. Others in the school may believe she is mute, but she is quite amiable toward Ravenclaw students. She is always willing to assist you if you find yourself lost or have misplaced something. The door adjacent to the dormitory leads to your sleeping quarters. The lower level houses the boys' dormitory, while the girls' dormitory is situated above. Your names are inscribed on the door plates outside. One thing I must clarify is that while girls may enter the boys' dormitory, boys are strictly forbidden from entering the girls' quarters. The door to the girls' dormitory is magically enchanted, and for several centuries, no one has successfully entered it. Your belongings have already been placed at the foot of your beds, and your owls have been sent to the Owlery, conveniently located in the West Tower next to Ravenclaw Tower, where Professor Flitwick's office is also situated. Lastly, congratulations once more on becoming members of the most intelligent, distinctive, and intriguing house at Hogwarts. Upon finishing her remarks, the young wizards erupted into applause, and William retrieved a bottle of butterbeer from his magical bag, offering it to the girl. That was splendid. Would you care for a bottle of butterbeer to soothe your throat? William remarked with a smile. He could sense that the girl was indeed somewhat fatigued, after all. She had been explaining without pause since leaving the Great Hall. The girl initially gazed at William in surprise before readily accepting the beer and taking a generous sip. "Merlin above. This is delightful. Thank you for the butterbeer. I feel much better now," she exclaimed contentedly, then explained to William. "This welcome speech was penned by the predecessors of Ravenclaw. I am merely reciting it. By the way, this is your schedule for the semester. I nearly forgot to hand it out. Could you assist me in distributing these to the boys?" Penelope pulled a stack of schedules from her robe, extracting a few sheets to give to William. "Certainly. I shall head to the dormitory now. Good night, Penelope." "Good night, William." With that, William ascended the staircase and soon located his dormitory. It is worth mentioning that the moniker of Ravenclaw as a house where females outnumber males is not without merit. This year's first-year cohort at Hogwarts consists of over 100 students, yet among the 20 or so assigned to Ravenclaw, there are only 4 boys, perfectly filling a single dormitory. When William returned, the young wizards were busy introducing themselves. "William Friedrich, it's a pleasure to meet you all," he said as he joined the gathering. Soon, William became acquainted with the names of his dormitory mates: Terry Butt, a lively little chubby boy; Earl Cameron, a saxophone enthusiast; and Exoth, a boy who appeared somewhat introverted. However, aside from Terry Butt, who was mentioned in the original work. The other characters were not referenced in the source material. William handed over the class schedule, and Terry, upon catching a glimpse, exclaimed dramatically, "Merlin, no way. On the very first day, we have back-to-back potions classes. Professor Snape will devour us." "Professor Snape? Is he truly that terrifying?" inquired Earl, a young man of African descent. "Terrifying? No, terrifying barely begins to describe him. Ask any wizard outside of Slytherin, and they will tell you that he is nothing short of a villain," Terry exaggeratedly proclaimed, successfully frightening both Earl and Ike. It is said that he never awards points to any house other than Slytherin. However, his primary disdain is directed at Gryffindor, and our relationship with Ravenclaw is not significantly affected, William reassured his two roommates. Moreover, he is arguably the youngest master of potions of this century, so acquiring even a modicum of knowledge from him is advantageous. Before long, the young wizards began to feel drowsy and gradually retired to their beds, extinguishing the lights as they slipped into slumber. The following day, William awoke early, observing his three roommates still lost in their dreams. From his magical bag, he retrieved a clock, one of the trinkets he had crafted after self-studying alchemy. It resembled a conventional alarm clock, yet it was powered by magic. William set the time, taking precautions in case his three roommates were too deeply asleep to miss the first class, and then quietly gathered his belongings before slipping out of the dormitory. He intended to take advantage of the time before breakfast commenced to explore the castle thoroughly. William wandered through the desolate castle, initially discovering a passage near the tower that led him to the Ollery of the West Tower, where he peered in on Jupiter. The Golden Eagle was quite displeased at being roused so early by William, but after he offered it an abundance of jerky, it reluctantly settled down. Subsequently, William descended the tower slowly, retracing his steps along the path he had taken the previous day until he arrived at the Grand Hall. William did not rush inside. Instead, he continued to descend, intending to first locate the classroom for potions. Before long, he discovered a downward path, but upon reaching a platform, the stairs before him branched into two distinct directions. William pondered for a moment and decided to venture down the path on his left. Soon, he stumbled upon a locked classroom, with Professor Snape's office not far beside it. He surmised that further in should lead to the Slytherin common room. With that thought, he retraced his steps. Then, he began to explore the path on his right. Unlike the dim and damp road to the left, this corridor was illuminated by bright torches, adorned with delightful paintings depicting an array of delectable foods. This certainly embodies the spirit of Hufflepuff, William mused as he walked. It is worth noting that Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of Hufflepuff House, was not only a master herbologist but also an extraordinary gourmet, having invented numerous food-related spells throughout her life. The spell that conjures food in the Hogwarts Great Hall is said to have originated from Hufflepuff's ingenuity. Before long, William's magical senses detected an anomaly, a painting of a large silver platter brimming with fruit. His attention was drawn to a green pear resting on the edge of the platter. He withdrew his wand and gently tapped it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing happened. Am I attempting to open it incorrectly? He wondered, gazing thoughtfully at the painting. Why did this image seem so familiar? He then put away his wand and softly caressed the large pear. The pear in the painting responded with a contented smile, seemingly enjoying William's touch, yet still, nothing transpired. This cannot be right, he thought, but it appeared that using his hand was indeed the right approach. So, he extended his hand once more, this time gently scratching the pear. To his delight, the pear erupted into laughter, suddenly transforming into an enormous green doorknob. Merlin above, isn't this the door to the kitchen? What a marvelous enchantment, William finally recalled. He gently pushed open the door disguised as a painting and stepped inside. Before long, he found himself in a room with a remarkably high ceiling, almost as grand as the Great Hall, with 4 long tables arranged similarly to those in the hall. Gleaming copper pots and pans were piled against the surrounding stone walls, while a large brick fireplace dominated the opposite side of the room. Having risen quite early, the long tables were still bare of food, as house elves scurried about, busily preparing pumpkin porridge and pies. Oh, Merlin above! One of the little elves turned around, catching sight of William standing at the doorway. After a brief moment of silent observation, it suddenly exclaimed in excitement. William felt as though he had received the warmest welcome imaginable, surrounded by a multitude of house elves. Sir, is there anything you require? Would you care for something to eat? Sir, how may we assist you? They chattered eagerly. Just find me something to eat, William replied. Initially, he had intended to wait until later to dine in the Great Hall, but since he was already here, How could he return on an empty stomach? However, it was evident that the house elves had not quite grasped the meaning of just as they soon arrived before him, bearing plates overflowing with food. Their large eyes filled with eager anticipation. Merlin above. Thank you for setting the alarm. We nearly overslept. Terry exclaimed, rushing into the potions classroom with two of his roommates. Gazing appreciatively at William, who had just finished eating. Imagine being late on the first day. Professor Snape would have surely had our heads. Earl, a young man of African descent, said with a hint of dread, while his companion, Ike, nodded in agreement. Have you had breakfast? I brought some pies for you. William said, retrieving several meat pies wrapped in brown paper from his magical bag and handing them to his roommates. Thank you, William. You are truly a good person. This must be the first good person card he had ever received, and William couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation as he watched his three roommates devour the food voraciously. Soon, as William surveyed the specimens of animals submerged in unknown liquids lining the walls of the classroom, a middle-aged wizard clad in a black robe strode in briskly. The wizard had greasy black hair that seemed as though it had not been washed in quite some time. A large, exaggerated hooked nose lent him an air of sharpness, while his waxy skin concealed a pair of cold, black eyes, void and indifferent, resembling two dark tunnels. William understood that this was a moment to maintain the effects of the mind-closing spell. The mind-closing spell was a rather intricate form of sorcery that concealed thoughts within the mind, serving as a defense against the invasions and influences of magic. It was akin to erecting a mental barrier to shield oneself from external prying. However, Professor Snape seemed to employ a form of closure that diverged from the conventional. After all, Snape was the man who could infiltrate the ranks of the Dark Lord himself. A feat that even the Dark Lord and Dumbledore could not achieve in terms of discerning his thoughts. It appeared that he had suppressed his own emotions. William surmised that the absence of emotions enabled certain thoughts to remain well concealed. Thus, his emotional void contributed to his cold, hollow gaze. Professor Snape, although somewhat gaunt in stature, possessed an aura of low pressure that silenced the previously chattering classroom upon his entrance. As if an invisible hand had gripped the throats of the young witches and wizards, he produced a register and began to call the roll. When he reached William's name, he briefly met William's gaze. William smiled politely, yet the professor offered no response. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making, Professor Snape stated. His voice low, yet in the hushed classroom, it resonated clearly for every student to hear. Since there is no foolish waving of wands here. Many of you may not believe this is magic. However, I do not think that mere bookworms, who only memorize texts, or the unimaginative badgers who labor diligently, can truly appreciate the beauty of a simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant steam. You must remember one thing. Engrave every word I say into your barren, troll-like brains. Then, simply follow my instructions meticulously. Suddenly, Friedrich spoke up. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Why not ask your dear savior, Potter, instead of bothering me? William stood, bewildered. Aside from the nomenclature, there is no distinction. They are the same plant. Yet, this simple question seemed no challenge for William, who recalled the information and responded. What would happen if I added moonstone powder to sneeze word essence? The next question's difficulty escalated sharply. Calming draught. A potion used for soothing, he replied. As far as I know, it seems to be a potion learned only in the upper years, Professor Snape. If I were to ask you to locate some ashwinder eggs, where would you search? Snape continued, unfazed by William's comment. In the apothecary located in Diagon Alley? William jested with a hint of a smile. Silence. Ashwinder is a plant with potent healing properties, primarily found on the island of Crete in Greece. Why aren't you writing down what I just said? Snape barked at the young witches and wizards in the classroom. At once, the room filled with the sound of quills scratching on parchment. It seems that reputation does speak for itself, Friedrich. I wonder if you can maintain such cleverness. Snape remarked before turning his attention back to the potion the students were to brew today, a simple remedy for scabies. Soon, he divided the students into pairs to begin potion making. Professor Snape, his long black cloak trailing behind him, patrolled the classroom. Aside from William's group, nearly all students fell victim to his acerbic criticisms. Fool. Who told you to add the porcupine quills without removing the cauldron from the fire? Where is your brain? Did you flush it down the drain along with your dinner from last night? Because of your stupidity, Hufflepuff loses 5 points. Snape spat venom at a Hufflepuff boy, who looked on the verge of tears. That was a perfect answer you gave earlier. Why didn't he award you points? And why is he so fixated on you? It appeared the rumors were true. He never awarded points to other houses. Listening to his cruel words, it was no wonder they called him Old Bat. Terry whispered to William. Look at his attire, and that hair that hasn't seen a wash in years. Hey, what is that expression? Why are you making faces at me? By Merlin. Did the sorting hat mistakenly place you in the wrong house? Are you sure you aren't a Gryffindor spy infiltrating Ravenclaw? William thought helplessly. Suddenly, the boy seemed to have an epiphany. He turned around, trembling, and met a pair of cold, hollow eyes fixed upon him. Do you have any better suggestions regarding my attire and hairstyle, Mr. Butt? A voice as chilling as a serpent's hiss emerged from Snape's lips. No, Professor Snape, the boy stammered, his face drained of color, his body trembling slightly. Ravenclaw loses 20 points for speaking ill of the professor behind his back. And as for you, Mr. Butt, a 3-week detention awaits you. Trust me, it will be an unforgettable experience. By Merlin. But what have you done? Exclaimed Penelope, astonished at the sudden drop in blue gems during lunch. Oh, he made a joke about Snape's hair and attire. And then he turned around, only to find the man himself right behind him, William replied, his face a portrait of resignation. For heaven's sake, we all know his taste is lacking, but could you at least exhibit some Ravenclaw wit? If you have something to say, save it for the common room. Penelope exclaimed, exasperated as she glared at Butt. There better not be a next time. And you'd best accept your punishment with grace. If you don't want Snape to remember you for eternity, I suggest you heed my advice. Also, you should figure out a way to regain those lost points. Fuming, she left, barely touching her lunch. Given that 20 points represented the hard work of several days of diligent responses from older students, it was no wonder any Ravenclaw aspiring for the House Cup would wish to throttle Terry. William, save me. That has 20 points. What can I possibly do to earn them back? Terry looked at William with a face filled with despair. After all, you stood up for me. We'll manage together. It's just 20 points. We can earn them back by answering a few more questions. Let's start from the afternoon class. By the way, what is it? History of magic. Then I suppose we shall begin to regain points tomorrow. The history of magic could be regarded as one of Hogwarts' distinctive subjects, as it was taught by Professor Binns. A genuine ghost. This was likely the only course in all of Europe taught by a spectre. Legend has it that Professor Binns was already quite elderly when Hogwarts was founded, yet his vast knowledge and quick thinking earned him the admiration of Slytherin. Thus, the 4 founders employed him as the history of magic professor. Professor Binns was very fond of his work until one day, after finishing a day of teaching, he fell asleep by the fireplace in the staff room. The next day, when he returned to class, he had forgotten to bring his body. It is said that some students fainted upon seeing Professor Binns unexpectedly emerge from the blackboard into the classroom. Thus, he passed away, yet his teaching career did not cease. Instead, he continued his educational endeavors as a ghost. Hogwarts was established in the year 993, while William enrolled in 1991. Professor Binns had been teaching at Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years, truly a paragon of longevity in the realm of magical education. Of course, one cannot expect a ghost who has been teaching for nearly a millennium to excel in instruction. In fact, long ago, Professor Binns lost the ability to distinguish his students. This is why no one has ever been able to earn points for their house in History of Magic class. After all, if Professor Binns does not even recognize you, how could he possibly award you points? Listening to this diligent lecturer is truly inducing drowsiness. William droops his eyelids, incessantly nodding off in the History of Magic classroom. This course, dedicated to the study of facts rather than myths and legends, is delivered by Professor Binns, who emerges from the blackboard, his voice devoid of inflection and exceedingly monotonous. Soon, the initial novelty of witnessing a ghostly figure conducting a lesson dissipates, and the young wizards begin to succumb to slumber. After experiencing Professor Binns' unique and utterly emotionless recitation of the curriculum, a significant number of young wizards have already succumbed to fatigue. Professor Binns continues to drone on in his tedious tone about fairy uprisings and other outdated and obscure aspects of magical history. With the remnants of his consciousness, William drew forth his wand and cast a silencing charm upon himself. As the surrounding quietude enveloped him once more, he sensed his awareness regaining dominion over his corporeal form. By Merlin, could it be true that no hypnotic magic was employed? How could Hermione, who never dozed during his lectures, truly be classified? William was immediately filled with admiration for Hermione. It was undeniable that this lesson was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary individual. It is important to note that a segment of Hogwarts history describes a scene where, as lunchtime approached, students reluctantly departed from Professor Binns' classroom, each radiating a sense of exhilaration. The phenomenon of species transformation had granted them their first glimpse into the wonders of magic. While Professor Binns' lectures on magical history ignited within the children an endless realm of imagination, it is evident that Professor Binns was, in his lifetime, a respectable and humorous individual. Could it be that the transformation into a ghost has such a profound impact? Yet, Other spirits, like the Gray Lady and nearly headless Nick, do not exhibit such a demeanor. Is it possible that Professor Bin's advanced age played a significant role? Or did he endure something during his transition to a ghost that resulted in a loss of emotion and memory? What truly constitutes the essence of a ghost? William rummaged through his magical satchel and extracted a notebook, diligently transcribing the myriad questions that had recently crossed his mind. His thoughts often meandered in whimsical directions, birthing new ideas and inquiries seemingly at random. Thus, his satchel was perpetually stocked with several such notebooks, ready to capture those spontaneous bursts of inspiration. He frequently revisited these records, continuously inscribing the answers he discovered along the way. To date, he had filled no less than 3 notebooks. Pondering further, William inscribed a new question. Where do souls journey after death? Does the underworld truly exist? Ghosts seem immune to most magical assaults. If only he could temporarily transform into such an ethereal entity, it would render him invincible. This notion reminded him of a spell from his previous life, a magical ability known as Soul Walk. It appeared imperative for him to quickly master the silent extension spell. As he gazed at the rapidly filling pages of his notebook, he felt a sense of exasperation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Perhaps he could create a genuine spell book, imbued with the silent extension spell and equipped with a keyword search function for easy reference. It would be even more advantageous if it could attune to his thoughts, allowing him to merely recite his intentions mentally, thus eliminating the need for writing altogether. He could also incorporate some protective incantations. William grew increasingly exhilarated as he diligently recorded his newly conceived idea in his notebook. However, how might one resolve the issue of intelligence search? William pondered, slightly headache-ridden, whether to employ an algorithmic structure that would exhaust him or to rely on a soul-driven approach. However, he realized that neither option was something he could accomplish independently at the moment. Thus, he resolved to seek external assistance by writing a letter to his father, who resided in Germany. Coincidentally, it was also time to update his mother on his circumstances at Hogwarts. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the surrounding young wizards began to awaken slowly. Merlin above, what peculiar creature are you? How is it that you managed to stay awake during this class? Terry, groggy and rising from his desk, stared incredulously at William. Yet, William appeared oblivious to the boy's words, engrossed in his reading. Terry gently tapped William on the shoulder, prompting him to lift his head in confusion before brandishing his wand and casting a spell. Has class already ended? Time truly flies. What new spell is this? It seems to defy Professor Bin's hypnotic teachings. Could you teach me? Terry gazed at William with admiration. Child, you are overthinking it. There is no new spell or hypnotic magic. William silently critiqued. In truth, he had merely employed a silencing charm, a simple incantation of silence. It's quite straightforward. I shall teach you when we return. But I must first visit the library. Then it is settled. Thank you ever so much. William, you are truly a good person. William suppressed the urge to retaliate, his expression darkening as he exited the classroom. Seriously? It's only the first day of school, and you're already heading to the library? Terry regarded him with skepticism from the Ravenclaw table, as if to say he was not easily fooled. I merely need to consult some materials. William replied as he bid farewell to his roommates, then walked alone out of the hall, ascending the marble staircase. The library of Hogwarts was situated on the 5th floor of the castle. After considerable searching and inquiring with several upperclassmen, William finally located it. Despite the castle's perplexing and ever-shifting staircases that often left him disoriented regarding his floor. Who on earth designed these stairs? William exclaimed in irritation as he jumped down from a suddenly rising staircase. Couldn't they have made it more straightforward? William grumbled as he traversed the corridor, making his way towards the library. The library was sparsely populated during the evening, with only a handful of individuals scattered about, lending an air of emptiness to the vast space. The interior of the library was expansive. Upon a cursory glance, William estimated there to be several hundred bookshelves. Each floor could accommodate approximately 50 volumes, and with 5 tiers per shelf, it was evident that the collection boasted nearly 100,000 tomes. He pondered whether he could possibly read through such a vast repository of knowledge in the coming years. A true Ravenclaw's insatiable thirst for knowledge would always prevail. Should Hogwarts indeed harbor hidden treasures, the adventurous Gryffindors would undoubtedly believe they were concealed within the perilous Forbidden Forest. Conversely, the Hufflepuffs would likely venture to the kitchen in search of clues. It was the Ravenclaws, however, who would delve into the ocean of books within the library, seeking answers. Perhaps for them, the library itself was the greatest treasure of all. William first made a circuit around each bookshelf, diligently noting the keywords etched on both sides, thus acquiring a general understanding of the library's collection. He then proceeded to the specific shelves he had previously memorized in search of the tomes he desired. Soon, William found himself seated at a long table within the library, arms laden with several hefty volumes resembling bricks. Notably, he discovered that he had not located a single book pertaining to the soul. It seemed likely that all such works had been relegated to the restricted section by Dumbledore. Contemplating this, William cast an envious glance at the area at the far end of the library, cordoned off by a fence, with a formidable lock securely fastening the door to the forbidden section. If only he could find an opportunity to venture inside, he mused. For that place was undoubtedly the very essence of Hogwarts' magical treasures. One could only imagine the rare artifacts hidden within, including relics from the era of the four founders. The knowledge concealed there would be utterly captivating, and even a mere fragment of it would suffice to enchant anyone. However, William could confidently assert that the protective measures guarding the restricted section were far more intricate than a mere lock. The entire area was suffused with esoteric magical fluctuations, the nature of which even he could not fathom. It was likely a safeguard meticulously crafted by Dumbledore himself. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a while. Time was abundant, and opportunities would surely arise. William had no desire to test the frail nerves of Dumbledore so soon after his arrival at school. Such endeavors were best left to the savior, Potter. With this thought in mind, he casually opened a hefty tome titled The Origins of Ghosts, The Lives of Hogwarts Phantoms, and began to read with great interest. However, it wasn't long before a frown creased the boy's brow. William had initially believed that the manifestation of ghosts was a result of a form of soul magic. However, to his astonishment, it appeared that ghosts were indeed a natural occurrence. The texts recount that ghosts are often the manifestations of the timid, individuals who, when confronted with the specter of death, falter and refuse to embark on a new adventure. Consequently, they opt to return to the places that left the deepest impressions upon them during their lifetimes, thereby becoming spirits. Yet, this notion raises further questions. Can one truly return to the earthly realm merely due to an unwillingness to confront death? Since when do the departed possess the autonomy to choose whether to re-enter this world? How could death be so merciful? William, with a perplexed expression, pondered that he indeed needed to consult a ghost to inquire about the nature of the afterlife. The closing time had already arrived. A sudden voice from beside him startled William greatly. William lifted his head and beheld a gaunt middle-aged witch standing beside him. The witch wore a grim expression, resembling a perpetually malnourished vulture. William glanced around once more, realizing that in the vast library, only he and the witch remained. The witch held a feather duster in her hand. It must be Mrs. Pants, William thought. It was already closing time. The witch reiterated her earlier statement, her voice sounding somewhat hoarse. She fixed a piercing gaze upon William, her murky eyes appearing particularly eerie under the dim light, sending a shiver down his spine. Why am I studying ghosts at this hour? Isn't this just a way of frightening myself? Despite his usual bravado, fear crept in, prompting him to hastily gather the books on the table, stuff them into his magical bag, and make a swift exit from the library. William was unaware that today Mrs. Pings appeared somewhat unusual. Ordinarily, upon witnessing a wizard so callously mishandling books, witches would approach, brandishing their feather dusters, and deliver a scathing reprimand to those who showed such disrespect towards literature. William emerged from the library. The night sky appeared particularly luminous this evening. A crescent moon hung high above, while countless constellations, whose names William could not discern, sparkled brilliantly in the vast expanse of the night. William groped his way towards the Ravenclaw Tower in the now deserted castle. The staircases of the night seemed to be in a slumber, remaining utterly still in their place. As William passed above them, they would occasionally emit a few sounds, akin to the gentle rumblings of snoring, a truly marvelous enchantment. William swiftly ascended the stationary staircase. Soon arriving at the base of Ravenclaw Tower, he quickly found himself before the knocker of the Ravenclaw common room. Where have the vanished things gone? The knocker posed a rather peculiar question to William this night. Transforming into all things, the knocker's inquiry struck William as odd. Yet his familiarity with the original text led him to the answer without delay. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful that it was a question mentioned in the original work, had it been a novel query to which he could not respond. Being locked outside would have been quite unfortunate. Perhaps, the knocker replied, and the door to the common room creaked open slowly. William stepped across the threshold and, as he turned to close the door, he suddenly perceived a figure lurking in the shadows at the far end of the corridor, seemingly observing him. Due to the distance, he could not discern any features, only that it was a humanoid silhouette. That spot must be an armor, he thought, admonishing himself not to frighten his own mind. With a sudden motion, the boy slammed the door shut. With a resounding thud, the door was forcefully closed, plunging the corridor outside back into an eerie silence enveloped in darkness. William had just entered the lounge when he collided with Penelope, who was anxiously striding towards the exit. "Why have you returned so late? I was on the verge of going out to look for you," the girl remarked with a hint of reproach. William explained, "I was at the library gathering some information, and I didn't realize how late it had become upon my return. By the way, when did a suit of armor appear in the corridor outside our lounge? You must be mistaken. There has been any armor displayed at the entrance of Ravenclaw's lounge for several years. Professor Flitwick deemed the clanking noise those armors made too disruptive and had them all removed," she responded. "Perhaps it was merely an illusion on my part, Penelope. It's also possible that a suit of armor has suddenly gone awry." William felt no sense of wrongdoing. After all, Hogwarts Castle even had stairs that arranged holidays for themselves. The addition of a suit of armor roaming about at night seemed hardly objectionable. Soon, William engaged the girl in conversation about the ever-shifting staircases within the castle, their laughter echoing as they made their way to the common room. In truth, once you become familiar with the patterns of the staircases, everything will become remarkably simple. The Ravenclaw common room houses a small library. Though its collection is not as extensive as that of the Hogwarts library, it contains numerous notes left by Ravenclaw ancestors, some of which detail the movements of the staircases. You might find it worthwhile to seek them out. This indeed forms a part of Ravenclaw's legacy. We document the knowledge we acquire to share with others, and in turn, glean new insights from their notes. Thank you very much, upperclassman Penelope. The Ravenclaw common room was enveloped in tranquility that night. Even at this hour, several upperclassmen were present, either contemplating life by the fireplace or quietly engrossed in books on the sofas, lost in their own worlds. In such an environment, the voices of William and the girl were hushed, drawing them closer together, lending an air of subtle intimacy. As William's gaze wandered to the bookshelf beside the Ravenclaw statue, he remained oblivious to the faint blush gracing the girl's cheeks. Before long, William discovered a detailed account of the shifting staircases of Hogwarts, even uncovering several shortcuts within the notes. One shortcut connected the library on the 5th floor directly to the 2nd floor, concealed by a tapestry. Moreover, it required a leap over a particular step. Otherwise, one would fall into a trap. "How marvelous!" William exclaimed, clutching the precious notes, which esteemed Ravenclaw ancestor uncovered this. "By Merlin, this is immensely helpful." In truth, these patterns and shortcuts were not discovered by Ravenclaws, Penelope chuckled, but rather by the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. "How so?" "Because it was an exchange of knowledge, William. The Weasley twins stumbled upon a piece of alchemical equipment, yet lacked the means to discern its purpose. Thus, they sought assistance from Ravenclaw, hoping to unravel the secrets of this item. In return, they shared the shortcuts and staircase patterns they had discovered over the years." The girl elucidated. "Who was it that so skillfully deciphered the alchemical artifact?" William inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "Far away yet close at hand, William. Was it you, upperclassman Penelope? I never imagined you to be such a remarkable witch." William gazed at the girl in astonishment, realizing her prowess as a wizard was far beyond his expectations. Indeed, the process of deciphering was filled with serendipitous moments. "At that time, I happened to be studying the ancient runes concerning names," she modestly replied. "Due to the secrecy charm, I cannot disclose the nature of that item's function. However, I am certain that the Weasley twins now possess more knowledge about Hogwarts than anyone else, save for the headmaster. I even believe that Argus Filch may not understand the hidden passages as well as they do, which explains why he is often unable to catch them." Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, bore a fearsome appearance and a notoriously irritable temperament, relishing in opposition to the students. This made him widely despised among the student body. Perhaps the only commonality shared across the 4 houses. Filch owned a cat named Mrs. Norris, who, much like her master, prowled the corridors of the castle. Should she catch wind of any disturbance caused by students, she would swiftly alert Filch, who would promptly arrive at the scene. Years spent at Hogwarts had endowed Filch with extensive knowledge of the numerous hidden passages and shortcuts, making it exceedingly difficult for the average student to evade his grasp, except for the Weasley twins. Throughout their lengthy rivalry with Filch, the twins emerged victorious most of the time, even deriving amusement from teasing him, which fostered an intense hatred within Filch toward the pair. Yet, it is worth noting that Filch is also a pitiable figure, living as a squib in a school brimming with wizards. It is easy to imagine the scorn he endures, The powerful teachers regard him with disdain, while the naive young witches and wizards often mock and belittle him, both overtly and subtly. William soon bid good-night to the girl, then ascended the marble staircase. Returning to his dormitory. "Merlin, you're back. We were just speculating when you would return," exclaimed Terry with fervent enthusiasm as William stepped through the door. "Is it really necessary to react this way just because I returned a tad late? We were just wagering on the reasons for your absence. Earl guessed you were locked out due to being unable to answer the doorbell question. I believed you must have lost your way within the castle, and I thought you had encountered a mischievous poltergeist that played tricks on you. So, shall you reveal the truth to us?" Terry chuckled. "In truth, a black cat blocked my path on the way back," William replied. "Nonsense. What black cat could possibly be prowling the castle at this hour?" Soon, the younglings erupted into laughter and playful banter, filling the dormitory with an exuberant atmosphere. Before long, having had their fill of merriment, the younglings climbed into their beds and gradually drifted into slumber. William felt as though he was ensnared in a dream, akin to a drowning man, incessantly battling against the relentless currents. William struggled to open his eyes, yet before him lay an unyielding abyss of darkness. Suddenly, the suffocating sensation dissipated, and William felt as if he were weightless, plummeting downward in an endless descent. Amidst this relentless fall, he abruptly opened his eyes, and above the pitch-black void, two immense orbs of orange-yellow light hovered, quietly gazing down upon him. William abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. The terrifying sensations of suffocation and weightlessness gradually ebbing away like the receding tide of a dream. What a peculiar dream it was, he mused, scratching his head. What exactly did he see in the end? The boy strained to recall, yet the memory eluded him. He glanced around the room. His three roommates remained ensconced in slumber, while Terry and the African-American fellow Earl snored harmoniously, their varying pitches creating a symphony of sound within the dormitory. The morning mist was thick, shrouding everything outside in a veil of ethereal gauze, the towering spires of the buildings appearing as elusive silhouettes in the distorted fog. William grasped the pocket watch from the bedside table, noting that the time indicated it had just passed 3 o'clock. It seemed impossible to indulge in another slumber. So with a sense of resignation, he rose from the bed. After a brief morning ritual, he descended the stairs and entered the lounge. The early morning lounge was devoid of company. It was likely that everyone else was still ensconced in their dreams. William casually selected a long table to sit at, retrieving a sheet of stationery. After a moment's contemplation regarding his wording, he began to write swiftly. The boy intended to communicate the issues he had recently uncovered to his father, seeking the Duke's counsel, while also assuring his mother of his well-being. Before long, William completed the letter, sealed it with wax, and departed the lounge, making his way to the Ollery in the West Tower. Jupiter was decidedly displeased with his master for rousing him so early for 2 consecutive days. He pecked William sharply and demanded a generous portion of jerky to appease his annoyance. Only then did he extend a leg, allowing William to secure the letter to it, before spreading his wings and soaring out of the shelter. The little creature was growing rapidly, standing out remarkably among the other elves. It seemed prudent to provide Jupiter with a new environment, as the cramped shelter was becoming increasingly inadequate. William pondered helplessly on where to place him. Of course. I believe Hagrid would take a liking to him. After all, his unique taste encompasses all manner of beasts, and I imagine that raptors would suit him as well. As William made his way to the lounge, he pondered a question posed by the doorbell, one that had not appeared in the original text. Why does time flee? The doorbell inquired. Because people often squander it, William replied after a moment's contemplation, offering a simple riddle. I hope you do not, said the doorbell. As the grand door to the lounge slowly swung open, William discovered that the inquiries posed by the door knocker were largely unrelated to the knowledge imparted by the professors at school. Rather than focusing on academic subjects, the knocker appeared to favor questions that provoked contemplation among the young wizards. These could range from philosophical dilemmas to simple word puzzles. However, even a mere riddle often harbored reflections on the value of time. This propensity rendered the students of Ravenclaw distinctly different from those of the other 3 houses. Such gradual and subtle influence would inevitably shape the minds of Ravenclaw students, aligning them closer to the ideals of the house. It seems this might be one of the methods employed by the lady to cultivate her students. William settled into the armchair, delving into the notes he had acquired the previous day, which detailed the staircase patterns discovered by the Weasley brothers, along with various secret passages. Gradually, the number of individuals in the common room began to increase, and at around 7:30, his 3 roommates finally descended to join him. Merlin's beard. You certainly woke up early. Terry yawned, addressing William. The boys had conversed late into the night, and apart from William, the others appeared somewhat lethargic. The group proceeded to the dining hall for breakfast, and under William's guidance, they swiftly located the classroom for defense against the dark arts. How did you suddenly become so familiar with the castle, William? Terry inquired with a look of curiosity. William chuckled and casually handed the notebook to Terry, which he had discovered on the bookshelf in the lounge. It contained the intricate workings of the staircase. Thrilled, Terry cradled the notebook as if it were a treasure, and soon he, along with Earl and Ike, gathered together to delve into their studies. However, their focus quickly shifted from the staircase to the castle's secret passages. Look here, there's a hidden passage behind that statue. Merlin above, how was this discovered? Occasional gasps of astonishment erupted, capturing the attention of other students who had arrived early to class. William, may I sit here? A melodious female voice chimed beside him. The boy looked up to see Pansy standing there, impeccably dressed and radiating charm. Of course, please take a seat, Pansy. How have you been lately? Quite well. Life at Hogwarts is utterly captivating. This castle harbors an abundance of secrets, he replied. The two soon engaged in conversation. And before long, Harry's rival, Draco, joined them. I've decided to give Harry a catchy nickname, Draco proclaimed with an air of self-satisfaction. How about Scarhead? Could you possibly be more mature, Draco? Pansy interjected with a look of disdain before William could respond. Before long, Professor Quirrell entered, enveloped in the pungent aroma of garlic and adorned with a large turban. Several students nearby hurriedly covered their noses with their sleeves and recoiled. There was no denying that the odor emanating from Quirrell was overwhelming. Was he attempting to mask the stench of death with garlic? Professor Quirrell, your thoughtfulness is commendable. William mused internally, observing the trembling professor at the lectern. His performance was indeed impressive. Through his magical perception, William sensed the foul, tainted aura of dark magic surrounding Quirrell, which was utterly repugnant. Even if he were not possessed by the mysterious figure, he was undoubtedly in an abnormal state. If William could discern Quirrell's peculiarities, surely Professor Dumbledore could as well. Yet, he chose to employ Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts instructor. How intriguing the situation had become. Quirrell's stammering and the overwhelming garlic odor rendered the class nearly comical. When the bell rang, the students rushed out of the classroom as if a monstrous creature lurked within. Dumbledore must be mad. How could he hire such a teacher? Draco complained to William, his expression one of near disgust. Do you smell that? It's worse than my house elf. I do smell it. But that odor is merely a manifestation of his dark magic. What you perceive is just the garlic, William thought to himself. What if I told you that Quirrell is possessed by the Dark Lord whose name must not be spoken, the one to whom the Malfoy family pledges allegiance? I wonder if that would send you into a frenzy given what you just said. William grinned mischievously at the thought. William ultimately resisted the urge to indulge in his wicked sense of humor and soon parted ways with Draco and his entourage. He, along with a few roommates, made their way to the 4th floor for the charms class. Today, the young wizards from Ravenclaw had 2 periods to attend alongside Gryffindor. The professor of charms at Hogwarts was a diminutive wizard named Phileas Flitwick, who also served as the head of Ravenclaw House, a figure William had encountered during the sorting ceremony in the Great Hall. Despite his short stature, which compelled him to stand on a stack of books to reach the desk while teaching, and his somewhat fey ancestry, Professor Flitwick commanded immense respect from the students. Even the Slytherins refrained from making derogatory jokes about his height. This respect stemmed from Flitwick's excellence as an educator. His demeanor was not as stern as Professor McGonagall's, nor as malevolent as Professor Snape's. Like Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, he was amiable and approachable. Possessing a delightful sense of humor, he dedicated considerable effort to every student, even those who struggled academically. Although Professor Flitwick's voice had a somewhat high-pitched quality, his spell casting was impeccable. He was undoubtedly one of the few remaining masters of charms in the world, possessing unique insights into the understanding and application of spells. In his youth, he had even been a champion in wizard dueling competitions, marking him as a highly accomplished wizard. It was said that he had been teaching at Hogwarts since 1970, nurturing countless talented wizards over the past 2 decades. Given his fey lineage, Professor Flitwick could potentially live for over a century, perhaps even outliving Dumbledore. As expected, Professor Flitwick's charms class was delightful. Although the first-year curriculum consisted merely of standard introductory spells, deemed the basics of basics, the professor began with the principles of spellcasting. William experienced a profound sense of enlightenment during the lesson, leading him to participate actively. For someone of William's magical proficiency, the first-year coursework was hardly a challenge, allowing him to effortlessly answer questions that left other students perplexed. This delighted Professor Flitwick, who awarded Ravenclaw a full 10 points for William's contributions. After class, William engaged in a discussion with the professor regarding challenges he faced while casting spells and his own creation, the impact spell. It is astonishing that you are merely 11 years old. At your age, I was still uncertain of my path. Yet you have already made significant strides in the realm of magic, Professor Flitwick remarked, looking at William with pride. Based on today's performance, I am confident that you have indeed invented this spell. I have read your scholarly paper. It is quite commendable. I encourage you to publish more such works in the future, not just on new spells, but also on improved spells or novel applications of existing spells. The International Confederation of Wizards has a considerable reputation. Publishing more scholarly articles will greatly benefit your future. I understand, Professor Flitwick, William replied. However, your insights on the impact spell's application seem somewhat superficial. This spell has the potential for many more extraordinary uses. Your vibrant imagination is precisely what is needed for the enhancement and invention of spells. I suggest you contemplate further on the various applications of the impact spell. You may visit my office this Friday evening. It is located in the West Tower, quite close to Ravenclaw Tower. There is much more we can discuss. For now, let us conclude our conversation here, William. Thank you very much, Professor Flitwick. William held great respect for those with genuine knowledge. His brief conversation with the professor had provided him with numerous new insights, and he felt the need to gather and organize these thoughts before seeking a quiet place for magical experimentation. He contemplated waiting a bit longer before serendipitously discovering the room of requirement. After all, it was only the second day of school. Seeking the room of requirement at this juncture seemed somewhat abrupt, especially since it was located on the 8th floor, rather close to the headmaster's office. William was still uncertain about Dumbledore's stance towards him, so it was prudent to exercise caution, particularly given his family's somewhat tarnished reputation in the wizarding community. Hermione Granger felt utterly disheartened by the charms class. The intriguing knowledge that usually captivated her was, for some reason, absent this time. Why? Why is he so exceptional? She pondered. How could he possibly answer all those questions? Moreover, Professor Flitwick is so biased. I could have answered some of those questions too, yet he let William respond. It infuriates me. The girl fumed as she thought to herself. By the time of Transfiguration class this afternoon, I must surpass him. With that determination, she angrily slung her backpack over her shoulder and strode out of the classroom, planning to review her Transfiguration materials thoroughly after lunch so that William would not outshine her again. What happened to her? Who upset her? Harry wondered aloud to Ron as he watched Hermione storm away in anger. Merlin knows why. Ron rolled his eyes in response. She's just a study-obsessed weirdo. I have no idea how she ended up in Gryffindor. What did you and the professor discuss? Why were you gone for so long? Terry inquired curiously as William exited the classroom. Not much, just some principles of spellcasting and techniques. The professor invited me to his office this Friday evening. Merlin, it's only the second day of school and the professor is already giving you special attention? I wish I could go, Terry exclaimed enviously. Terry, don't you have your own special session this Friday evening, though not with Professor Flitwick, but with Professor Snape? Ike quipped mischievously. Hey Ike, you're making fun of me. I didn't realize he was right behind me. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to the Great Hall. William found it amusing that the seemingly introverted boy also had a playful side. Yet he could not help but wonder what other applications the impact spell might possess. William, accompanied by his roommates, swiftly located the Transfiguration classroom on the second floor of the castle. Arriving early, they found the classroom sparsely populated with students. A tabby cat, adorned with a coat of muted black interspersed with deep black patterns, stood silently at the teacher's desk, observing the students below. Merlin's beard. Were you truly speaking the truth last night? Is this the very cat you encountered? Terry gazed at William with disbelief, astonished that the boy had indeed spoken with sincerity the previous evening. No, you misunderstand, Terry, William thought with a hint of exasperation. It was merely a jest. William swiftly stepped forward and seized Terry, halting the boy's intention to pet the cat. He bowed respectfully to the black feline and then led the bewildered Terry to a seat at the front. Why can't I touch it? It looks so adorable. And why did you bow to a cat? Terry asked, perplexed, while Earl and Ike gazed at William with curiosity. You'll understand once class begins. I just saved your life, William replied. What a mysterious fellow, Terry scoffed. The sorting hat must have malfunctioned to place you in Ravenclaw. I hope you don't get scared later, William thought to himself. Gradually, other students entered the classroom. Hermione noticed William seated in the front row and let out a soft huff. The girl walked to the opposite side of the room and chose a seat closer to the front, vowing fervently to surpass him this time. William remained oblivious to the girl's unusual behavior. Shortly after entering the classroom, he had already immersed himself in the book he carried with him. For William, the first-grade curriculum, even the relatively challenging Transfiguration, posed no real difficulty, rendering any revision unnecessary. In fact, whenever he found a spare moment, he would invariably pull out a book to peruse. His extensive reading would lead him to engage in deeper contemplation of various issues. Achieving early fame was not solely reliant on magical talent and familial prestige. As students gradually filled the classroom, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, with young wizards chattering animatedly. After all, for children of this age, maintaining silence in an unsupervised classroom was rather challenging, was it not? The black cat at the podium observed everything quietly. Although the students had noticed this somewhat anthropomorphic feline, they paid it no mind, continuing their playful antics unabated. William also drew his wand and cast a weakened version of the silencing charm to envelop himself. At last, with the ringing of the class bell, Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom, panting heavily. Merlin above. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall has not yet arrived. I have heard she is quite formidable, Ron remarked with a look of relief towards Harry. It is not virtuous to speak ill of others behind their backs, Mr. Weasley, came a stern voice from the front. A black cat on the podium suddenly leapt into the air, transforming into a witch clad in a black robe, complete with a pointed hat and adorned with lace-trimmed square glasses. Yes, my apologies, Professor McGonagall, Ron said, his face paling as he trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the transformation. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Harry and Ron with a piercing gaze. 5 points from Gryffindor for your tardiness to the first lesson. In truth, we lost our way on the way here, Professor McGonagall, Harry protested, somewhat reluctantly. Then you ought to have set off earlier. Losing your way is not an excuse for your lateness, Mr. Potter. Perhaps I should transform you into a clock and your friend into a map, so that neither of you would be late. Now, return to your seats. Terry gazed in astonishment at Professor McGonagall, who had just transformed from a cat into a human. Not just him. Most of the young wizards in the classroom were still in shock, as the sudden transformation had been utterly astonishing. A cat had transformed so abruptly into a human? You knew all along. Professor McGonagall was that black cat? Terry asked William beside him, incredulously. I too am curious, Mr. Friedrich. How did you recognize me? Professor McGonagall inquired. As a world-renowned master of transfiguration and one of the 7 registered animagi of this century, it is not difficult to discern your animagus form. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the markings beside the tabby cat's eyes resemble the pattern of your glasses. Excellent observation. 5 points to Ravenclaw. The spell you employed before class was quite impressive. Phileas will surely appreciate it. Professor McGonagall rarely displayed a smile in class. What is an animagus? Terry asked, intrigued. Wizards can transform into an animal through an ancient and complex magic. Such individuals are referred to as animagi, Professor McGonagall explained. However, I must caution you all that the practice of becoming an animagus is exceedingly perilous. All forms of human transformation are fraught with danger. Without exceptional skill in transfiguration, those who attempt it recklessly may end up permanently transformed into a half-human, half-beast monstrosity, contributing a new magical creature to our realm, the Sphinx. The Griffin history is rife with painful lessons, and I hope these admonitions will impress upon you that mastering transfiguration requires diligence and perseverance. Professor McGonagall tapped her wand against the blackboard, which instantly filled with extensive notes. Undoubtedly, a remarkable transfiguration spell. Transfiguration is the most intricate and dangerous subject you will encounter at Hogwarts, she declared, her stern visage radiating authority. Anyone who dares to cause mischief in my classroom will be expelled and barred from returning. I have warned you. Professor McGonagall transformed her lectern into a pig and back again, successfully captivating every student present. The young wizards were eager to learn this impressive magic, but clearly, such advanced transfiguration spells would not be included in their current syllabus. Can anyone tell me how to successfully cast a transfiguration spell? No sooner had Professor McGonagall finished speaking than a small hand shot up from a desk across the room. The correct incantation, unwavering determination, and a clear understanding of the intended transformation, Hermione proclaimed confidently as she stood. An astute summary, 5 points to Gryffindor. The girl raised her chin and glanced at William, resembling a proud swan. As Professor McGonagall mentioned, transfiguration is indeed the most scientific branch of magic, requiring rigorous precision to achieve success. To successfully execute a transfiguration, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of the object to be transformed. And what constitutes a clear understanding? In fact, in the advanced transfiguration textbooks, one often encounters intricate anatomical diagrams, starting from the simplest creatures and progressing to more complex beings. Consider this: if a wizard lacks knowledge of a pig's anatomy, how could he possibly transform a matchstick into a living pig simply through determination? After the young wizards diligently recorded numerous complex notes, Professor McGonagall finally permitted them to begin their practical exercises. She handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Remember the 3 principles of successfully casting transfiguration: the correct incantation, unwavering determination, and a clear target, Professor McGonagall reiterated. William lifted his head and glanced around. Terry beside him seemed a bit overly resolute. The boy's face was slightly flushed, yet the matchstick lay there undisturbed, as if nothing had transpired. By Merlin, this was exceedingly difficult. Terry, fuming, set down his wand and turned to William with a complaint. In truth, your incantation gesture was incorrect. The proper gesture is as follows. William effortlessly drew his wand, transforming the match before him into a beautifully crafted long needle, sharp and adorned with a delicate eagle at its base. Everyone, come quickly. Mr. Friedrich has succeeded. Ravenclaw earns 10 points. By Merlin, this is the most exquisite transfiguration spell I have witnessed at your age. Professor McGonagall's voice interrupted Hermione, who was struggling with her own spell. How could he achieve success so swiftly? The girl gazed at the barely altered match before her, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Why was he so exceptional? She pondered the vast disparity between them, both being 11-year-old wizards. A sense of confusion clouded Granger's mind. She wondered if she had chosen Ravenclaw instead. In truth, Hermione was the only other young witch, aside from William, who managed to elicit even a slight change in the match. As for our savior, Mr. Potter, he seemed to lack any remarkable talent in transfiguration, and Ron, well, best not to mention him. By Merlin, a little witch like Hermione was indeed a true prodigy, while William could only be described as a marvel. After all, while other young wizards frolicked in play, William was diligently studying magic. Years had passed, and if he still struggled with a simple transfiguration spell, it would be a disservice to the title of genius, would it not? My word, you've already earned back those 20 points in just one day? Penelope, the senior student, gazed at Terry in disbelief. It wasn't me, it was William. His performance in charms and transfiguration was outstanding, and both professors awarded him numerous points. During dinner in the Great Hall, William could sense an increased attention directed at him. As young wizards chattered over their meals, they would steal glances at him. It seemed his classroom achievements had spread, and he realized he might have been a bit too conspicuous, having amassed 25 points in just 2 classes. Truth be told, William despised being scrutinized like a spectacle in a zoo. At this rate, if you keep this momentum, Ravenclaw will undoubtedly claim the House Cup this year. Penelope said with a beaming smile. It was worth noting that Ravenclaw had not won the House Cup in a long time. Slytherin had taken it for several consecutive years, using some unscrupulous means to secure their victory. This year, we shall make them understand that the House Cup is destined for Ravenclaw. The girl declared fiercely. That seems improbable. Penelope, the professors won't continuously grant me such points. After a few days, the points awarded will likely diminish significantly. William possesses a profound self-awareness. He understands that once the professors recognize his aptitude for accruing points, they will no longer permit him such effortless scoring. After all, the disparity between William and his fellow young wizards is exceedingly vast. If he were allowed to accumulate points so unabashedly, what incentive would remain for the other 3 houses? William quickly acclimated to the vibrant life at Hogwarts, attending classes in various classrooms during the day, and when lessons concluded, he would retreat to the library to immerse himself in books or ponder the diverse applications of spells. At times, he sought out an empty classroom to conduct his alchemical experiments, leading a life that could be described as profoundly fulfilling. Every Wednesday evening, William, alongside fellow young wizards from 3 other houses, ascended to the astronomy tower, perched atop the castle, to observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of constellations and the trajectories of planets. To be candid, William was not entirely convinced by the astrological interpretations, as he believed these seemingly ambiguous signs could be understood from myriad perspectives, making it challenging to arrive at a definitive judgment. Nevertheless, he thought there was no harm in exploring the subject. As for divination, William was aware that the professor of this craft at Hogwarts was a true seer, capable of making genuine prophecies. Although her demeanor was often eccentric, she possessed a remarkable ability to offer insights when it truly mattered. He contemplated enrolling in her class during his 3rd year. Additionally, thrice weekly, William, under the guidance of a stout, kindly witch named Professor Sprout, ventured to the greenhouse behind the castle to study herbology. In this course, he and his fellow young wizards learned to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi while understanding their various uses. Professor Sprout, not only the herbology instructor but also the head of Hufflepuff House, was a nurturing and affable figure, cherished by her students. Her character mirrored the benevolence of Hufflepuff itself. It is noteworthy that, in the early days of Hogwarts, after the founding quartet united to establish the institution, brave and daring students were selected by Gryffindor, while intelligent and wise scholars were sorted into Ravenclaw. Slytherin, on the other hand, chose only those with pure bloodlines, who were shrewd and ambitious. Yet, Helga Hufflepuff selflessly welcomed those overlooked by the other three founders, treating all students equally. For those who possessed magical potential but were not chosen by the others, Hufflepuff ensured they could continue their education at Hogwarts rather than retreating dejectedly to the Muggle world. It must be said that she was a truly remarkable witch, upholding values of integrity, loyalty, honesty, and resilience. She cultivated generations of exceptional wizards. While Hufflepuff students may not exhibit as pronounced personalities as those from other houses, they constitute the largest cohort of graduates, forming the cornerstone of the magical community in Britain and across Europe. Moreover, she was also the most distinguished herbology master of her century, having invented numerous food-related spells that profoundly influenced the modern magical realm. Notably, after the unsettling incident in the library on the first day of school, Madame Pants seemed to have returned to her usual self, with no further signs of her peculiar behavior manifesting. William had witnessed her reprimanding the little wizards who disregarded the library's rules and failed to care for the books on more than one occasion, as if that experience from the first night had been nothing more than an illusion. As for the peculiar dream, it had not reappeared. Regarding the pair of eyes lurking in the darkness, William remained uncertain of their nature. Despite poring over numerous tomes, he found no clues. However, one thing was certain: they were certainly not the eyes of a basilisk. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, William had spent nearly a week at Hogwarts. On Friday morning, as was his custom, he sat at the Ravenclaw long table, enjoying breakfast. Suddenly, amidst a cacophony of flapping wings, hundreds of owls swooped into the great hall. These owls flitted about above the tables until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or packages onto the laps of the little wizards. Of course, the delivery of the owls was not always precise. William surveyed the scene and quickly spotted several unfortunate little wizards. The owls had inadvertently deposited packages into their bowls of pumpkin porridge, soaking the hapless recipients. Then, a raptor, noticeably larger than the others, soared into the hall. It circled above, emitting a resounding call that captured the attention of everyone present. Merlin above. It was a golden eagle. What a magnificent bird! A murmur of curiosity rippled through the hall as the little wizards speculated about the identity of this majestic messenger. Even Dumbledore cast an intrigued glance at the golden eagle. Suddenly, it appeared to have spotted its target, soaring directly towards William. The owls in its path cried out and scattered, as if confronted by a natural predator. The golden eagle paid no heed to the other owls. It flew straight to William, landing upon his outstretched arm. Extending one leg, it presented a package secured to its talon, offering it to William. William unwrapped the parcel and retrieved several strips of jerky from his magical pouch to feed to it. This delicacy, crafted from the yak of the eastern Tibetan region, was the little creature's favorite. After a few days apart, Jupiter appeared to have gained quite a bit of weight, suggesting that the little one had enjoyed a most pleasant time at home. By Merlin, is this golden eagle yours? Terry beside him gazed at William with disbelief. How incredibly cool! How did you acquire it? The boy's voice brimmed with envy. William could sense the gaze of the little wizards in the auditorium turning towards him once more. At the Elop's Owl Emporium in Diagon Alley, when I went to select an owl, the proprietor happened to have a golden eagle owl in his possession. I found myself quite enamored with it. So I purchased this delightful creature as my messenger, and I named it Jupiter. Wait, Diagon Alley? Could that rumor be true? Did you truly go shopping in Diagon Alley? Not quite shopping. I merely acquired a few more items than usual. A humble expression adorned William's face, as he believed that even men occasionally needed to indulge their shopping desires. Go on, Jupiter, soar in the skies for a while. I shall seek you out shortly. William spoke to the golden eagle, expressing his intention to visit Hagrid that morning with Jupiter to provide the little creature with a new home. Jupiter, displaying a remarkable sense of understanding, let out a call, and after consuming the last piece of jerky from William's hand, it departed from his embrace, soaring into the open sky. William tucked away the package, and the two continued their hushed conversation. However, he caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall approaching with a serious demeanor. "Mr. Friedrich, I do not recall the Hogwarts acceptance letter permitting students to bring large raptors as pets." For Professor McGonagall, who strictly adhered to the rules. William's action was rather unconventional, prompting her stern expression and grave tone. "I meant no offense, Professor McGonagall," William replied as he rose to his feet. "However, given that ordinary owls are unlikely to manage such a lengthy journey, I was left with no choice but to select a golden eagle as my messenger, Professor." William could hardly believe that the school would concern itself with such trivial matters. Indeed, Professor McGonagall merely nodded and addressed the other young wizards in the Great Hall, saying, "I am aware of your thoughts, but Mr. Friedrich is merely a unique case. Hogwarts still only permits students to choose to keep toads, cats, or owls as pets. This is unjust. Professor McGonagall, why should he be allowed such a privilege?" Voices arose from the Slytherin table, where the affluent snakes seemed eager to possess such a dashing companion. "Your owls suffice, Flint. Hogwarts is not a venue for your ostentation." It became clear that Professor McGonagall was not seeking trouble for herself, but rather aimed to curb this burgeoning trend. If such a misguided spirit were not quelled, the Great Hall would soon witness a spectacle of raptors in pursuit each morning. William had breakfast, exchanged greetings with his roommate, and then made his way outside the castle. On Fridays, Ravenclaw only had a herbology class with Professor Sprout in the afternoon. William wished to pay Hagrid a visit, hoping to find a suitable home for Jupiter in the Forbidden Forest. After all, as the little creature continued to grow, the Ollery became increasingly cramped, and its presence was causing considerable discomfort to the other elves. William emerged from the castle, acutely aware of a familiar magical fluctuation lingering in the sky above him. For someone like William, who had already honed the ability to perceive the world through magic, detecting the arcane sigil he had inscribed, imbued with his unique magical essence, was an exceedingly simple task. William traversed the fields and soon arrived at the edge of a forest. Within the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts resides a plethora of magical creatures, creating a unique and wondrous ecosystem. From the diminutive nifflers and bowtruckles to the majestic unicorns and centaur communities, the diversity of species in the Forbidden Forest is truly astonishing. However, it is also fraught with peril. The acromantula, a colossal and vicious predator, lurks within. Its formidable pincers can easily crush the bones of its prey, and the venom it secretes induces swift unconsciousness. Most alarmingly, acromantulas are social creatures and reproduce at an alarming rate. Moreover, the Forbidden Forest harbors England's most dangerous plants, the venomous tentacula and the devil's snare. Deep within the forest, beyond the territories of the centaurs and acromantulas, one might stumble upon a silent thicket. Here, one can find long, intertwining vines exuding a viscous secretion. Upon encountering these tendrils, if you still cherish life, it is imperative to turn back immediately, for these vines belong to the perilous venomous tentacula. They possess the ability to sense the movements of nearby creatures, and once detected, the elongated tendrils will swiftly ensnare their prey. The secretion coating these vines not only renders them impervious to the fiendfire curse, but also harbors an extremely acidic venom capable of dissolving bones, which serves as nourishment for the plant. The venomous tentacula leaves no trace after digesting its victim. As for the devil's snare, it employs its roots as instruments of death. Capable of sensing vibrations in the ground from several kilometers away, it utilizes its slender roots to rupture the soil and pull creatures underground for a slow digestion, again leaving no evidence behind. Even the most daring and adventurous Weasley twins confine their explorations to the periphery of the Forbidden Forest, near Hagrid's hut. Even Hagrid or Dumbledore would hesitate to claim they fully understand all the secrets of the Forbidden Forest. The deeper mysteries concealed within its depths may remain known only to the four founders. William strolled along the periphery of the Forbidden Forest and soon discovered a quaint wooden cabin. Before the cabin's grand entrance lay a stone crossbow and an oversized pair of rubber boots, both rather exaggerated in size. William let out a loud whistle, and almost immediately, Jupiter swooped down from the clouds. As it approached William, it abruptly slowed down and finally settled on his shoulder. The boy stepped forward and knocked on the wooden cabin's door. Inside, a few low, guttural barks resonated, followed by a deep, robust voice from a middle-aged man. "Who is it? Step back. Fong, step back." The door was cracked open, revealing a face adorned with a thick, bushy beard, and soon a towering figure appeared before William. By Merlin, he must have been nearly 3 meters tall. The giant gazed down at William. "Who are you? You look somewhat familiar. No little wizards are allowed near the Forbidden Forest. Best be on your way." "Oh, by Merlin. Look what I've found, a golden eagle. Yes, that is precisely the purpose of my visit. May I come in? Indeed, as the original text describes, Hagrid was utterly defenseless against such magnificent creatures. The giant opened the door wide, gesturing for William to enter. The cabin was modest, consisting of only one room. Hanging from the ceiling were hams and game birds, while in the corner stood a large bed, its bedding patched together from various scraps of fabric. There lay a massive black hound adorned with a collar. It seemed to be the source of the earlier barks. That's Fong, a splendid hunting dog, Hagrid remarked, perhaps noticing William's gaze. Make yourself comfortable. I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. William Friedrich, but you can call me William. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hagrid. Just Hagrid will do, he replied, waving his hand and placing a platter brimming with an unfamiliar treat before William. The snack appeared rough and hard on the outside, with some lumpy bits resembling raisins atop a haphazardly shaped cake. Surely, this cannot be the fabled rock cakes, William thought, feeling a slight headache as he regarded the confection. Hagrid looked at William with eager eyes. To try my homemade snacks. May I see the golden eagle, William? Of course, Hagrid. William handed Jupiter, who was inspecting the hams and game birds hanging from the ceiling, over to Hagrid. The latter tore off a strip from a ham and offered it to Jupiter, quickly establishing a bond with the little creature. William gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, well aware of the little creature's strong wariness towards strangers. Furthermore, the exquisite cuisine at Friedrich Manor had undoubtedly refined the creature's palate. It was no wonder that he later became the esteemed professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. He possessed considerable skill, which allowed William to feel assured in entrusting the little one to his care, he mused. The creature's physique was impeccably cultivated, Merlin above. Just look at those talons and the sharp hooks on its beak. It is said that this premier aerial predator can even hunt wolf packs on the plains. Hagrid gazed at the golden eagle before him with a sense of obsession. However, he did not perceive any anomalies in the creature's lineage. It stands to reason, for a golden eagle imbued with the bloodline of a thunderbird is exceedingly rare, even more so than the thunderbird itself. After all, while thunderbirds are scarce, there remain traces of their activity in Arizona, USA, where the Ministry of Magic has established a sanctuary to protect these beings. The thunderbird derives its name from its ability to summon lightning and storms during flight, and its entire being comprises exceptional magical materials, which led to its near extinction due to wizarding hunts. Additionally, wands crafted from thunderbird tail feathers are highly coveted by American wizards due to their immense power. Other creatures possessing the thunderbird lineage are generally inconceivable, as reproductive isolation exists between different species. Only under the influence of extraordinary magic might the transmutation of bloodlines across species be realized. Thus, the little one's origins must indeed be intricate. In truth, my purpose in coming here is to entrust it to your care, Hagrid. The Ollery at the castle is far too small for Jupiter to live comfortably. I believe the Forbidden Forest would be a suitable home for it. So I wish to ask for your assistance in looking after Jupiter. William finally articulated the purpose of his visit. Of course, absolutely, Hagrid replied with enthusiasm that bordered on the sentimental. Hunting freely in the Forbidden Forest will surely preserve its wildness, as long as we steer clear of the centaurs and spiders. Its name is Jupiter, is it? What a splendid name. Thank you, Hagrid. The two continued their discussion on magical creatures, with Hagrid's knowledge proving to be quite unexpectedly extensive. They conversed merrily, and it was only when noon approached that William rose to depart from Hagrid's cottage. As for the rock cakes, after a curious taste, William found them utterly inedible. Merlin above. Such fare was hardly meant for human consumption. I will visit you again, Jupiter, William said to the little one, receiving a resounding cry in response. Rest assured, William. The little one will be well cared for in my charge, Hagrid assured, thumping his chest. I'll take you to meet Fluffy someday, Merlin knows. You will surely adore him. Are you truly going to let me meet the three-headed dog? Hagrid was indeed straightforward. Reflecting on this, William pondered whether he should partake in Dumbledore's plans. Perhaps he could accompany the savior, Potter, on a campus adventure? After all, this presented a unique opportunity to confront the Dark Lord and explore the Philosopher's Stone. He was exceedingly eager to study it. As William made his way towards the castle, his thoughts wandered. However, his mind soon shifted to the ingenious application of the stunning spell. He had already contemplated several answers to the questions posed by Professor Flitwick and intended to seek his guidance later that evening. Meanwhile, let us momentarily set aside the idyllic life of William at Hogwarts. Our savior, Harry Potter, was experiencing a rather dismal existence. During this morning's potions class, Harry found himself unexpectedly harboring a strong aversion towards a particular professor. It is worth noting that during the opening feast, he had keenly sensed Professor Snape's disdain for him. Yet, it was only after the first potions lesson that he realized his initial assumption was mistaken. Professor Snape did not merely dislike him, he loathed him. With a dejected expression, Harry exited the potions classroom, having lost 2 points for Gryffindor during the very first week of school, which dampened his spirits. What troubled him most was the complete lack of understanding regarding the reasons behind Snape's animosity towards him. Attempting to lift the mood, Ron remarked that Snape frequently deducted points from Fred and George, yet they remained quite popular. Moreover, he had heard that Snape had not spared William from his ire either. "Can I accompany you to see Hagrid later?" Ron inquired, his tone tinged with anticipation. "William, the prodigy from Ravenclaw? I have heard that he added over 20 points to the house in just 2 classes. I wonder when I can achieve such excellence." The mere mention of William seemed to deepen Harry's melancholic mood. After all, his title as the Chosen One felt rather inflated compared to the genuine brilliance of William. The comparison between the two stirred a sense of irritation in Harry, yet he managed to muster a faint smile. "Of course, no problem, Ron. Isn't that William's golden eagle? What is it doing here?" Around 3 in the afternoon, Harry and Ron departed the castle, making their way towards the small hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon entering the hut, Ron immediately spotted the golden eagle in Hagrid's room, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, are you referring to Jupiter? William came by this morning and entrusted me with its care. I'm not bragging, but when it comes to caring for such large birds of prey, I dare say I am the most knowledgeable in all of Hogwarts," Hagrid declared proudly to the 2 boys. "Come in, sit by the fire, make yourselves at home." Hagrid warmly invited them, pouring a large jug of hot water into a teapot and placing a plate of homemade rock cakes in front of them. Soon, the trio was engaged in cheerful conversation, with Harry and Ron sharing stories from their recent classes. When they heard Hagrid refer to Filch as that old sack of potatoes, they both chuckled, and Harry's previously gloomy spirits began to lift. However, when the conversation turned to Professor Snape and the items taken from Gringotts that day, Harry noticed a flicker of unease in Hagrid's gaze. He awkwardly shifted the topic, leaving Harry puzzled. What exactly was in that small bag? Where was it now? Did Hagrid know something about Snape, but was reluctant to share? On the way back, Harry pondered in confusion, feeling certain there was a significant secret buried within this matter. Yet, with his lack of analytical prowess, he soon found himself with a headache at the thought. Hagrid was truly impressive. He knew how to care for a golden eagle. Ron, sitting beside him, mused how wonderful it would be to be as carefree as Hagrid. The afternoon herbology class posed little challenge for William, whose exceptional performance garnered numerous points for Ravenclaw. However, it was considerably less than his initial triumphs. It appeared the professors had begun to recognize William as a scoring anomaly and were implementing restrictions on his points. After dinner, William made his way to the Ravenclaw common room, eager to open the parcel sent from home. He wondered what his father, the Duke, had penned in his letter and anticipated a bounty of homemade treats from his mother. With these thoughts, William quickened his pace and soon arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, where he spotted the eagle-shaped knocker and Terry, who was anxiously scratching his head nearby. "William, please help me. The knocker's questions today are impossibly difficult," Terry exclaimed as he hurried over, pulling William to the knocker. "What is too much for one person?" "Just right for 2, but nothing at all for 3? The knocker inquired, its voice ethereal as ever. "You can't be serious, Terry. You couldn't solve such a simple riddle?" In that moment, William was once again convinced that the sorting hat must have experienced some malfunction. Surely, Terry should have been among the earlier students sorted. How on earth had the sorting hat placed a Gryffindor in Ravenclaw? "The answer is a secret," William replied to the knocker. "I hope you will keep it." The door to the common room creaked open slowly. "Thank you so much, William. Without you, I might still be stuck out here." The 2 boys then stepped inside the common room, and William casually chose a sofa chair, retrieving his parcel to examine its contents. Inside, he found 2 letters, one from each parent, and an assortment of delightful pastries. William took out a piece of food, placing it in his mouth, adorned with Merlin's essence. This, he mused, was the sustenance truly worthy of humankind, in stark contrast to whatever peculiar creation Hagrid had concocted that morning. William understood that, due to Hagrid's unique lineage, the dishes he prepared were not only tailored to his own palate, but were generally beyond the appreciation of the average person. William silently criticized the pastries made by Hagrid, then tore open the envelope and began to read. William first opened the letter from his esteemed mother, which was easily recognizable due to the faint scent of rose that always accompanied her stationery. As he had anticipated, the missive was filled with expressions of longing for him, along with gentle reproaches for taking such a long time to write home. She also insisted that he finish the treats she had lovingly prepared with her own hands. Even for someone like William, who had lived 2 lives, he found himself momentarily disoriented. He had been in this world for quite some time, and he had come to regard his parents in this life as his dearest kin. The sense of estrangement that had once accompanied his transition into this realm had long since evaporated. William picked up another letter. His father's missive was far more succinct. The taciturn Duke merely expressed his approval of William's enriching campus life and conveyed his astonishment at William's performance in the auditorium, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the heir of the Friedrich family. Your flair evokes memories of my own youth." Such sentiments resonated in the lines of the letter, revealing a love distinct from that of his mother. In response to the question William had raised, the Duke offered his insights. He began by commending William's thoughts, noting that in ancient times, many great wizards possessed personal grimoires to document knowledge, as well as forbidden and potent spells. However, in contemporary times, modern sorcerers have gradually abandoned this practice, primarily because the skills required to create such tomes have become increasingly elusive. Each surviving grimoire is a remarkable alchemical artifact, and those that have withstood the test of time can be regarded as rare treasures. For instance, the national treasures of the ancient Egyptian Ministry of Magic, the Jade Codex and the Book of the Dead, are unparalleled artifacts. The Duke elaborated in his letter that to achieve the goals William envisioned, particularly the innovative concept of utilizing alchemical symbols to formulate algorithms, it is imperative to infuse the book with a soul. Moreover, the soul must not be overly fragmented, as this would compromise the wisdom of the consciousness that emerges. In fact, the more complete the soul, the better. Its quality is of utmost importance. The Duke humorously remarked that if one were to infuse the soul of Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore, even a fragment would suffice to birth a powerful consciousness. Conversely, should an ordinary person's soul be employed, it may very well be extinguished under the pressure of the inscribed alchemical symbols. Hence, only an exceptionally resilient soul would suffice. William set down the letter, slightly vexed as he scratched his head. Where in Hogwarts could he possibly find a soul to rival Dumbledore's? What if there was the Dark Lord? Wait, the Dark Lord? The Room of Requirement. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. A spark of inspiration illuminated William's mind. The boy carefully tucked away the letter and took a seat, pondering anew. William suddenly recalled that within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, a soul lay quietly. However, this matter required careful planning. After all, it would be illogical for him to know the location of the Room of Requirement, let alone find a crown amidst a pile of refuse. One moment of carelessness would surely attract Dumbledore's notice. It is essential to remember that the Room of Requirement is situated on the 8th floor, adjacent to the headmaster's office. And William could bet that Dumbledore was fully aware of its existence, considering the old man often treated the room as a lavatory. It would be wise to seize an opportunity to investigate the Room of Requirement and subtly gauge Dumbledore's reaction. After all, one must exercise utmost caution when dealing with a wizard of the highest caliber. "William, did you know? Next week, we have flying lessons," exclaimed Earl, a young black boy, as he entered the common room, clutching a stack of flyers. "By Merlin. Is that true?" "Splendid." Terry leaped from his seat. "The school is utterly outrageous for forbidding first-year students from bringing their own broomsticks. Do they not realize how inhumane that policy is?" The boy quickly approached Earl, snatching the flyers from his hand and reading them with fervor. "Flying lessons commence next Friday. The school has shown a modicum of conscience in offering such a class. I can hardly wait to experience the exhilaration of soaring through the skies on a broomstick," Terry said with a look of longing. The boys soon began discussing broomsticks, and the conversation swiftly turned to Quidditch, their enthusiasm for the sport palpable. They animatedly debated various Quidditch teams and the legendary players who had made remarkable contributions to the sport's history. "Do you know Calvin Gudgeon of the Chudley Cannons?" Terry asked, his face alight with admiration. "Indeed, he is the finest seeker in all of England. One of my dreams is to become an exceptional seeker like Crumb. It is well known that flight has been humanity's aspiration throughout history, with countless witches and wizards yearning to soar freely through the skies. Regrettably, most have met with failure, and many have suffered dire fates. Before the invention of broomsticks, flying carpets were once the preferred choice for witches and wizards seeking to realize their dreams of flight. Thus, it is no wonder that young wizards are filled with anticipation for flying lessons." However, William did not partake in this discussion. He had other matters to attend to. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to seek out Professor Flitwick. While William also cherished the idea of flying, there is an intoxicating sensation when one rides a broom above the clouds. His true passion lay in the study of magic. He was currently contemplating more refined techniques for casting the stunning spell. Before long, William arrived at the West Tower, standing before Professor Flitwick's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Enter," came the familiar high-pitched voice from within. William pushed open the door, and Professor Flive was seated in his bespoke high-backed chair behind the desk. "I was just pondering when you would arrive," Professor Flive remarked with a smile. "Do come and sit down. Do sample the tea I have prepared." To William's surprise, the professor proved to have a refined taste for tea, as its flavor was exceptionally delightful. Indeed, a warm cup of tea aids in sharpening one's thoughts. "What have you contemplated regarding that matter?" William subsequently articulated some of his recent thoughts to the professor. "Firstly, I believe we could further streamline the structure of the spell, which would enhance the speed of casting." An admirable notion indeed. Given your current level of magical prowess, it is quite impressive that you are able to conceive such ideas. "Follow me," the professor responded. He waved his hand, and the adjacent bookshelves parted with a swiftness, revealing a concealed door. It was a remarkably adept display of wandless, silent magic. The unexpected skill exhibited by Professor Flivy left William somewhat astonished. After all, he had only just begun to explore these two techniques of spellcasting, while Professor Flivy seamlessly integrated and applied them with apparent ease. "When you reach my age, you will undoubtedly surpass me. This is merely a trivial feat afforded by longevity," the professor humbly elaborated, sensing William's gaze. However, the slight upturn of his lips suggested that he derived some pleasure from William's understanding of the subject. William followed the professor through a concealed door, revealing a brightly lit room that was quite spacious, likely enhanced by a charm of seamless expansion. The decor was minimalistic. Aside from several bookshelves, there were a few humanoid targets for practicing spells. However, the most captivating feature was the dueling platform situated at the center of the room. Indeed, as you might have surmised, in my youth, I achieved notable ranks in the Wizarding Duel Championship. Professor Flitwick led William to the platform, conjuring a few targets with a summoning charm while proudly recounting to William how, despite being looked down upon by other wizards for my stature, I, the so-called short one, triumphed over all my opponents. Standing on the award stage, gazing down at those wizards, remains one of the most cherished memories of my life. "Come now, demonstrate the stunning spell. Let me assess your prowess." With a swift motion, William drew his wand and directed it at the target, casting a standard stunning spell without employing any advanced techniques. An invisible surge of magic erupted from the tip of his wand, colliding forcefully with the target before him. Bang! The sound echoed as the target was knocked off the platform. "Quite impressive control, and the strength is commendable," Professor Flitwick remarked. "Now, allow me." The professor then executed a powerful spell, sending the target crashing into the opposite wall. William pondered that if he were to utilize advanced techniques, he could achieve similar results. Though the energy expenditure would be considerable, this requires time to accumulate. Your magical capacity is still insufficient. Rather than resorting to such brute force, what you truly need is to refine your technique. Do you recall the theory you articulated earlier? The reduction of magical structure not only allows for swifter casting, but also unveils more extraordinary applications. Observe closely, Iron Fist strike. This time, the professor's gestures became more succinct, his speech brisk and emphatic. The subsequent spectacle left William momentarily speechless. The professor's spell struck the target with pinpoint accuracy, specifically shattering the head of the humanoid figure. By Merlin, what sheer power! William had never fathomed that the spell he had devised could manifest such potency. You ought to understand, William. Magic is wondrous yet perilous. The powers of wizards vary greatly. Compared to the dark arts that necessitate negative emotions or the forbidden curses, your spell may seem somewhat insignificant. However, as you have witnessed, every form of magic possesses a violent aspect. Wizards of great power can inflict severe harm even with a disarming charm. Thus, mastering how to temper the chaotic desires brought forth by such power, how to control oneself and wield this strength without becoming a slave to it, is what you truly need to learn. This is what I wish to impart to you. Do you comprehend? What did you say? You wish to duel Potter? And you want me to act as the referee? On Thursday evening, at the Ravenclaw table, William gazed in astonishment at the approaching Malfoy and inquired, "What prompted you to seek me out?" "Indeed, unless you serve as the referee, Scarhead and his lot would never consent. But fear not, William, for it won't take up your time. By then, it won't be me arriving as promised, but rather Filch. I must admit, that old bald head does have some utility." Consequently, Scarhead and his friends will face severe consequences for their nighttime escapades. Draco looked at William with a triumphant gleam in his eyes, as if this idea were exceptionally brilliant. William pondered for a moment and resolved to have a candid conversation with Draco. You know, this notion indeed resonates with the quintessential style of Slytherin. William observed the corners of Draco's mouth twitching upward slightly. However, Slytherins do not so readily discard their honor, Draco. You could easily vanquish him, showcasing your prowess for all to witness. Why resort to such petty cunning? Evading a duel? Do you comprehend the ramifications such an act would have on your noble standing? If this were to spread, the repercussions on the Malfoy family's reputation would be monumental. I assure you, in times past, your status as heir to the Malfoy legacy would have been swiftly revoked. No one could tolerate the existence of a noble such as that. Draco appeared visibly shaken by William's words, or perhaps he had simply not contemplated this dimension. Aye. The boy's complexion shifted from pale to crimson. William took a breath and continued, I have time this evening. I've agreed to this referee. Go back and prepare the spells we've practiced, Draco. But there are no buts. What time tonight? Where? At midnight, in the trophy room. For it is never locked. And thank you, William. With that, the boy bid farewell to William, presumably to return and prepare for the spells. William withdrew his thoughts and began to contemplate the knowledge he had acquired in Professor Frivy's office the previous Friday. Following the professor's enlightening instruction, William continued his studies on simplifying magical structures. Truly, the master was worthy of his title, with just a few words. He bestowed upon William a sense of clarity and revelation. Magic, it seemed, could indeed be approached in such a manner. Subsequently, Professor Frivy invited William to partake in a wizard duel. It must be said, the experience was rather disheartening, as William was no match for the professor's prowess. Now, about each other, William. 3, 2, 1, bang. No sooner had the professor's words left his lips than an invisible force struck the still preparing William. For a student, you resort to a silent spell, William protested, struggling to rise from the ground. He had barely registered the situation before being toppled by the professor's silent impact spell. Come on, William, don't be such a coward. Use your spells to attack me. The professor, now in duel mode, unleashed a torrent of taunts. This might explain why wizards harbor disdain for diminutive duelists. His tongue was as sharp as it was relentless. The two exchanged spells, each testing the other's defenses. This time, William was far more cautious. However, he soon found himself once again unceremoniously thrown to the ground by a clever trick employed by the professor. Just moments ago, the professor had concealed a spell amidst other incantations, and William, caught off guard, suffered a significant setback. For a champion of dueling, the professor possessed an abundance of such subtle techniques. Meanwhile, William absorbed this wealth of knowledge and skill like a sponge, fully aware of his own lack of combat experience. While this was of little consequence in everyday life, it became crucial for him to better protect himself within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, especially in the tumultuous climate of the British magical community. William discovered that the spells employed by the professor were quite elementary, ones he was also capable of casting. However, Professor Flitwick's spellcasting transcended mere proficiency and swiftness. It seemed to embody a deeper essence. Let us pause here for today. Around 9 o'clock, Professor Flitwick finally released William from his tutelage. Having completed his physical exercises, the professor contentedly stretched his limbs before addressing William. You possess a remarkable talent for dueling, and your dedication to and pursuit of magic far exceed that of an average first-year student. If you wish, we can continue our sessions at the same time next week. By the way, there is some white fresh on that table over there. William limped towards the table, intent on tending to his bruises. Engaging in practice with Professor Frivis undoubtedly imparted a wealth of knowledge, though the cost was rather steep. With a resigned expression, William pondered whether Professor Frivis's formidable demeanor stemmed from the rhythm of their exchanges. William pondered deeply and realized that Professor Flevey frequently employed his own language and physical gestures to entice William into making mistakes, ensnaring him in his rhythm. How then could he discover his own cadence for casting spells? At 10 o'clock in the evening, William quietly crept out of the lounge door. The corridor was tranquil, with beams of moonlight gently illuminating the hallway through the windows. William drew his wand and gently tapped it against himself, softly murmuring, Disler Huanman. An intangible wave of magic emanated from the point of contact, enveloping him like a chilling stream of water. Gradually, the boy began to transform. His body adorned with patterns that mirrored his surroundings, and after approximately 5 seconds, he vanished completely from sight. Too slow, he lamented. aware that 5 seconds was ample time to cast several lethal spells. Fortunately, this transformation was made possible by a coveted invisibility tome acquired from the proprietor of the Lehan bookstore, after forcefully dismantling the magical structure inscribed within its pages. The book finally revealed its true essence to William. Due to his interference, some of the text had become obscured, compelling him to cross-reference multiple volumes before he could fully transcribe the content. Contrary to his initial expectations, the book did not introduce a new invisibility spell. Rather, it elaborated on the techniques for employing the existing disillusionment charm. William discovered that many of these techniques required exquisite control of magical energy, a skill he possessed in abundance, thanks to his wand's assistance. Thus, upon unraveling the secrets of the tome, he commenced rigorous practice of the charm. Although he had mastered the disillusionment charm long ago, it had once taken him nearly 20 seconds to summon enough magical energy to cloak his body. Now, while the duration remained lengthy, he had made significant progress, which was a source of comfort for him. William swiftly exited the Ravenclaw Tower, making his way toward the trophy room located on the 4th floor of the castle. It is worth noting that the disillusionment charm is aptly referred to as the night-walking artifact. Regrettably, as he journeyed in search of the trophy room, he encountered Filch on his nightly patrol. William held his breath, pressing himself against the wall, concealing his form behind the castle's armor, silently awaiting the passage of Filch. A sudden meow resonated at William's feet, startling the boy quite profoundly. William bowed his head and discovered a gaunt creature with dull gray fur gazing at him with its thin, bulbous eyes. "What is it, Lady Loris?" Filch approached gently, cradling the little cat. To a mute, Filch felt that the direction the feline was staring at was utterly devoid of anything. "Let us move on, Lady Loris. There is nothing there." As Filch slowly retreated with his beloved cat, William finally exhaled in relief. Do you know how terrifying it is to hear a cat's meow suddenly echoing beside you in an empty, desolate castle? Even with William's considerable courage, he nearly cried out in fright. "Merlin above, this is truly terrifying," William muttered to himself as he continued toward the trophy display room. The illusion spell was all well and good, but when used at night, it could not be paired with a luminescent charm. This left William, who was still unfamiliar with the castle, compelled to pause at every intersection to ponder his next move. If only he could possess the dark vision of those shadowy elves from video games of his previous life. He thought as he set down the wand he had just used to cast the guiding spell. Perhaps I could attempt to invent a similar enchantment. William traversed a corridor and soon arrived at the entrance of the trophy room. As Draco had mentioned, the door was not locked. Upon inspection, William found no protective enchantments in place. The boy stepped into the expansive chamber, which was filled with a myriad of medals and trophies, meticulously arranged and categorized throughout the space. William arrived quite early, long before Malfoy and Potter made their appearance. Thus he found himself wandering alone in the exhibition room. As he traversed rows of medals, he soon stumbled upon the enigmatic figure of Tom Riddle, specifically the Special Contribution Award he had received at Hogwarts. This particular medal was likely the one he had obtained after falsely accusing Hagrid of opening the Chamber of Secrets. With the chamber set to be opened again next year, it appeared that William would have his hands full. He gazed thoughtfully at the medal displayed in the showcase. Shortly thereafter, William discovered the Quidditch trophy awarded to Harry's father, James Potter, as well as the Quidditch trophy won by his twin brother, Charlie Weasley, during those years when they triumphed over Slytherin. "I told you, Harry, Malfoy definitely won't return. He must be too frightened to show up," a voice emanated from the entrance. "And that William, he dares to assist Malfoy. He is quite the rogue, and might someday become a villain like the enigmatic one." "Not at all. William is not that sort of person," a female voice retorted, entering into a dispute with the previous male speaker. It seemed that Harry and his friends had arrived first. As William stepped away from the showcase and returned to the doorway, he encountered Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the somewhat timid Neville trailing behind them. The earlier argument had evidently been between Ron and Hermione. If they were not afraid, then why had they not emerged? Malfoy and that fellow Friedrich. Speaking ill behind someone's back is hardly commendable, Weasley. I had thought Professor McGonagall had made that clear to you. William lightly waved his wand, dispelling the disillusionment charm, and looked at the astonished crowd with a hint of irritation. When did you arrive?" Ron's face instantly flushed crimson, then paled slightly as he fearfully shrank behind Harry. "William, when did you come?" Unlike Ron, Hermione spoke with excitement, and that invisible magic was amazing. "I just arrived not long ago. The spell I cast was the disillusionment charm, Hermione," William explained to the girl before turning his gaze back to Ron. Do not let me hear similar remarks again, Weasley, or you shall face the wrath of the Friedrich family. Ron fell silent, visibly intimidated in the presence of William. However, aside from his sharp tongue, lack of intelligence, and overwhelming jealousy, he seemed to have few other faults. Yet, Merlin above, those flaws were already quite considerable. Ron meant no harm. Please do not take it to heart. Friedrich, Harry interjected, defending his friend. As luck would have it, both were renowned figures, yet this was likely their first direct interaction. Scarhead. Did you bring all these people to attend your funeral? Before William could respond, a voice rang out from outside, followed by Draco Malfoy strutting in with Crabbe at his side. What has this rascal learned about such pretentious banter? William mused inwardly. Draco, you're here. Let us get started. William gestured, drawing a large circle on the ground with his wand and conjuring a flag to place in its center. The rules are simple. Finish quickly. No assistance allowed. Only Potter and Draco. The first to lose their wand or be knocked out of this circle loses. Is there any dissent? Why no assistance? Crabbe began to protest. But Ron, standing beside Harry, interjected with indignation. This isn't what we agreed upon. It appeared he had momentarily forgotten his earlier embarrassment. If you wish to duel, you can face me, Weasley. I am the referee, and everything will proceed according to my instructions. Do you two have any objections? No, neither do I. Draco and Harry responded in succession. Excellent. Now, you two stand on opposite sides of the circle, ready your wands, and bow. They locked eyes, neither willing to bow first. While the other spectators held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a few minutes of the standoff, William could no longer tolerate their glaring contest. Hurry up. What is there to see? It's just a bow. Does the order really matter? Draco, you go first. Bowing is a tradition in wizard duels. Finally, Draco begrudgingly bent at the waist towards Harry with an expression of disdain. Your turn, Potter, William prompted, turning to Harry after Draco's bow. Ron, Hermione, and the other young wizards stood anxiously to one side, a mix of tension and curiosity as they awaited the duel's commencement. All right, now listen for my command, William said as Harry bowed. 3, 2, 1, begin. Tarrant Allegra. As William's words fell, Draco's spell was already cast, hitting a bewildered Harry in the legs. It seemed Draco had diligently prepared his incantations post-dinner. At least now, Harry's mobility was significantly impaired, William noted inwardly. Harry felt as if his legs were no longer under his control, suddenly breaking into an absurd dance. Perfect, just one more spell now, and it's over. Draco, what are you doing? William observed as Draco stood, doubled over with laughter at Harry's predicament. Cast your spell. What are you waiting for? You have him immobilized. So attack. William silently critiqued. Flock of birds. Harry finally regained his composure, raising his wand and casting a spell he had learned in Professor Flitwick's class. A dozen birds erupted from the tip of his wand, chirping as they flew towards Malfoy. Get away, Malfoy exclaimed, flailing his arms in a panic, casting a desperate spell in Harry's direction. However, his spell missed, for Harry had already leapt away from his previous position as soon as Malfoy lost sight of him. Surprisingly, the savior possesses some dueling talent, William thought, noting that at least Harry understood the importance of obscuring his opponent's view while swiftly repositioning, rather than just standing there to be hit. Before long, Malfoy had located Harry again, and Harry had finally returned to normal, both wizards pointing their wands at one another once more. From William's perspective, this duel was dreadfully mundane. Neither participant exhibited any impressive spells nor strategic movement, merely standing like two super soldiers exchanging basic attacks. For someone who had witnessed Professor Flitwick's exceptional dueling skills, this was rather tedious. Nevertheless, hit him. Strike him, Harry. William observed Ron, who was shouting excitedly nearby, and Hermione, who appeared somewhat anxious yet exhilarated, a clear indication of why she had been sorted into Gryffindor. Despite being somewhat inexperienced, such duels epitomized the essence of a young wizard. Ultimately, Draco's prowess prevailed, having been raised in a wizarding family. Malfoy was undoubtedly more acquainted with the nuances of wizard dueling than Harry. With a leg-locking charm, he again immobilized Harry, and this time, Draco did not err. Following swiftly, a disarming charm accurately struck Harry, sending the boy's wand flying. I lost, Harry admitted, feeling a tinge of disappointment yet readily acknowledging his defeat. You see. You can't best me now, can you, Scarhead? Malfoy remarked smugly, reveling in his victory. All right, it's finally over. I'm famished and heading to the Great Hall for something to eat, William interjected with a disinterested tone, interrupting Draco's taunts. I'm leaving, Draco, if you linger here to mock. Don't blame me if you end up on the receiving end of a beating. Wait for me, William." With that, William exited, prompting Draco to hastily follow with Crabbe, leaving the few young Gryffindors in the trophy room staring at one another in disbelief. "Did they just leave?" Ron asked incredulously, watching their retreating figures. "I thought we were due for a brawl. What was that kitchen William just mentioned?" Harry inquired curiously of Hermione, unfazed by his recent defeat. "I was so close." "Next time, I shall prevail," he silently vowed. "That is a secretive location within Hogwarts. All the meals we enjoy are prepared there. I truly wonder how William discovered it." "Perhaps he was merely boasting," Ron scoffed. "He is not like you, Ron. He does not indulge in exaggeration," Hermione sharply retorted. Sensing the impending argument, Harry quickly interjected. "It's getting late. We should return." "Meow, wait. Did you hear a cat's meow?" "What did you say? After I left last night, you brought Filch here?" In an empty classroom, William gazed at Hermione with astonishment. Just after finishing lunch, Hermione had whisked him away to this vacant room, leading him to believe something significant was about to transpire. However, he had not anticipated the series of events that followed his departure. Harry and the others had been caught by Mrs. Norris and subsequently pursued frantically by Filch, ultimately ending up in that very room. Was it fate? Or was there an unseen force orchestrating everything? The narrative, which William had attempted to alter, had reverted to its original course, leaving him in a state of disbelief. He had assumed that this endeavor to change the story would temporarily prevent Harry from reaching that place. Lost in thought, William failed to notice the faint blush on Hermione's cheeks, possibly due to the fact that this was her first time inviting a boy out. "That's not the crux of the matter, William. The key point is that we ended up in the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor to evade Filch. At the end of that corridor lies a room guarded by a three-headed dog. The three-headed dog must belong to Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I recall him mentioning this creature, named Fluffy. The three heads suggest it may possess some lineage from the Hellhound, which means its bite could be venomous. It is a perilous beast. Hence, you should maintain your distance from it, Hermione. I comprehend your curiosity about what lies within, but it is prudent to temper that curiosity. What resides there is of no concern to you. You know, sometimes the more one knows, the more perilous one's situation becomes," William stated with a serious demeanor. Having discerned that Dumbledore's influence might loom over Harry's upbringing, William wished to shield Hermione from naively entangling herself in these intricate matters, akin to the original narrative. "I understand. I conveyed the same to Harry and the others. Yet, I cannot help but feel curious." It was evident that Hermione remained somewhat unwilling to relent. Seeing this, William chose to remain silent, for he felt that everything that needed to be said had already been expressed. If the girl persisted in her obstinacy, there was little he could do. However, William seemed to recall something. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, as if mustering her courage, she spoke. "I have noticed that you frequently study at the library. May I join you? There are numerous concepts from school that I have yet to comprehend, and I would like to seek your guidance." William was somewhat taken aback, yet he deemed it inconsequential and thus acquiesced. "Certainly, however, our schedule is rather full this afternoon, and we must visit Professor Fribble this evening, which may preclude us from going to the library. Perhaps tomorrow, I shall make my way to the library in the morning." William bid farewell to the girl and proceeded towards the greenhouse outside the castle, where today's Ravenclaw lesson was to be conducted outdoors. In addition to Professor Sprout's herbology class, the young Eagles were also to attend a flying lesson with Hufflepuff. As always, Professor Sprout's herbology was captivating, as she introduced a variety of magical plants to the students. Today, she discussed a plant known as the Devil's Snare. This cunning and treacherous plant was first discovered by Beaumont Marchbanks, one of the foundational figures in modern herbology, whose contributions to the field are indelible. Notably, he was also an alumnus of Hufflepuff. With pride in her voice, the professor informed the students in the greenhouse about the cruel characteristic of the Devil's Snare. Once it ensnares its prey, the more the prey struggles, the tighter it constricts, its grip intensifying until the victim can no longer resist. Thus, if one finds oneself ensnared by the Devil's Snare, the first course of action is to remain calm, avoid panic, and refrain from vigorous struggles, as this would only expedite its tightening. As she spoke, the professor reached into the Devil's Snare before her, and soon her arm was enveloped by numerous vines. A chorus of gasps erupted from the girls in the greenhouse. Even William was taken aback by the professor's audacious act. It is well known that the Devil's Snare can effortlessly crush the bones of an adult wizard, sparing even the hardest skulls. The plant primarily feeds on the juices that flow from its crushed prey. Now, who can tell me what the Devil's Snare fears? As the plant rapidly ensnared Professor Sprout's body, moving towards her face, her voice remained remarkably composed. Bright light and fire. Just as the devil's snare was nearing the professor's head, William quickly answered. Excellent. Ravenclaw gains 5 points. A brilliant light erupted from the cocoon Professor Sprout, causing the devil's snare to retreat at an astonishing speed, as if confronted by a natural enemy, quickly curling into a small ball in the pot. The devil's snare's aversion to light is instinctive. Like many plants, it also fears fire. Thus, bright light and flames are its nemesis. Next, Professor Sprout invited several young witches and wizards to reach out and feel the grasp of the devil's snare. She was particularly pleased with William, who calmly cast the luminous spell to free himself from its clutches. Look at William. You should learn from him, she remarked, as it seemed that exemplary students were cherished wherever they went. Before the class concluded, the professor addressed the students in the greenhouse, saying, You are here to acquire knowledge about herbology, and I hope you remember this information. Do not underestimate its importance. Many renowned wizards have perished due to ignorance of such seemingly trivial knowledge. In the future, you will encounter even more perilous plants, and I urge you to approach this subject with a more rigorous attitude. Class dismissed. Professor Sprout was truly remarkable. Stepping out of the greenhouse, Terry expressed his lingering excitement to William. During the herbology lesson, he had bravely placed his hand into the devil's snare as well. Although his composure did not match William's, he successfully cast the luminous spell and freed himself, which earned Ravenclaw another point, and he was understandably thrilled, as it was likely his first contribution to the house's points. As they made their way to the flying lesson, the young wizards swiftly shifted their chatter from Professor Sprout's herbology to flying. They enthusiastically discussed Quidditch. Even the Muggle-born Earl and the usually timid Ike found their aspirations for the flying lesson rekindled. I heard there was almost a mishap during yesterday's flying lesson with Gryffindor and Slytherin. A boy from Gryffindor named something like Nat nearly broke his neck. Terry excitedly recounted the rumors, successfully startling Ike, who shrank back, his earlier enthusiasm waning. I also heard Harry performed an exceptionally thrilling low-altitude flight before being taken away by Professor McGonagall, supposedly to join Quidditch. It was a sunny afternoon, with a gentle breeze brushing against the young wizards' faces, causing the blades of grass beneath them to sway in rippling waves, eventually carrying the breeze towards the distant forest, where the dark trees swayed slightly in the wind. The flying lesson was to take place on the grassy field in front of the castle, and the young witches and wizards soon arrived there, their chatter continuing. Before them lay dozens of brooms, and beside them stood a middle-aged witch with short gray hair and yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle. I am the flying instructor. You may call me Madame Hooch. She introduced herself to the young wizards. What are you waiting for? Quickly, everyone stand next to a broomstick. Time is of the essence. It was evident that Madame Hooch was a decisive individual. Now, look at your brooms. When everyone is ready, extend your right hand over the broomstick and say up. As William stretched out his hand, the broom swiftly leaped into his grasp. For William, using a broomstick was not an unfamiliar skill. Having dismantled brooms for years, he could discern at a glance that the broom he held was in the best condition among the lot. However, the other young witches and wizards did not possess such expertise. William observed that only a few managed to summon their brooms on the first try. To his surprise, his roommate Terry also succeeded in getting his broom to jump into his hand, suggesting that perhaps a fraction of his boastful claims held some truth. Be firm and use an authoritative tone, Madame Hooch instructed. Everyone, watch me. Up. The broom obediently leaped into Madame Hooch's hand. Finally, all the students had grasped their brooms. Madame Hooch then demonstrated how to mount a broom without slipping off, subsequently correcting the myriad peculiar positions of the young witches and wizards. William and Terry appeared to be the only two who escaped criticism. Excellent. Ravenclaw gains 2 points. Madame Hooch remarked, pleased by their impeccable grip. Next, listen for my whistle. When I blow it, you shall push off the ground with your feet. Remember, push hard. No flying too high. Keep your hands steady on your brooms. You only need to rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. Is that clear? Understood, Madame Hooch. The little wizards began to respond eagerly. What are we waiting for? Let us commence. At the sound of my whistle, 3, 2, 1. Toot. William propelled himself off the ground and descended slowly on his broomstick. A wondrous sensation coursed through William's body, although this was not his first flight. The exhilaration of soaring freely through the air enchanted him. The boy gradually halted his broom and surveyed the little wizards below, in contrast to William's remarkable display. The others appeared rather ordinary. Earl and Ike, two hapless friends, struggled together beneath, laboriously maneuvering their broomsticks. William could scarcely discern which trembled more violently, them or their brooms. However, as he gazed at Terry, who maintained the same altitude as himself, he noted the boy's adept control of his broomstick. A clear indication that he was no novice to flying. "Shall we have a race, William? Let us see who can reach that grove first," the boy suggested, pointing towards the distant forest. "All right, but wait a moment. Mrs. Hockley is calling us down." Terry then noticed that they were the only two left in the air. As Mrs. Hockley below whistled for them to descend promptly, William and Terry promptly guided their brooms to land on the flying class's lawn. Following this, Madame Hooch imparted a plethora of tedious flying instructions to the young wizards. Earl and Ike listened attentively, their earlier poor performance having made them realize that flying was not as simple as they had imagined. Finally, after enduring a lengthy discourse on the dreary history of Quidditch, Madame Hooch granted the young wizard some freedom to roam. "Come on, William. Let us have a race," Terry called out as he mounted his broom. "If you're looking for a challenge, then bring it on," William retorted as he soared upwards. However, it didn't take long for William to realize he had underestimated the situation. Merlin above, how is he flying so fast? He thought in despair. Watching Terry pull further and further away from him, how can he fly so quickly? William lamented, his hope dwindling as the distance between them widened. Determined not to concede, William challenged Terry to a contest of flying skills. This time, the outcome was even more disheartening, as Terry effortlessly outclassed William with his superior technique. "The school brooms are simply too worn out. They tremble at such speeds, making it impossible for me to attempt those advanced maneuvers," Terry remarked, still exhilarated from executing a stunning backflip that had drawn gasps from the other young wizards. "How did you take off so swiftly?" William asked, puzzled by Terry's remarkable speed. "Oh, that's the gudgeon launch, invented by the legendary seeker Calvin Gudgeon from the Chudley Cannons," Terry explained. "When I was younger, my greatest dream was to become an exceptional Quidditch player like him," he added with a look of longing. "However, my family disapproves of such aspirations. Have I mentioned that we are all Ravenclaw graduates? They would rather see me become a scholar than a professional Quidditch player. At times, I find myself envious of that Potter from Gryffindor, for he can pursue whatever he desires without restraint," Terry confessed, disappointment evident on his face as he maneuvered his broom downwards. "At least at Hogwarts, you can become an outstanding Quidditch player," William comforted his roommate. "The Ravenclaw team would surely welcome you. And as for your choices after graduation, that is still a distant concern. I assent to it. In both this life and the last." William was not particularly adept at offering comfort, much like in Quidditch, where he fell short compared to Terry. However, selection for the Quidditch team wouldn't commence until their second year, as first-year students were not even permitted to bring their brooms. Upon hearing William's words, Terry appeared somewhat inspired, clearly demonstrating his genuine affection for the sport. "You've heard the rumor, haven't you? Potter has been selected for the Gryffindor team. Now that they've set the precedent, we can surely follow suit. As long as we speak to our head of house, Professor Flitwick, he should give it serious consideration." "Really? Well, at the very least, you could join the team as a substitute and participate in their training. As for a broom, I have one in my enchanted bag. You can borrow mine." "Really? I truly cannot thank you enough, William." Harry Potter felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous secret ever since his encounter during the midnight duel and the subsequent unintentional venture into the room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Their savior began to suspect that the small parcel Hagrid had taken him to retrieve from the vault on his birthday must be concealed beneath the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog. The pressing question now was, what could that object be? It was either exceedingly valuable or potentially perilous. His close friend Ron pondered seriously, oblivious to the fact that he was merely stating the obvious. "Or perhaps it embodies both characteristics," Harry added, "yet with their limited intellect. They might never deduce the nature of that small parcel without further clues." What puzzled Harry even more was that Neville and Hermione also seemed to have lost interest in the secret beneath the trapdoor. Merlin above, how can they not be the least bit curious? Forget about them. One lacks courage, while the other is a bookish know-it-all. Don't you think she is rather pretentious? Ron replied dismissively to Harry's query. In Ron's eyes, only bold adventures were truly worthy of a Gryffindor's pursuits. Harry refrained from responding, to be fair. He too found Hermione's demeanor somewhat haughty, yet Ron's words seemed rather harsh. At this point, it might be nice to ignore each other, Harry mused inwardly. I have a feeling we will uncover something extraordinary. Let us head to the library to search for clues. Perhaps we will find something. To Harry's surprise, Ron suggested going to the library, a notion he readily accepted, and the two gathered their belongings and made their way there. Merlin above. How are we supposed to find anything in here? Ron exclaimed, surveying the vast expanse of bookshelves, his voice echoing and drawing disapproving glances from several students engrossed in their studies. The library prohibits noise. Madam Pants, clutching a feather duster, approached them with a warning. Look. Isn't that William? Ron whispered, having just received a scolding. Following Ron's finger, Harry spotted William engrossed in a book not far away. How peculiar. What is he doing here? Ravenclaws are all such studious oddballs. Ron's tone carried a hint of envy whenever he mentioned William. Perhaps we can ask him. He has read so many books, he might have some leads. After contemplating, Harry, accompanied by a reluctant Ron, approached William. What brings you here? William asked, slightly irked at being interrupted, having rushed through his dinner to find time for reading in the library. Harry began recounting his experience from the previous night, but was soon interrupted by William's impatience. I know what you're about to ask. Hermione already came by at noon to discuss the trapdoor beneath the fourth-floor room. You're wondering what lies beneath it, aren't you? And how did you respond? Ron inquired eagerly, his tone betraying his impatience. Mind your tone, Weasley. Are you inquiring or interrogating? William found himself seemingly incompatible with Ron, as their conversations would inevitably lead to conflict. William, Ron did not mean it that way. Harry interjected to ease the tension. What I conveyed to Hermione, I now pass on to you word for word. Restrain your curiosity. This is not your concern. The more you know, the more perilous it becomes for you. However, this may be related to Voldemort. What if he seeks that object? That has nothing to do with you, came the reply. When the sky falls, there will be someone to bear it. Dumbledore is still here. And these matters are not for you to fret over. And do not utter that name. Are you not aware that names can also be imbued with power? William struggled to comprehend. Could it be that the savior, Potter, truly perceived himself as a messianic figure? Nevertheless, let Potter indulge in his whims. For Dumbledore's protective presence loomed ever in the background. Upon realizing the profound complexities at play, William yearned to distance himself, harboring no desire to partake in Dumbledore's grand design. In truth, you know nothing either, merely feigning an air of profundity, Ron sharply interjected from the side. William neither spoke nor deemed it worthwhile to respond to such a juvenile inquiry. William placed the book into his enchanted bag and turned to stride towards the grand entrance of the library. Since reading was no longer an option here, William resolved to visit Professor Flitwick's office a bit earlier, hoping to enjoy a cup of tea in the process. I knew it all along. He knows nothing. Ron triumphantly declared to Harry. William's dismissive reply led the boy to mistakenly believe he had discerned William's thoughts. No, I sense he knows something. The two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings, when suddenly a feather duster struck Ron's head with considerable force. No loud talking is permitted in the library. Mrs. Pants scolded from behind them, her voice laced with anger. Almost immediately, under the influence of magic, the feather duster began to relentlessly pursue the two. Harry and Ron, clutching their heads, dashed out of the library, dodging the feather duster while failing to notice Mrs. Pants, who, after pondering their retreating figures for a moment, turned and re-entered the library. Is it true? Did Professor Flitwick really say that? In the dormitory, Terry gripped William's hand tightly. Did Professor Flitwick truly agree to let me train with the others? Yes, but it is merely training, so do not be overly excited. You have not officially been selected yet. William waved his hand, signaling the boy to relax his grip. Rest assured, William, as long as I can train with them. I am confident that my skills will secure my place on the house team, Terry declared, thumping his chest with conviction. On Friday evening, after discussing magical theory with the professor, William engaged in their customary friendly sparring. Subsequently, bruised and battered, he recounted Terry's performance in flying class to Professor Flitwick. You know, William, the school does not permit first-year students to bring flying brooms, primarily for your safety. Generally, Quidditch selections begin in the second year. However, if he truly flew well, as you say, it is certainly a matter open to discussion. Professor Flitwick's tone shifted. You must have heard that Gryffindor made an exception for Potter to join the team. Ever since Charlie Weasley left, they have been in need of an excellent seeker. Since they can make such an exception, there is no reason we cannot infuse our team with some fresh talent. Professor Flitwick wrote a note and handed it to William. Have Terry take this to the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain, Roger Davies. I will speak with him. Let him train with the team for now. If he truly is as exceptional as you claim, securing a permanent position will merely be a matter of time. Is that all? The professor agreed so readily? Terry asked, somewhat incredulous as he accepted the note. What did you expect? As long as you are sufficiently talented, Professor Flitwick will certainly not hesitate to facilitate your entry. William did not perceive any issue with this. It is important to note that Professor Flitwick had no grounds to decline such a proposal that was intended for the betterment of his own college. Time passed swiftly, and during the ensuing period, aside from Potter receiving a Firebolt 2000 sponsored by Professor McGonagall, nothing of significance transpired. William was also delighted to quietly enjoy campus life. Under the guidance of Professor Flitwick, William made significant progress in his magical abilities, and he had begun to embark on the initial attempts of silent casting. At that moment, the boy realized that silent casting was not as he had previously imagined. It turned out that silent casting did not entail the omission of incantations, but rather a transformation from vocal articulation to a silent recitation within one's mind, harnessing the inner strength to invoke the spell. William, you must concentrate and summon the incantation within your heart with unwavering will, Professor Flitwick explained to him. William also attempted as the professor suggested. However, aside from turning his face crimson, nothing transpired. What, in truth, is the inner strength that the professor spoke of? William possessed a keen sensitivity to magic. When Professor Flitwick demonstrated silent casting, he could sense the force flowing through the professor's body, ultimately converging at the tip of his wand. However, during his own practice, William consistently struggled to find that same sensation, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Do not be disheartened, William. Your perceptiveness towards magic is remarkable. It is your innate gift. At present, you merely lack practice. Silent casting is an arduous skill to master, typically introduced in the 6th year at Hogwarts. However, to speak candidly, the course merely provides a rudimentary understanding of silent casting. In reality, few manage to master this technique before graduation. I myself only achieved proficiency long after leaving school. Moreover, while William's progress in alchemy may not be monumental, it is indeed noteworthy. He is currently engaged in the creation of simple alchemical tools to deepen his understanding of this discipline. Equally significant is the fact that upon learning of Harry receiving a broomstick, Draco Malfoy was nearly overcome with rage. The boy had envisioned defeating Harry in the midnight duel, hoping to publicly humiliate him with his superior flying skills. To his dismay, he found himself merely a backdrop to Harry's extraordinary flying prowess, a fact that thoroughly irked him. Even more infuriating was that Harry was permitted to possess a broomstick in his first year, specifically the latest model, the Nimbus 2000. This only compounded Draco's discontent, as he was still not allowed to carry a broom. Enjoy your moment of triumph, Scarhead. Your day of reckoning shall come. Witnessing the triumphant smiles on Harry and Ron's faces, Draco stormed off in a fit of anger. Why does that Slytherin friend of yours always pick on Potter? In the Great Hall, observing Malfoy's hasty departure, Terry inquired of William with a perplexed expression. Ah, you mean Malfoy? I cannot say for certain. However, I suspect it might be due to matters of the heart. William mused thoughtfully before delivering his earnest response. William turned away, leaving Terry, who wore a bewildered expression, behind. The boy's scant experiences rendered him incapable of understanding the connection between trouble and love. Time swiftly passed, and Harry soon found himself astonished to realize he had been residing in Hogwarts for a full 2 months. He discovered a growing familiarity with the castle and an increasing fondness for the academic life at Hogwarts. Aside from potions, the other subjects were so wondrous and engaging. Even the thrice-weekly Quidditch practices did not bore him. In truth, for Harry, who had lacked athletic prowess since childhood and still appeared somewhat underdeveloped, this was his first opportunity to shine in a sport, playing a pivotal role as a seeker. This notion filled him with a sense of elation. On this particular day, as Harry approached the Great Hall, he was greeted by the rich, sweet aroma of roasted pumpkins. Upon entering, he beheld several professors adorning the hall, with countless colorful decorations morphing and moving under their skilled magical control. Had Halloween truly arrived? Time indeed flew, Harry mused, observing Hagrid as he entered, cradling several enormous pumpkins. Is that William? What is he doing over there? Exclaimed Ron, breaking Harry's reverie. Following Ron's gaze, Harry indeed spotted William assisting Professor Flitwick in decorating the hall. Why was there such a disparity among peers? Harry pondered, watching William effortlessly cast spells, feeling a twinge of envy. If only he could perform magic with such ease. On the opposite side of the hall, William was executing a transfiguration spell, transforming a mundane lamp into a decorative pumpkin head. The pumpkin's eyes twinkled incessantly, and now and then, sparks erupted from within, forming fiery red ribbons in the air, a sight most enchanting. In truth, it was not only William. Many upperclassmen were lending their assistance as well. Outstanding transfiguration. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Professor McGonagall observed this scene, showering William with praise for his remarkable imagination and transfiguration skills without reservation. I could not have done better at your age, William. My advanced transfiguration class will always be open to you. I aspire to learn more from you. I still have much to improve compared to your prowess. William humbly responded, fully aware of his considerable shortcomings in the art of transfiguration. He still felt somewhat clumsy with the transformation of living beings, and in addition to that, there was the mastery of animagus, a pinnacle of transfiguration skills. Naturally, William held a deep admiration for the animagus ability. However, he possessed a keen sense of self-awareness, particularly after realizing the perilous magical creatures that wizards had recklessly conjured from their own forms. William approached the notion of becoming an animagus with heightened caution. Though still youthful, he had no desire to follow in the footsteps of those who had met dire fates. Until he could achieve complete certainty, William resolutely decided to refrain from attempting such hazardous techniques. Indeed, you heard correctly, Professor Flitwick announced in a high-pitched voice during Charms class. Today, we shall learn the levitation charm, the very spell we employed this morning to make the decorations float in the Great Hall. Flitwick's words ignited a fervent enthusiasm among the young witches and wizards, who eagerly gazed at him, awaiting his instruction. The professor organized the students into pairs and distributed a long feather to each group. William was assigned to a group with a girl named Lisa Dupin from Ravenclaw. The girl was lively, her smile revealing 2 sharp canine teeth, which made her appear quite endearing. Today, we were learning a spell that was not particularly difficult. Do you recall the wrist motion we had been practicing? It is a quintessential gesture in modern magic, utilized in numerous spells. Remember, a flick, a shake, and pay attention to the force. Let us first revisit this gesture. Professor Flitwick, having concluded his introduction, guided the young wizards in reviewing the wand movement. He continued to explain that the incantation for the levitation charm is Wingardium Leviosa. Watch closely as I demonstrate, and pay attention to my pace. Wingardium Leviosa. With a flourish of his wand, Professor Flitwick enunciated the spell clearly. Under the gaze of the young wizards, a feather before him began to rise slowly, drifting upward as directed by Flitwick's wand. Merlin above. This is simply marvelous, Ron exclaimed in astonishment, his voice echoing in the classroom. Has anyone noticed something peculiar about the speed at which I pronounced the incantation, Miss Granger? You articulated it as Wingardium Lev, O-S-A, with that elongated D sound. 5 points to Gryffindor for your keen observation, Miss Granger. Ron murmured softly beside her, but the girl feigned ignorance, sitting down with a triumphant expression. Moreover, there is another crucial point to consider. Are you familiar with the wizard Baruffio? He mispronounced the F as an S, resulting in the summoning of a rampaging bull that shattered his chest. Remember, the clarity of your incantation is imperative, a precise spell, an accurate gesture, and unwavering confidence are the 3 essential elements for successfully casting a spell, as people often say. Now, let us all give it a try. Though it may seem effortless when demonstrated by the professor, the reality of attempting it for the young wizards was far from graceful, as their efforts were riddled with blunders. William surveyed the week, finding no successful young sorcerers capable of casting the levitation spell. Among them, the most amusing was Ron from Gryffindor, who clumsily waved his wand, resembling a rather comical gibbon. William noticed that next to Ron, Neville from another group was wearing a sorrowful expression as he watched Ron, whose gesticulations were so exaggerated that his wand nearly poked Neville in the head. William, let us commence our practice, Lisa, from the same group, suggested. Very well. Pay close attention to my wand movement, Wingardium Leviosa. William retracted his gaze, drew his wand, and with a gentle flick and a shake, the feather before him seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, gradually ascending into the air. Everyone, come and see. Mr. Friedrich has succeeded. An excellent levitation charm. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice rang out. In truth, after more than 2 months of study, most professors no longer awarded William too many points at once. It was evident to all that his magical prowess far surpassed that of his peers in their first year. Consequently, professors preferred not to call on William for answers or to reward him by excusing him from assignments. This, at one point, filled Ron with envy, as he dreamed of a day when he could escape the burden of homework. Aside from Professor Flitwick, who continued to award points to William, it seemed that Ravenclaw had not won the House Cup in quite some time, and William's presence finally offered Professor Flitwick a glimmer of hope to break Slytherin's 7-year winning streak. However, William scratched his head, pondering that it was not his desire to carry the team, but rather a fear that Dumbledore might grant Harry an unfair advantage. Otherwise, under his guidance, winning the House Cup would undoubtedly be within reach unless... William, you are truly remarkable. Could you teach me? Sally Dupin's melodious voice interrupted William's thoughts. What am I doing wrong? Why won't the feather float? Your one movement is incorrect. Observe my motions closely. Hermione Granger could hardly believe that such foolishness existed in the world until she encountered Ron Weasley. The girl gazed at Ron, who was still flailing his arms about, and heard Professor Flitwick cheering from a distance. Her already irritable heart grew even more agitated. If only I had practiced first, I would certainly have succeeded more quickly than William, she thought stubbornly. Did you not listen to Professor Flitwick? It is Wingardium Leviosa. You must articulate the Leviosa clearly and distinctly. Moreover, your wand posture is entirely incorrect. If you managed to cast that charm successfully, it would truly be a miracle. Finally, Hermione could no longer tolerate Ron's clumsy attempts and bluntly pointed out his errors. If you're so clever, why don't you give it a try? Ron suddenly roared at Hermione, his voice booming enough to draw the attention of nearby students. Ron Weasley had never imagined that such arrogance could exist in the world until he met Hermione Granger. On this day, having been placed in the same group as Hermione for Charms class, Ron's mood was already quite dismal. How could I possibly be in a group with this arrogant know-it-all? He muttered to himself. When he noticed the disdain in Hermione's gaze directed at him, his annoyance only intensified. Yet, when Professor Flitwick demonstrated the levitation charm, Ron's heart was instantly captivated, much like the feather itself. Merlin above. This is incredible. I must master this spell, he resolved. During the ensuing practice, Ron indeed worked diligently. However, due to his wand's dilapidated state and his previous lack of attentiveness during Professor Flitwick's lessons, he found himself unable to make the feather float, which soured his mood further. Especially upon hearing Professor Flitwick announce William's successful spell casting nearby. The flames of jealousy surged within Ron, nearly overwhelming him. Why can he cast spells so effortlessly? Why not me? When he saw the Ravenclaw girl, in her sweet voice, asking William for assistance with spell casting, Ron, possibly influenced by the onset of adolescence, felt a mix of envy and jealousy, but predominantly anger towards Hermione, who had been looking down on him the entire time. Look at her, and then look at yourself. The more he observed Hermione, the more he loathed her. Finally, after enduring Hermione's condescending remarks, Ron could no longer contain himself. If you're so smart, why don't you give it a shot? He shouted at Hermione, as if hoping to expel his pinned-up frustration through his roar. Hermione was evidently taken aback by Ron's sudden outburst. Her face paled. Whether from fear or extreme anger, it was unclear. She rolled up her sleeves, retrieved her wand, and softly uttered the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Her voice was soft yet clear, and with a flick of her wrist, the feather gradually rose, floating above their heads. Excellent! Excellent! Everyone, come and see. Miss Granger has succeeded. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick's enthusiastic voice resounded. Ron's face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, he could not tell. Throughout the class, his spirits remained notably low. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. She is simply an insufferable know-it-all. In the corridor outside, Ron and Harry struggled through the crowd. Ron squeezed through and bitterly exclaimed to Harry, "Now I understand why she has no friends. Truly, who would want to befriend someone like her?" Before Harry could respond, he was abruptly jostled by someone. Looking up, he saw Hermione, clutching her bag, passing by them. At that moment, Harry caught a glimpse of tears on her face. She must have heard Ron's remarks. "If I were you, Weasley, I would consider apologizing to her," William, who had approached them unbeknownst, remarked as he watched Hermione's retreating figure. "I know her demeanor can be somewhat haughty at times, which makes her unlikable. However, your words have also deeply hurt her. As a gentleman, you ought to apologize." "Why should I be the one to apologize first and not her?" Ron retorted, visibly unsettled. This indicated that his nature was not inherently cruel, yet he stubbornly defended himself against William's counsel. William refrained from uttering further words. In fact, after 2 months of observation, he discerned that the current Hermione, at this age, deviated significantly from his recollections of her in a previous life. The girl exhibited various flaws, an excessive competitive spirit, a lack of consideration for the feelings of others, and a certain arrogance, among other traits. Thus, William did not intercede to prevent Ron from articulating those remarks that could alter the narrative. He believed that perhaps the ordeal with the troll would temper Hermione's character. Nevertheless, it was paramount to ensure safety, as Harry and Ron were rather unpredictable. William watched Ron's performance in today's charms class, finding it hard to believe that he could successfully cast the levitation charm in such a crisis. After all, it seemed far too coincidental in the original text. In truth, William could assert that he harbored complete disbelief in Harry and Ron's ability to contend with a troll averaging 12 feet in height, nearly 4 meters. Moreover, the troll's thick, foul-smelling skin, which had a dull, granite-like appearance, exhibited an extraordinary resistance to magic. Only the most malevolent dark arts or exceptionally skilled wizards could penetrate that hide with spells to inflict harm upon the creature. Were it not for the troll's exceedingly low intelligence, coupled with its notably vulnerable head, its danger rating would surely be significantly higher. Furthermore, how could such a heroic opportunity for gallantry be bestowed upon Harry and Ron? It was time for him to shine. William was eager to find a target that would allow him to assess the fruits of his recent studies. Additionally, this troll would grant him a chance to access the much-coveted room of requirement on the 8th floor. William had not forgotten that within that room lay something he had long coveted, a legendary wizard's soul. In contrast, the so-called heroics of rescuing a damsel were merely a fade. The Sorting Hat spoke the truth. He indeed possessed the qualities esteemed by Slytherin. With this thought, William smiled faintly and turned to stride towards the empty classroom on the left side of the 1st floor, intending to make some preparations in advance. William made his way towards the classroom on the 1st floor. In preparation for this day, he had crafted numerous trinkets utilizing the alchemical knowledge he had acquired. Before long, he arrived at the staircase leading down to the underground classroom and dungeon. William retrieved several small spheres resembling the golden snitch from his magical bag. He then discreetly concealed these spheres at the staircase and strategically placed them in the empty classrooms located at the far left side of the 1st floor. The classrooms across from the Great Hall in Hogwarts Castle are seldom utilized, often remaining in a state of neglect, which presented an opportune moment for William. The design of the spheres he had just positioned was indeed inspired by the golden snitch. It is worth noting that during his shopping spree in Diagon Alley, William did not merely purchase a few broomsticks from the Quidditch supply store. He also acquired several golden snitches for the purpose of research. Both in his previous life and this one, he harbored a profound fascination for this enchanting orb. However, the spheres he crafted this time, while resembling the golden snitch, actually contained a magical detector designed to sense fluctuations in the surrounding magical energy. Should there be any disturbance in the magical aura, it would indicate the use of magic, and the detector would promptly send a signal to William. According to Hogwarts regulations, young witches and wizards are prohibited from casting spells in the corridors, and by nightfall, everyone is expected to gather in the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. Thus, any magical fluctuations occurring in that vicinity could only be attributed to Quirrell exerting magical control over the troll. Through this method, William could ascertain at the earliest opportunity that the troll had indeed been unleashed. However, due to the limited range of detection and transmission, he could not stray too far from the location. William intended to read in an empty classroom nearby while awaiting the signal to sound, so that he could promptly rush to the rescue. He hoped that this heroic act of saving a damsel in distress would provide him with a suitable pretext for visiting the 8th floor wish fulfillment room. William had arranged everything meticulously before turning away and heading towards the classroom for the next lesson. "Come sit here, William. I've saved a seat for you. Where have you been? How is it that you vanished in the blink of an eye?" Upon entering the classroom, William was met with Terry's inquisitive inquiry. "Ah, a black cat crossed my path just moments ago," William replied, nonchalantly spinning a tale that would be dismissed by any rational person. "Really? Did you encounter Professor McGonagall again? Do you think she enjoys transforming into a cat to roam the castle?" Before William could finish his words, Terry impatiently interrupted him. "By Merlin, did you acquire your Quidditch skills through sheer intellect? Do you actually believe such nonsense? Or has the Quidditch training over the past few weeks muddled your brain?" William was taken aback to discover that Terry had taken his offhand remark about a black cat seriously. It seemed he would need to devise a different jest next time. Intrigued by this revelation, he pondered what kind of absurdity would be so blatant as to reveal his insincerity to Terry. The afternoon slipped by swiftly, and as the bell signaling the end of class rang, William fabricated an excuse to dismiss his roommate. As he descended to the 1st floor alone, he sought an unoccupied classroom and retrieved the alchemical notes of his ancestors, immersing himself in their contents with utmost seriousness. The notes were not extensive, in fact. William had perused them several times before. With the knowledge gleaned from this tome, supplemented by a patchwork of alchemical insights, he succeeded in crafting a highly intricate and sophisticated magical sensor. Should this achievement come to light, it would undoubtedly astonish the outside world. For the golden flying thief was no larger than a walnut, with a mere diameter of 5 centimeters. William needed to etch an array of alchemical symbols within the confines of a diminutive sphere, a task that seemed nothing short of fanciful to the wizards. Fortunately, William's identity as a time traveler endowed him with knowledge of various scientific instruments conceived by Muggles. With the aid of a magnifying glass, he utilized a specially crafted engraving tool, enchanted at its tip with a shrinking charm, to accomplish what the wizards deemed utterly impossible. However, due to the sphere's minuscule size and William's limited understanding of alchemy, he was unable to inscribe an abundance of runes, resulting in a restricted detection and transmission range for the golden snitch detector. William had to arrange numerous detectors on the staircase, as well as strategically place several specialized conductors along the way, in order to successfully transmit the signal to himself, situated within the empty classroom. Thus, in William's view, this invention remained in its infancy, with substantial potential for enhancement. However, this represented the pinnacle of his capabilities, leading him to believe that he had reached a bottleneck in his alchemical studies. It is well known that throughout history, the pursuit of alchemy has greatly emphasized the importance of lineage. Without a proficient mentor to guide him, achieving notable success through self-study alone is exceedingly arduous. Unfortunately, Hogwarts does not offer a course in alchemy. The closest alternative is the Ancient Runes class, which can only be taken in the third year, leaving William quite disheartened. The number of masters proficient in alchemy within the United Kingdom is exceedingly limited, and indeed, this scarcity extends throughout Europe. Only in Egypt, due to its rich historical and cultural heritage, coupled with the Egyptian Ministry of Magic's commitment to preserving alchemical traditions, does a comprehensive lineage of alchemy endure, rendering it the most renowned sanctuary of this mystical art. Many alchemical masters have emerged from that land throughout history, with none more illustrious than Hermes, the creator of the Emerald Tablet, a truly remarkable alchemist and a highly skilled wizard. In his era, no one could rival his prowess in alchemy. At that time, the level of alchemical advancement in Egypt was truly remarkable. The emblem of the International Confederation of Wizards features a star encircled by ancient Egyptian script, symbolizing Hermes. If given the opportunity, a visit to Egypt would be a dream. Europe is not devoid of alchemical masters. The most famous among them is Nicholas Flamel, who successfully created the Philosopher's Stone. It is said that he uncovered certain ancient texts left by Egyptian wizards, and based on this knowledge, he managed to forge the stone, transmuting mercury into gold and allowing himself and his wife to exist in a state of near immortality. Remarkably, he was born in 1330 and is now over 660 years old. In Flamel's presence, William imagines that Dumbledore would appear as a mere child. Regrettably, Flamel has not taught alchemy for many years, having long since retired with his wife. As a Frenchman, he had previously taught alchemy at Beauxbatons for some time, which contributed to Beauxbatons' reputation as one of the top 3 magical schools in Europe. The influence of a master alchemist is indeed unparalleled. Contemplating these matters feels rather distant, so it would be prudent to write to his father and inquire whether any notes were left behind by their ancestor. William was immersed in contemplation within the empty classroom when, all of a sudden, the receiver beside him began to buzz and vibrate. Simultaneously, a heavy footfall echoed from outside, causing the very floor of the classroom to tremble slightly beneath him. An odor, reminiscent of socks that had not been changed for a decade, gradually wafted in from the outside. William drew his wand and first cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. The stench was simply unbearable. "Chilo, couldn't you give it a bath?" With the charm in place, William felt the acrid odor diminish slightly, yet it remained thoroughly repugnant. He cast a scornful glance at Chilo's irresponsibility before enchanting himself with a disillusionment charm. Let us not forget, Chilo was nearby, controlling the troll, and it was a mystery how he and the lump of a master behind him could endure such a foul smell. Perhaps it was because Voldemort lacked a nose, William mused maliciously. Despite his disdain, William prepared meticulously, waiting for the sound of footsteps to fade away. Calculating the time, he surmised that Chilo must have headed to the Great Hall, and only then did he stealthily make his way toward the classroom exit. Upon entering the corridor, the stench intensified, yet William did not linger, making his way directly to the girls' restroom on the first floor. Earlier that day, he had scouted the area, thus his movements were swift and deliberate. Soon, he located the troll, which was aimlessly ambling about the first floor, wielding a massive wooden club. However, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to wait quietly in the shadows. In the Great Hall, Harry and Ron were captivated by the unique spectacle before them. Thousands of bats fluttered across the ceiling, while countless clouds swirled above the plates, creating a mesmerizing display. Surrounding them were heaps of luminous pumpkin heads, occasionally spitting sparks that transformed mid-air into the four creatures representing Hogwarts' four houses. Even the candelabras were fashioned in the shape of pumpkins, contributing to an atmosphere thick with festivity. Had William been present, this scene would have felt strikingly familiar to him. It seemed Professor McGonagall had drawn inspiration from William's creative vision. Though her magical prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own, William could only transform Mars into a ribbon, while Professor McGonagall had the remarkable ability to turn it into intricate creatures, even animating them to perform various actions. Harry observed a nearby pumpkin head, from which a vibrant lion emerged, its majestic form rearing back as if letting out a roar. Such enchanting magic! Harry felt that this was undoubtedly the most splendid celebration he had experienced in his 11 years. Beside him, Ron wore a foolish grin. Initially, on their way to the banquet, Harry and Ron felt a tinge of unease due to William's words. Additionally, they had inadvertently overheard Hermione's roommate, Patil, telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was sobbing in the girls' restroom. This only deepened Ron's sense of guilt. The boy's heart wasn't malicious but rather prideful, unwilling to apologize first. However, upon witnessing the colorful decorations and the lavish feast laid out on the banquet tables, any lingering unease and remorse for Hermione were swiftly cast aside. Hermione? Apologies. Who is she again? Ron mused as he picked up a chicken leg and began to gnaw at it. Just as the wizards in the hall were engaged in jovial conversation and dining, a loud bang echoed as the grand doors were flung open and Professor Quirrell rushed in. His face a mask of terror, he hurried to Dumbledore's side, panic evident in his demeanor. The sight of him instilled an immediate hush over the hall. Countless eyes fixated on Quirrell, which seemed to heighten his anxiety, causing his stutter to worsen significantly. He gasped out, "TT Troll in the DD dungeon, I thought you ought to know." With that, he abruptly collapsed forward, unconscious, leaving Dumbledore with only the back of his scarf-covered head visible. The Great Hall fell silent for several seconds, as Quirrell's alarming revelation was too shocking for the young wizards to comprehend. Then, a cacophony erupted, as if the hall had exploded, with students frantically glancing around, fearing that a 4-meter-tall troll would charge in at any moment. Dumbledore rose, brandishing his wand, producing several sharp explosions that lit up the ceiling with bursts of fireworks, finally calming the young wizards below. "Silence. At Hogwarts, no one can harm you," Dumbledore intoned, his voice low and heavy with anger. It was evident that he was furious, having not anticipated Quirrell's reckless antics, yet he could not publicly expose him. "Heads of house, return your students to their dormitories." This command provided a sense of direction, prompting the heads of houses to rise and guide their students. Oh no, Hermione. What about her? No one else informed her about the troll. At that moment, Ron, having put down his chicken leg, finally remembered Hermione. He exchanged several glances with Harry, and ultimately, biting his lip, he declared, "Let us go find her. But be careful not to let Percy see us." They trailed after the Hufflepuff students, traversing the deserted corridors towards the girls' restroom. William felt as though he were on the verge of being overwhelmed. The scent, despite being filtered through the headache charm, remained exceedingly potent. Why had it not yet made its way to the ladies' restroom? As he gazed at the towering creature before him, he suddenly realized the foolishness of his earlier decision. Fortunately, as if responding to some unseen cue, the creature lifted its diminutive head. After listening intently for a moment, it finally began to stride towards the direction of the ladies' restroom. William hurriedly followed, soon discovering Harry and Ron sprinting towards him from the other side of the corridor. Under the influence of the disillusionment charm, the two were oblivious to William's presence. "Merlin above. What in the world is this?" William heard the whispers of Ron, and it was evident that the two of them had also noticed the troll making its way toward the girls' restroom. Following the remarkable sight of Harry and Ron trapping the troll inside, William could no longer contain himself upon hearing Hermione's desperate screams. He rushed forward, shoving Harry and Ron aside, and with a powerful spell, he flung the door open. Ever since he learned numerous spellcasting techniques from Professor Flitwick, William had become increasingly adept at employing the stunning charm. William burst into the ladies' restroom, just in time to witness Hermione cornered against the wall by a towering beast. The girl appeared to be in a dire state, as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. William had no time for contemplation. With a swift flick of his wand, he unleashed a stunning blast of magic, shattering the wall before him into a fine dust. The resounding explosion effectively captured the attention of the ogre. Seizing the moment while the creature was momentarily disoriented, William rapidly conjured a magical rope to ensnare Hermione, drawing the girl safely behind him. At that very instant, the ogre's beady eyes finally locked onto William, and it let out a furious roar. William lifted his head, gazing fearlessly at the colossal creature before him, akin to a small mountain. He gripped his wand tightly. Come on, let me witness your capabilities. Dear audience, welcome to the inaugural Hogwarts Interspecies Showdown. I am your commentator, Shao. The red team contestant hails from Albania. Standing at an impressive height of 3 meters and 66 centimeters, weighing 1 ton and 6 kilograms, allow me to introduce Benjamin, the ogre, a name that hints at its rather peculiar nature, for it is reminiscent of Professor Quirrell, who suffers from a severe stutter, as I understand it. The ogre has undergone rigorous training under 2 esteemed coaches in Albania, one of whom is none other than Professor Quirrell himself. The other, temporarily residing in the shadows of Quirrell's mind, is the infamous dark wizard, Tom Riddle, a notorious fugitive whose name sends shivers down the spine of the wizarding community, and who is wanted by the British Ministry of Magic. Prior to the match, we were fortunate enough to interview the ogre Benjamin and his coaching team. Professor Quirrell expressed that he does not place significant importance on the outcome of this contest. His primary aim is merely to delay Dumbledore and ensure the old man experiences some discomfort. Unfortunately, we were unable to meet Coach Tom during our interview. But I am confident that the ogre will deliver a thrilling performance. Now approaching us is the blue team contestant, William Friedrich. Standing at 1 meter and 65 centimeters and weighing 105 kilograms. He is currently a student at Hogwarts. Undoubtedly, the red team contestant possesses a physical prowess that overwhelmingly surpasses that of the blue team contestant, William. Whether it be height, weight, wingspan, or weaponry, the ogre wields a massive wooden club, while William has only a slender stick. However, in terms of intellect, the blue team contestant holds a distinct advantage. So, who shall emerge victorious? The 2 contestants are about to engage in a fierce battle within the girls' restroom on the first floor of Hogwarts. Who will claim the title of champion in the inaugural Hogwarts Interspecies Showdown? Let us wait and see. With Hermione's piercing scream, the match officially commences. The ogre roared loudly at William, raising its colossal club, ready to smash the diminutive figure before it. Yet, William was quicker. Just as the ogre lifted its arm, William's spell struck the creature squarely in the face. With swift precision, he waved his wand, tracing a brief yet intricate arc in the air, channeling his magical energy toward the wand's tip, proclaiming, Iron Fist Strike. An invisible surge of magic erupted forth, converging and compressing, resembling an iron fist that struck mercilessly against the ogre's head, which, at that moment, resembled a cocoa bean, accompanied by a dull thud. The ogre gradually released its grip on the club, toppling backward. KO. Of course, William would never succumb to an ogre with an intelligence bordering on negative. He exhaled a sigh of relief, slowly lowering his wand, yet within that brief moment, beads of sweat began to soak his back. In truth, confronting the ogre was not as effortless as it appeared. It is important to note that in his previous life, William was merely an ordinary individual. Although he was born into a magical family and possessed profound knowledge of magic in this life, this marked his first encounter outside the protective embrace of his family, facing the very threat of death. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to confront a creature that towers like a small mountain. Most would likely lose their fighting spirit upon witnessing such a massive and menacing figure, further compounded by the suffocating stench. Yet, fear did not overwhelm William. The best way to dispel fear is to confront it head-on. This is the quality most esteemed by Gryffindor, to face fear and conquer it, embodying the courage and audacity that Gryffindor champions. In reality, many possess great strength but lack the heart to wield it effectively. William was not inclined to be merely an antiquarian, devoted solely to the study of spells while remaining utterly inept in combat. Thus, confronting a troll represented an excellent trial for him. Moreover, if he could not even vanquish a small troll, it would be prudent for him to hastily gather his belongings and transfer to Durmstrang, especially considering the impending chaos that would envelop Hogwarts in the coming years. A moment's carelessness could cost him his very life. Fortunately, William was well versed in the troll's vulnerabilities, particularly its pitiably small head. The primary challenge in confronting a troll was not the casting of spells, but rather maintaining composure and not being intimidated by the creature's massive stature. Dealing with a troll was, in fact, quite straightforward. A simple stunning spell or a powerful impact charm aimed at the troll's head, as William intended to employ, could easily render the beast unconscious. After all, the troll's rudimentary brain rendered it incapable of remembering to protect its head, no matter how many blows it endured. In truth, had William utilized his advanced magical techniques along with the spellcasting skills he had acquired from Professor Flitwick, it was likely that the troll's head would be effortlessly obliterated. However, such an act would be excessively gruesome, casting him in a light of cruelty that might tarnish his reputation among others. William turned around to see Hermione, who was sitting on the ground, trembling and sobbing softly, while Harry and Ron stood frozen beside her. He smirked slightly, pondering how far they still had to go. Next, he was ready to implement his subsequent plan. Merlin above, what kind of absurdity are you playing at? Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and a wave of professors burst in. Leading the charge was Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. The witch surveyed the scene before her, momentarily bewildered. Inside the ladies' restroom, William was brandishing his wand, controlling a troll, and performing an intricate ballet routine on tiptoe under McGonagall's stupefied gaze. He had even conjured an oversized ballet costume to drape over the troll. Merlin above, what nonsense is this? McGonagall, confronted with such an unexpectedly beautiful spectacle, found herself struggling to comprehend the situation. Having taught at Hogwarts for so many years, she had never encountered such audaciously reckless students. Following her was Professor Snape, his face dark and his shadowy gaze betraying a peculiar half-smile. Last to enter was Professor Quirrell, who plopped down onto a nearby toilet and began to weep quietly. What a performance, William thought, stifling a laugh at Quirrell's tearful display. It was evident that our dear Friedrich had orchestrated this absurdity to bolster his own reputation. Controlling a troll with the Imperius curse for such a pointless act, one could not deny his genius. Snape's voice, laced with ill intent, broke the silence as he regarded William, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. For reasons unknown, William had sensed a degree of animosity from the professor since their first potions class. However, unlike Harry, who had retorted against Snape, William had been met with a cold indifference from him in subsequent classes. Initially, William thought that with time, Snape would gradually forget this inexplicable grudge, but today's demeanor indicated otherwise. Should the implications of casting the Imperius curse solidify, even with the protection of his family, his reputation could suffer considerably. Could it be jealousy? William suddenly wondered. After all, compared to Snape, his own student years had been relatively untroubled. Given your background, it is hardly surprising that you are familiar with such a curse, Snape continued. Yet perhaps you remain unaware of the severe consequences that accompany the casual use of the unforgivable curses in Britain. I believe we should deliberate on how to address this matter. Azkaban would surely welcome you, Friedrich. William casually cast a spell, causing the troll to collapse back to the ground. Do not be so tense, Professor Snape. I am not foolish enough to cast an unforgivable curse at Hogwarts. This is merely a spell of mental suggestion, effective only on mindless creatures like trolls. I nearly missed the Halloween feast while engrossed in my magical studies. As I was making my way to the Great Hall, I encountered a troll attempting to force its way into the girls' restroom, alongside Harry and Ron, who were standing outside, preparing to do the same. By the way, Miss Granger was likely inside the restroom at that moment. The subsequent events were rather straightforward, were they not? I subdued the troll and rescued those individuals, William elucidated. As for my current endeavor, I have heard of a wizard named Panama who trained trolls to perform ballet. I wish to attempt this myself. It seems quite simple, does it not? However, I must admit I find his aesthetic somewhat perplexing. Were wizards of that era truly so extravagant? Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply, realizing that after all these years, William was likely the most mischievous student she had encountered. And he was only in his first year. Mr. Friedrich, I am aware that your magical prowess far exceeds that of a typical first-year student, Professor McGonagall stated with a serious tone. However, William, you must understand that I cautioned you in our first Transfiguration class to treat magic with care, as it is a perilous undertaking. History is replete with tales of eminent wizards who perish due to their own arrogance in trivial matters. Since you mentioned Wizard Panama, do you know how he met his demise? He was an exceptionally gifted wizard of the last century who, while attempting to control a troll to dance, became distracted and was ultimately crushed into a pulp by the out-of-control creature. To this day, the 8th floor of Hogwarts proudly displays a tapestry depicting the troll's assault on the foolish Panama. You may wish to take a look. Just as I was about to mention that, Professor McGonagall, now my visit to that tapestry on the 8th floor will not seem so out of place, William mused internally, though he maintained an outwardly humble demeanor. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I acknowledge my impetuousness this time and treated magic as a mere source of amusement. I promise there will not be a repeat of this behavior. William feigned contrition as he spoke to Professor McGonagall. I believe students who wield magic so recklessly should face consequences, Professor Snape interjected stubbornly. Enough, Severus. I shall discuss this matter with Dumbledore. Let us leave the judgment to him, Professor McGonagall interrupted, revealing her protective stance toward William. Although she raised her voice, she did so with a gentleness that belied her authority. However, in all my years of teaching at Hogwarts, I have never encountered such an extraordinary young wizard capable of defeating a troll in his first year. Therefore, I award Ravenclaw 10 points. Professor McGonagall turned to William, her eyes brimming with pride and admiration, clearly indicating her fondness for him, which explained her earlier sternness. She genuinely feared he might stray down the wrong path. And what is the matter with you three? Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron, her voice cold and laced with fury. I, Harry stammered, clearly flustered and unsure of how to explain the situation to Professor McGonagall. As for Ron, he appeared to be in a daze, gripping the stick he had been using for firewood tightly without loosening his grip. Please do not be so harsh, Professor McGonagall. It is all my fault. Harry and Ron were looking for me. A voice emerged from the corner, prompting Harry and Ron to look up in surprise, spotting Hermione finally standing up. Tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes as she gazed at Professor McGonagall, her voice trembling. I sought out the troll myself because I thought I could handle it alone. If it were not for William passing by and saving me, I would likely be a corpse by now. Harry and Ron were only coming to find me. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. How could you possibly confront a troll on your own? The bravery of Gryffindor does not equate to recklessness, Miss Granger. In light of your folly, Gryffindor loses 10 points. Professor McGonagall, known for her fairness, showed no mercy to her own house, often leaving the Gryffindor students lamenting their fate, especially when their rival house, Slytherin, was led by the pure-blooded Severus Snape, who would stop at nothing to secure the house cup. Now, you all, if you are uninjured, return to your respective common rooms. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their houses. Where have you been, William? As William stepped into the Ravenclaw common room, he collided with a visibly anxious Terry, who grasped William's hand and sighed in relief. We were all worried sick about you when we realized you were missing. Penelope even rushed to find Professor Flitwick. Everyone feared something had happened to you. Where on earth have you been? Oh, what could possibly happen to me? I simply encountered a lost troll on my way to the Great Hall and, as a matter of course, managed to subdue it. William recounted his recent escapade with nonchalance. Afterward, I even directed it to perform a ballet. Terry opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. After a prolonged silence, he regarded William with a complex expression. You know, William, before I met you, I thought I was the biggest braggart in the world. Until I encountered you, I recognized your remarkable prowess in magic. But surely you couldn't have toppled a troll and made it dance ballet. There must be limits to our boasting. If that's true, I might as well eat a poster of the Norwegian Quidditch national team. That's your own claim, my friend. Just remember not to backtrack on it, William replied. Observing Terry's fervent conviction, secretly hoping the boy would still hold this belief the following day. Why the Norwegian team? Why not another? William inquired, aware that his knowledge of Quidditch paled in comparison to Terry's. Because the mascot of the Norwegian Quidditch national team is a troll. I can't fathom what the team's manager was thinking when choosing a troll as their emblem. Terry's enthusiasm surged as he elaborated on Quidditch. But they didn't select a mountain troll, they went with the Selma Lake Monster. Although the team's officials claim that the choice symbolizes the iron will and formidable physical prowess of Norwegian players, the public prefers to joke that they are merely a bunch of muscle-bound brutes. After all, who in their right mind would choose a troll as a mascot? Did you know that during the 1896 World Cup, the mascot of the Norwegian team fought without a Fiji team, the Dakawaga? It was a ridiculous blunder by the staff to place the Dakawaga and the lake monster in the same lake. Terry animatedly recounted, clearly reveling in the topic of Quidditch. The Selma Lake Monster and the Dakawaga. I would love to witness such marvelous magical creatures. William mused. He was aware that the Selma Lake Monster hailed from Norway's Selma Lake, which is reputed to be the largest freshwater lake in Norway, although both are classified as trolls. The lake monster and the mountain troll he had just encountered were remarkably different. The Selma Lake Monster resembles a gigantic sea serpent, known for its ferocity, and can be regarded as Norway's version of the Loch Ness Monster, albeit less famous. As for the Dakawaga, it resides in the waters surrounding Fiji and possesses the ability to shift between human and shark forms. In ancient Fijian mythology, the Dakawaga serves as a guardian for fishermen, guiding them to bountiful fishing grounds. It is said to be capable of transforming into any shape, though its most favored and commonly seen form is that of a Fijian man with a shark's head. It is also noteworthy that Fiji is the natural habitat of the fire crab, with hundreds of miles of coastline designated as a sanctuary for these creatures. William's understanding of these wondrous creatures stems from the travelogue of an ancestor who journeyed to the east and bequeathed to him the very wand he now wields. According to the accounts, this ancestor traversed the 5 continents, uncovering numerous magical beings, an array of fantastical magical phenomena, and the perilous secrets unknown to others. He was an exceptionally seasoned wizard, and in his final years, he meticulously documented his life's experiences as a part of the Friedrich family legacy. He wonders when he might, like his ancestor, become a wizard of great experience. However, such aspirations require formidable magical prowess, and he must strive diligently. Today's endeavor has been successful, and the next step is to seek an opportunity to gaze upon the tapestry on the 8th floor, which might lead to the discovery of the room of requirement. William, are you listening? Terry interrupted William's reverie, gazing at him intently. I was just recounting the first Quidditch World Cup, which was notorious for its multitude of fouls. Over 700, in fact. Oh, of course, I am listening. Please, continue. Has it truly taken you this long to reach such a point? By Merlin. Terry, you can certainly talk. William gazed at Terry, whose spirits were evidently soaring, and scratched his head in slight distress. I hope your mood tomorrow will mirror your current exuberance. Should I return to the dormitory to prepare your posters? No way. You truly spoke the truth last night? You really bested a giant and even made it perform ballet? Inside the hall, Terry appeared utterly bewildered, looking at William with a quavering voice. Indeed, did I not mention that very thing to you last night? You even expressed a desire to eat. William remarked with a mischievous grin towards the little eagles beside him, yet before he could finish, Terry silenced him with a pie. Eat what? Senior Penelope approached with a radiant smile, scrutinizing William as though meeting him for the first time. You are quite the troublemaker, William. Not only did you clean the sorting hat in front of so many during the sorting ceremony, but now you have the audacity to command a giant to dance ballet. In a few years, you might just blow the school to smithereens. However, next time, you ought to refrain from such reckless behavior. Everyone was worried about you last night, and Professor Flitwick even sought you out. Rest assured, Senior Penelope. After a day of reflection, most of Hogwarts faculty and students were now aware of William's brave exploits, single-handedly confronting an adult giant, effortlessly vanquishing it, and even orchestrating a ballet performance. The reactions from the various houses were markedly different. Gryffindor, naturally, showered him with praise. The adventurous little lions were utterly in awe of William's audacity. A Gryffindor sorted into Ravenclaw. This encapsulated Gryffindor's perception of William, which was once how William viewed Terry. Among them, the Weasley twins were particularly impressed, and judging by their expressions, they likely wished to find a giant to prove their own courage. For older students, dealing with a giant was not an insurmountable challenge. It merely required overcoming their inner trepidation, for the giant's vulnerabilities were all too evident. Gryffindor was never short of spirited and courageous young wizards. These young wizards' exuberance did not escape Professor McGonagall's keen eye, incensed by their evident enthusiasm. She issued a decree prohibiting them from seeking out the whereabouts of giants and arranged for the giant that William had subdued to be relocated overnight. As for William's remarkable feat, Ravenclaw was elated, for their house had produced such a prominent figure, providing the long-restrained little eagles with an outlet for their excitement. They celebrated heartily in honor of this achievement. Meanwhile, Hufflepuff, known for their aversion to trouble, was taken aback by William's audacity but refrained from making any significant comments. At most, they speculated that he might be losing his sanity for engaging in such perilous antics, questioning whether he feared for his life. Hufflepuffs, who excelled at self-preservation, tended to avoid dangerous situations, thus were somewhat perplexed by William's actions. Of course, wherever one might go, dissonant voices would emerge. The moniker Panama too, laden with irony, drifted from the Slytherin house. Yet, due to William's lineage, the serpents refrained from overtly expressing their discontent. What transpired behind closed doors, however, remained a mystery. After all, many of the serpents hailed from the ancient wizarding aristocracy of Britain, and thus held a certain resistance towards an outsider like William. Apart from Draco and Pansy, most Slytherin boys harbored a degree of hostility toward William, yet he remained indifferent, for having lived 2 lives. He saw no reason to stoop to the level of petty children. In fact, William secretly hoped they would propagate the moniker Panama too, as it would serve as an excellent cover for his forthcoming explorations of the Room of Requirement. Moreover, Panama was a wizard of considerable talent. Albeit his fate was somewhat tragic, a cautionary tale for William. Indeed, many prodigies have emerged throughout history, some possessing greater gifts than William. Yet few have lived to achieve legendary status, with many meeting their demise over trivial, even laughable matters. William, shaped by his family's teachings, approached magic with a characteristic caution. This trait resonated with Hufflepuff's values, earning their admiration for such prudence. Conversely, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw appeared more audacious, one reveling in adventure while the other often made bold decisions driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Thus, at times, one could glimpse the reflections of Minnie and William. However, soon the young wizard's attention shifted from the fervor surrounding William to new developments, as November arrived, signaling the commencement of the Quidditch season at Hogwarts. Harry felt as though he were on the verge of madness. He had never anticipated that he would soon partake in his very first match. This Saturday, he would face the Slytherin team. Despite weeks of training and feeling relatively proficient on his broom, Harry was still anxious. After all, this would be his inaugural appearance on such a grand stage, competing before the entire school. What if he made a mistake? What if he fell off right at the start? Though such scenarios were improbable, Harry could not help but entertain these thoughts, leaving him in a state of disarray over the past few days. Fortunately, following their shared ordeal with the giant, Harry's relationship with Ron and Hermione had begun to mend, alleviating some of his burdens. After that incident, as Harry and Ron returned to the common room, they encountered Hermione waiting for them at the door. The three stood there, exchanging glances in an awkward silence for quite some time. Finally, recalling William's earlier words, Ron mustered the courage to step forward. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have yelled at you during spell class today." His face flushed, he bravely admitted his fault. Had William been present, Ron's recognition of his mistake would surely have earned him elevated regard, for acknowledging one's errors requires considerable courage. Hermione's cheeks also flushed as she opened her mouth. "I'm sorry, Ron. It's all my fault. My manner of speaking can be quite off-putting. Thank you for coming to my rescue today." Though Harry and Ron had not been able to offer much help in the girls' restroom, Hermione was genuinely touched. For not everyone would be willing to lend a hand in times of crisis. And then there was William. She truly ought to find the time to express her gratitude to him in person. He was remarkable, remaining so composed in the face of that enormous giant, effortlessly dispatching it with a single spell, and he was rather handsome too. "Ah, Granger, what on earth are you thinking about?" Hermione's face turned crimson as she quelled her thoughts. "So, are you two reconciled now?" Standing to the side, Harry felt a surge of joy. Previously, being caught between the two had been quite uncomfortable for him. After all, although Ron's remarks were somewhat excessive, he was Harry's first friend. This sense of conflict had caused Harry considerable distress, as he cherished his friendship with Ron, having never had any friends throughout his life. Yet he was at a loss as to how to persuade Ron. The three of them exchanged a few casual words before instinctively rushing towards their plates. Hermione felt as though she might perish from hunger, having not eaten anything the entire night, compounded by the fright she had experienced. At this moment, her speed in devouring the food was astonishingly rapid, and her vigorous assault on the chicken leg appeared remarkably hearty. This prompted Harry and Ron to exchange glances, surprised to discover this boisterous side of the girl. As for the two boys, their stomachs seemed to be bottomless pits, having rarely indulged in good food throughout their lives. They were utterly defenseless against the plethora of culinary delights at Hogwarts. One couldn't help but wonder if they continued to eat like this, whether they would eventually resemble Dudley. It was from that moment that Hermione became a part of their little circle, solidifying her position as a dear friend to both Harry and Ron. Harry felt immensely grateful for Hermione's friendship, for prior to knowing her, he had been under considerable pressure each day. As the Quidditch season approached, Wood became increasingly invested in the sport. He urged his teammates to seize every moment for training. And at times, Harry felt that Wood was an unrelenting training fanatic. Furthermore, the professors began to assign an increasing amount of homework, which left Harry and Ron struggling to keep up, as neither of them were particularly enthusiastic students. At times, Harry found himself envious of William, whose exceptional performance in class often earned him the privilege of being exempt from assignments, serving as a substitute for extra credit. William found this situation quite agreeable, as it afforded him more time to engage in his preferred research. This elicited a sense of envy among the first-year young wizards. Thanks to Hermione's friendship, Harry and Ron experienced a significant alleviation of academic pressure. Moreover, Hermione lent Harry a book titled The Origins of Quidditch, which he discovered to be remarkably captivating. From this tome, he learned that Quidditch boasts over 700 foul types, all stemming from the inaugural Quidditch World Cup held in 1473. At that time, only European teams were permitted to compete, with the final match contested between the Flanders team and the Transylvanian team. During the game, both sides resorted to an astonishing array of over 700 fouls in their quest for victory. These included, but were not limited to, maliciously transfiguring a chaser into a skunk, attempting to behead the keeper with a 40-meter-long sword, and using spells to shatter a seeker's broom. Compared to the Quidditch matches of yore, the current version of the sport is undeniably more temperate, as ongoing refinements to rules and regulations have rendered it increasingly sophisticated. Harry also discovered that seekers are typically the smallest and swiftest players, entrusted with the critical task of concluding the match. Consequently, many of the most severe Quidditch accidents have befallen them. Merlin forbid they would foul me during the match. After witnessing the tragic fates of so many seekers, the boy felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In the 1809 Quidditch World Cup, the final match between the Romanian team and the New Spain team, the precursor to the current Mexican team, reached a harrowing climax. In the locker room, Terry animatedly recounted the events. William discerned that Terry possessed a certain flair for oratory. Whenever Quidditch was the topic, he could effortlessly captivate everyone's attention with his eloquence and a succession of thrilling tales. This was evident from the rapt expressions of Earl, the attentive young man beside him, and the somewhat reserved Ike, as well as the few girls who had gathered nearby. He felt the sofa shift slightly beside him and turned to see Sally Dupin sitting next to him. The girl caught his gaze and flashed a sweet smile before turning back to listen to Terry's exhilarating narrative. It was unexpected to discover that Lisa Dupin was also an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. William had always assumed that girls were seldom fans of the sport. Yet, he could not deny that Terry's passionate storytelling was rather charming, and he mused that he might have success in wooing girls with such engaging tales in the future. Meanwhile, oblivious to William's inner thoughts, Terry continued with fervor, describing how the match venue was set on the Siberian plains. During that match, a lunatic beater named Nico Naynod emerged from the Romanian team. Several of his teammates had reported to the coach that Naynod's mental state was questionable, having witnessed him conversing with himself in incoherent ramblings in a corner more than once prior to the match. Occasionally, bizarre phrases would erupt from his lips, leaving others bewildered as to their meaning. Naynod's teammates had urged the coach to substitute him for the final, but the obstinate old wizard dismissed their concerns. There was evidence suggesting he had colluded with a band of local dark wizards before the match, along with a group of his unscrupulous fans, to cast malicious curses upon the surrounding forest. After 2.5 hours of play, with the Romanian team trailing, Naynod strategically hit a bludger out of the playing field and into the adjacent forest. The dire consequences manifested almost instantly. The trees, animated by the curses, uprooted themselves and advanced toward the field. The arboreal army rampaged, attacking everything in their path, resulting in numerous injuries and even fatalities among spectators. What was once a Quidditch match devolved into a battle between wizards and trees. Ultimately, after more than 7 hours of fierce combat, the wizards emerged victorious. From that point forward, a new regulation was instituted forbidding dense forests around the playing field. And what became of Naynod? Did he face the justice he deserved? Sally inquired curiously after Terry concluded this segment. In truth, Naynod not only escaped sentencing but faced no charges at all. For, at the onset of the tree uprising, he was killed by a violent spruce tree, reportedly uttering incomprehensible gibberish with a peculiar expression on his face before his demise. I recall that records indicated he proclaimed something akin to, "Feel the wrath of nature. You cannot withstand the power of the natural world." By the way, did I mention that Naynod's wand was crafted from spruce wood? It truly is a remarkable coincidence. Is it truly a coincidence? William pondered, sensing that the truth of the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. Clearly, Naynod had been under some form of control, but who was orchestrating it? Too much time had passed for any verification. That was an excellent tale. A somewhat unfamiliar female voice rang out from behind William. William turned around, and a foreign Asian face came into view, leaving him somewhat disoriented, despite having lived 2 lives. In his previous existence, he too bore an Asian visage. Yet the details of his appearance had begun to fade from memory. Although William did not recognize the girl before him, the key identifiers, girl, Asian, Ravenclaw, immediately led him to deduce her identity, as he still retained some recollection of the narrative. "Hello everyone, my name is Chiu Zhang. You may call me Zhang Chiu, or simply Chiu," she introduced herself with poise. "I am a second-year student at Ravenclaw, and I also have a deep passion for Quidditch." Observing that everyone was gazing at her, the girl exuded confidence, and it was evident that her charm, coupled with her striking features, would likely attract many admirers in the future. Then, Chiu Zhang turned her attention to Terry, who stood in the center. "May I know your name? You spoke quite well." "Of course, I'm Terry Boot." "It's a pleasure to meet you," he replied, unexpectedly stumbling over his words, reminiscent of Professor Quirrell. William couldn't help but chuckle at Terry, whose face had turned a shade of crimson. Shio found a spot by the fireplace and settled down, clearly eager to hear more. Terry, as if invigorated, proceeded to recount several amusing incidents from Quidditch history, causing the girl to laugh heartily. After the gathering concluded, the two exchanged a few more words, and even as Chio turned to leave, Terry continued to gaze in the direction she had gone, looking somewhat bewildered. "What are you thinking about? Are you smitten?" William teased, a smile spreading across his face. Terry's cheeks flushed at the jest. "No, I just... You merely have a crush on her, don't you? Then be bold and pursue her, young man. It's evident she has some feelings for you as well. Next, it's up to you to see if you can compete with Cedric, the charming Hufflepuff, and the savior, Harry Potter. If you act swiftly, you might stand a chance." "No, you don't understand, William. She is training with the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, just like me, and we're both substitute players. I noticed her on my first day of practice, but I never found the right moment to introduce myself. I never expected her to initiate a conversation with me today. It feels surreal." "Then what are you still worrying about?" William questioned, having noticed that Terry had been sitting in silence for quite a while. "Worrying? I'm not worried. I'm savoring the moment." Terry lifted his gaze, casting a puzzled glance at William, before returning to his dreamy reverie. William rose, his expression devoid of emotion, and strode toward the exit. Just moments prior, he had thought the boy appeared somewhat lost. He had even intended to offer some words of encouragement. Little did he know, the boy was merely relishing a memory. Had he been aware, he would not have squandered his time here, as he still had several spells to practice. "Hello, Terry. Goodbye, Terry." As time relentlessly advanced, regardless of Harry's desires, the day of the Quidditch match at Hogwarts swiftly approached. It was an exceedingly cold Saturday. The surrounding mountains were already cloaked in ice and snow, and the lake before the castle, known as the Black Lake, was sealed beneath a thick layer of ice. Harry woke early, having experienced a restless night. It was not solely due to the impending match, but for other reasons as well. Just the day before, during a break between classes in the frigid courtyard, Hermione had conjured a bright, warm blue flame using magic. Ever since the troll incident, Harry felt that Hermione had changed significantly compared to her former self. The Hermione of old would never have engaged in such a flagrant violation of school rules. While the trio huddled around the flame for warmth, a figure Harry least wanted to see, Professor Snape, was limping toward them. The three quickly drew together, attempting to shield the flame from view, though it seemed Snape had noticed the guilty expressions on their faces. With his limping gait, Snape approached, and from his countenance, it appeared he was eager to find a pretext to reprimand them. As anticipated, he fabricated a reason to confiscate the Quidditch book Hermione had lent Harry, deducting 5 points from Gryffindor in the process. Had it been William, faced with such unreasonable harassment, he would have boldly used a magically amplified voice to ensure half of Hogwarts heard of Snape's misconduct. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that evening, Harry mustered the courage to seek out Snape in his office to reclaim the confiscated book. Ron and Hermione, astonished by Harry's determination, voiced their opinions. "I certainly wouldn't go. Isn't that inviting trouble?" Despite their protests, Harry's desire to read the book was overwhelming, and he ultimately bid farewell to his friends. Venturing out of the Gryffindor common room alone, he believed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary secret. Snape had been bitten by the three-headed dog. Harry hurried back to the common room, recounting his discovery to Ron and Hermione, prompting them to set aside their history of magic homework and ponder the implications. Snape's leg had indeed been injured by the three-headed dog. What was Snape's interest in that beast? "I would wager my Firebolt 2000 that he released that troll on Halloween to distract everyone while he sought something," Harry declared fervently, his disdain for Snape fueling his imaginative deductions without the need for a script. Ron's agreement bolstered Harry's confidence in his theory. As for Hermione, surely she was mistaken. Once she recognized Snape's true nature, her perspective would undoubtedly shift. There was but one truth: Snape must be connected to the Dark Lord. This explained his animosity towards Harry. Yet, what lay beneath that trapdoor? Harry, rising early, gazed out the window, his thoughts spiraling. The morning sky was somewhat overcast, and in the distance, he could discern a tall figure bustling about on the Quidditch field. It was Hagrid, diligently de-icing the broomsticks. This shifted Harry's focus back to Quidditch. He suddenly remembered that in just a few hours, he would be competing before the entire school, and sleep eluded him. "Just eat a little, Harry. You can't go on like this without food," Hermione coaxed gently. "No thanks, Hermione. I'm not hungry." In the Great Hall, young wizards chattered animatedly about Quidditch, each eagerly anticipating the day's match. Their excitement only heightened Harry's anxiety. He constantly worried about embarrassing himself in front of the entire school. I hope when it's your turn to compete, you won't be as nervous as I was. William cast a glance at Harry in the distance, then turned back to Terry and said, "Rest assured, William, I am not a novice like Harry, who has never faced such challenges. Have I mentioned that I previously attended the Chadley Artillery Youth Training Camp? In comparison, this situation is utterly trivial." Terry scoffed at Harry before resuming his boastful chatter to the group. Until he witnessed Harry soar into the sky, he remained skeptical of the so-called savior, whose reputation had been so exaggerated. Observing Harry's anxious demeanor, he mused that if he were to fall from the heavens, it would surely be a tremendous embarrassment. William was engaged in a conversation with Terry, who seemed particularly elated today, likely due to the anticipation of witnessing the Quidditch match he adored. Suddenly, the fluttering sound of wings echoed from above, signaling the customary morning owl bombardment. A multitude of owls circled above the great hall, prompting William to reminisce about the little creature, Jupiter, residing with Hagrid. It must be said that Hagrid possesses a unique insight into the care of animals. Under his watchful eye, Jupiter had grown significantly, and its gaze had begun to adopt a fiercer demeanor. The little creature was now capable of hunting independently. As long as it steered clear of perilous areas, it was unlikely to encounter any natural enemies. Moreover, Jupiter was remarkably clever. It would remember the locations after just one mention, Hagrid proudly informed William, his thick beard unable to conceal his beaming expression. In response, Jupiter let out a call, spreading its wings as if to showcase its imposing stature to William, then tilted its neck, awaiting praise. In truth, William would often visit Jupiter whenever he had the chance, not only to maintain a bond with the little creature but also to cultivate a good rapport with Hagrid. After all, when it comes to familiarity with the Forbidden Forest, no one could rival Hagrid. William certainly harbored a keen interest in the rich biodiversity of the forest, not to mention the secrets that might be concealed beneath its shadowy canopy, left behind by the four founders. However, he was well aware of his limitations. He had never dared to sneak into the forest, having only once accompanied Hagrid on a patrol along its edge. Just then, an unfamiliar owl swooped down beside William, dropping off a letter. Puzzled, he wondered who else might write to him besides his own owl. Hagrid? That seemed unlikely, as William had just visited Jupiter the day before. Contemplating this, he hesitated to open the letter immediately, instead retrieving his wand to meticulously inspect the envelope. It bore only the words, "To Mr. William Friedrich." There was no need for such apprehension. It was merely a letter. Terry, observing William's caution, expressed a hint of skepticism. Yet, prudence would never go amiss. History was replete with tales of wizards who succumbed to seemingly trivial matters. William tentatively released several detection spells, yet no anomalies were detected, prompting him to prepare for the unsealing of the envelope. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. First, he cast a protective iron armor spell upon himself. Instead of using his hands, he deftly waved his wand, gradually using his magical energy to open the envelope. This remarkable display of skill attracted the attention of many within the hall, for such manipulation of magical energy necessitated a high level of control and finesse. William paid no heed to the prying eyes around him. With a flick of his wand, he fully opened the envelope, his gaze unwavering, and he even held a stunning spell at the ready, prepared to cast it without hesitation at the slightest sign of danger. Beside him, Terry, influenced by William's serious demeanor, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. He rose to observe William's actions, ready to flee at the first hint of trouble. In fact, he was not alone. Several young wizards nearby subtly distanced themselves from William. After all, who would not feel a surge of panic when seated next to someone meticulously opening a package suspected to be from a terrorist? Fortunately, William's concerns proved unfounded. He magically extracted the letter, and everything proceeded as expected. Nothing untoward transpired. A tempest in a teapot, indeed. I feel as though you might be suffering from paranoia, Terry remarked, finally settling back down, only to launch into a barrage of playful sarcasm directed at William. William picked up the letter and began to read its contents. "Dear Mr. Friedrich, if you have the time, you are warmly invited to visit the principal's office at 7:30 this evening. The principal's office is located on the 8th floor. Additionally, I have a profound love for chilled lemonade." The letter bore no signature. Yet William could easily surmise that there was only one individual at Hogwarts capable of penning such a note. He lifted his gaze towards the headmaster's chair, a magnificent golden seat positioned at the center of the faculty table. Dumbledore was observing him intently, and upon noticing William's gaze, he playfully winked at him. To be honest, Dumbledore probably did not anticipate that the unsealing of the letter would require such a grand affair. Really, old Dumbledore, what do you expect me to write? Couldn't you simply have a teacher convey a message? William mentally grumbled, feeling slightly irked at having to be so cautious. He had indeed been a bit overly anxious. Soon after dining, William followed the throngs of students as they made their way to the Quidditch pitch. The Ravenclaw seating was situated on the western side of the field, adjacent to the Hufflepuff's Cozy Badger. William, accompanied by several of his roommates, settled into a row elevated at the back, extracting a brass telescope, as it was quite challenging to discern the details of the competition with the naked eye. If only his spell research were successful, he mused regretfully, shaking his head. Recently, William had been developing a spell to enhance vision, akin to the eagle eye technique from his previous life in online gaming. However, progress had not been particularly smooth. It was largely thanks to Professor Flivvy's assistance that William had made any headway in stabilizing the magical structure. Yet, the pressing question remained: where to procure experimental subjects? William would never foolishly experiment with spells on his own body. One must understand that, although the structure of the magic appears to be sound, its effects on the human form are uncertain. Could there be adverse side effects? Might it leave behind permanent magical scars? Only Merlin knows. Moreover, this pertains to the exceedingly delicate region of the eyes, necessitating complete preparation and utmost caution. William does not possess such noble sacrificial spirit. It would be prudent to wait until the holidays, upon returning home. Perhaps I can leverage familial connections to find one or two wizards willing to dedicate themselves to the path of magic. William collected his thoughts and gazed at the Quidditch pitch, realizing that during his momentary detachment, the players from both teams had already taken to the field. However, since it was not a match involving his own house, the Eagles and Badgers displayed little enthusiasm. In contrast, the atmosphere between Gryffindor and Slytherin had begun to grow increasingly tense. William observed Ron and Hermione standing at the topmost row, brandishing a large banner that appeared to be fashioned from a bedsheet, emblazoned with the words "Potter must win," alongside a majestic lion symbolizing Gryffindor. The die on the banner had been enchanted with a subtle spell, shimmering in a myriad of colors under the sunlight, likely a touch of Hermione's artistry. Madame Hooch, serving as the referee for the match, stood at the center of the field, a broomstick in hand, flanked by the players from both houses. "I hope everyone participates in the match fairly and honestly," she announced as the members of both teams gathered around her. "Now, let the captains shake hands." Wood stepped forward, firmly grasping the hand of a tall, imposing figure from the opposing side. That was Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team, rumored to possess some bloodline of a troll. The expressions on their faces suggested that their handshake was less of a cordial greeting and more of an attempt to crush one another's palms. "Everyone, mount your brooms," Madame Hooch instructed. Harry climbed onto his Firebolt 2000, realizing that his broom was likely the finest among the assembly. Before he could ponder further, the sharp blast of Madame Hooch's silver whistle echoed, and 15 brooms soared skyward, ascending into the heavens. The match had officially commenced. Harry soared high above. Surveying the field below, the match was underway, and he suddenly recognized how astutely Wood's relentless training sessions had prepared them. In contrast to Slytherin, Gryffindor's offensive formation was cohesive and powerful, with players displaying remarkable synergy. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinette, and Katie Bell, an unusual trio of female chasers for Gryffindor, demonstrated their exceptional prowess. The three women executed intricate maneuvers with seamless coordination, employing a variety of strategies that relentlessly pierced through Slytherin's defenses. In no time, Gryffindor scored 2 consecutive goals, widening the score gap significantly. Notably, the Weasley twins, serving as Gryffindor's beaters, also shone brightly. Their boundless energy and penchant for whimsical pranks perfectly suited their roles, and their unparalleled teamwork repeatedly thwarted Slytherin's advances, particularly focusing on their captain, Marcus Flint, who played as a chaser. William observed that the twins had not once, but multiple times struck the quaffle forcefully towards Marcus, who was ineptly dodging, making it exceedingly difficult for Slytherin to mount an effective counterattack against Gryffindor's onslaught. It appeared that the Weasley brothers possessed considerable skill. Even if Slytherin's chaser managed to fortuitously break through Gryffindor's defensive line and approach the goal, he would inevitably confront a formidable obstacle: Gryffindor's captain and goalkeeper, Wood. Wood was not merely a competent captain, he was also an exceptionally skilled goalkeeper. His passion for Quidditch was immense, with his greatest aspiration post-graduation being to join the British and Irish Quidditch League as a professional player. Consequently, Wood held himself to exceedingly high standards regarding his skills. and during training, he was undoubtedly the most diligent and hardworking of all. In that moment, the fruits of his labor, the sweat that streamed down his face and soaked the Quidditch pitch, finally bore the anticipated rewards. Faced with the onslaught of Slytherin's chaser, Wood remained unflustered, calmly observing the rapidly approaching player, awaiting the precise moment to act. He then maneuvered his broom with finesse, executing a splendid tailspin, effortlessly sending the quaffle soaring away. What a magnificent defense! This action was truly remarkable. The match commentator, Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was narrating the game under Professor McGonagall's vigilant watch. There was no alternative. Without a fair-minded professor overseeing, Merlin knew what might escape Jordan's lips. After all, every Gryffindor held a certain disdain and prejudice towards Slytherin, as if an innate aversion to the House of Snakes was inherent to every Gryffindor. Of course, the Slytherins had indeed gone too far, having claimed the Quidditch Cup for 7 consecutive years. In their pursuit of this honor, the Slytherins had gradually resorted to unscrupulous methods. One must admit that Lee Jordan's commentary was quite commendable. Under his concise and professional narration, the atmosphere in the stadium quickly became electric. The crowd erupted in cheers and chatter, creating an intensely vibrant ambience. Soon, Harry found that his prior anxieties were unfounded. As he mounted his broom and soared into the sky, all tension dissipated. The broom was steady, everything felt normal. Harry hovered gracefully above the pitch, gazing down at the arena, a surge of pride welling within him. He glided effortlessly, squinting to catch a glimpse of the golden snitch. Harry made every effort to avoid the densely packed areas of players, mindful of potential attacks from Slytherin, as per their pre-match strategy. In their plan, Wood had instructed Harry to focus solely on locating the snitch, leaving all other matters aside. Stay to the side and wait for the snitch. Watch your safety. When the snitch appears, Slytherin may stop at nothing to attack you, Wood had said to Harry before the match. At that moment, a flash of golden light shimmered beside Slytherin's chaser, Adrian Pusey, who, captivated by the glimmer, dropped the quaffle he was holding. Is that the golden snitch? Lee Jordan's voice echoed. However, Harry had no time to heed those words. Upon spotting the gleam, he swiftly maneuvered his broom and dove eagerly towards the radiant flash. Naturally, Slytherin's seeker also noticed the enticing glow, but his reaction was far slower than Harry's, and with the distance between them, he could only watch in despair as Harry drew ever closer to the small, golden orb. Gryffindor's chasers ceased their movements, hovering in midair, eyes fixed on Harry, and the entire stadium of young wizards fell silent. Harry sensed himself nearing the snitch, extending his hand, almost within reach, when suddenly, bang, Slytherin's captain, Marcus, collided forcefully with Harry, sending him and his broom spiraling away. Harry felt as though he had been struck by a cannonball, desperately maintaining control of his broom to prevent a disastrous fall. Once he regained his composure and lifted his head, the snitch had vanished without a trace. A cacophony of boos erupted from the Quidditch pitch, with Gryffindor's jeers resonating the loudest. Foul. Despicable. The enraged Lions hurled insults towards Slytherin, none more vehement than the commentary of Lee Jordan, whose microphone amplified his voice. Flint. You vile, despicable cur. The dirty, shameless Slytherins nearly took Potter's life. This is utter nonsense. Lee Jordan's furious tirade erupted, crude language spilling from the boy's lips incessantly. William was puzzled as to why Professor McGonagall had not yet intervened to silence Jordan. He glanced toward Gryffindor's direction, only to discover that McGonagall was too engrossed in the game to monitor Jordan's antics. The witch clenched her fists in fury, shouting vehemently at the field. Her pointed wizards had nearly toppling off her head. Judging by the shape of her mouth, it was likely she had uttered some rather unsavory expletives. To his astonishment, William realized that Professor McGonagall was indeed a fervent Quidditch enthusiast, a thought that brought him quiet amusement. He mused that if Slytherin were to commit a few more egregious fouls, it would be entertaining to see if the enraged McGonagall would brandish her wand and transform those Slytherin players into skunks. That would surely be a spectacle to behold. William observed the commotion with a sense of detachment, unconcerned about the gravity of the situation. At length, Professor McGonagall seemed to recall her earlier admonitions. She retrieved the fallen wizard's hat from the ground and placed it back upon her head. Meanwhile, Lee Jordan continued to unleash a torrent of profanities, revealing a side of the seemingly reserved boy that was unexpectedly exuberant when it came to Quidditch, much like Terry. If there were a place named Swan in this world, one might surmise that Lee Jordan would undoubtedly be an authentic denizen of it. Returning to her senses, Professor McGonagall delivered a sharp reprimand to Lee, interrupting the boy's impending outburst of vulgarity. This left him looking quite aggrieved. muttering under his breath about how the professor's recent tirade had been even more scathing than his own. "What did you say?" she inquired. "Nothing, Professor. Just admire that splendid pass," Terry remarked on the remarkable speed of the player's launch. The match resumed after Madam Hooch awarded Gryffindor a penalty due to Slytherin's earlier foul. Despite the passage of time, Lee had not forgotten Harry's astonishing burst of speed. "How do you compare?" William inquired, recalling their earlier competition during flying lessons, which had revealed that the boy beside him also possessed commendable acceleration. "Well, if we were both on the same broom, I would currently be faster, as my technique is superior. However, his reflexes are swifter than mine. In a few years, who knows who would be faster?" Terry clearly had not anticipated that the legendary savior, Potter, was indeed quite talented. Harry's recent burst of speed had an effortless quality to it. Perhaps this was a mark of innate talent, as some individuals are simply born for such pursuits. As the match progressed, the dynamics soon shifted dramatically. Marcus's recent malicious collision appeared to herald the commencement of Slytherin's foul strategy. Subsequently, they began to aggressively target Gryffindor's 3 chasers, unconcerned with the fact that some were female. The vulnerability of the female players became glaringly apparent, and Slytherin's shameless tactics plunged Gryffindor into a momentary slump, allowing Slytherin to score repeatedly. However, the twin brothers soon retaliated, abandoning their pursuit of the quaffle to swing their bats at Slytherin players' faces, escalating an already chaotic match. Madam Hooch's whistle blared incessantly. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Harry found himself struggling to maintain control over his broom. He wondered if the recent collision had damaged it. Despite his efforts, the broom began to sway uncontrollably beneath him. He attempted to steer it towards the Gryffindor goalposts to signal would to pause the match, but it had completely evaded his command. Finally, with a violent jerk, the broom slipped from his grasp, sending him tumbling into the air, hanging on by only one hand. What trick is he playing? Is he trying to confuse the opposition? Terry pondered in bewilderment, recalling how effortlessly Harry had controlled the broom just moments ago. Could it truly be a result of the collision? It seemed unlikely. As flying brooms were remarkably durable, often, a rider might emerge unscathed when the broom itself remained intact. Not only Terry but also the other young wizards in attendance began to sense that something was amiss. It was evident that this was not a ruse to befuddle the enemy. Gryffindor's other players had halted in their tracks, attempting to assist Harry, leaving Slytherin free to score. There was no time for deception when one's own teammates were caught off guard. Terry's face was a canvas of confusion, punctuated by the occasional Quidditch terminology that escaped his lips, prompting a quiet chuckle from William. "Can't figure it out, can you? You seem lost in the plot," William mused, directing his gaze towards the teachers' seats on the opposite side of the field. In his view, Snape and Quirrell sat side by side, whispering. The distinction was stark. One aimed to save Harry, while the other sought his demise. At times, William truly wondered if Quirrell and the mysterious figure behind him were deranged. Did they genuinely believe they could attempt to harm Harry in front of the entire school, right under Dumbledore's nose? Even if the curses they employed were subtle, did they assume Dumbledore's magical perception was negligible? It was as though they were treating him like a fool. No wonder dark wizards often found themselves at a disadvantage in their confrontations with light wizards. The disparity in intellect was staggering. William could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the future of dark wizards. He shifted his gaze to Dumbledore, seated in the highest row. The headmaster's expression betrayed no emotion, yet it was undeniable that should Harry fall, he would be the first to catch him with magic. After all, Harry was undoubtedly Dumbledore's favorite student. It was worth noting that today marked Potter's inaugural match, and the headmaster's presence amidst his busy schedule was indicative of the importance he placed upon Harry. Voldemort, you truly intend to assassinate Harry at this moment? Beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze? Have you split your soul so many times that you've compromised your intellect? And Quirrell, why do you not dissuade your master? Have your wits been devoured by a dog? Could it be that both were fervent supporters of Slytherin, prepared to instigate chaos merely to bolster their team's score? Was the influence of Quidditch truly so profound? William observed as Slytherin amassed 5 consecutive goals. Should this continue, even if Harry were to capture the Golden Snitch, Gryffindor would still face defeat due to the overwhelming score gap. He internally strategized against the mysterious figure and the unfortunate Quirrell, struggling to conceive any reasonable justification for their actions. He produced snacks and butterbeer from his enchanted bag, savoring the unfolding spectacle. After all, this was the true purpose of his visit, to indulge in butterbeer and witness the unfolding drama firsthand. I traveled great distances to Hogwarts to witness the characters from the films and to bear witness to the tumultuous relationship between Harry and the mysterious figure, William mused. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, Hermione, why haven't you set the fire yet? Harry appears to be in dire straits. William noticed that Harry's arm was beginning to tremble violently, indicating that the boy's physical endurance was nearing its limit. At that moment, a thick plume of smoke suddenly erupted from the distant teacher's seating area, as Snape's robe was set ablaze by some mischievous little wizard. This caused a commotion, during which Professor Quirrell was knocked to the ground. Unfortunately for him, despite falling face down, he did not land on his master. However, William observed that amidst the chaos, the Muggle Studies professor, whose name William did not know, stepped on Quirrell's head, tightly wrapped in his large scarf. This sight sent William into fits of laughter, and in the depths of his mind, he could almost hear Voldemort's silent fury. Who stepped on my face? Quirrell, get rid of him. It was a wonder how Quirrell managed to sleep at night. Perhaps he lay down to rest? Harry felt himself on the verge of collapse, acutely aware of his increasingly sore arms and heavy body. Just as he was about to fall, the boy realized that the broomstick he clutched had stopped trembling, quietly hovering in the air, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. Summoning the last of his strength, he climbed back onto the now-still broom and swiftly dove toward the ground. The great hall was still bustling with activity in the evening. Thousands of magically enchanted candles floated serenely in midair, illuminating the entire dining area. Young wizards chattered excitedly, much of the conversation revolving around the morning's Quidditch match. Did you see that? Potter nearly swallowed the golden snitch, one exclaimed. If he had accidentally consumed it, that would have been quite the spectacle. At the Ravenclaw table, Terry and his companions were animatedly discussing the match. The boy was so exhilarated that one might mistakenly believe he was the one who almost swallowed the snitch. Have I told you about the 1964 World Cup final? He began. The Nigerian seeker accidentally swallowed the snitch while chasing it, actually ingested it. And then? Lisa Depan asked, intrigued. Afterward, to determine the match's outcome, all participants and the entire audience had to wait for the golden snitch to be expelled from the seeker's stomach. Imagine the humiliation of being watched by thousands while you relieve yourself. That must have been the most odorous snitch in Quidditch history. From that day forth, a new rule was established. Referees must carry a small vial of powerful emetic during matches to prevent such occurrences. Terry continued enthusiastically, oblivious to the disgusted expressions of Lisa and the nearby young wizards. Merlin above, Terry, use your brain. Do you really think this is appropriate dinner conversation? William retorted, feeling quite nauseated by the boy's tale. He promptly shoved a chicken leg into Terry's mouth. Don't talk about such things while we're eating. After dinner, William bid farewell to Terry and the others, then spent some time studying in the library before setting off toward the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. For some reason, every time he entered the library, he was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable sensation, as if his instincts were warning him there was something perilous lurking within. Yet, what danger could possibly reside in the library? Could he somehow be devoured by books? Never mind, he would soon discover the room of requirement, and after that, he would no longer need to frequent the library. William shrugged, feeling an inexplicable tension that had recently taken hold of him. Perhaps it was simply fatigue weighing upon him. It seemed that once the Christmas holiday arrived, he would need to return home to rejuvenate and restore himself properly. William ascended the staircase, having discerned its intricate patterns over the course of several months of relentless exploration. Indeed, through his unwavering dedication, he had traversed the majority of the castle's realms. He had even sneaked into the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor, which concealed the entrance to a hidden chamber, aided by the disillusionment charm. However, lacking the ability to speak Parseltongue, he was still unable to unlock the secrets of the chamber. Before long, William arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts, meandering about with ease until he discovered the grand tapestry depicting a giant clobbering a hapless Panama. The tapestry was substantial, dominating an entire wall. Behind it lay the room of requirement, where Voldemort's fragment of soul and Ravenclaw's diadem resided. A surge of excitement welled within him, yet his visage remained impassive. He lingered for a few moments, feigning deep interest in the tapestry before turning towards the adjacent office of the headmaster. As William had surmised, not far from the tapestry stood the headmaster's office, marked by a heavy stone door adorned with intricate carvings and embellishments, firmly shut. Flanking the door were 2 ornate stone statues, their designs so flamboyant that William could not discern the identity of the headmaster who had commissioned them. The password remained elusive. As William approached, the statue on the left suddenly spoke, chilled lemonade. Please come in. Shouldn't we remind the headmaster to change the password? It's astonishing that even a mere novice wizard can guess his favorite treats. This time, it was the statue on the right that chimed in. However, William couldn't help but think how absurd the statue's comments were. Silence, you fool, he thought, aware of the password solely because the headmaster had shared it with him. Nonsense. You're far more foolish than I am. It seemed these two statues possessed an unexpected human-like quality, likely a sophisticated product of alchemy, though their personalities were rather ridiculous. The grand door slowly opened at the center, while the two statues continued their incessant bickering over who was the more foolish. William strode swiftly inside, and the grand door gradually closed behind him, silencing the clamor of disputes outside. William exhaled deeply, beginning to survey the room before him. It was a spacious and exquisite circular chamber, with a massive table positioned on the right side. Atop it rested a shelf bearing the very familiar sorting hat. Thanks to William's previous efforts in its cleaning, the hat now appeared less soiled, although still quite worn. It at least no longer evoked a sense of aversion among those who would wear it. Additionally, the table showcased a glass case containing a gleaming sword. Distinctly infused with fairy-like elegance, its hilt adorned with a substantial ruby. On the left side of the room, directly opposite the glass case, stood a black cabinet housing a stone basin, its rim intricately etched with elaborate symbols resembling runes. Beside the cabinet towered a tall, gilded branch, upon which a magnificent scarlet bird was preening its feathers. It was a phoenix, comparable in size to a swan. It boasted a long, golden tail feather, along with a sharp orange-red beak and claws. Perhaps startled by the loudness of William's entrance, the phoenix lifted its head and regarded him with its lively eyes. Facing the grand entrance was a slender-legged table adorned with an array of peculiar silverware, which occasionally emitted wisps of smoke. The walls behind the table were festooned with portraits of former male and female headmasters, all seemingly lost in slumber, as if entirely oblivious to William's arrival. Behind the table, in a grand chair, sat Professor Dumbledore, his half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose. William noted that the professor's nose was notably elongated, yet crooked, suggesting it had been broken multiple times. I expected you to arrive later, William. Do not be shy. Make yourself comfortable, he remarked. William sat opposite the headmaster, and this marked his first opportunity to observe the greatest white wizard of the century up close. Despite the headmaster's advanced age, with hair and beard now a pure silver, his large blue eyes remained bright and piercing, gazing intently at William. The two shared a moment of mutual silence before William could no longer contain himself. You summoned me so late. Is there something you wish to discuss, Professor Dumbledore? Would you care for a drink, William? Perhaps a refreshing glass of iced lemonade? The headmaster did not respond to William's inquiry immediately. I am not particularly fond of it. Thank you, Professor. I brought my own. William extracted a bottle of butterbeer from his magical bag. Before fully grasping the situation, he would not readily perceive Dumbledore as merely the benevolent old man next door. To indulge in feasting within the headmaster's office? Are you not concerned about Veritasrum? This colorless and tasteless potion can be infused into any liquid, rendering it undetectable, and it leaves no residual traces after use. Although aware that this was their inaugural meeting, the venerable Dumbledore ought not to be so utterly reckless. Nevertheless, William harbored too many secrets that he could not allow him to uncover. In truth, from the moment he crossed the threshold, William had activated a mental shielding charm, firmly safeguarding the secrets within his mind from Dumbledore's prying gaze. Even though this was more a form of self-reassurance, it proved largely futile. After all, he was confronted by the century's most illustrious white wizard. Should Dumbledore wish, he could effortlessly breach the fragile defenses of William's mind. Yet, it was unlikely that Dumbledore would resort to such crude measures. At this moment, he was presumably merely concerned about himself, with perhaps a modicum of wariness regarding his own family due to the Friedrich family's rather tarnished reputation. However, there was no justification for risking offense to a legendary magical lineage by prying into the inconsequential matters residing in William's mind. Moreover, one must remember that the previous Dark Lord, Dumbledore's former confidant Grindelwald, was indeed of German descent. Curiously, why had he never heard his father mention anything regarding Grindelwald? He resolved to inquire about it upon returning home for Christmas. William paused his thoughts, restraining his mind from wandering too far, for such divergent thinking would undermine the efficacy of his cerebral cloaking technique. Well then, would you care for a treat? I wonder if you enjoy honey cake? No. Thank you, Professor. I am quite full from my earlier meal and cannot possibly indulge further. Dumbledore snapped his fingers, summoning a chilled glass of lemonade and a slice of honey cake, generously draped in a thick syrup. You see, William, there are certain perks that come with the position of headmaster. Dumbledore remarked playfully, scooping a generous bite of cake into his mouth, the syrup dripping rhythmically onto the plate, causing William to feel somewhat apprehensive. By Merlin, is that not excessively sweet? Is there truly no concept of diabetes in the wizarding world? Dumbledore savored the sweetness, tilting his head to observe William once more, the same benevolent smile gracing his features. I sensed your apprehension upon entering, William. Am I truly that daunting? He chuckled warmly at William. After all, I am in the presence of the greatest white wizard of this century. Rather than fear, it is more a matter of reverence. Do not say that. I am far from deserving the title of the greatest white wizard. I am merely an ordinary, albeit aged, gentleman. Spare me your modesty, Dumbledore. Have you ever encountered an elderly gentleman with such formidable magical prowess? William was oblivious to Dumbledore's use of legitimacy upon him, allowing himself to murmur carelessly in his mind. Through his magical perception, Dumbledore appeared as a radiant golden sun at this distance. The formidable aura emanating from such potent magic even caused a faint prickling in William's head, prompting him to swiftly retract his perception and cease his probing, as the discomfort in his mind gradually dissipated. Exceptional magical awareness. Do you realize, William, that such remarkable perceptiveness was beyond my capabilities at your age? In truth, I was far less adept then than you are now. As anticipated, this unmasked perception could not elude Dumbledore's notice. However, he was not perturbed by William's exploration. Instead, he bestowed upon him a smile of appreciation. Throughout my tenure as headmaster, you are undoubtedly the most gifted young wizard I have encountered. Are you familiar with Tom Marvolo Riddle? William nodded slightly, drawing forth his wand and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the smoke emanating from the silverware upon the table swiftly morphed in midair to form the full English name of Tom Marvolo Riddle. With another wave of his wand, the letters rearranged themselves into a sentence. I am Voldemort. He is indeed the one whose name cannot be uttered within the confines of Britain, the Dark Lord. Is he not? Voldemort, who has defied death, ha! No wonder Phileas holds you in such high regard. William, your mastery of magic is truly remarkable. I have encountered countless adult wizards who struggle even with the simplest of levitation charms. You must have already grazed the edges of wandless magic, have you not? With the aid of his enigmatic wand, William's control over magical forces has become increasingly exquisite. However, he does not overly rely on this wand, for he harbors a cautious attitude toward the unknown, towards powers that do not belong to him. He procured a new wand from Ollivander for practice. Now, even when wielding other wands, William can maintain commendable control. It is essential to understand that a wizard's ability to manipulate magic directly influences the precision and sophistication of their incantations. For instance, while both conjure a roaring flame, William can merely cast the spell to unleash a fire, at most modulating its size and temperature. Professor Flitwick, in contrast, with his masterful command, can produce countless variations of the same fire spell, continuous jets, intermittent bursts, condensing the flames into a massive fireball, or dispersing them into numerous smaller orbs. He can even shape the flames into an eagle forged of fire. As for the usage of the knockback jinx, the professor has practically transformed it into an art. There have been moments when William pondered who the true inventor of the jinx might be, himself or Professor Flitwick. Due to his preconceived notions about the jinx, William has been soundly defeated by the professor on multiple occasions during their dueling practice. By Merlin, have you ever witnessed a disarming charm that curves? William greatly admires the professor's exquisite control, akin to an extension of his own limbs. It can be said that the degree to which a wizard can manipulate magic determines the heights they may achieve. However, I have only just begun to explore wandless magic, and even conjuring simple charms proves to be quite taxing. In truth, William has not been entirely honest with Dumbledore. He has reached a beginner's level in wandless magic. Particularly with the jinx, the one he is most familiar with, he can now proficiently cast it without a wand. As for why he does not disclose this to Dumbledore, one must always keep a few cards hidden. You are already quite accomplished, William. You are still very young. Do not rush your journey with magic. Dumbledore said earnestly within the confines of his office, clearly concerned that William might take reckless strides toward magic, ultimately straying onto a misguided path. You know, William, sometimes I truly envy you. William looked up in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Dumbledore's unexpected words. What could possibly make him worthy of envy? You possess a blissful family, extraordinary magical talent, renown, wealth, and power. You lack for nothing. In stark contrast to my own past, Your future appears resplendent, William. Dumbledore gazed at him. And from the lines of his aged face, William sensed an inkling of melancholy in the old wizard, as if the sight of him evoked bittersweet memories of days gone by. Do you know? During Severus Snape's student years, he grew up in an unfavorable environment. At that time, I was still the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, and he often faced bullying, with very few true friends to confide in. Like myself, he harbored jealousy towards you, a young achiever, for during those formative years, you received so much that he desperately desired but could not attain. This, I believe, elucidates his persistent troubles with you. I hope you can find it in your heart to understand his disposition, for he, too, is a pitiable soul. Indeed, as Dumbledore articulated, Professor Snape is indeed a tragic figure. A half-blood wizard, he endured a tumultuous childhood, much like Harry, often subjected to ridicule. Eventually, he found affection for a girl, Lily Evans, only to have that love severed by his fervent obsession with dark magic. Then, in a cruel twist of fate, Harry's father seized his beloved from him. Subsequently, he aligned himself with the Dark Lord's Death Eaters, ultimately losing his one true love due to a prophecy. Are you beginning to play the sympathy card, old Dumbledore? I genuinely empathize with Snape's plight. However, what precisely are you attempting to convey? William found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. He had not anticipated being summoned at such a late hour, wondering if the purpose was merely to engage in a heartfelt conversation. Learning under a master of potions and enduring a few jibes was hardly a burden. As he pondered Dumbledore's thoughts, the boy carefully chose his words to respond. Before today, William, I was genuinely concerned that you might follow in Tom's footsteps. However, I now realize that you are entirely different. You possess a loving family, cherished friends, and a heart full of affection. Tom, on the other hand, will never comprehend the formidable power of love. Do you truly believe he can transcend death? Fortunately, Voldemort's heart was devoid of love, rendering him oblivious to the ancient magic laid by Lily. Had he been aware of the immense strength of love, he would not have foolishly rushed at Harry, nearly succumbing to his own killing curse. On that fateful night, Harry's mother, Lily Potter, cast an ancient spell moments before her demise. This was a curse that required a life as its price, by willingly sacrificing her own life. Lily transformed her love for Harry into a powerful protective force, bestowing it upon the infant Harry. Subsequently, the unyielding Voldemort unleashed a killing curse, inadvertently activating this protective power, resulting in the curse rebounding and striking him with a blinding green light. Had Voldemort not sought to achieve so-called immortality by splitting his soul into Horcruxes, he would have met his end that night, forever altering the course of history in Europe, where he succeeded Grindelwald as the new Dark Lord. Later, Hagrid and Sirius discovered the helpless Harry amidst the ruins of Godric's Hollow. Thus, Harry became known as the boy who lived, the sole survivor of the killing curse. In truth, however, it was Voldemort who truly endured the curse and lived. One might argue that the title should be amended to reflect Voldemort's fate instead. Yet, a thought crossed William's mind. Wasn't Harry's mother a Muggle witch? How could she have known of such an ancient curse? Suddenly, he sensed that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. After all, such an ancient spell would be beyond the reach of any Muggle witch. Transcending death? In reality, I have never believed that humanity possesses the potential to surpass death. We are not phoenixes, capable of existing almost eternally. William gazed at the phoenix perched upon the golden branch before continuing to speak. Death constitutes a cycle from birth to conclusion in the human experience. It is an intrinsic facet of life. Similarly, for the phoenix, the act of rebirth is an integral component of its life cycle. Even Nicholas Flamel, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, merely clings to existence through the powers of alchemy. I have never believed that he could genuinely achieve eternal life. He must have paid a price unknown to me, for such is the essence of alchemy. William deliberately mentioned Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, curious to observe Dumbledore's reaction. However, the latter merely listened with keen interest, displaying no excessive response. What a cunning old fox. Indeed, old Dumbledore still seems to harbor doubts about himself, fearing he might tread the same path as Tom. What a jest. How could he ever become a deranged figure like Voldemort? Should Voldemort, accompanied by his Death Eaters, one day sweep across Europe again, what position would the Friedrich family find themselves in? Was this a subtle inquiry into the Friedrich family's stance? Professor Dumbledore. I am merely the heir to my family, not its head. Considerations regarding the family's position are not matters for me at this time. I have come to Hogwarts solely because I believe the quality of education here is superior. My purpose is to study magic, and I am not yet inclined to involve myself in excessive affairs. William harbored no concerns regarding the potential resurgence of Voldemort. During that era when Voldemort's power reached its zenith, families continued to exist in relative stability. Voldemort was merely an adversary to the British Ministry of Magic, and his influence on the broader European magical community was rather limited. I sense that you are orchestrating a grand scheme, with Harry as your most pivotal piece. Quirrell appears to be the pawn you have set up for Harry, and I cannot believe you are oblivious to the issues surrounding Professor Quirrell. Nevertheless, I find myself uninterested in these machinations and have no desire to become a mere piece on your chessboard. The hour is late, and curfew approaches. If you have no further matters to discuss, I kindly request your pardon as I take my leave. William rose to his feet, gently inclined his body, and then turned to make his way towards the door. William turned away from the headmaster's office, and as the doors closed behind him, the atmosphere within the room became lively. The portraits of past headmasters, who had feigned sleep moments ago, sprang to life. At last, it seems you're facing a setback, Dumbledore. This is indeed a moment of great satisfaction, perhaps the happiest day since my demise, remarked Phineas Black, the previous headmaster, who roared with laughter. He was an astute-looking wizard, adorned with thick black hair and dark eyes, clad in a silver and green Slytherin robe, exuding an air of noble sophistication. However, at that moment, he was laughing heartily, causing the goat-like beard above his lips to quiver with mirth. Could you not be a bit quieter, Phineas? Interrupted Armando de Pitt, the former headmaster, with evident annoyance. He, too, sported silver hair and a matching beard, yet unlike Dumbledore's azure eyes, Dippet's were deep and dark, resembling bottomless voids. It seems he has discerned your plans, Dumbledore, he noted, addressing Dumbledore directly. Of course, your scheme was rather lackluster, Phineas jeered again. Listen to his final response. It is abundantly clear that he has no interest in your trivial game. By Merlin, I find that boy utterly delightful. Sorting Hat. How could such a remarkable individual not be placed in the esteemed Slytherin house? A wizard so quintessentially Slytherin, and you assigned him to Ravenclaw? Be silent, Phileas. When did Slytherin become the most prestigious house at Hogwarts? Perhaps during your tenure? No wonder you were elected the most unpopular headmaster in Hogwarts history, Dippet retorted, his temper flaring, being a proud Gryffindor. What did you say, Dippet? Would you dare to duel with me? Enough bickering. Hogwarts has retained your portraits to assist the current headmaster, not to cause chaos. A cool feminine voice interjected as the two appeared on the verge of physical confrontation. The voice belonged to the portrait of Dolores Umbridge, the first and, as of yet, only female headmaster in Hogwarts history. It is noteworthy that she graduated from Ravenclaw and, prior to her ascension to headmaster, served as the matron of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Thus, her portrait graced not only the headmaster's office, but also the waiting room walls of the hospital. Did you notice the wand he used, Dumbledore? I feel as though I have encountered it before, she mused, her brow furrowed in thought. However, she eventually shook her head slightly. I have been gone for too long, and since becoming a portrait, I have lost many memories. Yet, I am certain that one possesses its own tale. I wonder how it came into his possession. I support your plan, Dumbledore. If that boy is to play a significant role in the future, you must cultivate his abilities as soon as possible. He should at least be as exceptional as this young wizard today. His mastery of spells is, even by the standards of my time, quite remarkable. Moreover, I can see he possesses a voracious appetite for knowledge while maintaining a cautious approach to magic. This contradiction is reminiscent of Ravenclaw. It has been ages since I have encountered such a student. Perhaps he can achieve what I could not. For some inexplicable reason, as Umbridge spoke, her voice softened, and she closed her eyes, falling into contemplation. It's not as though I failed to pass the Ravenclaw trials. What is there to mourn? I couldn't even locate the Slytherin trials, Phineas muttered under his breath, evidently intimidated by Umbridge, for had it been in his nature, he would have mocked her aloud. Enough. Phineas. Ravenclaw's diadem is lost, and their legacy has been severed. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking, Dippet chimed in, having also been unable to find the Gryffindor trials. It appeared that the four founders had indeed left certain legacies at Hogwarts. However, William, now outside the headmaster's office, remained oblivious to these secrets. In truth, until he reached a sufficient level of mastery, knowing such truths might not serve him well. The following morning, after breakfast in the Great Hall, William stepped outside, only to be seized by Hermione, who eagerly pulled him toward an empty classroom on the left side of the first floor. What is it? What is it? It's far too early for this commotion, William grumbled internally, yet his legs quickened in pace. Soon, they reached the same empty classroom as before. The girl, her face flushed, thanked William before inquiring, "Do you know who Nickelmane is?" "Who?" Where did you hear that name? Nickelmane. When we visited Hagrid's hut the other day, he accidentally mentioned that name during our conversation. I have scoured the records of renowned wizards of recent times and found no mention of him. Who is he? Can you tell me, William? Hagrid. Oh, Hagrid, you really ought to be more discreet. How could you let such sensitive information slip? I know who he is, but really? That's splendid. Please tell me. Hermione interjected excitedly before William could finish. However, aren't you curious about the hidden secrets of the fourth floor room? No. We simply wish to know about this individual. Hermione's face flushed once more. Do not deceive me, Hermione. Your expression betrays you. If I reveal it, you certainly won't stop there, will you? Gryffindors have always had a penchant for adventure. Have you considered why a fearsome three-headed dog is stationed there? It is to warn you that the secrets within are perilous, secrets that are not meant for you, mere underage wizards, to pry into. William ultimately did not reveal to Hermione the true identity of Nickelmane, which left the girl quite discontented. Although she understood that William's assertion might hold truth, that it was not their place to interfere, she felt a twinge of resentment at the idea of Hermione simply acquiescing. William's air of distrust weighed heavily on her heart. You need not inform me. I shall uncover it myself. With this thought, the girl stormed back to the Gryffindor common room. What about it? Did he share anything regarding LeMay with you? Harry inquired of Hermione. No, he said nothing at all. See, I knew that Ravenclaw pretty boy isn't omniscient. Ron's voice chimed in with an air of smugness, perhaps believing that beyond sharing the same gender, he had finally found common ground with William. No, William claimed he knew but could not disclose it to me. Had it been the old Hermione, she would have vehemently debated Ron's disparagement of William, her face a picture of displeasure. Why is that? Harry asked, looking perplexed. Because he believes that knowing such things could endanger us. He thinks we are not yet equipped to meddle in these matters. I feel he is merely feigning profundity out of ignorance. Ron's jealousy often led him to malign William behind his back, regardless of whether he knows or not. Even if he withholds information from us, we can certainly discover it ourselves. Hermione declared as she took Ron and Harry by the hand, leading them out of the common room. Where are we going? To the library. Accompany me in researching. I need to revisit those extensive tomes. But today is Sunday. Merlin, save me. Ron's desperate wail echoed from afar. Before long, the calendar had turned to mid-December. With Christmas approaching, the young wizards found it increasingly challenging to focus on their studies. Thus, some professors, such as Professor Flitwick, showed understanding and refrained from assigning homework during this period. However, others, like Professor McGonagall, had different views. Upon the conclusion of this holiday, you shall soon face your first final examinations. I expect you to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Standing at the front of the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall addressed the young wizards with a grave expression. Therefore, I hope you will take this holiday to adequately review the material we have covered. For I have observed that some of you still struggle with transforming a matchstick into a needle. Her gaze briefly lingered on Ron, causing him to blush furiously. Following this, Professor McGonagall assigned a plethora of tasks, among which was a daunting 3-foot essay on the process of transfiguring a rat into a snuff box, eliciting groans from the students. Nonetheless, as per usual, William enjoyed the privilege of exemption from homework. Come, everyone, take a look. If you can perform such a perfect transfiguration as William has done, you too shall be exempt from these assignments, Professor McGonagall proclaimed, holding aloft the exquisite snuff box that William had conjured. Transforming a rat into a snuff box was no arduous feat for William. However, his current focus lay on the intricacies of magic, resulting in an exceptionally ornate creation. With a deep blue base adorned with splendid bronze embellishments, the centerpiece of the snuff box featured an eagle in flight, intricately carved using bas-relief techniques. Its eyes set with 2 resplendent sapphires. William could distinctly feel that with the enhancement of his magical control, he was becoming increasingly adept at using transfiguration. Has everyone learned it? He pondered. To conjure such exquisite objects, a remarkable imagination is an indispensable element. How can one even learn this? It is simply not on the same level. Being in the same year as him is truly disheartening. Beside him, Terry scratched his head in frustration. The snuff bottle he had transformed still bore remnants of a few mouse whiskers, presenting a rather comical sight. As the holiday approached, everyone eagerly anticipated the break. Even Snape's potions class seemed less arduous. One afternoon, William emerged from Hagrid's hut, having just visited Jupiter, Hagrid's pet. With the Christmas holiday nearing, William planned to take Jupiter back to the manor, hoping to provide the little creature with a better diet. William made his way back to the castle along the path he had come. In just a short while, snowflakes began to drift down once more. while the biting cold wind howled past him. William was not clad in many garments, yet the boy appeared to be in good spirits, as if the harsh, frigid conditions of nature had left no mark upon him. With Merlin above, could it be that William had awakened some innate immunity to the perils of frostbite? Certainly not. The reason William remained unscathed was that an idea he had once contemplated had finally come to fruition. Do you recall that trip to Diagon Alley? William's inaugural visit to Gringotts was marked by an unforgettable journey through the minecarts. Following that remarkable experience, he silently vowed to devise a charm that would provide protection against the wind and cold. Today, that initial aspiration has finally materialized. Thanks to several months of relentless adjustments and the patient guidance of Professor Flitwick, William has finally completed the magical structure for a new spell. But rather than a single incantation, he has devised two. The concept of wind protection is, in essence, quite simple. William's inspiration stemmed from the iron armor spell. This spell is notably practical, as it generates a magical shield in front of the caster, deflecting objects or spells directed at them. Akin to the magical shields employed by sorcerers in the online games of his previous life. A skilled wizard can even utilize this spell to safeguard a designated area for a brief period. However, maintaining the iron armor spell demands a considerable amount of magical energy, which is why William has yet to witness anyone capable of sustaining such a shield throughout the day. What William intends to accomplish is relatively straightforward. By making slight modifications to the magical structure of the iron armor spell, he aims to reduce its limits, thereby diminishing both its effects and energy consumption, as long as it can provide shelter from the wind and rain. Additionally, he seeks to transform the originally front-facing invisible shield into an all-encompassing invisible garment that envelopes him from all directions. This task is not particularly challenging. It merely requires a degree of talent in magical directional control, a skill in which William excels. As for warmth, that is even simpler. A low-efficiency blazing fire would suffice, operating on principles nearly identical to those of the wind protection spell. I have reached an age where the fervor and vitality for creating spells have long since waned. Yet you are different, William. You are still young. Your future is filled with boundless possibilities. The modern wizards have become exceedingly complacent. Just glance at the textbooks for the spellcasting classes. Shockingly, they still utilize editions from decades past. The wizarding community in Europe appears stagnant. In Professor Flitwick's office, William presented the two meticulously organized papers regarding his new spells for the professor's review. After perusing them, Professor Flitwick, with a look of deep reflection, addressed William, saying, "Make good use of this talent you possess, William. You are destined to become an extraordinary wizard. I await the day you surpass me, and I have a premonition that day shall not come too late." William walked along the path he had taken to the castle, as snowflakes gently descended all around him. Yet, before they could reach William, they were halted by an invisible barrier. The biting cold wind, when it swept past him, felt as though an unseen force was forcefully pushing it aside. Truly, it was a marvel of magic. William never believed that a wizard's pursuit should be confined merely to the potency of spells. In the wake of those tumultuous years, this world has been left with an abundance of formidable incantations, alongside perilous and unpredictable curses. There is no scarcity of such malevolent spells. Ancient sorcerers embarked upon a misguided and frenzied path, paying a heavy toll for their folly. William believed that what the wizards truly lacked were these seemingly simple little spells. Observe these two minor incantations. They are not particularly difficult to conceive. Yet, no wizard pays attention to such trivial matters, for they are far more inclined to ponder how to amplify the potency of their spells and enhance their magical prowess. William had forgotten where he had encountered the phrase, "Magic is wondrous and enchanting." A true great wizard should not focus on concocting numerous formidable curses, but rather on using magic to transform the world. Consequently, William felt a profound disdain for Voldemort, who relentlessly pursued immense power and immortality, believing that Voldemort's level of enlightenment was remarkably lacking. Wait, Merlin above. What are they up to? William regained his thoughts at the entrance of the castle, where he beheld the Weasley twins, whom he had not seen for several days. However, the twin brothers were oblivious to William's presence. As they were presently engaged in an unprecedented feat, they had enchanted several snowballs, sending them chasing after Quirrell, ultimately striking him on the back of his head, which was tightly wrapped in a scarf. Goodness, are you two truly so reckless? William stood in stunned silence, gazing at the remarkable feat of the twins. He remained rooted to the spot, the greeting that had lingered on the tip of his tongue swallowed back. "Long time no see, William. Why do you look so dazed? Have you frozen into a statue?" One of the twins turned around, noticing William's bewildered state, and playfully teased him with a smile. William was unable to distinguish whether he was Fred or George. In truth, he had always struggled to tell them apart. Wasn't it delightful that the genius of Ravenclaw had finally become akin to Ron? Another turned around, greeting William with a smile. "What are you all up to?" "Oh, this." A boy replied. "Everyone is speculating about the secrets that lie behind Quirrell's head." He hurled a snowball with great force at the back of Quirrell's head, and William felt as though he could once again hear Voldemort's silent roar. A Ravenclaw wizard had even set up a betting pool. The first to uncover the secret would win 5 galleons. You didn't know about this? Which mischievous child started this betting pool? How could I possibly be unaware? Aren't you afraid of wetting your pants once you learn the truth? After all, in Britain, the name of the Dark Lord is enough to silence even the most boisterous of children. Thus, the Weasley brothers, who felt a sense of responsibility to enlighten the young wizards, had come to this place. "George, stop chatting. Quirrell is about to flee. We've finally cornered him." One of the twins noticed Quirrell's signs of escape and urgently called out to the other. So it was George. The other must be Fred. "William, would you like to join us? We can share some galleons with you," George suggested to William, who was no fool. He understood that with his assistance, capturing Quirrell would be a simple endeavor. No, I have matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." William suppressed the mischievous urge bubbling within him and strode into the castle without a backward glance. What a jest! Could he afford to be foolish? He certainly did not wish to attract Voldemort's attention, lest he be noted down in that dreadful little notebook. The Dark Lord had never been so furious. Never. As he dodged the snowballs hurled by Quirrell, he seethed inwardly, "You too. Along with that wretched professor who had the audacity to step on my foot on the Quidditch pitch. Just wait. Once I reclaim my corporeal form, you shall all pay dearly. I shall begin with half an hour. No, an hour of excruciating torment, and then, don't throw that. Curse little brats. Quirrell, you imbecile." Were it not for the fear of drawing Dumbledore's scrutiny, Voldemort would have already commanded Quirrell to deliver the killing curse to those 2 reckless young wizards. He still foolishly believed that after committing such a multitude of absurdities, Dumbledore had yet to uncover his schemes. What a troubling lack of intelligence, Voldemort. It is no wonder Dumbledore has you ensnared. Why fear 7? As Christmas approached, the eagle-shaped knocker on the Ravenclaw common room door seemed to adopt a rather languid demeanor. It posed an exceptionally simple question to William, because 7, 8, 9. The answer was correct. The door to the common room slowly creaked open. William intended to first return to the lounge to rest for a while, planning to explore the room of requirement after dinner. He aimed to scout the location of the diadem, so that he could prepare in advance upon his return during Christmas, depending on the circumstances. William had never anticipated that he would acquire the diadem in a single attempt. He could not fathom that Voldemort would leave it unguarded, carelessly discarding it in such a manner. After all, he was contending with a legendary dark wizard, and even a fragment of the opponent's soul posed a significant threat. One could never be too cautious. William would never act recklessly without preparation, unlike Harry, who foolishly charges in without the protective aura of a protagonist. It is far wiser to proceed with caution. He certainly does not wish to meet an untimely demise so soon, for he has yet to fully experience the wonders of this enchanting magical world. "You're back quite early today." Terry greeted William with a smile as he sat by the hearth. The boy was quite reclusive. With the onset of colder weather, he found himself increasingly reluctant to move. Aside from attending classes and Quidditch practices, he mostly lounged about in the common room like a lethargic fish on a sofa chair. "By the way, I just want to check on Jupiter at Hagrid's," William continued. "Have you heard about someone opening a betting pool regarding the secret beneath Professor Quirrell's turban?" Terry, who had a penchant for gossip, always seemed to possess a wealth of information. "Of course, I know about it. I was the one who initiated the betting pool. What's the matter? Have you uncovered the secret behind his head? So it was that Ravenclaw rascal behind it all. When I returned, I saw the Gryffindor twins launching snowballs at Quirrell, attempting to yank off his turban." "Really? That sounds absolutely hilarious. Those 2 are incredibly talented," Terry exclaimed, leaping up to the window in hopes of spotting the twins. Alas, they were nowhere to be found, and he returned to his chair, disappointment etched across his face. "When did you become so affluent, Terry? You wagered 5 galleons just to uncover this secret?" "Not at all. That money isn't mine. It was contributed by all the little wizards intrigued by the mystery behind Quirrell's head. We agreed that whoever first discovers the secret would claim the prize. So, William, care to take a guess?" "Sure. I wager that Professor Quirrell has a face on the back of his head." William, well aware of the unfolding narrative, encouraged Terry's generous betting behavior, hoping for more such opportunities in the future. All right, a face. What a novel idea. You're the first to guess that, Terry remarked as he produced a scroll of parchment to document William's speculation. William casually glanced at the parchment, which bore no fewer than 100 diverse speculations. Harry, Hermione, Draco, and many other young wizards who lingered in William's memory had inscribed their thoughts upon it. However, as William perused Ron's conjecture, attributed to Professor Quirrell's supposed lack of intellect, he couldn't help but scoff. Do you truly believe everyone shares your level of foolishness? That evening, after dining, William exited the great hall and meandered up the staircase toward the 8th floor. The twin brothers had already faced their comeuppance. They were subjected to severe punishment for their malicious attack on a professor. Prior to the Christmas holidays, they were obliged to perform menial labor under the watchful eye of Filch each evening. Given Filch's animosity toward them, one could only surmise he would ensure they received their due diligence. Moreover, the irate Professor McGonagall had dramatically deducted 30 points from Gryffindor, which plunged the already struggling house below Hufflepuff, landing them at the very bottom of the rankings. This development elicited cheers of jubilation from the Badgers, for after many years, they were no longer in last place. Notably, under the relentless point-earning prowess of William, Ravenclaw now occupied the top position, significantly distancing themselves from the second-place Slytherin. If all proceeded as anticipated, this year would herald Ravenclaw's triumph in securing the House Cup, bringing an end to Slytherin's 7-year reign. Such prospects invigorated the Eagles, for it is often said that 7 is a number imbued with magic. The end of the 7-year championship streak seemed imminent, yet William, well-versed in the narrative, was aware that unforeseen twists were inevitable. Ultimately, the shameless Dumbledore would undoubtedly bestow enough points upon Gryffindor. Thus, what measures could be taken to ensure that Ravenclaw claims the House Cup? William pondered for quite some time before finally arriving before the familiar tapestry. William did not head directly to the 8th floor. Rather, he meandered through each level for a while before gradually arriving before the tapestry on the 8th floor. The time for his performance had come. He feigned an air of curiosity, gazing at the murals adorning the walls as he strolled from one side to the other, all the while silently repeating to himself, "I need a place to conceal something." This was his first pass. Then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, William retrieved a notebook from his magical pouch, jotting down notes while continuing to pace along the wall. He maintained his mental focus, persistently whispering to himself, "I need a place to conceal something. I need a place to conceal something." This marked his second attempt. Concealing his inner excitement, William pretended to be departing, hastily walking past that stretch of wall. This was his third pass. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A large door had unexpectedly appeared on the wall opposite the tapestry. William abruptly halted his steps, overwhelmed with excitement yet striving to maintain an appearance of bewilderment, as though he were entirely oblivious to the events that had just transpired. He drew his wand and cast several detection spells upon the wall, subsequently bestowing upon himself the shield charm before cautiously approaching the door. At last, William opened the door and stepped inside with deliberation. What a fortunate lad, to have discovered the room of requirement in his first year. In the headmaster's office, the portrait of the former headmaster, Phineas Black, remarked enviously, "You must understand, I only discovered this place just before my graduation. That merely indicates your utter foolishness, Phineas." "I found it in my 5th year," retorted his rival, Armando Depet, the former headmaster. Hailing from opposing houses, the two naturally held a mutual disdain for one another. In fact, they were likely the most vocal portraits within the office. It seemed that both individuals attributed William's discovery of the room of requirement to mere luck. They had not considered the matter too deeply, for throughout Hogwarts history, many had uncovered the secrets of this room. But was it truly mere coincidence? Dumbledore found himself somewhat incredulous. As anticipated by William, his actions had not escaped Dumbledore's keen perception. Upon ascending to the 8th floor, he was immediately sensed by the magical aura of Professor Dumbledore. With a wave of his hand, the silverware upon the table began to spin, exuding wisps of silvery smoke that coalesced in the air, forming a white screen. Soon after, an image of William appeared upon the screen, revealing all of his subsequent actions to Dumbledore's discerning gaze. Was it truly just luck? Such a coincidence seemed implausible. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, still struggling to accept the sheer improbability of the situation. To be candid, Dumbledore harbored a distaste for unpredictable variables like William. It was akin to discovering an uncontrollable piece on a chessboard while he was engaged in a significant game. William gazed in despair at the room before him, where a myriad of items had accumulated into towering heaps of refuse. Bottles, hats, boxes, Chairs, books, weapons, broom handles, baseball bats, and even a damaged statue were strewn about, with an ominous great axe stained with dark red blood catching his eye. Throughout the long history of Hogwarts, countless students had stumbled upon this enchanted chamber, clandestinely stashing their contraband within its confines, ultimately transforming it into a vast indoor landfill. Merlin, how am I to find anything in this mess? Initially, William had intended to rely on his magical intuition to locate the area saturated with the scent of dark magic, which he surmised was where Voldemort had concealed the diadem. However, upon entering, he soon realized that the situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. It is worth noting that most of the items deposited here possessed traces of magical energy, rendering William's magical perception ineffective in such a chaotic repository. Under his scrutiny, the entire room pulsated with a cacophony of erratic and intricate magical auras, making it impossible for him to discern any specific emanation of dark magic. It seemed he would have to search meticulously, piece by piece. William let out a sigh as he pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. It was getting late, and he wondered if he would be able to locate the crown today. The unfolding narrative had faded from his memory with the passage of time. Yet he strained to recall the details, vaguely remembering that the crown had been placed atop a statue by Voldemort. He retrieved his broomstick from his magical bag, mounted it, and soared into the air to survey the surroundings. As he skimmed over the refuse, he began his search, occasionally evading the pursuit of several razor-toothed flying discs. These discs, resembling frisbees with sharp, serrated edges, were perilous. A single misstep could result in injury. They were classified as dangerous items strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. Fortunately, the discs had weakened due to the waning of magical energy, now lazily circling above the pile of trash, having lost their former menace. In addition, William observed some shattered bottles containing long-solidified potions, their expiration dates long forgotten. He also spotted tattered hats, dusty jewels, a collection of items resembling dragon egg shells, and several dilapidated cabinets. Among them stood a pockmarked statue of a wizard, its likeness unclear, perhaps representing a king from a bygone era, adorned with a rusted crown atop its head. Wait, a rusted crown? William deftly maneuvered the broom, executing a sharp turn and soaring back. It appeared he had discovered the objective of this journey. William descended from the broom and gazed at the statue from a distance, refraining from approaching it recklessly. Instead, he took a moment to observe it carefully. Through William's magical perception, he discerned that there was no trace of darkness surrounding the statue. Only the crown exuded a familiar essence reminiscent of Professor Quirrell. It appeared, perhaps, that there was no cause for concern. Could it be that Voldemort carelessly left one of his Horcruxes here? Or was it possible that the true defenses were intricately woven into the crown itself? William found it somewhat challenging to decipher Voldemort's intentions. Initially, he used his wand to clear the surrounding debris, isolating the statue from the refuse. He then closed his eyes once more, employing his magical senses. Indeed, there were no other protective measures in place. He recalled that this Horcrux had likely been concealed by Voldemort after his graduation, during his return to Hogwarts a few years later in search of employment. Truly, he was a cunning dark wizard, capable of performing tricks right under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. It was a heartless act to have hidden a fragment of his own soul within Hogwarts, beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Perhaps at that time, he was pressed for time, unable to establish additional safeguards, for the dark magic inherent in the crown was already formidable. As evening approached, William exited the room of requirement, hurrying towards the Ravenclaw Tower, aware that curfew was fast approaching. Ultimately, he did not retrieve the crown. He merely cleared the area and marked it, ensuring that he would not lose his way amidst the debris upon his next visit. It was not that William did not yearn for the crown, after all. He held a profound interest in the Dark Lord's soul and the legends surrounding the crown, which was said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer. However, he had not forgotten that his purpose today was merely reconnaissance, to ascertain how to safely retrieve the crown, how to isolate and store it, and how to extract Voldemort's soul. These were matters of which he was largely ignorant, as his understanding of souls was quite limited. His knowledge of soul magic was confined to the concepts of soul extraction and astral projection. He intended to clarify these matters with his father upon returning to the manor. Though his father had never explicitly shared his knowledge, William sensed that the Duke possessed considerable expertise in soul magic. He would have to wait for the holidays. In that moment, William, like the other young wizards, began to anticipate the forthcoming Christmas break. The Great Hall today appeared even more fantastical and resplendent than usual. As Harry and his companions entered, the walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe. The candles that floated in midair had transformed into a mesmerizing ice blue, burning with flames of the same hue, while occasional snowflakes drifted down from the flickering fires. "How cool!" exclaimed Ron, his eyes wide with wonder, his mouth agape in astonishment. However, his expression soon soured as he noticed the presence of William, who was assisting Professor Flitwick in decorating the hall. "What is he doing here?" Ron muttered under his breath, clearly agitated by William's proximity. "This is the last tree," Professor Flitwick called Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, as he carried a fir tree towards the professor. "Thank you, Hagrid. Could you please place it in that corner?" Professor Flitwick replied, conjuring a series of golden bubbles that adorned the branches of the nearby trees while creating sparkling icicles. "How about you take charge of the last tree, William?" "Really, Professor?" William inquired, his enthusiasm piqued as he observed the professor's work. "Indeed, I am eager to see the extent of your spell work." The two shared light-hearted banter as they approached the final tree. Professor Flitwick stepped back, signaling for William to commence his performance. In an instant, William felt as though all eyes in the great hall were upon him. He closed his eyes to gather his thoughts for a few seconds before waving his wand. The onlookers gasped in astonishment as the color of the fir tree before William gradually shifted to blue, its material becoming increasingly transparent. A few beads of sweat trickled down William's forehead. This was his first attempt at transfiguring such a large object. He did not expect to achieve perfection at once. Instead, he divided the transformation into several stages, progressively altering the shape of the fir. It proved to be quite a laborious task. Finally, with the last spell cast, the young wizards beheld a stunning sight. The fir had transformed into a deep blue, entirely transparent ice sculpture. Deep blue ice? An extraordinary display of creativity and transfiguration, William praised Professor McGonagall. Oblivious to the circle of wizards that had gathered around him, William remained focused on his spell. "I still have much to learn compared to you, Professor," he humbly replied. "I once read a travelogue that described a distant lake in the east called Baikal. Due to its minimal impurities, the water freezes into blue ice during winter, resembling blue crystal." William took a moment to catch his breath before grasping his wand to continue his enchanting endeavor. He mimicked Professor Flitwick, conjuring a cascade of bubbles that adorned the branches of the tree. However, unlike Professor Flitwick, William transformed the bubbles into a resplendent shade of blue, harmonizing beautifully with the deep azure ice sculpture before him. Next, he waved his wand with finesse, layering upon the tree an array of delightful incantations. Snowflakes gently descended from the small ice pillars hanging from the branches, while a soft white mist rose from the ground, rendering the Christmas tree a wondrous treasure that seemed to belong solely to the realm of fairy tales. Perhaps next Christmas, the school could host a competition for creating Christmas trees, inviting students from all 4 houses to participate, with the headmaster and professors selecting the most exceptional creations. After finishing his tasks, William set down his wand and turned to Professor McGonagall, suggesting, "What a splendid idea. I shall bring it to Professor Dumbledore's attention shortly. It would greatly enhance the students' enthusiasm for transfiguration." Professor McGonagall appeared equally intrigued by this creative competition. "No need to seek me out, Minerva. I have no reason to decline such a vibrant contest." A resonant voice echoed from afar as Professor Dumbledore strode into the hall. He approached William's creation, and the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. "You never cease to amaze me, William. I too believe this competition holds great significance." "How many days remain until your vacation?" Hagrid inquired, gazing into the distance, easily able to see without needing to lean closer due to his towering stature. He addressed Harry and his companions, who were standing apart from the commotion. "Only 1 day remains until the break," Ron replied absently. "Why is he stealing all the limelight? Is there nothing he is not adept at?" The boy muttered to those nearby. "He is indeed a remarkably gifted wizard, but he does have his weaknesses," Hagrid remarked, observing William from a distance as he spoke to Ron. "Is that so? In what regard is he lacking?" Ron's voice betrayed a hint of excitement. "Not that he is incapable. Rather, I would say I possess greater skill. In the realm of animal care, William cannot compare to my expertise. Or else why would he leave the golden eagle in my care?" It seemed Hagrid was also quite the braggart, currently boasting to Harry and the others. "Did you see how splendidly that golden eagle has thrived under my watch? It has grown significantly and boasts those sharp claws." For Hagrid, who had a penchant for dangerous creatures, the animal's sharp teeth and claws were their most beautiful attributes. "Who is Nickleme?" Harry suddenly inquired. "Nickleme is a close friend of Dumbledore." "He is," Hagrid instinctively began to explain, but quickly caught himself. "Why are you still inquiring about him? I've already said. Neither Nickleme nor that large dog guarding something relates to you." We merely wish to understand who Nicklame truly is. We have no ulterior motives, Hermione replied earnestly. Why not just tell us, Hagrid? It would save us the hassle. We've combed through over 100 books, yet we haven't found a trace of him. No. Harry, I will not divulge anything, Hagrid stated tersely before turning to leave. What now? Hagrid is unwilling to share, Ron queried his companions. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Harry was convinced he had encountered the name but could not recall where, which left him frustrated as he scratched his head. I refuse to believe we cannot find a single mention of Nicklame in the library. Come, let us continue searching. Hermione cast one last glance at William, who was surrounded by the crowd, before turning and pulling Harry and the visibly distressed Ron towards the library. You can't be serious. Hermione, we have to go to the library the day before vacation? In the study, Duke Friedrich gazed at William with unabashed astonishment. What did you discover in that peculiar room? It is the room of requirement, Father. I stumbled upon this remarkable chamber while exploring Hogwarts. It can shift its form according to the needs of the person entering. That is not the crux of the matter. Continue explaining what you found within, the Duke urged. I uncovered an old diadem, strikingly similar to the one lost by Lady Ravenclaw. From it, I sensed an immensely powerful soul resonance. The feeling was reminiscent of my encounter with Quirrell, leading me to believe that the soul within is connected to Voldemort. Over the months of correspondence, the Duke had learned of significant events occurring at Hogwarts, such as the troll invasion, and he was both astonished and relieved by William's ability to vanquish a full-grown troll single-handedly. Just moments ago, William had shared with his father the peculiarities he had observed in Quirrell and Dumbledore's indifference. What is Dumbledore thinking? How can he allow such a dangerous individual to remain at Hogwarts? The Duke's tone was laced with indignation. You are correct. While I may not know his exact thoughts, it is undeniable that Dumbledore is playing a larger game. You performed admirably, William. The complexities of this situation are beyond what you should engage with at your current stage. Perhaps consider transferring to Durmstrang? I have a premonition that England will descend into chaos in the coming years. There, you would have the protection of family and be safer. The Duke's words were laden with gravity, revealing a hint of regret regarding William's choice. Let us not rush, Father. I thoroughly enjoy my time at Hogwarts. Moreover, the situation has not deteriorated to the point where I must flee. If circumstances become dire, I will heed your advice. William then recounted his discoveries within the room of requirement, startling the Duke, who had never anticipated that such a whimsical notion could manifest into reality. William has indeed discovered a fragment of a soul. Moreover, it belongs to Voldemort. The Duke gazed at William with a serious expression, brandishing his wand as a profound and intricate detection spell enveloped William's head, one he had never encountered before. This incantation was designed to assess the state of the soul. Should you wish to learn it, I can instruct you later. Noticing the look of confusion in William's eyes, the Duke offered a brief explanation. Fortunately, your soul's condition appears to be relatively normal. How could you take such a risk by approaching such a dark essence? Do you realize that if handled improperly, your own soul could be assimilated? The Duke's tone was grave, clearly shaken by William's audacity. He proceeded to cast several different detection spells, ultimately confirming that William was entirely well at present. In truth, I did not draw too near to that diadem. I merely sensed it from a distance. William comprehended his father's concerns regarding him. In truth, William was inherently a cautious individual who would not recklessly engage with the unfamiliar. This indicates that the soul in question had yet to be awakened and remained in a dormant state. Otherwise, the distance you maintained would be utterly insufficient. The reach of such a formidable soul surpasses your imagination. Your understanding of souls is woefully inadequate. Are you aware of what a Horcrux is, William? Of course, I know. Voldemort created 7 of them, yet I cannot claim to be knowledgeable about them. A Horcrux? What is that? The very name resonates with an unmasked aura of malevolence. William resumed his theatrical display. A Horcrux is a product of exceedingly dark magic, crafted solely by those who have wholly surrendered to darkness, by the irredeemably mad wizards. It is said to have been invented by a nefarious Greek sorcerer, Herpo the Foul, a name you may recognize as one of the earliest recorded dark wizards in modern magical history. The creation of a Horcrux is exceedingly intricate, with the critical step being the splitting of one's soul, ensconcing a fragment within an object outside one's body. What purpose does this soul division serve? William feigned ignorance and pressed for more information. You see, William, upon a person's complete demise, their soul embarks on a journey to another realm. This is the cycle of life. Thus, death is an inevitability for all. However, to transition to another world, one must possess a complete soul. If a portion of your soul is divided and ensconced within a Horcrux, Even if your body and primary soul are destroyed, you shall not pass into another realm. Instead, you would linger in this world as a specter, for your soul remains incomplete. Does this not imply a form of immortality? No, not immortality. You, like most, misconstrue this notion, William. They too hope to achieve eternal life through the creation of Horcruxes. What, then, is it? It is not immortality, but rather undying. As long as the Horcrux exists, that individual cannot be entirely vanquished. Yet, what transformations might the lingering soul undergo with the passage of time? Will it truly endure forever? No one possesses definitive answers. And what of the vile Herpo? What was his ultimate fate? There is no evidence to suggest that Herpo's Horcruxes were ever destroyed. In fact, during that era, no one could defeat him. In reality, had he discovered a method to prevent his soul from becoming lost in the eons, he might still be alive today. William was acquainted with this sorcerer due to his invention of numerous malevolent spells. Indeed, a significant portion of the curses prevalent in contemporary dark magic can be attributed to Heir of Slytherin. Furthermore, he was the first to discover that utilizing toads to incubate chicken eggs could yield basilisks. Perhaps the basilisk nurtured by Slytherin was even a pupil of his. Like Slytherin, Heir of Slytherin possessed the ability to speak Parseltongue, enabling him to deftly control basilisks. William was utterly astonished to discover that Herbo was indeed the first wizard to successfully create a soul artifact. Merlin above, could it be that he truly has survived to this day? In comparison, Voldemort pales into insignificance before him. William emerged from his father's study, his expression marred by discontent. Moments earlier, after the Duke had elucidated the concepts of Helbo and Horcruxes, he continued, "Based on your descriptions, I surmise that the crown is indeed a Horcrux of Voldemort. I never would have anticipated his audacity to pursue such a path. Do you comprehend, William, that the fragmentation of the soul is an almost irreversible ordeal? Once the soul is completely rent asunder, that fissure becomes nearly impossible to mend. The magical materials necessary for soul restoration have long been lost, with some existing solely in the realm of legend. Thus, if the wizard crafting Horcruxes cannot find a means to avoid losing himself, it is predictable that, over time, he will descend into increasing rage and confusion, ultimately succumbing to a profound amnesia that will render him eternally adrift in time, a wraith of neither man nor beast. Apart from Helbo, history records that all who have ventured to create Horcruxes have met with dire fates. The Duke then solemnly cautioned William against harboring any notions of crafting a Horcrux, for it is a path that has been irrevocably proven to lead to ruin. The conversation then shifted to the crown William had discovered. Are you suggesting you wish to utilize the soul within to forge a spellbook? Do you not perceive the peril inherent in your scheme, William? To provoke an immortal dark wizard? The Duke appeared taken aback by William's audacity, his gaze fixed upon him, awaiting an explanation. 11 years have elapsed, father. The Voldemort of today is but a pitiful wretch, barely clinging to existence. What is there to fear in confronting such a creature, one who is even less than a specter? Whether he can even regain his corporeal form remains uncertain. While I may not contend with Voldemort's principal soul, with your guidance, can we not manage a feeble shard of his soul? This opportunity is fleeting, father. The soul of a legendary dark wizard, surely it is worth the risk. Even if I do not succeed in crafting a spellbook, the prospect of studying it is invaluable. William, captivated by his father's eloquent enticement, certainly refrained from disclosing to the Duke that Voldemort was destined to resurrect in a few years. Nevertheless, were their essay will, their essay way, they could always address it later, perhaps even retreat to Durmstrang for a spell. By then, the fragment of that soul would have been thoroughly consumed by him, leaving Voldemort no chance of reclaiming it. In contrast to the Duke's apprehensions, William felt somewhat dismissive. After all, in his eyes, Voldemort was merely a terrorist operating within British confines, hardly something to fear. Moreover, he could hardly believe that his father, so well-versed in soul magic, would be overly concerned about the essence of a legendary wizard. The Duke, upon hearing William's words, could not help but feel a stir of intrigue. After all, such an exceptional research specimen was not easily encountered. William, I require your solemn assurance. You must adhere strictly to my instructions, and should any complications arise, you must evacuate immediately. The Duke then meticulously elucidated the steps for transferring the diadem and the necessary materials. Remember, William, do not attempt to extract the soul fragment on your own. Bring it to me for proper handling. This is a fragment of a legendary dark wizard's soul, and even in pieces, it possesses formidable power. You must execute each step I outline and ensure that all materials are accounted for, none should be omitted. The Duke emphasized this sternly, then turned to retrieve several hefty tomes from a nearby shelf, handing them to William. The books, with their faded covers and yellowed pages, bore the weight of antiquity, signaling their age. Before you undertake the diadem transfer, you must thoroughly read these ancient texts as they pertain to matters of the soul. Initially, I hesitated to introduce you to the intricacies of soul magic, for they are exceedingly perilous. However, during the transfer process, should any issues arise, you will be forced to confront a conflict at the soul level. While the likelihood of such an occurrence is nearly negligible, it is imperative that you prepare comprehensively. Ignorance of the soul is not an option. I need you to promise me that you will not delve deeply into this magic. Can you do that, William? This is not a realm you should be exploring at this time. Upon receiving William's assurance, the Duke felt a wave of relief wash over him. He spoke earnestly. The human soul is an intricate and dangerous entity. In that frenzied era, countless ancient wizards met their doom through the study of the soul. Until you possess adequate capability, this is a protective measure for you. Often, the less one knows, the safer one is. William sensed a deeper meaning in his father's words. However, at this moment, his sole focus was on creating a tome of magic without delving into the complexities of soul-related sorcery. He felt an immense relief for not having recklessly touched the crown, for he could scarcely fathom how his demise might have unfolded. Subsequently, William mentioned his eagle eye spell, which required the participation of several wizards for experimentation. This posed no significant issue. Upon your return from vacation, I shall procure a sufficient number of wizards. Will the Ministry of Magic intervene? What concern is it of theirs? It is not as though we are conducting perilous human experiments. Moreover, I am not coercing them with magic. All is conducted voluntarily, with both parties bound by a magical contract. There are countless impoverished and inept wizards in this world who are willing to engage in such endeavors for a modest sum of galleons. The Duke, accustomed to such discussions, remarked to William, "By your demeanor, it seems you have engaged in similar activities before. I wonder, however, if the endeavors you partook in were related to the soul." Yet, when William inquired whether his father knew of Gellert Grindelwald, the Duke's countenance shifted dramatically. William was taken aback by the intensity of his father's reaction. The moment he mentioned Grindelwald, his father's expression shifted dramatically, leading him to be promptly dismissed from the study. "This is not something you ought to know," the Duke exclaimed to William. "But you have already divulged to me the secrets of Horcruxes and the methods of transferring them. What does it mean that you refuse to speak of your matters with Grindelwald?" William found himself perplexed by his father's thought processes. What could possibly be such a monumental secret? Nevertheless, if ignorance was bliss, then so be it. It hardly seemed to matter. He resolved to hastily gather the materials required for the transfer of the crown. Reflecting on the necessary supplies, he made his way towards the family's ollary. Another shopping expedition lay ahead. As William gazed at the dwindling pile of galleons in his pocket, a pang of regret washed over him. The truth was, he had been spending money at an alarming rate. The pursuit of alchemy was indeed a costly endeavor. It was high time to devise a strategy to earn some galleons. At the quaint bookstore, Harry awoke to discover a small heap of packages at the foot of his bed. He had never anticipated receiving such a plethora of gifts. The previous night, as he drifted into slumber, his thoughts were consumed with the prospect of indulging in a grand feast the next day, followed by a day filled with unrestrained play. Harry felt these days to be among the happiest of his life, absent the Dursleys, devoid of classes, and far removed from the irksome presence of Snape. Each day, he and Ron reveled in their newfound freedom. As for Hermione's parting words and the enigma of nearly headless Nick, Harry had not contemplated them since being unceremoniously ejected from the library by Madame Pants. For reasons unknown, he found the librarian to be rather unsettling. She moved without a sound and often appeared unexpectedly behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. "What is it you seek, child?" Madame Pants's voice always bore a somber tone. "Nothing, really," he would respond. "Then you best make your exit swiftly. You are nearing the restricted section," she would admonish, shooing him away with her feather duster. Harry shared his thoughts with Ron, who dismissed them casually. "Don't pay any mind to that old woman, Harry," Ron said, oblivious to the oddities surrounding them. "Merry Christmas." Ron, still bleary-eyed, greeted Harry, but the boy quickly perked up. "Come on, Harry, it's time to unwrap the presents," Ron exclaimed with enthusiasm. Harry keenly observed that Ron had received significantly more packages than he had, which stirred a flicker of envy within him. However, it was Ron's gaze upon the silvery, shimmering fabric in Harry's hands that truly conveyed astonishment and longing. By Merlin, someone gifted Harry an invisibility cloak. Early that morning, as the magical alarm clock chimed, William opened his still sleepy eyes. "Merry Christmas," he declared to the ceiling of his room. William sat up and immediately noticed a small mountain of packages piled at the foot of his bed. He had not anticipated such popularity. With a hint of anticipation, William unwrapped the topmost parcel. Ah, this is a gift from his mother. Madame Helena had taken time out of her busy schedule to prepare a magnificent cake for him. The cake was exquisite, and after tasting a piece, William couldn't help but smack his lips in satisfaction. The flavor was truly delightful. William took another large bite before placing the box aside and continuing to unwrap the package. What his father had sent him was a deep blue tendril of a plant that William had never encountered before. Alongside it was a letter. This is the root of the soul-wandering grass, a nearly extinct plant, preserved by your mother. You may ignite it while transferring the crown, as it possesses the ability to soothe the mind and anchor the spirit. I secretly snipped a few from the greenhouse. Do not mention this to your mother. A faint smile graced William's lips, a warm sensation enveloping his heart. Subsequently, Terry presented William with a miniature model of a Quidditch match, allowing him to relive several classic encounters from Quidditch history, which he had previously encountered in the Quidditch supply store in Diagon Alley. The ever-familiar Weasley twins also contributed their own gift, a surprise dumb bomb extravaganza. William set down the twins' package with a shiver of revulsion. Had it not been for his keen observation of the thread above, he would have found himself enveloped in a nauseating stench of feces. Just you wait. I shall bestow upon you a grand surprise. William seethed inwardly, preparing to deliver a fitting retribution. Draco had presented him with a menacing model of a Hebridean black dragon, which was now thrashing and roaring in his hands. Following this, Earl, Ike, Penelope, Lisa Dupin, Pansy, and numerous other young witches and wizards whom William barely recognized began to offer their gifts. Among them were several girls from other houses that he did not know. Was he truly so popular among the female students? William, with a look of exasperation, set down the parcel in his hands. To his astonishment, Hermione had sent him an entire set of Muggle dental care tools. Was she concerned that he had indulged too much in butterbeer and feared he might suffer from cavities? In addition to this, the professors had also bestowed gifts upon him. Professor Flitwick had sent a wand case from his youth, adorned with a disarming charm and a summoning spell to retrieve his wand. The remarkable progress William had made over the past few months could largely be attributed to Flitwick's meticulous guidance. William could sense that the professor was generously imparting his knowledge to him. Moreover, William's exceptional imagination had inspired the professor with unprecedented ideas for spellcasting, fostering a relationship that had evolved into one of both mentorship and friendship. Next, Professor McGonagall, who shared a good rapport with William, gifted him her Transfiguration notes from her school days. This was a substantial offering, as the summaries on Transfiguration would greatly benefit William in his current studies. Subsequently, William reciprocated by presenting gifts to the professors and familiar friends. He gifted Terry a beautifully crafted cake ordered from a shop in Diagon Alley, adorned with the Norwegian national team's flag and featuring a miniature troll at its center. Additionally, he included the purchase receipt for the Firebolt 2000 that he had lent to Terry. It was evident that the boy had a genuine passion for the sport of Quidditch, and one could hardly excel without a fine broomstick. He had not forgotten the boy's earlier declarations of ambition. William presented Professor Flitwick with a small Christmas tree sculpture, reminiscent of the one he conjured in the Great Hall, yet even more exquisite. Atop the tree, he had fashioned a gleaming Ravenclaw eagle, with a hint of fairy lineage. Professor Flitwick would surely appreciate such a charming ornament. For Professor McGonagall, William gifted a pair of emerald-hued earrings he had unearthed from his mother's jewelry box. He believed that, given his mother's discerning taste, anything she chose to keep in her collection must be of commendable quality, and thus, Professor McGonagall would likely find them to her liking. William, with a rather mischievous sense of humor, sent a pile of cockroaches to Dumbledore and a potent degreaser to Snape, pondering whether it might assist the greasy black hair that had evidently not seen a wash in many years. Eventually, William entrusted a modest parcel to the diminutive Jupiter. "Little one, please deliver this to the Weasley household." The creature let out an unhappy sound, seemingly questioning why William did not employ the family's messenger owl, as the recent idleness at home had rendered it quite lethargic. As evening descended upon Ottery St. Catchpole, in the humble abode of the Weasley family, Fred inquired, "Are we going to open this parcel or not?" George replied, "We ought to examine it thoroughly. Given what we sent, William's return gift must surely be suspect. But we've already employed the checking charm." George protested, "There's nothing amiss. Let us inspect for any triggering threats." Fred pondered, "Should we unwrap it? Give me a moment to think." Boom. "Fred, George, have you lost your minds? How dare you bring those dung bombs into our home?" Mrs. Weasley's furious voice echoed from below. In contrast to the Weasley twins' rather clumsy prankster skills, William's artistry and mischief was of a markedly superior caliber. He opted against the antiquated triggering mechanism of threads. Instead, he ingeniously crafted a small magical circuit within the parcel to activate the dung bomb package. He then cloaked the peculiarities of the parcel with an additional layer of magic. While it might not fool a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber, it was more than sufficient for the Weasley twins. William even calculated the time required for the Golden Eagle to fly, incorporating a timed detonation for good measure. This explained why the dung bombs exploded before the twins could even unwrap the parcel. When it came to pranks, the twins, who had yet to awaken fully to their potential as prankster kings, were no match for William. However, it was likely that they would seek retribution in due course after suffering such a significant setback. Merlin above. Are you serious? Hermione gazed incredulously at Ron, as if meeting him for the first time. Through Ron's words, he recounted how he and Harry, primarily Harry, had ventured into the restricted section in search of information on Nicholas Flamel after acquiring the invisibility cloak, nearly falling into Snape's clutches. Harry's own narrative transformed into a shared adventure as Ron recounted their escapades. The boy did not wish Hermione to perceive him as a mere sloth lounging in the common room throughout the holiday, despite the truth of the matter. Later, to evade the joint search led by Snape and Filch, they scurried through the dark, and Ron proudly boasted, "I even kicked the fat lady." His face was alight with pride as he reveled in his own fabricated tale. Get to the point. What happened next? Hermione pressed. Eventually, we got lost in the dark and stumbled into a room, discovering a mirror that could show the future. Is that truly the case, Harry? Hermione regarded him skeptically, clearly doubtful of Ron's penchant for embellishment. Well, more or less, Harry responded absently, still haunted by the vision reflected in that mirror days later. Do you know what I saw in that mirror? I will become the president of the student council and the captain of the Quidditch team. Then I will lead our house to victory in both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup, Ron continued, his face brimming with rapture and longing. After all, Ron was a rather unfortunate soul, for the Weasley household was not affluent, and he was the youngest brother, unlike his youngest sister, Ginny, who received the family's adoration as the sole daughter. Ron had never enjoyed new possessions, as his brothers handed down their used or unwanted items to him. Moreover, his brothers were all exceptionally talented. Even Percy and the twins had commendable achievements, despite their various shortcomings. Unfortunately, it seemed the Creator had bestowed all the intellect upon the other Weasley children, leaving Ron feeling somewhat dim-witted. This rendered it difficult for him to hold his head high in a family filled with accomplished siblings. Thus, it was no wonder he yearned for the image reflected in that mirror, for it represented all that he had never received: admiration, respect, power, and honor. While he recognized it might be an ephemeral illusion, much like a fleeting dream, like Harry, he found it challenging to extricate himself from such a splendid fantasy. After all, who would not wish to remain enveloped in a dream where desires manifest into reality? What a true magic mirror, Hermione thought, observing the two boys lost in their reveries. Her expression one of exasperation. William, do you know what this is? In Dumbledore's office, he gestured toward a beautifully adorned mirror. By the way, I quite enjoyed the pile of cockroaches you sent me. I still have some left. Would you care to share a bite? Dumbledore rummaged through his drawer, producing an assortment of indescribable candies, essentially a mass of twisted cockroaches coalescing into a sphere, their myriad legs still wriggling. William felt a wave of nausea wash over him and decisively waved his hand. Absolutely not. If you enjoy it, that's all that matters. Is that so? What a pity. Not everyone can appreciate the unique qualities of this confection, Dumbledore remarked, tossing one into his mouth. A satisfied smile spreading across his face as he crunched away. William felt that he would have little appetite for the rest of the day. In truth, had it not been for the influence of a man he once knew, a figure regarded as standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, he might have expelled the remnants of his previous meal, although he understood that the heap of cockroaches was, in fact, a rather unconventional dessert, akin to chocolate frogs, both crafted through magical means to resemble living creatures. He could not help but wonder who on earth conceived such a creation. It was undeniably grotesque. The mere thought of those 6 tiny legs scuttling around in his mouth, while the flavor was indeed delightful, deterred many from daring to sample this confection. William had just returned to school when Professor McGonagall summoned him to the headmaster's office. He was momentarily alarmed, fearing that Dumbledore had uncovered his little secrets. To his surprise, the old wizard simply wished to tease him a bit and inquire whether he recognized the mirror that adorned the room. Striving to dispel the unease in his mind, William redirected his focus to the mirror beside him. It stood approximately twice his height, framed in gold and supported by two claw-like feet, exuding an air of grandeur. At the top of the mirror, a line of ancient script was carved, Aristovoabikafaranguohis. Of course, I know it. It is a remarkable alchemical artifact, the Mirror of Eris, he replied. Then do you know its purpose? Dumbledore continued to question him. Surely the inscription makes it abundantly clear, does it not? The phrase, read in reverse, reveals its meaning. What I see is not your face, but your innermost desires. This is a magical mirror that reflects the deepest, most fervent yearnings of the human heart. Thus, it is named the Mirror of Eris, as Eris reverse signifies desire. Truly impressive, if it were not for my position as headmaster. Encountering a student of your caliber would certainly earn Ravenclaw a significant boost in points, Dumbledore remarked. Come now, old friend. Your elevation to headmaster only permits you to bend the rules further. Just consider how many points you intend to award Harry and his companions this term. William scoffed at Dumbledore's playful banter. Would you like to take a closer look at this extraordinary mirror? Or do you still harbor doubts about me? William mused internally, intrigued by the prospect of the mirror's revelations. Very well, my curiosity about this magical mirror is piqued, he declared, stepping forward to stand before it. Unsure of what he truly desired, William felt content with his current life, and for a moment, he could not identify what lay deep within his heart. As he approached the mirror, its image began to sharpen. What's happening? He pondered, bewildered by the reflection before him. Was it the brain-closing spell he had cast that obscured his inner self from the mirror? With that thought, he lifted the spell and gazed into the mirror once more. Professor Dumbledore, is this mirror broken? What do you see within it? William. Aside from my own reflection, I see nothing at all. Is this truly the Mirror of Eris? Could it be malfunctioning? Dumbledore rose, his expression betraying disbelief. This was the first time William had witnessed a different emotion on the old wizard's face. Hurrying to the mirror, William instinctively stepped aside. In an instant, the surprise on Dumbledore's face vanished as he bowed his head in contemplative silence upon returning to his chair. Despite Dumbledore's efforts to conceal his feelings, William sensed a fleeting glimpse of sorrow hidden within the depths of his eyes. What did you see in the mirror, Professor? Your expression changed so dramatically, he wondered. The mirror is not broken, William. Thus, if you only perceive your own reflection, there exists but one possibility. He raised his gaze to William, his tone laced with an indescribable envy. What possibility, Professor? Only the happiest person in the world sees merely their own likeness in the mirror. Deep within your heart, you feel content with your life. And such profound satisfaction renders the magical mirror incapable of revealing any further desires. William was taken aback by this response. He had never considered that the reflection in the magic mirror could reveal such a reason. He even wondered if the mirror might be faulty. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed fortunate to have the chance to relive his life, to witness the enigmatic Hogwarts in this fantastical world of magic. William did not feel any regrets. It is important to note that despite being fully aware of the dangers, he chose to attend Hogwarts not out of a desire for self-destruction. Having finally arrived in this extraordinary realm, would he truly hide away in a corner, waiting for everything to conclude simply because of a mere fragment of Voldemort, who was still in a state of partial incapacitation? Should he merely wait for the savior, Harry, to rescue everyone before emerging? William pondered the significance of his journey if he chose to evade it in such a manner. Upon arriving in this magnificent world, how could he refrain from embarking on a grand adventure? Deep within William lies an adventurous spirit akin to that of Gryffindor, and he is never lacking in courage. However, upon witnessing Dumbledore's expression, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. And what about you, Professor Dumbledore? What do you perceive in this mirror? I see myself seated in the basement of Honeydukes, indulging in a delightful array of confections. A wistful expression graces Dumbledore's face, for he has always held a profound love for sweets. Spare me your fabrications. Can one truly derive sorrow from indulging in candy? William harbored disdain in his heart for Dumbledore's nonsensical behavior, though he understood that their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy that allowed for unreserved conversation. After all, Dumbledore was full of caution towards him, and he, in turn, remained wary of Dumbledore. You frightened that child, Dumbledore, remarked the portrait of Dolores Umbridge in the headmaster's office after William departed. That was how I stumbled upon that room. For quite some time, I had mistaken it for an extravagant restroom. Just moments ago, after discussing the enchanted mirror, their conversation shifted back to the wonders of Hogwarts. The gradually uplifting atmosphere led William to wonder if the sorrow that had graced Dumbledore's face moments prior had merely been a figment of his imagination. You know, William, Hogwarts is filled with marvels. Even after all these years as headmaster, I cannot claim to know all the castle's secrets. One night, I stepped out of the headmaster's office due to an urgent need and took a wrong turn on my way to the restroom. Can you guess what I discovered? A modest chamber filled with an array of exquisite and luxurious lavatories. Dumbledore concluded with a playful wink at William. However, what was intended to be a humorous anecdote struck terror in William's heart. He realized that the restroom on the 8th floor was quite near the room of requirement. What was Dumbledore implying? Was he suggesting that he had uncovered William's discovery of the room of requirement? Or had he observed William's subtle maneuvers? Was Dumbledore warning him to refrain from any mischief? In that moment, William found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's intentions. He employed his mental occlusion techniques to regain control over his emotions and, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, inquired of Dumbledore, and then, later, when I returned to that place the following day, I found it utterly vanished. Truly, it is the magic of Hogwarts. I assent it, William, overwhelmed by fear. William had no desire to continue the conversation with Dumbledore. His mind a tumult of anxiety. He hastily concocted an excuse to terminate their chat and strode out of the headmaster's office. Indeed, causing trouble beneath Dumbledore's watchful eye was fraught with peril. He mused as he exited, a pallor of dread upon his face. Thankfully, his earlier performance had been sufficiently convincing. Dumbledore had only harbored slight suspicion. Had he boldly revealed his intentions towards the room of requirement, Dumbledore's demeanor would have surely shifted. Yet, since Dumbledore merely hinted at his awareness of the matter, it suggested that William's schemes had not yet been laid bare. Perhaps he should wait until the end of term, when Dumbledore would be preoccupied with confronting Voldemort, to stealthily relocate the diadem. Surely, at that juncture, Dumbledore would have little time to concern himself with William's actions. William, upon reflecting on this, tucked away his thoughts and proceeded towards the Ravenclaw common room. What gives you the right to claim that the clock is shy? For heaven's sake, the holiday has concluded. Must you still wallow in such lethargy? William gazed at the eagle-shaped door knocker before him and mused. Could you not present a more challenging question? This is truly lacking in difficulty. He swiftly articulated his answer and stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. Unbeknownst to anyone, the eagle-shaped knocker, as the door gradually closed, momentarily shimmered with a fleeting blue light. So you desire a challenge, do you? Consider it granted. Ah, William, you've finally returned. You've even brought a cake to mock me. Upon entering the common room, William was greeted by the vibrant voice of Terry. Unlike William, who was home for the holidays, Terry spent this Christmas at school due to his parents being abroad on an expedition. However, from Terry's exuberant tone, it was evident that the boy remained unaffected by his circumstances. His parents often spent more than half the year overseas researching various oddities, and it was rumored that they had recently embarked on an investigation of peculiar statues. I've long since grown accustomed to spending Christmas alone each year, Terry remarked nonchalantly. But you, William, you actually brought me a cake as a jest. How is it? Does it taste like the Norwegian flag? William chuckled in response. You wouldn't believe it. The flavor is quite delightful. Moreover, when I devoured the little troll atop, its limbs were still flailing about in my mouth. Terry, you truly are remarkable. You rival even Dumbledore. William believed it was time to present Terry with the formidable prowess of the cockroach mound. Perhaps, like old Dang, he might develop a fondness for this delicacy brimming with allure. However, William soon noticed that Terry's complexion had turned slightly flushed, and his hand repeatedly ventured into his pocket as if to retrieve something, appearing to hesitate. Ultimately, the boy produced a somewhat crumpled piece of parchment and handed it to William. It was the receipt for the Lightwheel 2000 that William had lent to Terry. This gift is far too precious, he stammered. I cannot accept it. The cake you gifted me was delightful. Receiving that is more than enough. William turned to Terry, astonished that the boy's ultimate desire to speak with him revolved around such matters. You know, Terry, my talent in Quidditch pales in comparison to yours. This broomstick, in my hands, would merely be dismantled for research purposes. In fact, I have already disassembled 3. He paused, probing. Do you genuinely wish for the broomstick that has accompanied you for so long to be taken apart by me for study? Terry clenched the parchment tightly, revealing the emotional bond he had formed with the broomstick after countless hours of practice on the Quidditch pitch. Ah, so this is the reason why my pristine purchase receipt has become akin to scrap paper, William mused, glancing at the crumpled parchment in Terry's grasp. However, this gift is far too precious. I mean, in comparison, what I gave you hardly measures up, William continued, realizing that Terry's discomfort stemmed from the disparity in value between their gifts. In truth, I cherish the gift you bestowed upon me. Each night before I retire, I take it out to relive a thrilling moment from a Quidditch match. William spoke with incredulity, for in truth, He had carelessly discarded that model into the depths of his magical bag, never to retrieve it again. Rather than Quidditch, he found greater delight in studying the intricacies of enchanting spells. The value of the gift was inconsequential. I cherished what you bestowed upon me, and you too appreciated the present I gave you. Was that not sufficient? If you believe that it falls short, let us count it as 2 gifts, one for Christmas and the other for your birthday. William patted the boy's shoulder, genuinely believing that this broom would prove far more valuable in Terry's hands. All right, William, thank you. You truly are a good person, Terry exclaimed, his gratitude spilling forth. However, before he could finish, William eagerly interrupted him. At that moment, William's other 2 roommates, Earl, a young boy of African descent, and the somewhat timid Ike, joined the conversation. The 4 of them engaged in lively chatter in the common room, sharing tales from their holiday adventures. You all missed out on something splendid. The Christmas feast at Hogwarts was simply magnificent, Terry declared, his excitement palpable. The more people gathered around him, the more animated he became. There were at least 100 roasted turkeys piled upon the banquet table like little mountains of meat and potatoes, along with sausages that could probably circle the Great Hall several times if laid end to end. Additionally, the hall was adorned with heaps of wizarding fireworks. And look at this set of wizard chess I acquired from there. With so few students remaining at school, we shared a long table with the professors and even Headmaster Dumbledore, creating a wonderfully lively atmosphere. The headmaster even donned a hat adorned with flowers, Terry excitedly recounted, successfully capturing the attention of Earl and Ike, who were undoubtedly intrigued by the image of the flower-crowned Dumbledore. Did you think that was all? The excitement continued. Our gamekeeper, Hagrid, who escorted us to the castle, seemed rather inebriated and actually kissed Professor McGonagall. He exclaimed, to the astonishment of his peers. Even more surprising was the fact that the usually stern Professor McGonagall did not seem upset at all. By Merlin, could they be involved? Cough. Mind your language, Terry. If you don't wish for Professor McGonagall to conjure a skunk, I suggest you refrain from broadcasting this to others, came a familiar feminine voice from behind Terry, startling him so much that he nearly toppled off the couch. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the room with joy. Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect, entered, having evidently overheard Terry's words. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Terry muttered as he scrambled to his feet. Thank you, William. I truly love the Christmas gift you gave me. Penelope smiled at William, clearly pleased with the present he had chosen for her. Indeed, past experiences proved invaluable. When uncertain of what to gift a girl, a bottle of delicate and pleasant perfume is always a safe choice. Unlike mobile perfumes, those from the wizarding world possess even more enchanting effects. After all, wizards have even concocted love potions, and there are countless perfumes that genuinely enhance allure. However, the fragrance William gifted Penelope was not one of those heady, seductive concoctions, but rather a clean and fresh scent, evoking the crisp air after a gentle rain, with notes of melon and vanilla. Moreover, the perfume's bottle was imbued with a subtle charm of joy, ensuring that its wearer would feel a surge of confidence upon application. In fact, William had once spotted a bottle of rainbow-hued perfume in his mother's vanity, said to encapsulate the essence of a rainbow, as the wizard who crafted it had magically infused a whole rainbow into the bottle. This is precisely why William held such a profound affection for magic. Its wonders could achieve the most extraordinary feats. Additionally, congratulations are in order, William. Have you truly invented a new spell? How remarkable. You silently orchestrated such significant news. Penelope continued, drawing closer to William, the familiar subtle fragrance wafting into his senses. No way, William. You've created another new spell, Terry exclaimed dramatically from the side. Evidently, he had not kept up with the Daily Prophet during the holidays, living a carefree life akin to that of a sloth. It was well known that the paper had been dedicating its largest headlines to this very event, possibly with some subtle encouragement from his father. Some minor spells may not be grand in stature, but they proved to be quite practical. William promptly elucidated the principles behind the warming and wind-repelling spells, along with the insights he had discovered, to the assembled crowd. Before long, Penelope was the first to successfully cast both spells. They were indeed practical enchantments, significantly enhancing the resilience of young wizards against inclement weather. I can hardly fathom the workings of your mind. After briefly experiencing the effects of the spells, Penelope smiled at William and remarked, No wonder you wore so little on such a frigid day. I previously wondered if you possessed some extravagant alchemical artifact. Terry, enviously observing from the side, noted that the boy's magical control was not yet sufficient to execute such spells. It is a pity that Quidditch matches prohibit the use of enchantments, Otherwise, with such a spell, one would be impervious to any harsh weather during the game. Give this a try, Terry, he suggested. Hold it in your hand and channel your magic into it, just as you would with a wand. William extracted a silver metal disc from his enchanted pouch and presented it to Terry, who observed the intricate alchemical symbols densely etched upon its surface. The assembly of onlookers remained perplexed, unable to decipher a single character, save for Penelope, who faintly discerned some underlying significance. What is this? Is it ancient magic? William, do you possess knowledge of alchemy? She inquired. I possess only a rudimentary understanding, he replied. I have inscribed 2 spells of my own invention onto this disc. With a mere infusion of magical energy, it allows one to carry the essence of these spells at all times. How marvelous! Exclaimed Terry, eagerly accepting the disc to experiment with it. Before long, the boy found himself utterly captivated by its charm. If you truly cherish it, then consider it a gift. For it is merely an experimental artifact of my creation, William offered generously. William spoke as he produced a more exquisite creation. A shimmering silver brooch in the shape of a majestic eagle, which he handed to Penelope. This is my latest achievement. After continuous refinement, I can now enchant these 2 spells onto the brooch. William, have you ever considered marketing this product? Penelope suggested, her keen intuition sensing the vast commercial potential encapsulated within this seemingly simple item. You could start by testing it at Hogwarts, and then collaborate with the shops in Diagon Alley. I believe there is a significant profit to be made here. I share the same thought. But I cannot accomplish this endeavor alone. Since you are all in the common room today, I wanted to inquire if you have any ideas on how to earn some extra pocket money. Of course we have ideas. Haven't you heard the saying? No one dislikes galleons. Terry exclaimed excitedly. Soon after, the group engaged in a lively discussion on how to sell this merchandise at Hogwarts. To William's surprise, it was usually Anxious Ike who offered the most suggestions at that moment. First, I would like to know how long it takes for you to create such a metal piece, Ike asked William. Actually, it doesn't take long. I can produce about 100 in a day. However, the ones with the accompanying transformation spell are a bit more complicated. I can only make a dozen or so in a day. William pondered for a moment before proffering his response. That was sufficient, after all, as there were only a little over 1,000 students at Hogwarts. The crux of this matter lay in promotion. Relying solely on our small group would prove inadequate. Given our scant knowledge of students from other houses, we must reach out to those well-connected individuals in other houses, supplying them with our goods for them to promote. Our responsibility would merely be to provide the items. Is it not they who will profit? Terry inquired, somewhat perplexed. They will undoubtedly earn a modest sum, otherwise. Why would they exert themselves so vigorously on our behalf? However, they are procuring merchandise from us. The more they sell, the greater our earnings will be. It is a virtuous cycle. Once the market for these rudimentary cards becomes saturated, we can unveil more exquisite decorations. Furthermore, we could enchant various adornments, brooches, bracelets, earrings, and medals, to name a few. Naturally, as the quality of the items ascends, so too will the prices. We might even offer bespoke services with enough galleons. One could possess a singular creation. Additionally, we could graciously gift some of these splendid decorations to the professors, serving as a form of subtle promotion. Because the production costs are relatively low, we will still garner considerable profit even in the initial phase. However, I have never intended to profit from those metallic pieces in the first stage. They hold little value. Our true focus should be on the subsequent upgrade of adornments. In the Ravenclaw common room, everyone gazed at Ike in astonishment. After all, at Hogwarts, there are no rivals to William's prowess in transfiguration. While those skilled in alchemy do not match his exceptional talent in the former, it is safe to say that monopolizing the Hogwarts market poses no challenge. We could also expand beyond the school grounds, outsourcing production to other wizarding workshops, leaving us to concentrate solely on high-end custom products. How do you know so much? Terry swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. Well, my family conducts business in the Muggle world, which has afforded me some knowledge. Ike, who had just delivered an impassioned discourse, now appeared somewhat bashful. Let us proceed with Ike's plan. I will reach out to the Slytherin promoters. I believe Draco and Pansy would be suitable choices. As for Gryffindor, I intend to approach the twin brothers, as they are well regarded within their house. Regarding the remaining 2 houses, our own will be easy. Penelope can handle it. However, for Hufflepuff, we will need your efforts, as we possess little connection there. One more thing, we must establish the profit-sharing arrangement beforehand. My father has cautioned me that many companies have collapsed during their prime due to neglecting this issue at the outset, Ike added promptly. There is no need to rush. Is there? Terry replied, somewhat unconvinced. No, this matter must be addressed up front. Essentially, this endeavor is orchestrated by William, so he deserves the lion's share. I believe he should receive 80%. Penelope has also contributed significantly, as she will manage the promotion for Ravenclaw, and frankly, her assistance may be crucial in penetrating the Hufflepuff market. Therefore, I propose that she receives 11%, while the remaining 9% is divided among the three of us. A mere 3%, Terry exclaimed, disheartened. William had not anticipated that, when faced with such an opportunity, Yak would not be consumed by greed for wealth. Instead, he calmly assessed the situation, which earned him a newfound respect from William. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, and the ability to restrain one's avarice was commendable. After pondering for a moment, William spoke. I shall take 63% for now, as I will not have the time to manage it later. Furthermore, I will impart the necessary skills to you. It is quite simple and not difficult to learn. Thus, even in my absence, you will be capable of independently producing this. He continued, Penelope shall receive 20%, while Yak can have a bit more, say 7%. Terry and Earl will each take 5%. If you can manage the production of these alchemical items independently, your share will increase accordingly, deducted from my portion. As for pricing, let us set the standard metal at 16 silver sickles. For the more exquisite versions, how does 3 gold galleons sound? After all, those pursuing such items should possess a certain level of financial means. As for custom services, they will undoubtedly command a higher price. But we can address that when the time comes. By the way, we have yet to name this item, Earl interjected. Let us call it the cold-resistant metal. It is straightforward and easy to understand. If there are no objections, let us set our plans into motion. William addressed the group. Sell the cold-resistant metal? By Merlin. That is certainly feasible. Leave the matter to me on the Slytherin side, Draco confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest in the great hall that evening. Moments ago, having experienced the remarkable properties of the metal, Draco had brazenly approached William to request a silver Slytherin serpent brooch. And now he was proudly flaunting it with an air of superiority. William suddenly felt that enlisting Draco for promotion was indeed a prudent choice. His arrogant demeanor served as the perfect advertisement for the metal. However, one must ponder the reliability of such a personality. Due to his family's standing, Draco held considerable prestige within the bloodline-conscious Slytherin, thus delegating this task to him should pose no significant challenge. At that moment, Pansy interjected, stating, moreover, if you aim to capture the market in Britain, my family operates several magical workshops. Perhaps we could explore a more profound collaboration. As she spoke, a delicate blush graced her fair complexion. Then I shall leave matters concerning Slytherin in your capable hands. When the time comes, please reach out to my roommate Terry, the one who always attends classes with me. I have entrusted all the goods to him. William exited the hall, making his way towards the Wish Grand Terre situated on the 8th floor. Hurry, George. Is everything ready? He called out anxiously to George, who was nearby, clutching a scroll of parchment. Don't rush me, Fred. Next time, you can set the trap, George retorted, concealing the last dung bomb and fashioning a tripwire with transparent thread in the corridor before jogging back to Fred's side. He won't escape this time. He must pass through here to return to the Ravenclaw Tower. He surely doesn't anticipate our swift retaliation. Of course, he has the audacity to mock the future king of pranks. It is utterly unforgivable. Soon, William's figure emerged at the far end of the corridor, heading towards the twins' trap. Shoo, don't speak, Fred cautioned. That's odd. Wasn't he just there? How could he vanish so suddenly? The twin brothers, concealed behind a statue, watched in bewilderment as William seemingly disappeared. Don't say a word, George. Are you afraid he might realize we are plotting mischief? Are you looking for me? A familiar voice resonated from behind the twins. They turned to find a headless figure illuminated by the dim light. Good heavens! By Merlin! The twins exclaimed, leaping from behind the statue and sprinting away without looking back. However, they seemed to have forgotten that their trap lay directly ahead. The enchanted library. William gazed at his twin brothers, who were reeking with an unpleasant odor, and erupted into hearty laughter. There was simply no denying the exhilarating thrill that accompanied the success of such a prank. At that moment, William finally understood why they were so enamored with mischief. However, for William, who possessed an exceptional sensitivity to magic, it proved somewhat challenging for the Weasley brothers, armed only with their dung bombs, to successfully play a trick on him. While the twins' antics were indeed clever, William's keen abilities made it difficult for them to succeed. Although he had not noticed the dung bomb hidden around the corner at the end of the corridor, the deserted hallway, With two sources of magical energy concealed behind the statue, would surely raise suspicions for anyone. William cast an illusionary spell upon himself and stealthily approached the back of the statue. Sure enough, he discovered the two brothers crouched behind it. Murmuring to each other in hushed tones, their words indecipherable. William's eyes gleamed with mischief as a wave of wicked delight surged within him. "Allow me to enlighten you on the true essence of a prank," he declared. With that thought, he waved his wand, skillfully lifting the disillusionment charm from his neck downwards. Before positioning himself behind the twin brothers, were it not for the sheer eeriness of the situation, he might have transformed his own head into a tangible object to hold in his hands. "Were you looking for me?" he rasped. "You nearly gave us a heart attack," Fred exclaimed, panting heavily, his voice laced with indignation as he glared at William. "Indeed, in the vernacular of Muggles, you owe us some form of compensation for our distress." "Exactly. Compensation for emotional turmoil. Who would have thought you two possessed such a talent for extortion?" William chuckled at the Weasley brothers. William first cast a bubblehead charm upon himself. There was no other choice, for the odor emanating from both of them was utterly repugnant. Akin to two unfortunate souls who had accidentally tumbled into a cesspool, he then turned to the twin brothers and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, it seems you intend to play a prank on me, do you not?" "Oh, Merlin above. Absolutely not. We are merely preparing to prank Filch." "Yes. He frequently patrols this area." The twins chimed in unison, weaving a web of incredulous fabrications that even a fool would not believe. Did they truly expect anyone to ponder the absurdity of their claims? What purpose would Filch serve in visiting the Ravenclaw Tower at night? To gaze at the stars? Surely he would find more satisfaction lurking in the castle, where he could catch those little wizards who roamed the halls in search of midnight snacks. Yet, William chose not to expose the twins' clumsy deception, for he understood that their intentions were not malevolent. They simply reveled in the joy of pranking others to foster camaraderie and amusement. Furthermore, given their current capabilities, it would be nearly impossible for them to successfully prank him. Should they persist in their endeavors, William would be more than willing to inject some levity into the monotony of their studies. With this in mind, he flashed them a broad, warm smile. "Then it seems I have misjudged you. As compensation, I have a scheme that could earn you some pocket money. Would you care to hear it?" "What scheme?" they exclaimed in unison. For the twins, born into the impoverished Weasley family, any opportunity to earn money was an unmissable prospect. William even learned from Terry that the twin brothers had now become adept at smuggling butterbeer. It is noteworthy that the Hogwarts kitchens do not provide this beverage. As it contains a small amount of alcohol, Hogwarts strictly prohibits any alcoholic drinks, and the beverages William often consumed were actually the stock he kept in his magical bag. Upon his first taste of this drink, which has captivated the entire wizarding community of Britain in Diagon Alley, William had purchased several cases to bring back. This made Terry, who was familiar with William, quite envious. He often seized the opportunity to chat with William to sneak away a few bottles of butterbeer. Thus, for the young wizards at Hogwarts, butterbeer is undeniably an enticing indulgence. However, even students in their third year and above could only venture to the nearby village of Hogsmeade on specific weekends to savor this tempting drink. This presented a significant opportunity for the Weasley twins, who were well versed in the castle's secret passages. They frequently disappeared for extended periods, returning with boxes upon boxes of butterbeer, enthusiastically calling out to those who were captivated by the drink, yet unable to taste it. Although the bottles appeared rather dusty, reminiscent of long-forgotten stock, they had not yet surpassed their expiration date. As long as the color and flavor of the beer remained satisfactory, the young wizards were unconcerned with other details. The butterbeer, which sold for 2 sickles a bottle in Hogsmeade, transformed into a coveted commodity worth 6 sickles through the twin smuggling efforts. Presently, only the Weasley brothers could procure butterbeer at will. They could even acquire fire whiskey upon request, though the price was likely to multiply several times over. Many sought to uncover the Weasley twins' methods. Numerous upper-year Slytherins were quite envious of this smuggling enterprise, yet none had ever managed to keep up with the twins. They effortlessly eluded their pursuers. We received a bit of assistance from Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot, and the Pitchforks. When queried, the twins consistently responded in this manner. "William, your idea is splendid," Fred exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We'll take care of this matter. We'll promote these products first," George added eagerly. "When the time comes, we'll bring the order form to collect the goods. No need to find me. Just go to Terry. Everything we've created is with him now." "Then it's settled? I have matters to attend to, so I'll return to the common room." After William finished speaking, he handed some ordinary-style badges to the twin brothers and turned to ascend the Ravenclaw Tower. After several rounds of deliberation, they ultimately decided to adopt these unadorned badges as the initial product, for William's metallic pieces certainly lacked appeal. Do we really have to follow his lead? Watching William leave, George turned to Fred beside him and inquired. Of course, this venture is far more lucrative than reselling butterbeer. Just imagine how much we will earn once all the students in the entire school purchase our winter badges. Moreover, I believe producing these badges won't be too challenging. Perhaps we can discreetly attempt it on our own. Even if we do not compete with William, we could sell them elsewhere. So what are we waiting for? Let us hurry back to the common room to promote it. Who says Gryffindors lack intelligence? The magical bookstore has had another wonderfully fulfilling day. William emerged from the room of requirement, stretching languidly before making his way toward the grand hall. He had just concluded a half-day of magical experimentation. To his delight, he discovered that Dumbledore had not hindered his exploration of the room of requirement, prompting William to frequent this enchanting space in recent days. Whether engrossed in books or conducting various alchemical and spell-casting experiments, his days were filled with a profound sense of fulfillment. Soon, he found himself utterly enamored with this mystical chamber. He realized that as long as his desires were not too far-fetched, they could be satisfied within the confines of this extraordinary room. It was no wonder it was dubbed the Room of Requirement. Alas, since his last prank on the twin brothers, William had not received any retaliation from them, rendering his academic life somewhat monotonous. Perhaps they were preoccupied with earning money. On his way to the hall, William noticed numerous young wizards adorned with silver-white medallions, indicating that his products were likely selling quite well. A few days prior, he had delivered a box of finished products to Terry and had sent some home, after which he had paid little attention to this endeavor. As William had anticipated, the medallions were selling spectacularly, even though the coldest part of the year had passed, during this dreary period of melting snow and persistent rain. Many students opted to purchase his creations. After all, who wouldn't he desire to feel warm and cozy? Additionally, it is worth noting that following Ike's suggestion, William had removed the original wind and rain-resistant features of the medallions. This modification would be incorporated into the next batch of products we plan to promote. Once this current stock sold out, we would introduce the medallions featuring both functionalities. Ike, now displaying a more commercial demeanor, had grown increasingly outgoing as the medallion business flourished. Do as you wish. I'll leave everything to Earl from now on, he remarked. After a few days of observation, William recognized that this young black lad possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy and was eager to learn the craft under William's guidance. William was ready to thoroughly practice, after which all future products would be crafted by Earl. As for William himself, he merely needed to ensure a continuous stream of new inventions. In stark contrast to William's leisurely and pleasant academic life, the days of the savior, Potter, were considerably more arduous. Following the Christmas holidays, Harry found himself increasingly burdened by academic pressure, compounded by the relentless training sessions imposed by Quidditch Captain Wood, who seemed increasingly deranged in his demands. Amidst all this, Harry still had to carve out time to scour the library for the elusive Knickerlemmy. Merlin, the academic life in the magical world was truly exhausting. The intensity of his studies left Harry little time to ponder the enchanting mirror. He returned to the Gryffindor common room, utterly fatigued, collapsing onto the sofa, yearning only for a restful slumber. You cannot continue like this, Harry, Hermione remarked, closing a hefty tome with a hint of disappointment, clearly having failed to find any trace of LeMay within its pages. Here, Harry, I bought this warming charm from the Weasley twins. It should be quite useful during Quidditch practice. Hermione produced a modest silver badge and handed it to Harry. Just infuse it with magic. I tried it, and it works splendidly. Thank you, Hermione. I can't accept this. How much did you spend? Harry inquired. Not much, just 16 sickles. Far less than an ounce of dragon liver. Consider it an early birthday gift. A badge? What badge? Ron mumbled, curious. The warming charm sold by your twin brothers. Are you unaware of this? Well, Fred and George are secretly making pocket money again. I should go demand one for myself. Ron huffed as he stormed off to confront his brothers. Thank you, Hermione. Harry infused the badge with his magic and fastened it to his attire, instantly enveloped in a comforting warmth that alleviated much of his day's exhaustion. He had not anticipated such effectiveness from this small item. He foresaw its immense utility in the upcoming Quidditch practices, especially considering the unscrupulous Slytherins, who chose only the sunniest days for training. This left the Gryffindor players with little choice but to practice in severely adverse weather conditions. Unfortunately, formal matches prohibited the use of any magical artifacts aside from broomsticks. Hermione then recounted her research efforts from that day, having perused no fewer than 100 books in vain for any sign of Nickerlemmy. This only served to intensify her frustration towards William. If only you had informed me sooner, I would not have to labor so, she thought, fuming internally. Who will save me? A voice called from near the common room door. They turned to see Neville, looking utterly helpless, leaning against the doorframe. As he struggled to step over the threshold, Harry noticed that Neville's legs were firmly bound together, evidently under the influence of a leg-locking charm. What happened? Hermione rushed over. Waving her wand to dispel the charm, her concern for her first friend in the wizarding world evident. It was Malfoy, Neville replied, his voice trembling, his entire being quaking. I encountered him outside the library, and he demanded I pay 2 galleons for some warming charm, when I couldn't provide the money. He threatened to practice a curse on me. Merlin, how dare he? Hermione could scarcely believe Malfoy could stoop so low. Gripping Neville's hand, she declared. We must report this to Professor McGonagall at once. No, I don't want to cause any more trouble. However, after some persuasion from Harry, Neville seemed to lighten. Accepting the chocolate Harry offered him, after a few bites, he handed Harry the card inside. It's a card of Dumbledore. My grandmother always hoped I would become a wizard like him, but Merlin, that's simply impossible. With that, Neville limped toward the boys' dormitory, leaving Harry engrossed in the card. I think I know who LeMay is. It seemed they had finally uncovered a lead on LeMay, and the situation was about to become quite intriguing. That afternoon, William had just completed Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall alongside Gryffindor. He was preparing to head to the room of requirement for further study when he unexpectedly encountered Harry and his companions at the corner of the 8th floor. They pulled William into an empty classroom, and Ron slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. What is this? Campus violence? William looked at the group with a bemused expression, contemplating that if things were as he suspected, it might not be clear who was truly bullying whom. After practicing wizard dueling with Professor Flitwick for such an extended period, it was effortlessly simple for William to subdue a few young wizards. Just as he was pondering whether it would take him 3 or 5 seconds to deal with the individuals before him, Ron impatiently directed a question at William. Are you thinking about the Philosopher's Stone? What did you say? In the empty classroom, William snapped back to reality, regarding Ron with an expression that suggested he felt his intelligence had been insulted. This provoked Ron's ire, causing his face to flush with anger. Why didn't you tell us who Nick LeMay is? Are you, like Snape, intent on claiming the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor for yourself? He shouted at William, as if he had finally found a leverage against him. I don't care where you learned that name, Weasley. However, I hope you can engage your brain for a moment, understand? This, William said, gesturing to his own head. You. Ron felt a wave of fury rising to his head, so angry that his hair seemed to stand on end. He charged at William, but Harry and Hermione quickly grasped Ron's arms tightly. Don't hold me back. Let me teach this guy a lesson. Stopping you is for your own good, you foolish child. They are concerned that I might injure you too severely. You actually think I could pull off such tricks under Dumbledore's very nose and steal the Philosopher's Stone? Do you take me for a fool? Or perhaps you consider Dumbledore to be one. Or could it be that you are the true fool here? William continued to mock, utterly perplexed by Ron's peculiar thought process. Harry felt as though he could no longer reach Ron. With a sudden burst of energy, Ron broke free from Harry and Hermione's grasp and charged towards William. In an instant, he was struck by a stunning spell from William, sending him crashing into several desks, rendering him unconscious. Ron! Hermione shrieked, rushing towards the fallen boy. I suggest you lower your wand, Potter, William observed leisurely, unfazed by Harry's wand aimed at him. It was merely a stunning spell to calm him down, nothing serious. After all, I am not a dark wizard who takes lives at a whim. However, if I truly were after the Philosopher's Stone, would you charge in so recklessly and court your own demise? William chastised Hermione, his disappointment palpable. It seemed to him that since Hermione had joined their trio, her intellect had waned considerably. What has become of your wits? Have they vanished like the Weasleys? He continued, is Gryffindor's so-called bravery merely a mindless rush like Ron's? Harry and Hermione lowered their heads in shame, clearly having failed to consider this. In truth, upon learning of Nicholas Flamel's identity, their first suspicion had been of Snape's nefarious intent to steal the Philosopher's Stone. It was then that Ron had questioned, what about William? Why didn't he inform us of who Flamel is? Is he also scheming for the stone? Just as William despised Ron's foolishness, Ron harbored a deep-seated resentment towards William. It was not merely the duel. William's words left Ron feeling humiliated. Much of Ron's animosity stemmed from jealousy of William's superiority. For within him lay a fervent desire for all that William possessed. This fueled his inclination to disparage William without necessity. Impossible. William is not that kind of person. Hermione defended, recognizing that William's secrecy was primarily protective. Come now, it seems you don't truly believe William would engage in wrongdoing. Why do you trust him so? Ron retorted disdainfully, convinced that no one in the world was less likely to covet the Philosopher's Stone than himself. Thus it was only fitting that he should be its guardian. As their argument threatened to escalate, Harry quickly intervened. Perhaps we should find a time to discuss this with him, he suggested, proposing a compromise. That way, we can ascertain whether he has any intentions regarding the stone. So, this is why you sought me today? After listening to Hermione's quiet explanation, William began to grasp Ron's agitation. He looked at Harry and Hermione, stating, "Since you are already aware of this name, I shall say this one last time. Let it be. The Philosopher's Stone is securely housed at Hogwarts. No one can lay a finger on it under Dumbledore's watchful eye. You have learned enough. The remaining matters are not for you to partake in. Nor will I involve myself." William stepped out of the classroom, feeling an increasing disdain for the few individuals remaining behind. As long as they did not seek him out, they could engage in their antics as they pleased. Dumbledore likely would not require him to elaborate, for in his intricate game, Harry was the most pivotal piece. To be candid, William held a genuine interest in the Philosopher's Stone, not for the sake of immortality, but purely out of academic curiosity. After all, it was considered one of the most exceptional alchemical creations of the past few centuries. However, he understood that this object was merely a bait devised by old Dumbledore to lure Voldemort and simultaneously test Harry. If he foolishly rushed in, it would be a futile endeavor. Why didn't you stop Ron just now? After William departed, Harry turned to Hermione and inquired, sensing that she had subtly relaxed her grip at the last moment, which had prevented him from restraining Ron. Consequently, Ron, driven by fervor, had rushed forward impulsively, only to face a swift defeat. His impetuosity had rendered any constructive dialogue between them and William impossible. Hermione, gazing at the unconscious Ron sprawled on the ground, felt a surge of frustration. Had he not rashly spoken ill of William, the situation might not have escalated to this point. Now, he had been dealt with by William. Let us see if he dares to act so recklessly again in the future. Since William engaged in a cordial and amiable exchange with Harry and his friends in the classroom, the trio had ceased their attempts to approach him. Perhaps having witnessed William's formidable side, Ron had begun to cautiously avoid him once more. As for William, he relished the newfound tranquility, for he had never regarded Ron as a worthy adversary. After all, one who cannot withstand a basic stunning spell hardly merits his serious attention. Presently, he only experienced that sense of total commitment when training intensely in Professor Flitwick's office. William has learned swiftly, and now he can engage in back-and-forth duels with the professor for dozens of rounds. Although he ultimately cannot escape the fate of being knocked out by the professor, he has made considerable progress compared to his initial attempts. In a few years, I believe you will be ready to consider enrolling in the Wizarding Duel Championship, William. At that time, given your skills, securing a championship in the junior category should pose no challenge. In the office, Professor Flitwick remarked to William, who was slumped in a chair. The professor's gentle tone was a stark contrast to the sharp, acerbic voice he had displayed during their duel. "Surely, Professor Flitwick, you don't suffer from split personality," thought the fatigued William, reclining in his chair. Why did he transform into such a ghastly figure during duels? Unable to win through insults or combat, William felt that every duel was a dual torment of both spirit and body. As William's dueling skills continued to rise, the professor found greater enjoyment in their encounters, often losing control of his strength, much to William's distress, as he frequently needed time to recover from each blow. What are the requirements for this competition? Junior category? It sounds like a bunch of little kids fighting, William weakly inquired of the professor. The Wizarding Duel Championship is a global event organized by the International Wizarding Association, serving as a unifying platform for wizards from various continents. Through this competition, you can meet wizards from around the world and experience the unique magic of different regions. Upon hearing this, William couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a profound intrigue for the so-called Wizard Duel Championship. Previously, he had assumed this event was merely a local affair confined to Europe. Little did he know it was a grand competition of global proportions. Naturally, he was immensely curious about the diverse magical styles from other nations and continents. Yet, he pondered why the original text had never mentioned such an illustrious contest. However, reflecting on the turmoil Hogwarts faced in the coming years, it seemed unlikely anyone would have the inclination to participate in a duel championship. The competition is divided into 3 age categories: the junior group, the youth group, and the senior group. The junior group consists of young wizards aged 11 to 17, with the event held every 3 years. Following that is the youth group, which requires participants to be between 17 and 40 years old, occurring every 5 years. As for the senior group, it is rarely held. This is primarily because those wizards have typically become renowned masters, no longer willing to engage in duels as readily as they did in their youth. The number of wizards signing up for participation is minimal. Furthermore, these wizards are of advanced age, and their physical prowess and reflexes have diminished over the years. Coupled with the potency of their spells, a single miscalculation could lead to fatal consequences, resulting in the eventual discontinuation of the senior group competitions. Professor, did you indeed secure the championship in the youth group? William inquired. Certainly, William. The youth group encompasses a wide age range and has always been held in high esteem. The professor replied, I won the championship for 3 consecutive years. Those were truly glorious times. The professor's tone turned nostalgic at this point. As for the junior group, while it may not possess the same prestige as the youth group, some young wizards from other nations exhibit remarkable skill. The crucial aspect is the opportunity to hone one's abilities and broaden one's horizons. Thus, various schools eagerly send forth their most talented students, and prominent families wish to expose their heirs to such experiences. Occasionally, a few extraordinary talents do emerge from the ranks. And what level do I currently stand at in the junior group, Professor Flitwick? William, filled with curiosity, turned to the professor. For he had only truly faced off against Professor Flivy, and that encounter had been a one-sided ordeal. This left him somewhat uncertain about his own level of proficiency. With your current abilities, securing a place in the top 10 should not pose a significant challenge. However, if you aspire to contend for the championship, you still have some ground to cover, the professor remarked. While you are indeed exceptional, you are merely average when compared to others. This competition is a gathering of prodigies, and they are not necessarily inferior to you. Moreover, many participants have competed multiple times, some even for the 3rd time. In contrast, what you currently lack is experience in dueling. It is easy to fall victim to cunning tactics and find oneself in dire straits. The professor's words were akin to a splash of cold water, bringing William back to his senses. Having lived a life of relative ease, he often harbored an inexplicable sense of superiority when observing those around him. Although this feeling had only just begun to surface, without the professor's insight today, it could have led him to grave mistakes in the future. When is the next competition? William inquired eagerly, his anticipation palpable. The previous competition for the junior division was held just a year before your enrollment. Thus, you must wait until your 3rd year to register for the next one. Additionally, before the competition commences, you must first succeed in the European preliminaries. Only the most outstanding individuals from across Europe will qualify to represent the continent in this contest. Must I wait so long? He exclaimed. I believe you have rested sufficiently. Let us practice once more, William, the professor said in a gentle tone, which sent shivers down William's spine. Again? Of course. Hurry. By next year, the intensity of the training will only increase. Goodness. The current training regimen is already quite rigorous. Must you really amplify it further? I fear I may not survive until the duel tournament 3 years hence, falling victim to a misstep at the hands of Professor Flivy. Merlin, where are you? Please save me. Stop running, you worthless coward. Shortly thereafter, a sharp reprimand from Professor Flivy echoed from the office, causing the passing young wizards to whisper among themselves, speculating about the identity of the unfortunate soul who had incited the professor's ire. William trudged wearily towards the Ravenclaw common room. Just moments ago, in Professor Flitwick's office, the professor seemed to have been invigorated by some unseen force, casting a flurry of complex spells in rapid succession. A skilled wizard can create a chain of enchantments by skillfully interweaving various incantations, forming an intricate series of attacks. Once ensnared by one of these spells, a barrage of subsequent incantations follows in relentless succession. Such mastery is far beyond the capabilities of a mere junior wizard to withstand. William inwardly scoffed with disdain. He envisioned being trapped in a windowless, doorless chamber. How would one possibly escape? Outside the lounge's entrance, the eagle-shaped door knocker posed a question to William. What in the world kind of inquiry is this? Fresh from a dual training session, his mind was still clouded, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he gazed at the knocker before him. Was I in the wrong scene? Why does this question resemble something that would only occur in the world of that unfortunate Japanese child, the elementary school detective Conan? William stood at the door for quite some time, furrowing his brow in contemplation of the answer to the problem. It was not until Penelope, the senior, returned from outside that he was roused from his thoughts. How peculiar today is. Our little genius is actually stranded outside? The girl remarked with a smile as she observed William deep in thought. Well, I just emerged from Professor Flivvy's office, and for a moment, the answer to this question eluded me. I'm curious to hear what the question entails. As she approached the doorbell, she envisioned being trapped in a sealed room devoid of doors and windows. How would one escape? The doorbell inquired with an ethereal voice. After a brief moment of reflection, she chuckled and addressed William, saying, William, you might be overthinking it. The question is rather straightforward. She then articulated the answer she had conceived, and lo and behold, the lounge door creaked open. Ah, so that was the meaning. What is wrong with me today that I couldn't discern such a simple answer? Surely, the professor's enchantment hasn't dulled my brilliant mind. William tapped his own head and followed Penelope into the Ravenclaw common room. Fortunately, Terry did not witness this embarrassing scene. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly mocked him upon his return. You have your day now. William could already envision Terry's words. You truly inspire envy, William. In just your first year, the headmaster values you so highly that he personally instructs you in magic, Penelope remarked, glancing at the younger student with a hint of admiration. If only you knew what I was practicing, you would not feel envious. He mused, it seems that Professor Flitwick is not merely teaching magic. I can't shake the feeling that he is more interested in indulging himself. It appears that the professor is having quite a delightful time. William mused inwardly, indeed. It is thanks to the professor's assistance that my magical abilities have advanced so swiftly. How I wish I could have learned alongside you during my first year. Just like you did with Professor Flitwick. Penelope, tossing her chestnut locks, stood beside him and remarked wistfully, had that been the case. You might not have made it to 5th year, Penelope. You are already quite remarkable, having become the head of Ravenclaw in your 5th year. William gazed at Penelope and offered her a soft compliment. He perceived that this senior, considerably older than himself, exuded a certain maturity from within. Every gesture radiated an irresistible charm, further enhanced by her composed and methodical approach to tasks. It was no wonder that Professor Flitwick had appointed her as the head of Ravenclaw. Well, let us refrain from further flattery. Tomorrow marks the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. We should retire early, Penelope remarked before bidding William good night and descending to the dormitory above. As William observed the silhouette of the departing girl, inhaling the lingering essence of her familiar fragrance, a subtle restlessness began to stir within his previously tranquil heart. The following day, William awoke early, yet he had no intention of attending the Quidditch match. If his memory served him correctly, in the contest between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Harry had captured the golden snitch almost immediately, within a mere 5 minutes. It hardly seemed worth his time to make the journey. Instead, he planned to visit Hagrid's hut to check on Jupiter. The little creature had become increasingly lethargic since his last indulgent feast at the family estate. This simply would not do. William also hopes that it can awaken the bloodline of the Thunderbird. It is worth noting that once the little creature successfully activates this bloodline, it will instantly transform into the most formidable aerial predator. William had never heard of any natural adversaries of the Thunderbird, a creature truly cherished by nature. With each feather imbued with immense magical power, mastering the forces of storms and lightning, the Thunderbird could even engage in fierce battles with dragons or phoenixes. Furthermore, during tempestuous weather, the Thunderbird's might would become even more formidable. Imagine the potency of a wand crafted from its feathers. Such a wand would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in terms of power. This was information imparted to William by Ollivander, who had maintained correspondence with him since their last encounter in Diagon Alley when he evaluated William's wand. Regrettably, Ollivander had yet to uncover the secret of William's wand's core. In truth, identifying the material of a wand core composed of an unknown substance is nearly impossible without disassembling the wand. Nevertheless, William hesitated to dismantle his wand, fearing it might lead to unforeseen complications. For now, his old companion was still in perfect harmony with him, and thus he chose not to dwell on the nature of the wand's core. He intended to remind Hagrid to rigorously train Jupiter. It must be said that he excelled in caring for magical creatures, which undoubtedly explained his eventual appointment as the professor of care of magical creatures at Hogwarts. It is worth noting that Hagrid was expelled from Hogwarts before completing his education, had he not been exceptionally skilled in this area. Dumbledore would not have entrusted him with a professorship, despite his confidence in him. As William pondered, he made his way towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, approaching Hagrid's quaint wooden hut. "Is that you, William? Come on in. The door's open," boomed Hagrid's distinctive voice from within, seemingly preoccupied with some task. William stepped into the cottage, and upon entering, he beheld Hagrid, adorned in his oversized frilled apron, diligently tending to an egg by the hearth. William gazed at the charred dragon egg by the hearth, chuckling as he addressed Hagrid. Is this meant to enhance Jupiter's diet? Hagrid, your culinary skills leave much to be desired. Familiar with the narrative, William feigned ignorance, surprised that Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg so early. Professor Quirrell, you certainly act swiftly. No wonder Hagrid informed me yesterday that he would forego watching today's Quidditch match. It seems he has chosen to tend to this creature instead. Upon hearing of a potential feast, Jupiter lifted his head, his large eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked at Hagrid, leaving William momentarily speechless. You are a majestic golden eagle. How have you been reduced to a mere English terrier under Hagrid's care? All you seem to do is eat. No. This is not meant for Jupiter, Hagrid stammered, his face flushed. Is it prepared for me? Thank you so much, Hagrid. I haven't had much to eat this morning. William continued to tease. Not for you either. This is a dragon egg, and I intend to hatch it, Hagrid insisted, his complexion reddening. I am aware that this is a dragon egg, but the method of hatching is incorrect. You only need to wrap the warm ashes from the fire around the egg's surface. You could procure some fire lizards to toss into the hearth. Their flames leave superior ash once burned. There's no need to boil it in a pot. You are not hatching a dragon egg. You are cooking it. At this, Hagrid quickly removed the charred egg from the pot. I heard that hatching a dragon egg requires a high temperature, so I thought, he explained to William. Consult the library, Hagrid. Hatching a dragon egg does indeed require heat, but it simulates the temperature of a mother dragon's breath on the egg. Just the warmth of breath is sufficient. Have you ever witnessed a dragon exhaling fire upon its own eggs? Place it beside the hearth and envelop it with the ashes. If Hagrid's method were effective, it would indeed be a marvel. Will you not intervene, William? In England, it is illegal to keep a dragon privately. Hagrid seemed taken aback that William offered no counsel against his actions, instead advising him on the correct hatching technique. You know this is against the law. That indicates you possess some awareness, Hagrid. You should also realize that you cannot keep it forever. But I truly adore dragons. Hagrid gazed longingly at the dragon egg, his face awash with adoration. It appears so beautiful, so enticing. Merlin's beard. How can you perceive beauty in this charred egg, Hagrid? In that moment, William felt Hagrid's aesthetic judgment was beyond redemption. According to the 1709 Wizarding Conference's prohibition on private dragon ownership and the British Ministry of Magic's regulation against keeping fire dragons, illegal possession of fire dragons could result in a prison sentence of 5 years or more, with severe cases leading to life imprisonment. Once this matter is exposed, even Dumbledore cannot protect you, Hagrid. But I truly love dragons. At William's words, Hagrid appeared to recall something, a look of fear crossing his face, and his voice trembled slightly. After a long pause, he responded despondently, It's not that I can't keep it. I'm saying you cannot keep it for an extended period. Once it hatches, you may only keep it for a month at most. When I return, I will inform Dumbledore about this. He will understand, Hagrid. Only he needs to know, so you need not worry about ministry officials suddenly appearing at your door. Dumbledore will also arrange for the dragon's future. Frankly, William found it incomprehensible how Harry and his friends in the original narrative had perceived the situation. He could not grasp why they did not simply inform Dumbledore. After all, one was Dumbledore's favorite student, and the other was a trusted confidant. They were all on the same side. Why conceal anything from Dumbledore? Instead, they contemplated secretly contacting Charlie Weasley in Romania to orchestrate the clandestine removal of the dragon. Truly, what reckless Gryffindors. This was tantamount to illegal smuggling of magical creatures, particularly a fire dragon of considerable severity. If discovered, expulsion from Hogwarts would be the least of their worries. Did they truly believe such matters could remain hidden from Dumbledore? William even believed that as long as Old Dung was willing, there would be no secrets left among the students of Hogwarts. Thank you so much, William. Upon hearing these words, Hagrid enveloped William in a tight embrace. It is truly wonderful to have a friend like you. Please don't hold me so tightly. I can hardly breathe. William gasped. If you don't let go, I shall be meeting Merlin. Hearing this, Hagrid hurriedly released his grip on William. William rubbed his shoulders, feeling as though he had nearly been crushed by Hagrid. Don't you have any awareness of your own strength? He silently berated Hagrid's lack of consideration. William took a breath, turning to Hagrid with a question. How did you manage to acquire this, Hagrid? Such an item, even on the black market, is a coveted rarity. At the mention of this, Hagrid appeared somewhat puffed up with pride. In the Hog's Head Inn, you know, I enjoy unwinding there with a few drinks after work. On that particular evening, I encountered a hooded fellow, and later, while playing cards, I managed to win it from him. As Hagrid recounted this, a grin spread across his face, as if he were brimming with confidence in his card-playing skills. Do you genuinely believe it is your prowess that brought you success, Hagrid? What fuels your inexplicable confidence? William remarked. Judging by the color of the dragon egg, this should be a Norwegian ridgeback, as only this breed lays black eggs. Hagrid. This dragon is named after the Hungarian horntail, and it is notably perilous, exhibiting a fierce aggression. It is said that in 1802, an adult Norwegian ridgeback snatched a young whale from the Norwegian coastline. William refrained from mentioning the peril of dragons, yet upon bringing it to light, he discovered that Hagrid became remarkably more exhilarated. Is that so? Splendid, Hagrid exclaimed. However, William interjected, it is indeed exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, these dragons grow at an astonishing rate. They can breathe fire merely a week after hatching. Look around you. You reside in a wooden hut. What shall we do then? Hagrid inquired, concern etched on his face. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, Hagrid remained under a perpetual wand ban, although he had clandestinely retained his wand, shielded by Dumbledore's protection. The truth remained that with Hagrid's meager skills, he was hardly capable of conjuring such advanced spells as the fire protection charm. Leave it to me, Hagrid. I shall come at the appointed time to assist you with the fire protection charm. William harbored a keen interest in the birth and growth of a new life. And for old Dumbledore, it was hardly a significant issue. This curiosity was the very reason he did not forcibly impede Hagrid. He too wished to witness the moment the dragon hatched. Really, William, you are such a good person, Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. Another good deed card. William walked towards the castle with a look of helplessness, uncertain of how many more cards he would receive in the future. Fortunately, no girl had yet sent him a card. How many months have 28 days? The eagle-shaped door knocker inquired in an ethereal voice. It was a simple question, in truth. As long as William's mind was engaged, the Ravenclaw door knocker would pose no challenge for him. However, as he turned to enter the common room, he failed to notice the fleeting blue light in the knocker's eyes. Wait for me to think of another one. Next time, I shall certainly stump you. Upon entering the Ravenclaw common room, William immediately spotted Terry, who appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. He sat in an armchair by the fire. His head bowed as he pondered something unknown. What's wrong, Terry? Have you been shaken? Hearing William's voice, Terry lifted his head. Do you know how long today's match lasted? Terry's voice sounded somewhat hoarse, possibly due to not having had water for a while, or perhaps from the excitement of shouting too much. How long? 5 minutes. To be precise, 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Just 5 minutes and 15 seconds. That Gryffindor, Potter, caught the golden snitch. Terry's sudden increase in volume startled William. Was it really that thrilling just to catch a ball? Indeed, Harry was remarkably swift, concluding the match in mere minutes. It's just catching a ball. William, you don't understand. The fastest Quidditch record I recall is 3 minutes, and that was nearly half a century ago. This is already very close to that record. So what? Are you starting to feel inferior to him? William sensed that Terry was feeling overshadowed by Potter. I don't know. Potter is already the seeker for the house team, and he performs so well, but what about me? Our house's seeker won't retire for another 2 years. And unless he becomes unable to compete, I will always remain a substitute. And then there's Autumn. She also wants to be the seeker. This means, ultimately, only one of us can stay. As Terry spoke, his once high-pitched voice began to lower, and he sat in his chair, head bowed, lost in thought. An 11-year-old boy, just entering puberty, harbored only a naive affection for girls, leaving Terry in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. William retrieved 2 bottles of butterbeer from his magical bag, followed by his wand. Wadadawasi. He cast the spell to pop the cork and handed 1 bottle to Terry, who reluctantly accepted it and downed half of it in one go. Do you want something stronger, Terry? I have fire whiskey, William offered. No, that's too spicy for me. I'm not used to it. Do you fancy Cho, Terry? William inquired. Well, I don't know. We get along quite well, and we both adore Quidditch. Plus, she's rather attractive. Then you must like her. To be fair, Cho is indeed quite a beauty, far more appealing than her portrayal in the films. Does she know you aspire to be a seeker? She probably doesn't. My skills are quite well-rounded. During team training, I participate in drills for all 3 positions. I haven't mentioned it to her, so she likely remains unaware. Didn't he see that coming? You seem to be rather versatile, my friend. Participating in all 3 types of training, you resemble a training enthusiast even more than would from Gryffindor. So, will there be other players stepping down when you reach 2nd year? Yes, an upperclassman is preparing for the ultimate wizard test, which will open up a beater position. Have you considered playing beater for a while in 2nd year? By the time 3rd year selections occur, you could decide whether to compete with her. Though I wouldn't be a seeker, at least I could play without waiting another year. However, Cho and I would still have to compete for the same spot. And such a scenario has never happened at Hogwarts. It's not forbidden. Your situation with Cho can be addressed later. If your relationship deteriorates, then you needn't worry about it. If it flourishes, then fair competition is simply part of the game. What's wrong with that? Or perhaps by then, you will have developed a fondness for being a beater. But Terry seems somewhat intrigued. No buts, that's 2 years away. What you should be focusing on now is the upcoming final exams in just over a month. But that's ages away. Why fret about it now? Indeed, the exams are still quite a while off. What are we reviewing for at this moment? In the library. Ron expressed his dissatisfaction to Hermione, his voice resonating loudly, drawing the ire of surrounding students who raised their heads in discontent. Several days had passed since the last Quidditch match, yet Harry remained in a state of euphoric excitement. Particularly after he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell, which led him to believe he had uncovered a significant secret. Snape is certainly not to be trusted. Quirrell, you must hold your ground and not succumb to Snape's intimidation, Harry thought fervently, struggling to concentrate on the tedious textbooks before him. Why must we review? Surely you understand that we need to pass our exams to advance to the next year? This is a serious and crucial matter. What have we been busy with these past few months? Blast it, I should have started preparing. Hermione whispered to the two of them. She certainly did not wish to emulate Ron's mindlessness. Raising a ruckus in the library only to be shooed away by the glowering Madame Pants wielding a feather duster. I believe we should focus on the Sorcerer's Stone. If we continue like this, Snape will soon acquire it. Sensing the two were about to bicker again, Harry quickly redirected the conversation. Perhaps he felt that the three of them were the best candidates to protect the Sorcerer's Stone. Isn't that Hagrid? What is he doing in the library? Ron keenly observed the tall figure and exclaimed to the others. For Hagrid, who did not strike one as a studious individual, to be found in the library was indeed perplexing. Is the sun rising in the west? The three of them curiously perused the books Hagrid had opened, eventually making their way to Hagrid's hut, where they stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. Hagrid had somehow acquired a dragon egg. Is Professor Dumbledore inside? In the evening, William inquired of the statue to the right of the entrance to the headmaster's office, having deduced that this one seemed to possess a slightly lower intellect. The headmaster is inside. Fool. We only need to ask for the password. Other inquiries are unnecessary. The left statue bellowed in frustration. Oh, what is the password? Cockroach cluster? Incorrect password. The two statues slowly moved aside as the door to the headmaster's office creaked open. William stood in astonishment, gazing at the open stone door. Could it be that the wrong password had granted him entry? Yet, it was not long before William comprehended the reason behind this anomaly. He beheld the brooding figure of Professor Snape, hastily emerging from the headmaster's office. Upon noticing William, Professor Snape, with an unyielding expression, inquired, "What are you doing here, Friedrich? Are you, like yourself, seeking the headmaster Dumbledore? If you would kindly step aside, I am unaware of the password." William impatiently interrupted Professor Snape's words and squeezed past him. Slipping into the headmaster's office just before the door closed, Snape stood staring at the now shut door for a long moment before regaining his composure. "Password," the statue said, gazing at Professor Snape. "Don't let me catch you, Friedrich." Snape eventually walked away, gritting his teeth, convinced that William was merely toying with him. After the professor departed, the statue on the right side of the headmaster's office quietly inquired, "That person just now couldn't possibly be a fool, could he? To forget the password upon arrival?" Silence. "You fool. You are not permitted to speak in front of others." "Why not? I simply stated the truth." "Why are you visiting me at such a late hour, William? Would you care for a snack?" Dumbledore initially regarded William with surprise, clearly taken aback that someone would seek him out in such a manner, before breaking into a warm smile and asking, "Old Dumbledore, who are you trying to fool with that surprised expression? I wager that you noticed me the moment I stepped onto the 8th floor." "Not at all. I had a substantial dinner. I was merely fortunate to encounter Professor Snape on his way out. In fact, I was just about to read the shopping list from the Honeydukes." William did not inquire about what Snape had discussed with Dumbledore, for he was aware that even if he did, the old man would not speak the truth. However, it was undoubtedly related to Harry, Quirrell, and that individual. It is truly not an easy task for Snape, the double agent. The person you trust the most, Rubius Hagrid, has recently encountered a minor issue. William did not engage in idle chatter with the professor. He went straight to the point. "Oh, Hagrid, how has he been recently? To be honest, it's been quite some time since I visited that little hut." Very well. He is currently busy incubating a dragon egg. A dragon egg? That is indeed quite rare. It seems our gamekeeper has encountered some remarkable adventure during this time. Dumbledore exchanged a knowing wink with William. Do not exaggerate. It's merely a card game with Karkaroff, hardly an adventure. Do you truly think I am unfamiliar with the original text? Thus, I would like to seek your opinion. Hagrid wishes to hatch this little dragon and keep it for a few days, and I believe you should be aware of this matter. Of course, that's not a significant issue. To be frank, Hagrid possesses a unique insight into caring for magical creatures, especially if he can manage to incubate a dragon egg on his own. Sometimes, I truly wish he would teach the care of magical creatures class. Professor Kettleburn is rather advanced in years. Isn't illegal dragon husbandry a considerable issue? Can he really serve as a professor at Hogwarts? Old Dumbledore. You seem to exhibit a hint of nepotism. The thought of Hagrid teaching the care of magical creatures class unsettled William. He could already envision the scene. Students, come and see. This is a three-headed dog. Look at its razor-sharp teeth. They are simply magnificent. Moreover, let me tell you, its teeth are also laced with deadly venom. Hagrid gazed adoringly at the drooling Fluffy beside him, entirely oblivious to the students inching away in trepidation. The image was too vivid to contemplate. If you do not object, that would be splendid. However, Hagrid cannot keep the fire dragon for an extended period. The law would not permit it, and it would pose a significant risk to the students at Hogwarts. Not everyone possesses Hagrid's remarkable physical constitution. Therefore, could you find an opportunity to send the dragon away after some time? It is indeed wonderful that you think this way, William. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased with William's foresight. Let Hagrid care for it for a while. I also need to negotiate with the Dragon Sanctuary in Europe. Old Dumbledore, can you not be more straightforward? If you want Hagrid to keep it for a few days, just say so, rather than pretending to negotiate with the Dragon Sanctuary. With your influence in Europe, it could be resolved with a mere letter. Because I genuinely owe Hagrid a debt. Had I been more persistent back then, he might not have been expelled. Dumbledore's mention of this matter only heightened William's dissatisfaction with the British Ministry of Magic's lackadaisical approach. Myrtle was petrified to death for gazing directly into the basilisk's eyes. How could others fail to grasp the underlying details? Did Dumbledore and the then headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, not recognize it? The acromantula is indeed dangerous. But when did it acquire the ability to petrify? Was there a genetic mutation? Particularly under Dippet's leadership, who seemed intent on swiftly silencing the incident. It is worth noting that Dippet graduated from Gryffindor. Consequently, Hagrid, discovered by Riddle for illicitly harboring such a perilous magical creature as the acromantula, became a scapegoat. Not only was he expelled from Hogwarts, but had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention, he likely would have lost his wand and faced imprisonment in Azkaban. Contemplating this, William cast a disdainful glance at the portrait of Dippet, feigning sleep upon the wall behind the headmaster. If you do not oppose, that would be wonderful. I shall relay this to Hagrid. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as curfew is imminent. He is quite displeased with your initial decision, Dippet. After William departed, Dumbledore turned to address the portrait of the former headmaster that hung upon the wall. Indeed, it is a stain upon my life that I shall never be able to rectify, he lamented. I bent my head, only to realize that I would never be able to stand tall again. Principal Dippet spoke with palpable anguish, revealing his deep regret for that hasty decision he once made. The truth is, I have ruined a man's life. For this, the disdain he holds for me is well-deserved. I am indeed an incompetent headmaster. Therefore, do not, like me, bend so easily, Dumbledore. This boy is quite remarkable. I can see he truly regards Hagrid as a friend, and there is no need for such doubt. William stepped out of the headmaster's office, relieved to find that Professor Snape had already departed. To be frank, William had harbored some apprehension that, after his mischievous act, Snape would linger by the door until he emerged. He glanced at his pocket watch, noting that curfew was fast approaching. The night had quietly enveloped Hogwarts, casting the castle into shadow, where one could scarcely see their hand before their face. Only occasionally did a sliver of cold moonlight filter through the windows, illuminating the darkened halls. The portraits adorning the walls had long since succumbed to slumber, which instilled in William a subtle thrill as he traversed the pitch-black corridor. Perhaps you have experienced something akin to this. Returning to an eerily deserted school at night, passing through vacant classrooms, one can feel an unsettling dread. It seems that the stillness of the surroundings ignites boundless imagination, leading one to constantly fear that something terrifying might suddenly emerge from a classroom or around a corner. William strode briskly through the pitch-black corridor, a heightened sense of unease swelling within him. He traversed a brilliantly illuminated, intricately carved walkway bathed in moonlight. Then suddenly turned to glance back. Behind him lay an abyss of darkness, as if something were watching him from the shadows, yet it seemed there was nothing at all. William gazed ahead into the enveloping darkness of the corridor, inhaling deeply before drawing forth his wand to cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Disillusio. As the incantation resonated, William's form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely from his original position. It was then that he sensed the tremor in his heart begin to recede. When one merges with the surrounding darkness, the fear it instills dissipates. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, suggesting that something was amiss. William involuntarily recalled that night at the beginning of the school year, the first evening he returned from the library. It seemed that he had felt something similar back then. Soon, William arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, dispelling the disillusionment charm and standing before the knocker. Suddenly, an intriguing question crossed his mind. Could the Ravenclaw knocker see through the disillusionment charm? However, the inexplicable sense of unease that enveloped William left him feeling somewhat irritable, and he had no desire to verify his hypothesis. What is born of light yet embodies darkness? The ethereal voice of the eagle-shaped knocker sounded somewhat eerie at that moment. Why did this knocker always pose such peculiar questions at night? William hastily sought the correct answer, eager to escape the outdoors. As the door to the lounge swung open, he swiftly entered, a sudden thought prompting him to pause. Standing beside the door, he turned abruptly, gazing down the corridor illuminated by the bright moonlight. At the darkened end of the corridor, there was nothing amiss. All appeared as it should, devoid of the peculiar armor he had previously encountered. Perhaps he had merely overthought the matter. Such oddities, William muttered to himself as he turned back into the lounge. However, he seemed oblivious to the shadowy corner at the end of the corridor, which appeared to be slightly distorted. William, did you know? I heard from Potter that Hagrid, that fellow, has inexplicably come into possession of a dragon egg. This day, as William exited his classroom, he encountered Draco, who had been waiting at the door. It is noteworthy that upon learning of the amicable relationship between William and Hagrid, Draco had ceased his malicious verbal assaults on Hagrid. I know. And I even planned to bring you along when the little dragon hatches, Draco. Fortunately, his quick thinking had spared him from forgetting Draco entirely. William gazed at Draco before him, nearly forgetting that Draco, too, was an aficionado of dragons. This singular fact should suffice for a delightful conversation with Hagrid. Really? That is splendid, Draco exclaimed with excitement towards William. It is noteworthy that the name Draco itself holds the meaning of dragon in Latin, aligning with the tradition of dark wizarding families naming their progeny after constellations, as Draco also denotes the constellation of the dragon. I recall that your family possesses a dragon sanctuary in Romania, don't they, Draco? William pondered aloud. Indeed, William. After my magical outburst, my father, in his jubilation, purchased a dragon sanctuary for me. Would you like to visit? You can at any time. I assure you, the scenery is truly magnificent, and those fire dragons are simply majestic. Upon the mention of all things dragon-related, Draco became animated, gesturing fervently as he described the grandeur of the fire dragons. Isn't this some sort of curse upon wizards? Does one lose intelligence upon mentioning dragons? It seems to apply to both Draco and Hagrid. William observed Draco's childish demeanor before muttering to himself, That is not what I meant, Draco. I was pondering a matter. Hagrid is clearly unqualified to care for this dragon. This implies that once it hatches, Hagrid can only tend to it for a limited time before he must part ways with the hatchling. Upon hearing this, Draco seemed to grasp the implication, his eyes beginning to sparkle with understanding. I have discussed this with Professor Dumbledore as well. He agreed that after Hagrid has cared for it for a while, the dragon will need to be sent away. If you were to persuade your father to speak with Dumbledore regarding this matter, I am certain the headmaster would consent to send the dragon to Romania. Perhaps, he may even be persuaded to offer a monetary arrangement. After all, should the news of a dragon being raised at the school leak, the repercussions would be quite severe. Draco's eyes gleamed brighter, looking at William with admiration. You are truly a genius. And with this, I can finally give that wretched Scarhead a piece of my mind. I shall write to my father. He will undoubtedly see this as a splendid idea. He has harbored resentment towards Dumbledore for quite some time. A little intimidation should suffice. But let us not truly expose the situation. You are aware that I have a decent rapport with Hagrid. I understand, William. However, I am genuinely curious about what you find to discuss with him. He appears rather peculiar, Draco reflected, opting for the term peculiar as a more tactful descriptor. Believe me, if you focus solely on dragons without dwelling on other thoughts, you will find common ground with Hagrid. I will speak to him in advance. He would be delighted to have you witness the dragon's hatching. However, you must refrain from uttering any inappropriate remarks, as you did today. Very well then. For the chance to witness such a rare spectacle, I accept your proposition, William. In truth, Draco was not a bad person, when his arrogance and prejudice were set aside. He appeared to William as merely an ordinary 11-year-old child. With this arrangement, it seemed they would be spared another venture into the forbidden forest. Time passed swiftly, and on that particular morning, amidst the daily onslaught of owls, William's striking golden eagle once again made its appearance, delivering a letter that appeared to be from Hagrid. William detached the letter from the leg of the golden eagle, disregarding Jupiter's somewhat reproachful gaze. The little creature had grown increasingly indolent, after just a few steps. It was reluctant to run. Once the dragon was dispatched, I shall dedicate ample time to your training. After all, Hagrid's entire focus was now devoted to the dragon egg, leaving him with neither the time nor the energy to train Jupiter. William observed that Hagrid had now scarcely attended to even the most basic duties of patrolling the forbidden forest. He casually opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. Glancing at the paper where Hagrid's flamboyant handwriting proclaimed, "It's about to hatch. If memory serves me right, the little dragon should emerge around noon, which leaves ample time." He still had 2 potions classes to attend that morning. To William's surprise, after the last incident at the headmaster's office when he had given Snape a playful jab, the latter did not retaliate. Instead, he continued to disregard William's presence in class as usual. When did Snape undergo such a transformation in character? Was he not known for his vindictiveness? Or was he, perhaps, biding his time for a lethal opportunity, much like a venomous serpent? William pondered for a moment, ultimately concluding that the latter possibility seemed more plausible. At that moment, a startled exclamation emanating from the Gryffindor long table interrupted his contemplation. He lifted his gaze just in time to see Ron, animatedly brandishing a piece of parchment. It appeared that Harry and the others were also aware of the situation, however. One couldn't help but wonder when Ron would finally utilize his intellect. Was he still seeking to attract more attention? I must invent a spell to enhance intelligence. And the first recipient shall undoubtedly be Weasley, William thought mischievously. Subsequently, he extracted a piece of parchment, inscribing a few sentences upon it with magic. Before expertly flicking his wand to transform the parchment into a petite paper airplane, sending it soaring towards the Slytherin table. I wonder what Harry and the others will think when they encounter Draco at Hagrid's hut. William emerged from the castle, just in time to catch sight of Draco, who was anxiously awaiting at the entrance. "Hurry, William. If we arrive too late, the little dragon will have already emerged. And that would be a great pity." Upon seeing William, Draco quickly ushered him along, striding purposefully towards the small cabin by the forbidden forest, from which wisps of smoke were rising. "What's the rush? Do you wish to wager with me, Draco? The little dragon has yet to appear. Before long." The two arrived at the cabin's door, where William stepped forward and knocked vigorously. "Hagrid, we've arrived." The door swung open abruptly, revealing Hagrid, his face aglow with excitement. "Just in time. They're about to come out. Come in, William, and the little wizard from the Malfoy family as well." Just a few days prior, William had shared his conversation with Dumbledore with Hagrid, who had sighed in relief. "The reason I hadn't informed Headmaster Dumbledore before was primarily to avoid burdening him. He has been exceedingly busy lately." "Busy? I hadn't noticed. It seems to me he lives quite leisurely, sipping tea and munching on a mound of cockroaches in his office every day. And how would you know the headmaster is busy? You hardly leave this little cabin." Perhaps fearing Dumbledore would disapprove of your care for the dragon, William quietly pondered to himself, choosing not to expose Hagrid's little fib. He entered the small hut alongside Draco, who wore an equally excited expression. It is worth noting that Hagrid had initially hesitated to invite Draco, as he held reservations about the Malfoy family. However, one must consider that despite the Malfoy's reputation, Draco was merely an 11-year-old child, and like William, he possessed a profound admiration for dragons. William had mentioned to Hagrid that he was the first wizard at Hogwarts capable of independently hatching a dragon egg, and that he had considerable knowledge of magical creatures. This revelation ignited a spark of admiration in Draco, who was eager to meet Hagrid. Such flattery left Hagrid beaming with pride. In truth, William had not misspoken. Hagrid was indeed the first wizard in many years at Hogwarts to accomplish the feat of hatching a dragon egg. Even the professor of care of magical creatures, Kettleburn, had likely not engaged in such endeavors in recent decades. The elderly professor, wishing to prolong his life, had long since abandoned such reckless pursuits. Indeed, Hagrid continued, his face flushed, thumping his chest as he boasted to William, "When it comes to caring for magical creatures, I am among the foremost experts at Hogwarts." not far behind Professor Kettleburn. Then let that lad from the Malfoy family come over. It would be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. What a few dishes. And yet you've managed to drink so much? William glanced at the empty brandy bottles strewn across the floor, somewhat bemused by the thought that these were meant for the newborn dragon. How could they have been consumed already? How much longer until it hatches, Mr. Hagrid? Upon entering, Draco's attention was immediately captured by the large egg on the table. He gazed at the dragon egg with rapt fascination and then inquired of Hagrid. It won't be long now. There have been sounds coming from it every day, and this morning they were particularly pronounced. It should hatch imminently. Then why is the egg wrapped in embers? Isn't it supposed to be incubated in fire? That's to simulate the temperature of a mother dragon's breath. As long as we maintain that warmth, it will be fine. Prolonged exposure to fire would be fatal. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. Of course, ha ha ha. Isn't that what I told you? William looked at Hagrid, somewhat exasperated by his boasting. Having just concluded their herbology class, Hermione, after much persuasion from Ron, finally agreed to utilize their break to visit Hagrid's hut. In truth, the girl was also filled with curiosity about the birth of a small life, especially that of a dragon. The three of them hurried towards Hagrid's abode, soon encountering a beaming Hagrid, along with two individuals who were not expected to be present. Harry stared in astonishment at William, who was quietly seated, and Draco, who was mesmerized by the dragon egg. How did you two end up here? Malfoy. How dare you come here? Ron shouted, seemingly having learned from past lessons, as he refrained from confronting William. Of course, I came to see the dragon. Isn't that obvious? You dim-witted Weasley? As tensions began to rise within the hut, William, seated calmly, interjected, Silence. I can feel it. It is about to hatch. Just moments ago. He had sensed a surge of activity within the egg, the sounds intensifying into a rhythmic tapping as if claws were striking against the shell. He retrieved his ready magic camera from his enchanted bag, eager to capture this thrilling moment. The atmosphere in the hut suddenly grew hushed. Draco and Ron abandoned their quarrel, and all eyes were fixed upon the trembling dragon egg on the table. Suddenly, accompanied by a fierce scraping sound, a crack appeared at the top of the egg. The fissure was small at first, but as the sounds of scraping intensified, it began to extend downward, the opening widening. Finally, after a sharp, piercing sound, the egg shattered. A tiny creature struggled to emerge, trembling as it clambered up and let out a feeble roar to this vast and wondrous world. To be frank, the newly hatched dragon resembled a newborn in its unappealing appearance. At least, it did not align with William's aesthetic sensibilities. The dragon had a black, wrinkled hide, likely due to its recent birth, lacking any smoothness. Additionally, it possessed two large, spiky wings, giving it an oddly disproportionate look. It had a long snout and curious orange eyes that surveyed its surroundings. Bony protrusions on its head indicated where horns would eventually grow. William carefully stowed away the magical camera, having successfully captured the enchanting moment when the little dragon hatched. This memory would surely become a cherished keepsake in the future. Isn't it truly beautiful? Hagrid murmured, extending a hand in an attempt to stroke the dragon's head, only to have his finger promptly bitten by the creature. Come quickly and see. It recognizes me. It knows its mother. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly to those nearby. Does it truly recognize you? It seems to me more like an instinctual urge to feed. William gazed in silent astonishment at Hagrid, who was enthusiastically spraying saliva towards Harry and his friends. It was truly magnificent. How I longed to raise one. Beside him, Draco stared at the little dragon on the table, his eyes nearly sparkling with wonder. Unless your father has lost his mind, Draco, you might as well forget about it for the rest of your life. William shook his head, utterly perplexed. How could such a diminutive dragon wield such profound influence over these two individuals? What kind of enchanting magic was at play here? Was it a form of draconic incantation? William felt a considerable disparity between the fire dragons of this world and the dragons he remembered from his past life. Compared to the colossal dragons of the Dungeons & Dragons universe, the fire dragons here resembled nothing more than mindless beasts. This realization left William somewhat disheartened. However, perhaps it was for the best. After all, this world was already chaotic enough, and the emergence of such highly intelligent dragons would render human survival increasingly precarious. Hagrid, I have a class this afternoon, so I must take my leave, he said. The Norwegian Ridgeback dragon could awaken its fire-breathing ability quite early. So please remind me in a few days to come by and place a fire protection charm on your house. I hope I won't see any black smoke rising from the Forbidden Forest while on the Ravenclaw Tower. Additionally, the teeth of the Norwegian Ridgeback contain toxins. You only need to feed it brandy, no need to add chicken blood. as that is merely to stimulate the development of the venom glands. Draco, would you like to accompany me? Draco cast a lingering glance at the small dragon on the table before rising to stand beside William. He was not foolish enough to remain alone in a room with Harry and his companions. All right, William, Hagrid replied absently, his attention entirely focused on the small creature before him. Let Hagrid's mother see you. She will think of a name for you. How about we call you Norbert? Hagrid cradled the small dragon in his hands, which responded with a fierce roar, releasing a few sparks along with 2 puffs of smoke from its nostrils. Come quickly and see. It has agreed. It must really like this name. From now on, you shall be called Norbert, little one. That is merely a display of anger from the fire dragon. Your actions have already provoked it, Hagrid. Furthermore, it is a female dragon. What sort of name is that? William could no longer endure the situation. He led Draco out of Hagrid's hut. You cannot harbor it indefinitely, Hagrid, Hermione remarked with a hint of seriousness. Keeping a dragon privately is illegal. It's all right, Hermione, William has a plan. After a while, he will find a way to send the dragon away. Came the reassuring response. Did he mention how he intends to handle the dragon? Hermione inquired further. He did not specify, was the reply. William, of course, did not disclose anything further. He merely assured Hagrid that he would handle the matter concerning the little dragon appropriately. What else could he say? Should he reveal that the dragon was destined for the Malfoy family's dragon sanctuary? This afternoon, William felt that the rift between Hagrid and Draco had lessened considerably. However, the animosity he harbored towards the Malfoy family, particularly Lucius Malfoy, due to their differing ideologies, was deeply ingrained and could not be entirely eradicated. Such entrenched disdain could not simply dissipate in the span of a fleeting afternoon. Moreover, Hagrid was undoubtedly aligned with Dumbledore, whose relationship with the Malfoy family was rather delicate. Although he had not disclosed the details, William was confident that Hagrid would manage the situation adeptly. As Hagrid playfully interacted with Norbert, he responded, appearing to possess considerable faith in William. Isn't your brother studying dragons? Harry inquired, seemingly struck by a thought. Indeed. My brother Charlie is currently engaged in dragon research in Romania. We could send Norbert to him, Ron replied, though a hint of hesitation flickered across Hagrid's face. That might not be advisable, considering we've already promised William, Hagrid mused, uncertainty evident in his demeanor. Trying is always worthwhile, and if we can manage this situation, William would be relieved of any concern. He's quite the busy individual, busier than the headmaster, Ron asserted, the initial positivity of his statement gradually giving way to sarcasm. He could not fathom what William was so secretly occupied with daily, surely nothing virtuous. I hope I don't catch you in any wrongdoing, Ron silently vowed. Moreover, what if he intends to sell Norbert to those dragon traders? Ron continued, recalling Charlie's words about a certain group that cruelly hunted those poor dragons for their valuable ingredients. Yet, entrusting Norbert to Charlie would undoubtedly pose no issues, right? Ron's imagination began to weave a narrative in which William had morphed into a nefarious villain intent on profiting from Norbert's sale. Perhaps the latter remark struck a sensitive chord with Hagrid as he cradled Norbert in his arms. Very well, I'll reach out to Charlie first. And I shall also inquire how William wishes to proceed with Norbert. William had not anticipated that, after his departure, an invisible force seemed to manipulate the narrative, gradually restoring it to its original state. Could this truly be the power of fate? William, Ron has an elder brother, Charlie, who is studying dragons in Romania. I intend to send Norbert there. Prior to his graduation, we shared a close bond. After assisting Hagrid in casting a fire protection charm on his hut, Hagrid, blushing, stammered to William. William gazed at Hagrid in astonishment, never anticipating that the narrative he sought to alter would once again revert to its original course. Could it truly be that such an enigmatic concept as a world consciousness existed? I believe this minor issue does not warrant troubling the headmaster, and consequently, there is no need for you to go out of your way to assist me. I've heard from Ron that you have been quite occupied of late. I am incredibly grateful to you, William. Without your assistance, I certainly would not have been able to care for Norbert, Hagrid earnestly expressed to William. Norbert's growth has been remarkably swift. In just a week, the little dragon's size has doubled, and it has become increasingly aggressive. Naturally, William harbored no objections, for he was merely the messenger. It was just a pity for Draco, as the dragon was originally intended to be sent to the Malfoy family's dragon sanctuary in Romania. Wait, something seems amiss. Hagrid, how many dragon sanctuaries are there in Romania? Only one, on the western side of Romania, bordering Hungary and Serbia. I've heard Charlie mention it before. What's on your mind, William? Are you considering a visit? Hagrid's face lit up with excitement, for for someone who adored fire dragons. A sanctuary was akin to paradise. No, I merely had a sudden realization. There is no need to apologize. This matter was never of great concern to me. I simply informed Dumbledore about the situation. William bid farewell to Hagrid and then proceeded along the path he had come, heading towards the castle. When you discover that Norbert has appeared at the Malfoy family's dragon sanctuary, do not be overly astonished, Ron Weasley. William, with a mischievous thought, found himself unable to contain his anticipation for the moment when he would witness Ron's astonished expression. To be candid, he had not expected that Ron's elder brother worked at the dragon sanctuary beneath the Malfoy family. Yet, what was the true nature of this unfolding narrative? Had Dumbledore intervened in some way? As he pondered on his way back, William felt utterly perplexed. Was old Dumbledore attempting to prepare Harry, confronting him with Voldemort directly? Or was it merely a fortuitous coincidence? William found himself momentarily perplexed, yet he was certain that if he did not intervene, the trio heading to the castle to deliver the dragon would undoubtedly encounter trouble. They would be captured. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore, designed to allow the selected individuals to undergo trials in the Forbidden Forest, particularly aimed at Harry, compelling him to confront Voldemort and face the fears that resided deep within him. After all, the original narrative's depiction of the first year's venture into the Forbidden Forest was rather far-fetched. A handful of children, led by an incompetent wizard, ventured into the perilous depths of the forest at night to pursue the trail of a malevolent dark wizard who dared to attack unicorns? Was there anything more absurd than this? William would wager his flying broomstick that Dumbledore was involved. Thus, it was evidently a meticulously crafted challenge set for Harry. In fact, William felt that Harry had been ensnared in Dumbledore's game throughout his years at Hogwarts. It began as an adventure and gradually morphed into a treasure hunt for Horcruxes. Moreover, during last week's evening of torment, after being thoroughly bested by Professor Flitwick in an array of training exercises, the professor solemnly warned William of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest, urging him to stay away. A dark wizard was currently prowling around the forest, intent on harming unicorns, and had already succeeded on numerous occasions. By Merlin, even the most deranged dark wizard would not recklessly choose to drink unicorn blood. The professor's tone conveyed his displeasure, perhaps explaining his earlier stringent approach. As the head of Ravenclaw House, it was imperative for him to patrol the Forbidden Forest according to a set schedule to ensure the safety of the school and its students, a task that irked the already aged Professor Flitwick. He fervently cursed the audacity of the wizard causing chaos at Hogwarts, wishing for him to meet a torturous demise under a curse. Curiously, William pondered the nature of the curse associated with drinking unicorn blood. He recalled that in the original story, Quirrell seemed to suffer no severe consequences after consuming it, appearing rather normal. You see, William, unicorns are inherently benevolent magical creatures, and their blood possesses remarkable properties that can sustain life and restore magical energy. However, consuming unicorn blood comes at a dire cost. Once ingested, your body and soul become cursed. Initially, the curse may seem insignificant, and many may even rejoice at having escaped its grasp. Yet, as time progresses, the effects of the curse begin to manifest, your magical abilities wane, and your vitality rapidly declines. When in desperation you drink unicorn blood again, the rate of decline accelerates. Simultaneously, every inch of your skin, and indeed your very soul, endures excruciating torment. Many who have consumed unicorn blood reach a point where they willingly relinquish their lives. Professor Flitwick exhaled sharply, took a few sips of water, and continued, to this day, there exists a vile method of harming others by surreptitiously mixing unicorn blood into their drinks. Whether intentional or accidental, once this blood is consumed, the curse will invariably follow. And given the current state of healing within the wizarding community, there is no remedy. Fortunately, this blood does not dissolve in any liquid and will always remain afloat in its original form, a characteristic that significantly reduced the number of unwitting wizards who have ingested it. Thus, William, you must exercise extreme caution whenever you encounter beverages containing a silvery liquid. It seemed that Voldemort was becoming increasingly rampant, as he had been compelling Quirrell to sneak into the Forbidden Forest to drink unicorn blood almost every few nights. Reflecting on this, one could not help but sympathize with Professor Quirrell, teaching tirelessly by day and serving his master's insatiable hunger by night. Although Quirrell and Voldemort maintained a peculiar symbiotic relationship, it was indisputable that Voldemort held absolute dominion over Quirrell's body. Ultimately, it was Quirrell who would bear the curse of the unicorn blood, while Voldemort could restore his own vitality and magical prowess through this parasitic bond. Truly, Professor Quirrell was in a most precarious predicament. William paid no heed to the trivial antics of Harry and his companions. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. With the continuous enhancement of his alchemical skills, he had commenced the creation of more imaginative alchemical products. Under William's tutelage, Earl had also reached the point where he could independently craft metals, impressively quick in his learning, which left William somewhat astonished. Moreover, the sales of the cold-resistant metals had now entered their second phase. As the weather in the Hogwarts region gradually turned drizzly, this small emblem, capable of shielding against wind and rain, had become highly sought after by the students. William also discerned that Ike was quite astute. He had launched a welfare policy targeting young wizards. Any young wizard who had previously purchased a product from the first phase could upgrade their original badge to a level 2 medal, designed to provide better protection against the elements, by presenting the original badge along with 5 silver sickles. Those who had not made a purchase earlier were left with no choice but to spend several galleons to acquire this product from various academy agents. The outdated cold-resistant metals, however, could easily be transformed into the latest products with minor modifications. Consequently, Hogwarts was now teeming with young wizards adorned with silver badges, and from time to time, one could spot a few sporting exquisite medals or other jewelry, which had been custom-made by William. William set down his wand and handed several exquisitely crafted silver serpent brooches to Terry, reflecting inwardly on how effortlessly one could profit from the wealth of students. Indeed, the affluent among Slytherin were numerous. Over the past few days, he had consistently received custom orders from Slytherin, and the aesthetic preferences of the little serpents often bore a striking resemblance to one another. Consequently, he had devoted much of his time to transforming a myriad of serpentine designs. Moreover, it is noteworthy that William's foundation in alchemy derives from the ancient Nordic magical script known as runes. This script serves as the cornerstone of the contemporary European wizarding alchemical system, which amalgamates ancient runes with a hodgepodge of various other elements to form what is recognized today as European alchemy. In the third-year elective courses at Hogwarts, there exists a class dedicated to ancient runes, indicating that Hogwarts indeed offers courses related to alchemy, albeit with less emphasis than that of Beauxbatons in France. Legend has it that ancient runes were conceived by Odin, the all-father of the Aesir pantheon from Norse mythology, who sacrificed one of his eyes in their creation. However, one must ponder, do deities truly inhabit this world? William remained uncertain of the answer, as that grand epic has long since faded into history, leaving behind only fragmented ancient texts. He could glean only scattered descriptions of that time from the remnants. Yet, across all continents, there exist accounts of divine beings. Could this merely be a form of superstitious veneration? If deities indeed exist, where might they be now? That morning, as was his custom, William entered the great hall. Why have the Gryffindor gems diminished so significantly? Terry remarked, casting a glance at the colossal hourglass behind the headmaster's golden chair, and then turned to William in astonishment. It appears they have indeed been caught. William gazed at the grand hourglass containing the crimson gemstones, now diminished to a rather pitiable count. Soon, Terry returned with an exuberant expression, exclaiming, "Extra, extra! I have discovered that the trio of Potter is roaming the castle late at night, even ascending to the astronomical tower, though their intentions remain a mystery." Consequently, all three were apprehended by Filch, and Professor McGonagall, in a fit of rage, deducted 150 points from Gryffindor. Ha ha ha, Ravenclaw's position is solidified. The House Cup shall surely be ours. Terry, cease your optimism. You have yet to witness Dumbledore's audacity. William ran his hand through his hair, observing Terry, who was fervently disseminating information. The boy's face radiated excitement, as if Ravenclaw had already secured victory. Terry, could you please refrain from being overly optimistic? Ravenclaw is destined to lose. Fortunately, Draco remained oblivious to the unfolding events, for he was blissfully unaware of anything amiss. At that moment, he was nestled in the Slytherin common room, deeply asleep and dreaming sweetly of dragons. This led William to reconsider his earlier assumptions. Perhaps there was no such thing as a world S-will, and he had merely overthought the situation. After all, Draco's narrative had been altered. In the original tale, he would have been caught by Professor McGonagall for leaving to see the dragon, ultimately encountering the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Forest, nearly soiling himself in fear. William gazed at Draco, who was mocking Harry at the Gryffindor long table, lost in his thoughts. Draco, utterly oblivious to William's musings, was nearly beside himself with joy. He had not anticipated waking up to such delightful news. Harry and his companions had indeed ventured out at night, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall. What could be more exhilarating? The boy felt as if he were dreaming. Thank you for your contribution to Gryffindor, Scarred Ed, Draco taunted. His movements animated as he stood before Harry and his friends. Thank you for personally dooming Gryffindor's efforts this semester. But fret not, regardless of your efforts. Gryffindor shall not claim the House Cup. This year, the cup will belong solely to Slytherin or Ravenclaw, Draco proclaimed with the air of a victor. Draco. It seems you've begun to engage in wishful thinking, Ron retorted, his face flushed with anger. What are you three doing wandering about the school at night? You should be grateful that it wasn't Professor Snape who caught you. Otherwise, you'd likely be packing your bags to return home. Harry and his friends' faces burned with indignation. Yet they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, for the truth was undeniable. Their foolishness had indeed squandered an entire year's worth of Gryffindor's hard work. In the past, if Draco had dared to mock Harry at the Gryffindor table, older students would have swiftly intervened. After all, no self-respecting Gryffindor would tolerate a Slytherin so brazenly disparaging them at their own table. Even Percy would have risen in indignation, using his prefect's authority to expel Draco. Yet today, the Gryffindor table was eerily silent, heads bowed in muted discontent, casting disdainful glances at Harry and his friends, showing no inclination to assist in driving Malfoy away. Such was the so-called bravery of Gryffindor. Hermione's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She could not comprehend how her once spirited classmates had transformed into this. I have contributed far more than just 50 points to Gryffindor. Why do they treat me this way? Unbeknownst to her, the girl instinctively glanced towards the Ravenclaw table. Get lost, Malfoy, Ron shouted, his face crimson. Oh, is that not the impoverished Ron Weasley, devoid of wit? Draco replied, feigning surprise as if he had only just noticed Ron beside Harry. Do you really think I am unaware of what you were doing at the astronomy tower? That little dragon named Norbert? Draco lowered his voice, smirking at the astonished expressions on their faces. How did you come to know of this? What a bunch of dim-witted Gryffindors you are. Did you really think you could send a dragon away so foolishly? You ought to consider yourselves fortunate that the dragon was already dispatched by the time you were caught. Otherwise, for the crime of illegal dragon trafficking alone, you would be bidding farewell to Hogwarts and settling into a luxurious 3-person cell in Azkaban. Draco reveled in the sight of their pale faces, his delight nearly overwhelming him. Do you know why I haven't reported you? Because doing so would mean I wouldn't receive my dragon. He prepared to deliver his final blow. You may not know this, but the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania is actually a Malfoy family enterprise. In essence, you have delivered it right into my hands. My father has already arranged with Dumbledore to ensure the safe transfer of the dragon to the sanctuary in Romania, Draco concluded, unable to contain his laughter any longer. His gaze fixed mockingly on Harry's pallid face. Harry had never anticipated that the truth would unfold in such a manner. They had indeed committed a foolish act, resulting in Gryffindor losing numerous points. Shut up, Malfoy. Ron's voice wavered, lacking conviction. Draco puffed out his chest, adorned with an exquisite silver serpent brooch. Have you seen this? Weasley? A top-tier alchemical piece, a badge of warmth. Mine is custom-made. As for the price, I dare say it's beyond the wildest dreams of your impoverished family. Who would have thought, Draco, that you could be such a braggart? A mere low-grade alchemical product, and you elevate it to a pinnacle of excellence, William thought, suppressing a chuckle at the exchange. Ultimately, the Weasley twins managed to drive Malfoy away, unable to tolerate his cruel taunts and insults directed at their family. However, after dispelling Malfoy, the twins wore expressions more woeful than one of despair, for even they, notorious for their pranks, had never been so foolish as to be caught, leading to such a significant loss of points for Gryffindor. The trio, now aware of the grim reality, felt their spirits plummet further. Hermione, incensed, rose to her feet, disregarding the murmurs of curses and the indifferent gazes of surrounding Gryffindors. Let us go. We shall study in the library, regardless of how they perceive us. She grasped Harry and Ron's hands, leading them outside the Great Hall. It was surprising to see such resilience in Hermione. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a Gryffindor lioness. William gazed at Hermione with astonishment, his keen eyes catching sight of her reddened eyelids. He had anticipated that she would cover her face and flee. Yet the girl exhibited remarkable fortitude. Their gazes briefly intertwined in the air before abruptly parting. Hermione, in a fit of anger, turned her head and led the two of them out of the hall. The days were growing arduous for Potter. After Hermione's departure, the hall was filled with the chattering of young wizards, and Terry expressed his sentiments nearby. He needed to take responsibility for his blunders, after all. It was his own folly. Gryffindor was never one to ponder like Ravenclaw. How many points do we have now? He inquired of Terry. Let me check. We have 458 points, placing us in first. Slytherin trails behind with 432 points. With exam week approaching, I believe our position is secure. William. Do not be overly exhilarated, Terry. Until the final moment, the outcome remains uncertain. William was reluctant to let Terry become overly excited at this moment. For the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. However, he found himself unable to offer a word of caution. Could he possibly divulge that the shameless old Dumbledore would, at the very last moment, restore all the lost points? What would that make him? A mere soothsayer. Frankly, Hermione mistakenly believed that William, like other young wizards, was merely engrossed in the spectacle unfolding before him. In truth, while his gaze may have drifted this way, his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. How on earth could they secure the House Cup? Should they truly concede it to Gryffindor? Living in Ravenclaw for this past year had fostered a genuine affection for the house within him. Moreover, William was certain that if he did not take action, once Harry and his friends successfully navigated their trials, Dumbledore would shamelessly restore their points. Yet, what could he possibly do? At that juncture, he would need to divert the diadem to the Room of Requirement. This seemed to be the most opportune moment. While Dumbledore busied himself with safeguarding Harry, he could stealthily retrieve the diadem. Would he really surrender the diadem to Dumbledore? If he did so, the House Cup and a Distinguished Contribution Award would undoubtedly be within Dumbledore's grasp. However, only a madman would undertake such an act, rendering all his efforts futile. The value of a mere House Cup pales in comparison to what truly matters. After perusing the ancient tomes related to souls that his father had bestowed upon him, William comprehended the immense worth and peril associated with the soul of a dark wizard. Any engagement with matters of the soul, if mishandled, could lead to grave complications. These could range from diminished intellect due to a fractured soul, drastic personality changes from soul erosion, to the horrifying manipulation of one's body by an alien soul. Or even worse, a grotesque amalgamation of two souls into a single abomination. No wonder his father had repeatedly admonished him to refrain from attempting to transfer the soul within the diadem. Bringing back the diadem itself would suffice. Such endeavors were far too perilous and should be left to the professionals. His sole responsibility was to safely return the diadem. William thought that if there truly was no alternative, then this year's House Cup could be rightfully conceded to Gryffindor, thereby bringing some joy to Dumbledore. However, come next year, the House Cup shall undoubtedly be in his grasp. Professor Flitwick, what brings you here today? William inquired with curiosity. Has the wizard who attacked the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest been apprehended? He remembered that Professor Flitwick had been scheduled to patrol the forest over the past few days. No, we have yet to capture the assailant of the unicorns. The reason I have time today is that Dumbledore has finally had a moment of conscience. He has realized that I, being quite an old codger, cannot continue to patrol the Forbidden Forest for extended periods. Consequently, Severus will be covering for me over the next few days, Professor Flitwick lamented to William. It was evident that the professor's mental state had noticeably declined, and William had ceased his dueling practice with him. The professor had become somewhat uncontrollable in his training sessions. Recently, their interactions had been limited to discussions regarding spells and the issues William encountered while casting them. So, old Dumbledore, are you preparing for Harry Potter? William jested. No wonder Severus has been looking rather grim these days. It seems he has additional duties at night. William felt that he had finally uncovered one of Dumbledore's schemes. Therefore, it was perhaps best not to involve himself in the Forbidden Forest, which had grown increasingly chaotic of late. However, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for the unicorn. The thought of it stirred a deep ache within him. This longing was the very reason he yearned to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort was indeed a reckless waste. After draining the unicorn's lifeblood, he callously discarded its carcass, unaware of the myriad precious magical components it possessed. For instance, just a small pouch of unicorn tail hair could fetch 10 galleons, a highly coveted ingredient for potions like beauty elixirs. Furthermore, unicorn hair was an exceptional material for wand cores. Wands crafted from this hair were immensely popular in Britain, especially among the virtuous, as they offered unparalleled stability in spellcasting, rarely experiencing fluctuations or blockages. Moreover, wands made from unicorn hair were reputed to be the most loyal, forging a profound connection with their first owner, regardless of the owner's prowess as a wizard. However, the drawback was that wands fashioned from unicorn hair lacked formidable power in spellcasting and were nearly incapable of channeling dark magic. Thus, a wizard possessing a wand with a unicorn tail hair core could hardly be deemed a dark wizard. Ollivander, the esteemed wand maker, could sell a wand containing just one strand of unicorn hair for 7 galleons. Truly, wand making was a lucrative profession. Additionally, the unicorn's horn was an exceedingly rare magical commodity, often sought after on the black market, as each unicorn possessed only one horn, and its removal signified the end of the creature's life. Presently, it seemed that only within Hogwarts' forbidden forest did such magnificent beings still reside. Apart from Voldemort, no one dared to engage in such underhanded dealings under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Grindelwald remained ensconced in his luxurious suite at Nurmengard, and the dark wizards of Europe had devolved into mere petty criminals. Even the most reckless poachers valued their lives, which allowed a small population of unicorns to persist in the forbidden forest. In other regions, sightings of unicorns had become exceedingly rare. This scarcity was the reason William found it so difficult to relinquish the thought of that carcass. The sight of an entire adult unicorn's body was an extraordinary rarity. No, he could not simply forsake this pursuit. William pondered deeply, yet he could not relinquish the persistent thought that occupied his mind. It was not for the sake of galleons. The reward from the International Wizarding Association had long since arrived. In his letter, William had explicitly stated his intention to transfer this sum to his vault at Gringotts, determined not to allow his father to intercept it. One cannot stumble in the same place twice. It was not for the galleons, rather. He sought to utilize the unicorn's carcass for research, aiming to advance and develop the European wizarding community. Yes, that was it. Having convinced himself, William resolved to devise a means to procure the unicorn's remains. But what course of action should he undertake? William engaged in a casual conversation with Professor Flitwick while pondering a particular issue in his mind. Soon, he bid farewell to the professor and made his way to the Ollery, where a brilliant idea had struck him. The Ollery was not far from Professor Flitwick's office. After traversing a corridor, William arrived at his destination. The Ollery was rather modest in size, filled with the unpleasant scent of bird droppings. A variety of owls perched upon the shelves, most belonging to students, alongside a few of the school's communal owls. William cast a charm to shield himself from the nauseating stench of bird droppings, followed by a luminescent spell that illuminated the shed, thereby commencing his experiment. William intended to command an owl to follow Hagrid and note the location of the unicorn, subsequently seeking to discover the place himself, tracing the path to where the centaurs would inter it. Initially, he contemplated using Jupiter, for the little creature was exceptionally intelligent and could comprehend William's commands with great ease. However, a disheartening thought struck him. Barring owls, the vast majority of avian species lack the ability to see in the dark. Indeed, it could be said that most birds suffer from night blindness, rendering them effectively blind as night falls. Unfortunately, the golden eagle, like most birds, was also incapable of perceiving objects in the dark, and given the uniqueness of William's eagle, any detection could easily implicate him. Thus, William was compelled to select an owl for this noble, yet arduous task. He sifted through the Ollery, meticulously assessing which owl appeared to possess greater intelligence. Oh, was that not Harry's snowy owl? Its name seemed to be Hedwig. William noticed that not far from him, a pure white owl was observing him with its lively eyes. This one, Harry, is quite impressive. The snowy owl is considered to possess considerable intelligence among its kind, though its striking whiteness makes it rather conspicuous. If there are no other choices, I shall ultimately opt for Harry. Subsequently, William carefully selected another owl, discovering a lively and adorable brown owl with bright eyes. He then cast upon both owls the same mental suggestion charm he had previously employed when orchestrating the dance of the giant. William stepped out of the shed and made his way towards the lounge. The hour was late, and unlike the last time, he did not wish to relive that sensation of fearful anticipation. He mused to himself that he was increasingly resembling a dark overlord orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. However, he acknowledged that he still fell far short of Dumbledore's stature. In the days that followed, William diligently visited the Ollery each evening, reapplying the mental control spell on his 2 owls. Unlike the more forceful soul-binding curse, which exerts complete and long-lasting dominion over a creature, this spell functioned more like a gentle temptation, offering a subtle mental suggestion to less intelligent beings. It could hardly be classified as wicked dark magic, falling significantly short in that regard. In truth, the owls sold in the pet shop had often been subjected to this spell during their youth, enabling them to comprehend their owner's commands. This explains why the shop's owls are generally more astute than their wild counterparts. William certainly did not dare to employ the killing curse under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Furthermore, although he was acquainted with the incantation and the accompanying gestures, he had never attempted to cast it. leaving him uncertain whether he could successfully unleash its power. In fact, when compared to other dark arts, the killing curse could be considered to have relatively moderate emotional demands. It was less stringent than the Cruciatus curse and the Avada Kedavra, both of which necessitated the caster's heart to be steeped in cruelty or a profound hatred towards the target. William did not utilize the one he always carried with him. Instead, he employed the one he later purchased from Ollivander's wand shop, which he typically used during his practice of magical control. He intended to dispose of the wand into the room of requirement after completing his task, ensuring that no suspicion would fall upon him. Time flew swiftly, and in stark contrast to the content William, the situation for Harry and his companions was rather dismal. Ron and Hermione fared slightly better, as their lesser fame compared to Harry shielded them from considerable pressure. People regarded them as mere unfortunate souls caught up in Harry's predicament. However, for Harry, the circumstances were vastly different. Prior to attending Hogwarts, he was already a renowned figure. Once at school, he quickly showcased his extraordinary Quidditch talent, performing admirably in matches and momentarily basking in the limelight. Yet, this boy, who had enjoyed a seamless journey and was well-liked, suddenly found himself despised by those around him. One can only imagine the immense pressure and anguish Harry endured, compounded by the impending stress of final examinations. Now, even Quidditch failed to bring him joy, as his teammates scarcely spoke to him. When they did mention him, it was merely to refer to him as the Seeker. Fortunately, he still had two friends who stood by him, or rather, were compelled to stand by him, as Ron and Hermione were also subjected to the same cold treatment by their peers, which forged a tighter bond among the three. Ultimately, the strength of friendship is often measured by the trials endured together. A few days later, while Harry and his friends were having breakfast in the Great Hall, they received a note from Percy, whose expression was as grim as Snape's. After delivering the message, Percy hastily departed from them, as though Harry was some dreadful plague. In reality, the space beside the trio was desolate. Not a single Gryffindor was present, and this silent form of bullying was quite distressing for them. Ron, watching his brother's retreating figure, expressed his indignation, remarking that Percy was hardly an exemplary prefect, especially in comparison to Charlie. Ron believed that, unlike Charlie, who charmed others with his charisma, Percy merely adhered to rules and regulations, wielding his authority as prefect to impose control, a stark contrast between the two. However, Ron soon fell silent again, evidently reminded of a foolish mistake he had made in relation to Charlie. The trio examined the note, which bore Professor McGonagall's neat and orderly handwriting. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. At last, they were to venture into the Forbidden Forest. William mused as he observed the trio at the Gryffindor table. He had been planning for this evening's excursion for several days. He hoped that the two young ones could be relied upon. Otherwise, his efforts over the past few days would be in vain. At 11 o'clock that night, Harry, Ron, and Hermione crept out of the common room and made their way to the entrance hall. This time, Ron replaced Neville and Draco in the detention. Fearing William, he had refrained from visiting Hagrid's hut and thus escaped the fate of being bitten by the dragon. However, his unscathed fingers joined Harry and Hermione in escorting the dragon to the astronomy tower, where they were subsequently caught, unable to flee. At least Draco was not involved. Truth be told, William believed Draco's nature was not inherently malevolent. He felt that Draco and Harry were quite similar, having merely been influenced and guided by different individuals, leading them down two divergent paths. From William's observations, first-year Draco, aside from his sharp remarks towards Gryffindor, was not entirely unlikable. He treated his friends well. Even his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, often sharing the treats sent from home. He resembled a spoiled child, having been coddled since childhood, now venturing into the world beyond his father's protection for the first time. Initially, in Madame Malkin's shop and on the Hogwarts Express, Draco merely sought to befriend Harry. Bearing in mind that it was Ron who first mocked him on the train, William was convinced that he could steer the little dragon back to the right path, preventing him from embarking on the erroneous journey depicted in the original narrative. Harry and his companions swiftly arrived at the entrance hall on the first floor, where Filch was already waiting for them. He guided the trio outside, and they soon reached Hagrid's cottage. William stood quietly atop the west tower, observing the scene before him. With the aid of his telescope's night vision feature, he could clearly see the negotiations between Filch and Hagrid. Casting a glance at the two little companions by his side, he prepared to entrust them with a task. Follow them and remember the path they take. Then return to the shed and await my arrival. He commanded the two small creatures. Over the past few days, under the influence of his spell, These owls had come to regard William as their master, responding obediently to his commands. Although uncertainty lingered in William's mind, he had no choice but to place his faith in the intelligence of these owls and the intensive training they had undergone. After all, it was merely an attempt. Even if it were to fail, there would be little to lose. William gazed at the two owls as they flapped their wings and departed, silently pondering within himself. After bidding farewell to the owl, William lingered for a while atop the tower, observing the lively scene below. It was only upon witnessing the crimson sparks ascend into the night sky that he chose to depart. It seemed they had likely encountered Voldemort, who had possessed Chilo. One could only hope that Ron had not been so frightened as to soil his trousers. William pondered that Dumbledore's tolerance of Voldemort's prolonged presence in the castle was not merely for the sake of monitoring him, but rather stemmed from a deeper intention to prepare Harry. After all, Dumbledore was undoubtedly aware of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes. However, he remained oblivious to the exact number of times Voldemort had split his soul and the nature of the Horcruxes he had fashioned. Furthermore, it was likely that he had long since discovered that Harry was an unintended Horcrux of Voldemort. The tome on advanced dark magic lay on the shelves of Dumbledore's office, indicating his profound understanding of Horcrux-related knowledge. Thus, his rigorous training of Harry was not solely due to the prophecy, but also because Harry represented a crucial element in the battle against Voldemort. On the other hand, William found it implausible that Voldemort could be so foolish as to believe he could deceive Dumbledore in his current wretched state. Perhaps he was merely biding his time, contemplating a desperate gamble, for the bait Dumbledore had cast was exceedingly tempting, namely, the Philosopher's Stone. This artifact was not only the pinnacle of European alchemy over the centuries, but also held the power to restore his life. This was the crux of the matter. Therefore, Voldemort could not resist the urge to emerge and take a risk. After all, he had nothing to lose. At worst, he would sacrifice a pitiful pawn named Quirrell. Should he fail, he could simply retreat back into the jungles of Albania. This line of reasoning also elucidated the monstrous creature that had rampaged on Halloween night and Voldemort's actions on the Quidditch pitch, which might have been a mere attempt to vex Dumbledore. It was unfortunate for Quirrell, such a selfless individual, as time was running out for him. The following day, William rose early, moving with utmost stealth, quietly slipping out of the dormitory under the cover of Terry snores. He intended to accomplish his tasks that morning. After casting the disillusionment charm, William made his way towards the Ollery at the West Tower, eager to ascertain whether the two owls had returned. Soon enough, he discovered the two little creatures within the shelter. "Do you recall how you departed?" William inquired, dispelling his invisibility. Hedwig stared at him, bewildered, her innocent eyes reflecting confusion, leaving William momentarily at a loss for words. "It seems you have forgotten entirely. Utterly useless. I could just stew you," he scolded, casting a fierce gaze at the adorably clueless snowy owl. Shifting his attention to the gray barn owl beside her, he was relieved to see it nod in acknowledgement. Fortuitously, he had prepared for contingencies. William felt a surge of gratitude that he had not relied solely on Harry's snowy owl, for that would have been a grave miscalculation. "Wait for me by the edge of the Forbidden Forest," he commanded the gray owl. Next, William arrived at the parapet of the West Tower. This morning, a delicate veil of mist cloaked the surroundings, providing him with an ideal cover. The journey from the tower to the entrance hall required a considerable amount of time, and at this moment, time was a luxury he could ill afford. Thus, he resolved to take a more expedient route. William retrieved the meticulously prepared flying broomstick from his magical pouch, once again reinforcing the disillusionment charm and casting an invisibility spell upon the broom to ensure he remained undetected. Taking a deep breath, he mounted the broom and soared from above the West Tower towards the Forbidden Forest. The chilly morning breeze howled around him, yet it was repelled by an invisible force before it could reach him, the effects of his cold resistance metal proving remarkably effective at that moment. Soon, he gently descended at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. William once again summoned the owl, instructing it to guide him along the route traversed by Hagrid and the others. He tread cautiously, for who could fathom what lurked within the Forbidden Forest? It was well known that, beyond the menacing creatures, certain flora could also prove lethal. After approximately 10 minutes of careful navigation, William felt he had unearthed the location of the unicorn's demise from the previous night. His keen observation revealed a substantial silvery stain on the ground, accompanied by several uprooted trees. This must be the site where the unicorn met its tragic end. It was here that Harry likely encountered the mysterious figure. Now, it remained to be seen how fortune would favor him. The trail was unmistakably evident. William cast a revealing charm upon the ground, endeavoring to ascertain the whereabouts of the unicorn's remains. He was aware that centaurs, being a benevolent race, would assuredly provide a proper burial for a deceased unicorn. However, should it have been dragged away by the eight-eyed spider or taken by Snape, William would have no choice but to resign himself to misfortune. Fortunately, he soon detected a trail of silvery blood leading into the depths of the forbidden forest. Though somewhat intermittent, it was sufficient for him to discern the direction. Merlin bless, he hoped fervently that it was the centaurs who had taken the creature. With renewed caution, he pressed forward, as approaching the centaur territory would require utmost discretion. Should the centaurs discover William lurking, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. Before long, he stumbled upon a small village. Thank you, Merlin. This old fellow still proves reliable. Indeed, it was the centaurs who had taken the unicorn. William suppressed the joy within him as he stood atop the hill, pulling out his telescope to observe the village before him. The settlement was modest, consisting of approximately 17 or 18 thatched huts. From this, he inferred that the centaur tribe of Hogwarts was not extensive, likely comprising only 20 to 30 centaurs. William continued to observe and finally discovered, in the southeastern corner of the village, a freshly constructed mound of earth. In front of the mound lay silver stains that had yet to fade. This must be the place. However, he must exercise utmost caution. He could not afford to be detected. William checked the enchantments upon himself, and upon confirming that all was in order, he cautiously made his way through the woods towards the village below. After meticulously inspecting the surroundings multiple times to ensure there were no detection spells in place, William finally approached the grave mound. The soil atop it appeared freshly turned, and silver-white stains of blood surrounded the area, confirming he was in the right place. He reached the back of the mound, drew forth his wand, and uttered a low incantation. Disperse. The earth behind the mound parted under the influence of his magic, revealing the corpse within. A silver-white being lay quietly there. Had it not been for the gruesome wound upon its neck, one might have thought it merely slumbering. Indeed, this was precisely what he had labored so hard to find. Seeing the body filled William with exhilaration after so much effort. He was finally on the cusp of a significant discovery. However, just as he prepared to move the body, the crisp sound of hoofs suddenly echoed from the front of the mound. The sound approached rapidly, startling William. He instinctively crouched down, concealing himself behind the grave. The hoofbeats halted before the mound, and a young man's voice, deep and laden with sorrow, drifted through the air. I am so sorry, I could not save you. William had not anticipated that while he was engaged in the grim task of transporting a corpse, he would encounter a centaur arriving to mourn at this very spot. What an extraordinary coincidence! Fortunately, he was concealed behind a mound of earth, and the centaur was unlikely to notice him just yet. With this thought in mind, he confirmed that his illusion spell was still active before cautiously raising his head to observe the scene before him. Before him stood a rather youthful male centaur, adorned with a mane of platinum hair reminiscent of a silver stallion. William noted the sorrowful depth in his sapphire-like eyes. Who is this? Could he not find better use of his mourning than to come here to pay his respects? The sudden appearance of the centaur left William in a quandary. He was uncertain whether to swiftly incapacitate the centaur and flee with the body or to exercise a measure of patience. William pondered for a moment, deciding it would be prudent not to disturb the centaur before him, for he was uncertain of the magnitude of magic required to render the centaur unconscious. Furthermore, should he mishandle the situation and provoke the centaur tribe, it could lead to dire consequences. However, he urged himself to hasten. After a while, William noticed that the centaur by the grave remained steadfastly in place, and as the dawn light began to break, he felt a growing sense of urgency. Why linger here in mourning when the creature is already deceased? Rest assured, this unicorn will contribute immensely to the wizarding community of Europe. You should allow it to depart. While William was lost in thought, the sound of hooves echoed from a distance, and a robust centaur with a chestnut-colored body and a long, crimson tail approached the grave. Firenze, I had a feeling you would be here. The chestnut centaur addressed his companion in a low voice. Ronan, why is it always the weak who suffer first? Firenze turned to face his companion, posing the question. Because the brightness of Mars last night signifies war and calamity in our divination, Ronan replied. You witnessed the shadow from last night, did you not? It seems our prophecy is coming to fruition. War is imminent. I understand, but, Firenze began. You do not comprehend. Firenze, you are still young and lack foresight, Ronan interrupted. Do not harbor resentment toward Bane. Are you aware of why he was so agitated last night? As the leader of the centaur tribe, he bears a greater burden of concerns than you and I combined. War is approaching, and in this conflict. The centaurs will play a role akin to that of the deceased unicorn in the grave, weak and helpless. That is why we conceal ourselves within the dense forest. We are far too vulnerable to engage in the wizard's war. His anger towards your actions yesterday stemmed from your kindness to that boy named Potter, which makes him fear you may choose a side in the forthcoming battle. I seem to have overheard something significant. William, hiding behind the mound, perked up his ears, surprised by the gravity of the centaur's discussion. Is their divination truly so powerful as to predict future battles? Yet Ronan, I believe those humans are good people. They are kind-hearted. And I merely offered a helping hand, Forenza replied, perplexed. Forenza, you are still young and have yet to witness the dark nature of wizards. Remember, we are fundamentally different from humans. The chasm between our species will forever prevent us from gaining their trust. Bane has become this way due to his exposure to too much darkness. Let us set these matters aside for now. We must depart for the hunt. Very well, Ronan. As the sound of hooves gradually receded, William finally exhaled slowly. He had been tensed with magical energy, ready to swiftly eliminate the two centaurs and flee at the slightest hint of trouble. With this thought, he hastened his actions, quickly extracting the corpse from the grave, enlarging his magical bag, and stowing the unicorn inside. After casting a restoration spell to return the grave to its original state, William hurriedly departed, making his way toward Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. What a tremendous fortune! He had acquired a nearly intact unicorn. As William walked toward Hagrid's hut, he felt a sense of delight. He had quickly inspected the body earlier and found no signs of decay, as magical creatures like unicorns, infused with magic, decay at an exceedingly slow rate until their internal magic dissipates. Only after the magic has largely drained will decomposition proceed at a normal pace. Furthermore, while the magic remains, even the corpse is challenging to alter through transfiguration or other transformation spells. Who is it? Coming so early? Hagrid's reluctant voice came from within. After a long night of work, he had hoped for a leisurely morning, but he was unaware of which inconsiderate individual was knocking at the door so early. William waited for quite some time before he finally spotted Hagrid, who bore two prominent dark circles under his eyes. William, why have you come so early? Hagrid inquired, stifling a long yawn and gazing at William with sleepy eyes. I rose a bit earlier than usual and thought I would come to check on Jupiter. What on earth have you been up to look so weary? William asked with genuine curiosity, once again channeling his thespian skills. After all, he was adept at performing alongside Dumbledore, so deceiving a simple Hagrid was hardly a challenge. I was out and about last night, and didn't return until quite late, Hagrid replied. The brisk morning air brushed against his face, rousing him slightly. He fetched a ladle of water from a nearby barrel and splashed it on his face. Come now, Hagrid. You're still young. Some things require moderation. Otherwise, when you grow older, your health will undoubtedly suffer in various ways. William gazed at Hagrid with an expression that suggested he had stumbled upon a significant revelation, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Damn it, how old are you? And what on earth are you thinking? I ventured into the Forbidden Forest last night, Hagrid remarked as he ushered William into the small hut. Why on earth would you go into the Forbidden Forest at such an hour, Hagrid? Did you not tell me that it is a perilous place? William entered Hagrid's hut as though nothing had transpired. What on earth were you doing in the Forbidden Forest at this hour, Hagrid? Did you not tell me it is a perilous place? William gazed at Hagrid with wide, inquisitive eyes. Well, for the average person, the Forbidden Forest is indeed a hazardous locale. However, for someone like me, who knows it like the back of my hand, it is merely an ordinary thicket, Hagrid replied, a proud smile spreading across his face. Hagrid, you truly are full of hot air. An ordinary thicket. The greatest menace of the forest, the acromantula, was initially unleashed by you. It is vital to note that the primary reason the Forbidden Forest has become so treacherous is due to the acromantula named Aragog that you released into it. This species has proliferated rapidly, as they possess few natural enemies if one stays clear of their most dangerous territories. You have indeed contributed to the forest's perilous reputation. But tell me, what were you doing out there at night? I was escorting Harry and the others on a tour of the Forbidden Forest. They had aired at school, and Professor Dumbledore requested that I take them for a stroll in the forest. The headmaster believes that after witnessing the dangers of the magical world, they will become more prudent in their actions. Old Dumbledore, you can only fool Hagrid with such words. You are well aware that Voldemort lurks in the forest, which is why you sent Harry and the others in there. William mused inwardly. I have heard that the Forbidden Forest has been quite tumultuous lately. Professor Flitwick mentioned that an evil wizard has been attacking unicorns? Yes, Professor Flitwick is not mistaken. So you must absolutely refrain from sneaking into the forbidden forest, William. Hagrid admonished seriously, recalling how William often expressed a desire to explore the forest during their conversations. I just emerged from the woods, Hagrid. I am certainly not that overly curious. Did you fare well last night? Did you encounter that wicked wizard? Indeed, we did. The cursed wizard killed another unicorn and nearly harmed Harry. Thankfully, with the help of the centaurs in the forest, we managed to drive off that malevolent sorcerer, Hagrid exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table, causing it to wobble and startling William. Then, William heard the latter part of Hagrid's statement. Oh, Hagrid, are you boasting again? If I recall correctly, it was the centaurs who drove Voldemort away, not you. Moreover, the deceased unicorn is currently in my pocket. However, William refrained from exposing Hagrid's exaggeration and instead inquired with genuine curiosity, Centaurs? Are there still centaurs in the Forbidden Forest? I thought they preferred to reside in remote areas, avoiding contact with wizards. Yes, there are a few. When Dumbledore first became headmaster, a tribe of centaurs came seeking his protection. The headmaster graciously accepted them and designated an area within the Forbidden Forest for their habitation. I have heard that centaurs are quite adept in astrology. They seem to glean insights from the constellations, William remarked. Humph, I feel they are merely putting on airs, Hagrid replied, evidently recalling some unpleasant encounters. William, do you know how difficult it is to converse with them? They consistently evade questions, dragging every topic back to those damned stars. It was clear that Hagrid had suffered considerable frustration in his dealings with the centaurs. In truth, centaurs are indeed a peculiar species, and there is scant evidence to clarify how they came into being. Was it through natural evolution, a product of wizardly experimentation, or perhaps a dreadful curse? The academic community is rife with speculation, none able to concretely ascertain the origins of centaurs. However, one fact remains indisputable: they possess intelligence akin to that of humans and boast a long and venerable history along with ancient traditions. Nevertheless, centaurs are as obstinate as their equine counterparts. They insist that the Ministry of Magic classify them as beasts, as they do not wish to share the label of human with beings such as banshees and vampires. Similarly, due to their distrust of wizards, centaurs habitually avoid populated wizarding areas, opting instead for a primitive existence in secluded forests. Centaurs do not wield wands nor employ magic. They place greater trust in their bows and arrows. Each centaur is a born archer, and they possess remarkable skills in magical healing, as well as unique insights into divination and astronomy. Compared to the unreliable Sybil Trelawney, centaur divination is considerably more stable. William was astonished to discover during his earlier eavesdropping that they had predicted the forthcoming battle. After chatting for a while longer, William requested Hagrid to train Jupiter diligently, ignoring the creature's forlorn gaze. The little one had become exceedingly lethargic, living a slothful existence, and William felt that if this continued, he would never awaken the creature's latent potential. Rest assured, William, I will train the little one diligently during this period, Hagrid assured with a wave of his hand, taking the matter upon himself. At last, considering the time, William rose to bid farewell to Hagrid and made his way towards Hogwarts Castle. Everything was in place, and he could finally attend to the unicorn's remains in the room of requirement. With this thought, William stifled his excitement, first replenishing his food supplies in the kitchen before ascending to the 8th floor, by the familiar troll-battered tapestry depicting the foolish troll of Panama. He stood before the empty wall opposite and paced 3 times. Give me a room for magical experimentation. Give me a room for magical experimentation. Give me a room for magical experimentation. Subsequently, he pulled open the door that had abruptly appeared in the wall and stepped inside, ready to commence his work. The Ministry of Magic categorizes magical creatures into 3 classes: beings, beasts, and spirits. Beings are defined as any entity possessing sufficient intelligence to comprehend the laws of the magical society and bear part of the responsibility in formulating these laws. Beasts are those lacking the intelligence to understand the laws of the magical society and are unable to bear such responsibility. For instance, acromantulas, sphinxes, and even some extreme wizards advocate placing muggles within the beast category. Spirits refer primarily to ghosts, as it seems rather inappropriate to classify the apparitions of deceased individuals as beings. William toiled throughout the day in the room of requirement, barely managing to process the carcass of the unicorn. The treasures that adorned the unicorn were simply too abundant for William to allow any to go to waste. He began by meticulously dissecting the creature, dedicating considerable time to sketching a detailed anatomical diagram, which would prove invaluable for his future studies in transfiguration. As one of the most rigorous subjects in a wizard's curriculum, Transfiguration demands that the caster possesses a thorough understanding of the target intended for transformation. Subsequently, William dismembered the already dissected body, carefully stripping the hair from the unicorn's tail, knowing that each strand was worth its weight in gold. He also removed the unicorn's horn, aware that in potions class at Hogwarts, only a minuscule amount of powdered unicorn horn was required. This precious substance commanded a staggering price. With a mere gram fetching dozens of galleons, a single horn would suffice for an extended period and provide him with considerable profit. William painstakingly preserved the unicorn's eyes in a glass jar filled with preservative solution, ensuring their safety. All the flesh and blood were meticulously excised, as the decaying meat held no value and was tainted with the unicorn's blood. He refrained from collecting the unicorn's blood, recognizing its ephemeral nature. Only fresh unicorn blood possessed efficacy, and over time, even when sealed in a vial, it would rapidly evaporate, leaving behind only a silvery residue. If only he could acquire the carcass of an acromantula. The eight-eyed spider is a veritable treasure trove in its own right. Its eyes, silk, and venom are all exceedingly valuable, particularly the venom, which can command a staggering price of 100 galleons per ounce. One could only wonder how many acromantulas lurked in the forbidden forest. Merlin. It is truly an inexhaustible repository of riches. William resolved that when the next semester arrived, he would certainly begin to attract the attention of this invaluable group of creatures. After all, they reproduced at such a rapid pace. If he were to exercise caution and stealthily take a few, it was likely that Aragog would not object. One could imagine that it was currently troubled by the sheer number of its kin. Perhaps it might even feel grateful to William. With this thought, he couldn't help but look forward to next year's Hogwarts. Surely, the diary would arrive as well, and Hogwarts would come alive with excitement. He wondered if he could manage to obtain the diary for himself. What purpose could this soul serve? What is it that everyone is willing to give, yet few accept? Today, the Ravenclaw students posed a rather challenging question, leaving William to ponder for several minutes outside. Ultimately, the clever William arrived at the answer. "Where have you been, William? We haven't seen you all day." As he entered the common room, William heard Terry's weary greeting. The boy's desk was laden with textbooks from various subjects, clearly indicating that he had finally remembered that the examination week at Hogwarts was fast approaching. William thought to himself that Terry was doing quite well academically. While he might not achieve top marks, securing a satisfactory or even good grade seemed well within reach. After spending some time at Hagrid's hut, strolling by the lake for a while, and then studying, William felt it would have been a shame to miss out on such splendid weather. "You make me envious, William. I am on the brink of madness with these subjects. I simply cannot comprehend why I must remember that wretched Gaspard Singeaton, just because he invented that cursed self-stirring cauldron. The sheer number of names is driving me to the brink of insanity," he lamented to William. Noticing Terry's desk, William observed several astronomical charts laid out, along with an open book on a myriad of magical herbs and fungi. "You're far too tense, Terry. Whatever happened to your previous calm demeanor? A few days ago." William observed the boy leisurely lounging in the common room, embodying the essence of a tranquil salted fish. He had presumed that Terry was well prepared for the upcoming examination. At that moment, I had yet to realize just how much we had covered this semester. Terry, distressed, raked his fingers through his hair and violently cast aside the quill he had been holding. "William, do you think I could resort to some clever tricks?" he inquired. "I heard the Weasley twins are selling enchanted quills at the joke shop." "Don't even think about it, Terry. During the written examination, the professor will distribute quills, and you won't be permitted to use your own," I replied. "Merlin, save me," he exclaimed. "Merlin cannot aid you now, but I can certainly help you analyze what I believe will be on the exam." William observed Terry, who bore a pained expression beside him, and after some contemplation, decided to lend a hand. After all, Terry had devoted considerable effort to the promotion of the cold resistance medal. "What can I say? You are my little brother, Terry." Upon hearing William's intention to discuss the exam topics, the other two roommates, Earl and Ike, also gathered around, keenly attentive. They believed that William, being quite familiar with Professor Flivy, might possess some insider knowledge about the examination. Firstly, we all know that Professor Flivy is a person of great wit and humor. He is likely to favor assessing the whimsical aspects of minor spells. Therefore, I personally feel that the examination in Charms class will revolve around the comprehensive application of these entertaining little spells, such as making a paired dance, for instance. As William spoke, several individuals nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the first year's spells were relatively straightforward. Indeed, a singular assessment would be exceedingly simple. Thus, It was highly probable that the professor would evaluate the comprehensive application of these spells. Regarding transfiguration, I believe Professor McGonagall would focus on the most challenging aspects learned throughout the year. Known for her serious demeanor, she holds each student to rigorous standards. Therefore, the transfiguration exam is likely to involve the most complex transformation of living creatures, which has been the most difficult segment of our studies this term. Do you recall that lesson? The professor tasked us with transforming a mouse into a snuff box. I have a premonition that this will be the content of our upcoming examination. Let us hope that, after the test, they do not refer to me as the Great Seer, William mused while divulging his predictions about the exam. Professor Snape, much like Professor McGonagall, is known for challenging his students. Which potion we have studied this term is the most intricate? The forgetfulness potion? Ike pondered before inquiring. Precisely. This is the most complicated potion we have covered, so I believe the exam will most likely focus on the formulation of the forgetfulness potion. Following this, William shared his recollections of other subjects' focal points, and then, amidst the dazed gazes of his roommates, he gracefully departed. Do not idolize me, I am merely a legend. The exam week passed swiftly, culminating in the final assessment of History of Magic. When Professor Binns's ghost instructed them to put down their quills, the young wizards erupted in cheers. Perhaps William's predictions had borne fruit. Terry performed adequately, as evidenced by the beaming smile upon his face. Suggesting that his results would be commendable, at the very least, he need not worry about failing or receiving poor marks. In truth, Terry's magical aptitude is commendable, ranking among the top of his year, provided he is not compared to William. For if Terry's performance could be deemed satisfactory, then William's was nothing short of extraordinary. During the charms examination, he commanded a pineapple to execute a sequence of Michael Jackson's moonwalk, leaving Professor Flitwick utterly astonished. A professor well-versed in the magical realm had never witnessed such a dazzling display, especially as William thoughtfully accompanied it with music. The transfiguration exam was even more remarkable, as this is indeed William's forte. His exceptional control over magic rendered the snuff box he created unparalleled in elegance, prompting even the typically stern Professor McGonagall to display a hint of a pleased smile. During the potions exam, Professor Snape's attention was primarily fixated on Gryffindor, particularly Harry, who became the focal point of Snape's scrutiny. Snape stood closely behind Harry, meticulously observing every step of his process. This created significant pressure for the Gryffindor students, however. Those from other houses, like William, found the atmosphere considerably more relaxed. Furthermore, despite lacking any extraordinary talent, William possessed no weaknesses in potion making. Thus he was the first to successfully concoct the forgetfulness potion. When he presented the completed potion to Professor Snape, the latter's expression seemed even more glum. William, I owe you my gratitude, Terry exclaimed as he exited the examination room, with Earl and Ike nodding in agreement. It is worth noting that William had essentially carried each subject, lightening the burden of revision for his friends, to the point where they almost revered him as a deity of examinations. Oh, it was nothing, merely a small matter, William humbly replied. Next, Harry and the others would embark on their own adventures. He too needed to prepare to retrieve the crown from the Room of Requirement. Thus, he graciously declined Terry's celebratory plans and made his way towards the castle. Do you think all geniuses are like this? Terry remarked to his companions, observing William's retreating figure. The term had ended, and he still harbored thoughts of studying. Merlin, why does William always have so much to learn? That is precisely why he is a genius. And you are not, I succinctly replied. Never mind, we cannot comprehend the world of geniuses. Let us seek out the Weasley twins instead. I hear they are planning a raucous party. Frustrated, Terry led his companions towards the Weasley twins by the Black Lake. As he wished to think of nothing other than a tankard brimming with butterbeer, William sat quietly in an empty classroom, having already set up a magical censer in the forbidden area on the 4th floor, much like he had for Halloween. However, after months of refinement, the range of signal transmission had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to wait without the peril of lingering around the 4th floor for the receiver's signal. He was waiting. Once Harry and his companions entered, William would immediately make his way to the Room of Requirement to relocate the diadem. Before long, the receiver in William's hand emitted a signal, likely from Quirrell, under Voldemort's control. He could no longer restrain himself from taking action. Voldemort was finally being ensnared. Dumbledore had been plotting for so long, and it seemed Quirrell's time was drawing to a close. William continued to wait. And as soon as the receiver emitted a signal for the second time, he swiftly exited the classroom and hastened toward the 8th floor's Room of Requirement. Harry and his companions had finally entered. He could only imagine the expression on Quirrell's face when they met. Unfortunately, he would not be a part of the ensuing events. William stood before the tapestry on the 8th floor, employing a technique of mental closure to empty his mind, effectively shielding himself from a cacophony of errant thoughts. With focused intent, he concentrated on a singular desire, a place to conceal his belongings. After traversing in front of the tapestry thrice, he opened the door that had abruptly manifested on the opposite wall and stepped inside. Guided by pre-existing markings, he navigated through 2 massive heaps of refuse, passing a row of dilapidated statues until he halted before a familiar, ominous axe stained with dark crimson. This axe was truly intimidating. He pondered its origin, contemplating whether he might seize it for further examination, curious about who had placed it there. William pondered briefly before continuing his stride forward, soon locating the familiar, dilapidated window. Further ahead, the Ravenclaw diadem remained quietly ensconced, appearing unremarkable in any way. William cautiously surveyed the surroundings for any signs of the vigilance enchantments, finding no evidence of disturbance. The small marks he had made remained intact, indicating that all was well. Subsequently, he began to extract from his magical satchel the meticulously prepared components for his spellcasting, arranging them upon the ground surrounding the diadem. William was tasked with arranging an ancient magical array, designated as ancient due to its lineage spanning several centuries. In an era when wizards predominantly favored wands, magical arrays enjoyed a period of considerable popularity. Although the operation of such arrays was notoriously intricate, their successful implementation often yielded effects that far surpassed those of incantations, rendering them highly sought after by ancient sorcerers. However, the array William intended to establish was not of an offensive nature. Rather, it was a defensive array designed to soothe souls. Its primary function was to prevent the awakening of the souls contained within the crown during its transfer, effectively administering a sedative to the spirits ensconced within. If all proceeded smoothly, the souls might remain blissfully unaware of the transition, awakening to find their resting place altered. This technique had been imparted to him by his father, the Duke, who possessed profound expertise in the realm of soul magic. As the materials were meticulously arranged in designated positions, William retrieved several vials of dragon's blood. With a deft manipulation of his magical energy, he guided the deep crimson liquid to intertwine the various components, inscribing an array of intricate runes. Compared to dragon's blood ink, this pure dragon's blood exhibited superior magical conductivity, albeit at a significantly steeper cost. Of utmost importance were the soul-soothing herbs gifted by his father. These blue roots were artfully encircled around the crown. In the event of an unforeseen incident, William would swiftly ignite the roots of the soul-soothing herbs, a vital safeguard. The gas emitted by this remarkable herb, once ignited, possessed the ability to suppress souls, rendering it a potent deterrent against entities such as ghosts. Prolonged exposure to this gas could even lead to the disintegration of spiritual forms. Once William was adequately prepared, he meticulously examined the magical array for a third time. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the flow of arcane energy. After confirming that everything was in order, he gradually approached the crown. William tightly gripped his wand, aiming it at the circle of blue tendrils, while his other hand gently touched the crown. Everything appeared normal. There was no reaction. Perfect. This was exactly as it should be. A flicker of joy surged within William. However, he remained oblivious to the presence of a mysterious black raven, which had inexplicably materialized in the room, observing him through the gaps in the refuse. The raven, entirely cloaked in darkness, emanated an unsettling aura of shadow that enveloped its form, rendering it akin to a creature born of pure night. It regarded William with a gaze imbued with an unsettling human-like intelligence, glanced at the magical array, and then silently took flight. Just as William was about to stow the crown into his magical pouch, the raven cawed, and from its midsection, it dropped a dark, fecal substance that landed squarely at the core of the magical array. Time seemed to suspend for a fleeting moment, and then William swung his wand with fervor. "Flame arise," he shouted, swiftly igniting the ghostly grass tendrils. With a sudden motion, he hurled the crown, almost secured within his pouch, toward the statue, while instinctively retreating. William's keen senses detected an alarming truth. For reasons unknown, the protective array had ceased to function. Meanwhile, the soul encased within the crown had awakened. The raven cawed once more, its eyes glinting with a distinctly human mockery. It soared to the apex of the refuse pile, fixating its gaze on William, clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama. William gazed at the ominous black raven, his frustration boiling over as he uttered a classic curse from a past life. This accursed wretched bird. How did it gain entry? The very air seemed to freeze around him, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of black mist erupted from the coronet he had cast into the magical array. Within that shroud of darkness, a visage became vaguely discernible, embodying a raw, unmasked malevolence that sent shivers down William's spine. This was dire. A grave predicament had unfolded. In his mind, he cursed the foul bird as he swiftly made his way toward the exit of the wish-granting chamber. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat was the most prudent choice. If he did not flee now, escape would soon be impossible. The face within the black mist let out a fearsome roar, unleashing an invisible force that struck William. He felt his body becoming alien, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, gradually losing sensation in his limbs, rendering him helplessly rooted in place. He could no longer exert control over his own body. How infuriating! Harry and the others had not encountered such a tumult when they interacted with this coronet. Was the disparity between protagonists truly so vast? William seethed inwardly, exerting every ounce of strength to regain control over his body, but it was already too late. The visage within the black mist surveyed the surrounding pale blue haze, revealing a fleeting hesitation. Yet, this moment of doubt was short-lived, as it suddenly surged forth from the fog, lunging towards William. It was evident that the smoke from the soul-consuming grass inflicted severe damage upon souls. Upon emerging from the mist, the black fog's volume had noticeably diminished, allowing William to glimpse the ensnared essence of Voldemort within. The liberated spirit of Voldemort roared in fury as it charged at William, colliding violently with him just as he had regained control of his body. This was a perilous moment. As he watched the spirit of Voldemort barreling towards him, it felt as though 1,000 wild stallions galloped through his mind. Drawing upon his last reserves of willpower, he ignited the final tendrils of the soul-consuming grass, desperately recalling passages from ancient texts related to the struggle of souls. There was no escape. He could only fight back. Though the events unfolded in mere seconds, it felt drawn out. As the dark mist struck William, the raven fell silent, observing quietly. William sensed a chilling and tumultuous will invading his mind. He desperately clung to his sanity, fervently employing cerebral defenses to erect a series of mental barriers, resisting the incursion of this foreign soul. William comprehended that once the barrier was utterly breached, the familiar visage of himself would be irrevocably lost. Although he would still inhabit this corporeal form, it would be supplanted by a cold, frenzied spirit. He must endure. His strength was undoubtedly diminished after traversing the mist of the wandering souls. Yet if he could withstand the forthcoming onslaughts, there remained a glimmer of hope for resurgence. William gritted his teeth, valiantly resisting the onslaught of Voldemort's soul, each clash reverberating through his mind. He recalled a passage from an ancient tome that asserted the corporeal entity possessed a distinct advantage in the struggle against an incorporeal spirit. For a soul that has completely forsaken its physical form is devoid of any source of power. Their strength is finite, and with each exertion, it diminishes irrevocably. At this moment, William awaited an opportunity, striving to deplete Voldemort's soul's energy. He found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance, as the disparity in their souls' levels was exceedingly pronounced. Yet, Voldemort's essence seemed to lack any semblance of wisdom, recklessly battering against the barrier. This relentless assault forced William to retreat, allowing Voldemort's spirit to dominate the majority of his consciousness. Externally, dark tendrils seemed to spread across William's face, signaling his loss of bodily control. Fortunately, Voldemort's soul appeared somewhat unstable, akin to a mindless beast engaged solely in frenzied aggression. It was evident that he could easily subjugate William, seizing control of his body. However, perhaps due to having his soul fragmented too many times, this essence lacked the intelligence of the diary's spirit from the original tale. William withdrew all of his strength, fortifying a small corner of his mind and desperately defending his last bastion. Perhaps due to the phenomenon of reincarnation, William, having lived 2 lives, possessed a resilience of spirit that far surpassed that of a typical young wizard. This tenacity enabled him to withstand wave after wave of assault. And coupled with the effects of the soul herb, he gradually sensed that Voldemort's essence was growing increasingly feeble. Each attack became less formidable and more manageable. He meticulously controlled his mental barricade, slowly reclaiming territory within his mind. In truth, William was not engaged in a genuine struggle of souls. He had erected a mental barrier through his cerebral defenses that firmly kept Voldemort's spirit at bay, preventing any true contact with his own essence. Had it been otherwise, William would have surely perished. Voldemort's spirit continued to retaliate, but weakened as he was, he could no longer shake the foundation of William's defenses. The dark remnants on William's face gradually dissipated, and he could sense his control over his body being restored. At last, a grotesque, howling soul was expelled from his body by William. This soul bore a resemblance to Voldemort from the original narrative. Aside from its fierce visage, it possessed a certain charm, for it still had a nose. However, William noticed jagged scars along the edges of the soul, likely remnants from the act of soul-splitting. William wielded his wand, relentlessly suppressing Voldemort's soul and forcing him back into the diadem. At last, he exhaled a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He nearly met his demise. Carefully, he restored the diadem to its original state before scanning the surroundings. Where was that accursed bird? If not for his fortuitous survival, he would have fallen victim to its machinations. Today, he was determined to put an end to it. At that moment, the black raven perched upon a heap of refuse, fixating its gaze upon William with a piercing intensity. Look, it seemed to taunt, falling into a stupor. William, having lost all patience, was genuinely inclined to exact his revenge on the vile creature. However, the raven effortlessly evaded his curses, nimbly navigating through the refuse while occasionally glancing back to mock William. How dare it? When had William ever endured such indignities? Enraged, he charged after the raven, weaving through the confines of the room that granted wishes. Bind swiftly. Fall into a stupor. Iron fist strike. Barriers abound. Avada Kedavra. It felt as if something peculiar had intruded upon the chaos. Yet William believed that his profound hatred for this wretched bird was sufficient to empower him to cast a lethal curse. The chase between man and bird soon led them to a bloodied axe. The raven glanced back at William with a mocking expression, deftly dodging his spell by veering in the air and then darting into a tall wardrobe beside the axe. You foolish bird, this time there will be no escape. William glared menacingly at the closed wardrobe before him. After skillfully setting up barriers with his spells, he gently pushed the cabinet door open with a flick of his wand. Now, where do you think you're going? He exclaimed. William gazed into the wardrobe, and his expression transformed dramatically, shifting swiftly from anger to fear. He recoiled as if confronted by a specter, his right hand tightening around his wand, aiming it at the wardrobe, his arm trembling slightly. For within the wardrobe, he did not encounter that accursed bird. Instead, a person stood there. It was Mrs. Pants. She stood in the wardrobe, her eyes fixed intently on William. What was happening? How could Mrs. Pants possibly be here? Was it a boggart? It certainly did not seem so. And why would he feel fear towards Mrs. Pants? William endeavored to calm his emotions, employing frantic mental techniques to regain his composure. Just moments ago, when he opened the cabinet door, he caught sight of an individual staring intently at him, nearly causing him to drop his wand in fright. Madam? Madam? William's voice trembled slightly. Yet he did not lower his wand, directing it straight at the witch concealed within the wardrobe. However, Mrs. Pants exhibited no reaction. She stood motionless in the wardrobe, as if devoid of a soul, her eyes wide open and fixated on a distant point, oblivious to William's words. What on earth was happening? As William regained his composure, he gazed at the witch within the wardrobe with a bewildered expression, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. William gently waved his wand, conjuring several ropes that slowly approached the witch in the wardrobe, binding her and extricating her from her confinement. Throughout the entire ordeal, the witch exhibited no signs of struggle. Even when she fell to the ground, she remained unresponsive, merely gazing blankly ahead. A chilling realization struck William. Had she succumbed to death? The thought sent a wave of terror coursing through him. Who could have imagined that the person he had seen in the library just yesterday could now appear in such a state? He inhaled deeply and, employing magic, meticulously examined the witch before him, refraining from physical contact. Prior to uncovering the truth, he needed to ascertain whether any malevolent dark magic had cursed her. Before long, William determined that this was indeed a human body, likely that of Mrs. Pink's, and certainly not a boggart or any other trickery. Furthermore, he could ascertain that the witch was still alive, albeit in a state of unconsciousness, inexplicably placed here. There were no signs of decay upon her body, in fact. William sensed a faint breath, as if Mrs. Ping's were merely in slumber. Yet, why did she appear to be an empty vessel? Wait, an empty vessel? William seemed to have recalled something. After a brief moment of reflection, he raised his wand and unleashed a spell. This was the incantation his father had employed that day in the study to assess William's soul state. Indeed, Mrs. Pants's soul had vanished. She now existed merely as an empty shell. William cast the spell multiple times, yet received no response, indicating that the body before him was devoid of a soul, resembling a living corpse. Contemplating this, William continued to examine the figure before him, feeling an unsettling peculiarity. However, the more he scrutinized, the deeper his dread grew. A chill crept over him as he beheld the witch. He had uncovered a grave realization. This wretched Mrs. Pants had not merely transformed overnight. She had existed in this state for an extended period. If this was indeed Mrs. Pants, then who was the person he encountered in the library yesterday? A wave of icy terror surged from his spine to his mind. He had never anticipated such bizarre occurrences while transferring the crown in the room of requirement. Regret washed over him as he pondered his foolish quarrel with that accursed bird. Would it not have sufficed to simply take the crown and depart? And what of that cursed raven? It was the one that had guided him here. Redirecting his gaze to the vacant wardrobe, he noticed the wretched raven seemed to have vanished. Rising to his feet, he cautiously approached the wardrobe, sensing something inscribed within. A flicker of light. A brilliant silver orb detached from William's wand, illuminating the wardrobe before him. Indeed, a line of black text was etched upon it, the Ravenclaw crown. The corpse of the unicorn and your aberrant soul. I am privy to all your hidden secrets, Friedrich. Will you not come and meet me? You know where to find me if you wish to unravel this mystery or save the wretched witch before you. Otherwise, Dumbledore shall learn of everything, I swear. The message was succinct, yet as William read further, his heart raced with terror. Was this elaborate setup aimed at him? Who authored this? How could they possess such intimate knowledge of his every clandestine action, even his soul? Did they know of his status as a traveler from another world? William felt an overwhelming sense of exposure, with his back already drenched in cold sweat. The sudden appearance of the raven was no mere coincidence. It was leading him to this very place. Someone was targeting him. This series of events made William feel as though invisible hands were orchestrating everything behind him. And he feared he had unwittingly stepped into a perilous trap. Damn it! How could this happen? What should he do now? Should he proceed? William harbored an abundance of secrets that he could not divulge to Dumbledore, which was the root of his inner turmoil, though it was merely a threat. Who could ascertain the veracity of his words? How could he possibly explain the crown and that unicorn to the venerable old wizard? It was an insurmountable conundrum, for he had no justification for possessing such knowledge. Moreover, should he employ the soul-reading spell against him, his most profound secrets would inevitably be laid bare. Contemplating this, William inhaled deeply. The struggle against Voldemort's essence, combined with his frantic attempts at mental occlusion, caused a dull ache to throb in his head. He retrieved a vial of calming draught from his magical bag and consumed half of it to steady his frayed nerves. Subsequently, he arranged Mrs. Pants's body with care and exited the room of requirement. William was uncertain how he had arrived at the library. He gazed at the imposing closed door before him, a twinge of hesitation stirring within. This was the first time he found himself entirely detached from the narrative he was accustomed to, confronting an entirely unfamiliar circumstance. William harbored a profound aversion to this sensation of uncertainty, which made him feel as though the course of events was slipping beyond his grasp. Was he truly compelled to proceed in this manner? He stood before the imposing, closed doors of the library, contemplating for an extended period. At last, William inhaled deeply, grasped his wand firmly, and slowly pushed open the grand entrance of the library. The library lay desolate and empty. It was only to be expected, for the examinations had concluded, and who would venture to the library located on the 5th floor of the castle to study? William stepped cautiously into the hall, the surrounding silence enveloping him as if he were the sole occupant of the space. He meticulously surveyed his surroundings, his wand poised for immediate action. The empty long table, the neatly arranged bookshelves, the counter before the restricted section, and the black raven perched above, all appeared as they always had. Wait a moment, a black raven? How could it possibly be here? William abruptly aimed his wand at the raven, yet the creature merely curled its beak in disdain, revealing an oddly human-like expression, as if it were mocking him. Before William could respond with anger, an eerie voice echoed from behind him. The library had closed. It was the voice of Mrs. Pants. William turned around to find Mrs. Pants standing there with her usual demeanor, clutching the familiar feather duster. The raven had also flown from the counter to perch upon Mrs. Pants's shoulder, its gaze fixed intently on William. Everything appeared normal, but what a farce. Who are you? Why do you target me? William aimed his wand at Mrs. Pants before him. William Friedrich, I have been observing you for quite some time, the witch replied, seemingly unfazed by the wand, as if it were merely a child's toy. A smile crept across her face, but then her voice transformed into a raspy male tone. The sensation was profoundly eerie. Hearing a gravelly male voice emanate from the lips of a middle-aged woman sent a chill down William's spine, causing him to take several anxious steps back. His palms slick with perspiration. Who are you? What is your intention? He demanded, his voice tinged with urgency. "I have been watching you from the very beginning, regrettably. It was not until the conclusion of the term that you became aware of my existence." The enigmatic wizard did not address William's inquiries but continued speaking as if lost in his own thoughts. It seemed he had been observing William for quite some time. From the very beginning? The first day of school in the library? William thought incredulously. No wonder he sensed something amiss with Mrs. Pants that night. Had she been replaced even then? "Old Dumbledore, what are you doing? How could you remain oblivious while a living person was swapped right beneath your nose?" William harbored a profound disdain for Dumbledore's irresponsibility, regretting his decision to confront a mysterious wizard capable of eluding even Dumbledore's keen insight. In hindsight, he mused that it would have been wiser to confess to the old man, perhaps sparing his own life, and if all else failed, he could always flee back to Durmstrang. "What on earth compelled you to act in such a manner?" he demanded, feigning composure as he inhaled deeply. Before the enigmatic figure could respond, William unleashed a powerful impact spell directed at him. Without a glance back, he sprinted towards the door. After all, when faced with a wizard who could genuinely deceive Dumbledore, what alternative was there but to escape? To linger would be to court death. William was reluctant to entrust his fate to another's hands. An intriguing little trick. "Let me put you to the test and see if you are worthy of knowing such secrets." The enigmatic wizard uttered a phrase that William could not comprehend. With a mere wave of his hand, William acutely sensed a surge of potent magic erupting forth, solidifying in the air into an invisible wall that thwarted his spell. Could the ironclad spell be wielded in such a manner? Or was it a silent, wanless incantation that would spell his doom? William paid no heed to this. He dashed swiftly to the front door and yanked the handle, yet the door remained utterly immovable. "Alahomora!" William chanted fervently, but the door still refused to budge. This time, it was truly over. William turned his head, pressing his back against the grand door. He refrained from attempting the unlocking spell, for within his magical perception, the walls of the library, along with the door, formed an impenetrable barrier. This was not a predicament that could be resolved by a mere unlocking charm. With his current capabilities, he was certainly incapable of breaching it. "At last, you have perceived that this magical barrier can thwart Dumbledore's detection, leaving you utterly forsaken, William Friedrich." He observed William's movements, standing silently, seemingly unconcerned that William might escape. "What is your true intention? Engage in battle. Through the trial, you shall uncover all truths. Otherwise, succumb to a quiet demise. This is for your own good." Mrs. Pants continued her incessant murmuring, appearing somewhat deranged. "What? You intend to kill me for my own good? Is the person before me truly mad? You are forcing my hand." With a swift gesture, accompanied by a low growl, William unleashed a barrage of spells from his wand, aimed directly at the mysterious figure masquerading as Madame Pants. After extensive practice with Professor Flitwick, his dueling skills had significantly improved since his initial days at school. This was more like it. The enigmatic wizard, disguised as Madame Pants, appeared to be quite pleased with William's fighting spirit. He waved a feather duster, launching spells that effortlessly countered William's attacks. Was that his wand? It looked rather peculiar. Before he could ponder further, William quickly ducked and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a spell that struck the spot where he had just stood. With a flick of his wand, the wizard sent all the library's books soaring into the air, transforming them into a multitude of fearsome, toothy mouths under his masterful transfiguration skills, swooping down to bite at William. Is transfiguration truly capable of such feats? The obstacles were overwhelming. William cast a series of barrier spells in rapid succession, momentarily slowing the onslaught of the animated books. He hastily gathered his magical energy. There was little time for contemplation. Flames blazed. This marked his second use of advanced magical techniques. Channeling his magic, William unleashed a powerful fire spell. A robust column of fire erupted from his wand, creating a fiery curtain in the air that temporarily thwarted the aggressive advance of the books. William's brow was slick with perspiration, a condition not solely induced by the sweltering heat, but by the imminent loss of control over the incantation. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly severed his connection to the spell and swiftly cast an ironclad shield upon himself. The flames, now utterly unrestrained, erupted into a frenzy, revealing the untamed essence of the four fundamental elements before him. Like a wild stallion that had broken free, it recklessly ignited everything in its vicinity. William was struck forcefully by a whip of fire, sending him sprawling across the ground. William felt an overwhelming heaviness in his mind, and the sights before him gradually became indistinct. He struggled to lift his eyelids, and at some point, the enigmatic sorcerer had already brought Mrs. Pins to stand before him. The surrounding searing flames appeared to have no effect on him. In fact, they seemed to part willingly as he passed. Am I destined to perish? The mysterious sorcerer crouched down, gazing at the fallen William, and uttered a phrase directed at him. Subsequently, William succumbed entirely to an unfathomable darkness. William abruptly awoke. Gazing around in bewilderment, the library remained shrouded in an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. Countless tomes lay quietly arranged upon the shelves. What transpired? Just moments ago? He lowered his head and realized he was seated at a long table, as if he had merely awakened from slumber. But that cannot be right. I distinctly recall igniting the library with a roaring flame, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Why does everything around me appear utterly unchanged? William struggled to rise to his feet, his body brimming with an abundance of magical energy, showing no signs of the fierce battle he had just endured. He took a moment to inspect his magical pouch, confirming that both the unicorn and the crown were safely contained within. What could possibly be the meaning of this? Where was that enigmatic sorcerer? The library had already closed its doors. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Mrs. Pins resounded from behind him. William jolted awake once more, gasping for breath. His face ashen from overwhelming terror. He frantically scanned his surroundings. The library remained eerily silent and desolate, as if the recent events had merely been a figment of his imagination. Moments ago, he had encountered that enigmatic sorcerer again, and once more he had posed those questions, leading them to engage in a fierce confrontation. However, this time, his opponent did not hold back. A spell pierced through William's body, leading him to believe he had perished. The sensation was utterly horrifying, and William was reluctant to recall it. Was this truly a dream? Yet, if it were indeed a dream, how could he remember it so vividly? Where exactly was he now? William, in a frenzy, activated his mental fortitude to calm himself. The library had already closed its doors. Just as William began to regain his composure, the familiar voice of Mrs. Pings echoed behind him. This time, without a moment's hesitation, William whirled around in anger. Incantation on his lips. Iron fist strike. He bellowed, channeling his entire magical essence through his wand and launching it forward. With a resounding crash, Mrs. Ping's head shattered under the force of the spell. A spray of crimson and white erupted, and her remaining form was propelled backward by the impact of the incantation. William gazed upon the decapitated corpse sprawled on the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He felt as though this bizarre locale was driving him to the brink of madness. Surely, this should mark the end of it. With this thought, a sense of liberation washed over him, even verging on exhilaration. He experienced none of the nausea or urge to vomit that had accompanied his inaugural act of murder. William was in no mood to inspect the corpse on the ground. He turned and strode purposefully towards the grand entrance of the library, consumed by a desire to discern his whereabouts. "Are you really leaving without attending to the body, Friedrich?" A gravelly male voice suddenly echoed behind him just as he was about to reach the closed doors of the library. "Enough already," William retorted angrily, raising his wand once more. It is well known that prolonged exposure to fear gradually morphs into a profound rage. Upon turning back, William was taken aback to witness the body of Mrs. Pants vanishing at a remarkable rate. An abnormal black mist was emanating from her form, coalescing in the air to ultimately shape into a shadowy figure. It seemed shrouded in a veil of darkness, obscuring its true appearance. "Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching me?" William compelled himself to regain his composure, inquiring once more. He sensed that this enigmatic wizard did not intend to end his life. Otherwise, in such a bizarre locale, he would have perished long ago, even if he were merely a cat. "You may call me the messenger. It is merely a foolish title, after all." This time, the mysterious wizard did not shy away from William's question. "As my title suggests, I bring greetings from an organization. William, I am aware of your keen interest in a particular mystery. What calamity befell Gryffindor, one of the 4 great houses of Hogwarts?" "How do you know?" William was astounded. This was a question he had never shared with anyone, save for the Sorting Hat. "Do not assume your secrets are well concealed, William." The shadowy wizard gazed at him, revealing a pair of eyes that seemed to mock him from within the shroud of darkness. "Your little secrets cannot deceive everyone." The diadem. "The unicorn, the peculiar soul, just as I mentioned, I have been observing you for quite some time. I have witnessed your deceptions towards Dumbledore. Frankly, you performed rather well." William's expression gradually turned grave, particularly when the enigmatic sorcerer spoke of the unusual soul. He never anticipated that his greatest secret would be so easily discerned. Did he merely sense the abnormality of the soul, or was he aware of William's origins? Those uncomfortable nights, along with the unease he felt in the library, were they a result of being observed by this man? After some contemplation, William decided to maintain the initiative by continuing to inquire. Indeed, the The messenger seemed oblivious to William's subtle thoughts, or perhaps he simply dismissed them, as he continued, however. I did not expect your perception to be so acute. You nearly uncovered me on the very first day. Perhaps this is why the organization values you. What organization? Why are they scrutinizing me? William blurted out, immediately regretting his curiosity. He quickly added, forget it. I have no desire to know about this organization at all. Have you finished your assessment? Can I leave now? A low, mocking chuckle escaped the messenger, as if to deride William's ignorance. You still do not understand. The decision to remain uninvolved is no longer yours to make, William. You have already drawn the attention of those entities. I believe you experienced a peculiar dream on the first day of school, did you not? You know about that? What does that dream signify? Are you somehow residing in my mind? How is it that you know everything? William had grown somewhat numb to the revelations unfolding around him, for an overwhelming number of secrets had been laid bare simultaneously. Due to the heightened perception bestowed upon him, we would rather refer to this ability as inspiration. Such elevated inspiration can yield manifold benefits, allowing one's thoughts to diverge and enabling an effortless attunement to the magic that permeates the air. However, it may also inadvertently grant glimpses into peculiar phenomena or attract their attention. You see, humanity currently reigns as the masters of this world, but what of the past? In those ancient, distant epochs, there existed vast, indescribable entities. They were the true sovereigns of the realm, while humankind merely occupies a minuscule fragment of existence, stealthily assuming dominion during their slumber. Indescribable? What does that truly signify? This was not the first occasion William had encountered this term. The Sorting Hat had uttered it, as had the enigmatic wizard before him, evoking a sense of curiosity within William. It signifies that such entities, upon mere sight, could plunge one into an abyss of madness. No one has ever gazed directly upon such beings and returned to recount their appearances with clarity. After delivering this unsettling insight, the messenger continued to regard William. You have attracted the attention of one such entity due to your heightened inspiration. Had it not been for my protection, you might have succumbed to madness by now. Are you implying that you safeguarded me throughout the semester? That the absence of that dream was a result of your intervention? William's mind struggled to comprehend the implications of the words spoken. So, the enigmatic sorcerer was, after all, a benevolent figure. Of course, not himself, but rather the little creature perched upon his shoulder, a black raven. When he is near you, these magnificent beings will not spare even a fleeting moment of their delicate consciousness to acknowledge your presence. Otherwise, your dreams would descend into ever more bizarre and terrifying realms, where you would encounter an overwhelming array of strange and indescribable phenomena. If fortune smiles upon you, you might glimpse something wondrous. Yet, such a revelation could drive you to the brink of madness. The messenger chuckled, his raspy voice echoing eerily within the desolate library. What, then, did I actually witness? Who can say? In dreams, anything is possible. Perhaps it was an octopus-headed creature, or a colossal spider, or even a figure clad in yellow robes. These have been particularly active of late. I should clarify that my notion of recent spans a few centuries. What are these entities? I questioned incredulously. Have you lost your mind? An octopus head? The only octopus I have heard of is one called Octopus Brother. Noticing the bewilderment in William's eyes, the messenger continued his explanation. These are merely euphemisms, William. As mortals, particularly those who have glimpsed the forbidden knowledge within the boundless ocean of wisdom, we must tread carefully. Should you ever utter the true names of such entities, nothing could prevent them from perceiving you. Humanity began to rise only after these ancient beings withdrew their gaze from this world or fell into a slumber. And thus, to safeguard this fragile realm and its ignorant inhabitants, the organization was born. The organization's history is profoundly ancient, far exceeding your imagination. Its influence extends across the globe as we contain forbidden knowledge and maintain control over certain ancient entities, preventing their awakening and thereby protecting this delicate world and its foolish denizens. The weight of this revelation left William momentarily speechless. So, you have spent an entire semester assessing my eligibility to join this organization? Indeed, the organization requires fresh blood. Yet that's not all. Only a fraction of its members have deemed you worthy. Others believe that your inspiration is too intense, making you prone to losing control upon encountering such knowledge. Hence, I was sent here to observe your behavior over the course of a year. And what if I fail your evaluation? Given your heightened sensitivity, should you lose control while connecting with those entities' consciousness, your fate would be eternal madness. Furthermore, you would unleash a calamity upon this world through your family's influence. Thus, if you do not pass, the organization would execute a humane termination of your existence. Why speak so ominously when the conversation was going so well? William curled his lip, unwilling to believe that he had failed the so-called assessment. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise, and the messenger before him would not be able to converse with him so freely. Presently, he felt considerably more composed, for he realized that, at least for the time being, the messenger and the organization behind him would not make his life difficult. This revelation gradually calmed his previously anxious demeanor. Apparently, I did not intimidate you. So, what is your choice? Is there even a choice? If I opt not to join, the repercussions should be akin to failing the assessment. If I recall correctly, astute observation. However, you need not fret excessively. The organization has little interest in your trivial matters, and at this juncture, they will not compel you to undertake any obligations. So, it remains uncertain what will occur later. For now, you may enjoy a normal campus life. This raven shall be entrusted to you. It will serve as your conduit for communication with the organization and provide protection from those who might take notice of you. By the way, this little creature is, in fact, an alchemical creation. Besides taking the form of a raven, it can transform into other animals, though its color will always remain black. Do you have any further inquiries? I am pressed for time. Upon finishing, the messenger's raven descended onto William's shoulder, gazing at him with human-like eyes. Could this truly be an alchemical creation? I had always assumed it was an unknown magical entity. Is there no need to sign any contracts? Is this organization so lenient? William was taken aback by the realization that this so-called organization did not impose particularly stringent conditions for membership. At your current level, such formalities are unnecessary. Only those who have been initiated into the fold and possess certain knowledge are required to enter into magical contracts. Do you have any additional questions? What benefits do newcomers receive upon joining this organization? William, upon discovering that this so-called organization and the messenger before him bore no ill will, began to feel emboldened. Ah, right, you almost slipped my mind. At this remark, the messenger seemed to recall something and began rummaging through a pouch at his side. Hey, are you even reliable? William thought to himself, feeling exasperated as he gazed at the messenger. After a moment of searching, the messenger produced a small red stone and tossed it to William. This holiday will be quite enriching for you. You are indeed fortunate. After I reported your talent in alchemy to the organization, an elder expressed a willingness to impart some knowledge in this field. Once your vacation begins, you shall receive a letter from him. This stone serves as a token. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, do not lose it. You almost misplaced it just now, didn't you? William murmured to himself as he gazed at the stone in his hand. The stone, a deep crimson hue, resembled a crystal stained by blood. It evoked a question in his mind. Might I ascertain his name? After all, I am to follow a master in the art of alchemy. William inquired. Indeed. He has been in existence for approximately 6 centuries, and people fondly refer to him as Nicholas Flamel. Upon hearing these words, Wei was so startled that he nearly dropped the stone in his hand. Nicolas? Is he also a member of the organization? Could this stone possibly be a philosopher's stone? Indeed, but do not be overly excited. It is merely a piece of discarded material drained of its magical essence. Naturally, he is a member of the organization. Would they not be intrigued by such an exceptional alchemist? And what of Dumbledore? Is he also part of the organization? Is that how you gained such easy access to the castle? We extended an invitation to him, yet he declined. Moreover, your imagination is quite vivid. My ease of entry into this castle is not solely due to my formidable magical prowess, for Ravenclaw was once a member of the organization. I utilized a fragment of her legacy left for the organization. Ravenclaw as well. William felt a numbness wash over him, a result of the overwhelming shocks he had encountered in such a short span of time. By the way, here, take this. The book contains some common questions that will provide you with a fundamental understanding of those matters. The messenger concluded, handing William a small pamphlet. Just how much more do you have yet to reveal to me? William took the pamphlet, internally scornful of the messenger's irresponsibility. And this as well. Age truly does make one forgetful. This is the soul of the which I have inhabited. You merely need to guide the soul into the body. As I have prepared everything, it should pose no challenge for one capable of transferring the crown. That should be all, if you haven't lost your mind. We shall meet again next time. With that, the messenger's entire form seemed to disperse like leaves in the wind, vanishing from sight. William shifted his gaze to the booklet in his hand, where he beheld a few prominent characters: Cthulhu Role-Playing Guide, Mysterious Bookstore. William opened his eyes and found himself seated at a long table in the library. He felt as though he had just awoken from a dream. In this dream, he encountered a mysterious sorcerer who referred to himself as a messenger, introducing William to an enchanting organization. Subsequently, it appeared that he had joined this organization. Then, he awoke. But wait, what had that enigmatic sorcerer given him? And what about that accursed foul bird? As these thoughts crossed his mind, William turned around and discovered several familiar items on the adjacent table: a stone, a booklet, and a small glass vial containing a shimmering, translucent substance. Beside them, a black raven stood silently on the table, gazing intently at William. Indeed, this was no mere dream. Yet, why did this wretched bird seem to mock him so? William extended his hand, and this time the raven did not shy away. It obediently alighted upon William's palm. William gently stroked the raven's feathers, pondering the material from which they were crafted. The feathers felt remarkably smooth to the touch, exuding a delightful texture. "Pray tell, how shall I address you?" he inquired, gazing at the little creature in his hand. The raven squinted its eyes at William, an expression that suggested it was regarding a simpleton. This moment rendered the library's atmosphere quite awkward. "If you lack a name, shall I call you Black? You see, your entire being is enveloped in darkness. If you agree, utter a sound," he proposed. The cavernous library fell into silence once more, and after a prolonged pause, the raven reluctantly responded, "Then it is settled. Come, Black. Transform for me. Can you become a cat?" The raven took flight from William's palm, morphing into an indiscernible mass of darkness in midair. Subsequently, this mass expanded dramatically, manifesting into a sleek, all-black cat that landed gracefully on the ground. Meow, how utterly enchanting. I wonder which alchemical master crafted this marvel. Even for someone as well-versed as William, he had never encountered such a wondrous alchemical creation. This must be imbued with a soul. Yet, he pondered, how was such a feat accomplished? To gift away such a sophisticated alchemical artifact? It would seem that joining this organization holds considerable promise. William cradled the black cat in his arms, its silky fur providing a delightful tactile experience. The prospect of nurturing such a feline companion seemed quite appealing. During moments of leisure, the simple act of stroking its fur was undeniably enjoyable. Moreover, there was the added convenience of not having to concern himself with food provisions or litter box maintenance. In addition, William noticed a striking emblem on the cat's forehead, a prominent yellow pentagram, at the center of which lay a peculiar insignia resembling an eye. However, he did not dwell on it for long, speculating that it might be an alchemical symbol he was yet unfamiliar with, or perhaps the unique mark of the master who crafted this creature. In fact, William considered the latter possibility to be more plausible, for alchemical masters of such caliber often inscribe their creations with indelible, distinctive symbols as a mark of their identity. Of course, it was not long before William realized that he had misjudged the significance of the emblem. He carefully organized the items before him, placing them securely within his magical satchel. Now was not the time for such contemplations. William took out his pocket watch to check the time, and to his astonishment, he realized that only half an hour had elapsed since he entered the library. Had he truly experienced so much in such a brief span? William found himself in a state of confusion, so he decided to set his thoughts aside for the moment. There were more pressing matters at hand, particularly the need to tend to that insufferable messenger. Let us not forget that Mrs. Pance's soul was still nestled within William's enchanted bag. Should old Dumbledore discover this, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. With this thought in mind, William glanced at the black cat in his arms. Could you perhaps adopt a more discreet demeanor? Something less conspicuous? The black cat acknowledged his request and leapt from William's embrace, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness before gradually merging into William's shadow. Such a remarkable ability was indeed quite thoughtful. William silently praised this feature and quickly exited the library. This time, no unforeseen events transpired. William made his way back to the house of all wishes without incident. After casually stowing the bloodied axe into his magical bag, he stood before Mrs. Pance's lifeless form, his expression somewhat complex. One could only hope that the messenger proved to be reliable. Otherwise, he might find it quite challenging to ensure the safe return of this soul. He retrieved a small vial filled with a translucent, silvery substance from his magical bag. William gazed curiously at the small vial before him, marveling at the remarkably preserved soul contained within. He also observed that the cork was etched with symbols unknown to him, likely a measure to prevent the soul from dissipating. Yet, a voice stirred within him just as he was about to uncork the bottle, a voice that was his own. You could easily keep this soul hidden. No one would discover it, would they? The voice continued, its tone resembling a devilish whisper laden with temptation. After all, you are not intimately acquainted with her. And consider the value of a sorcerer's soul, the wealth of material it could provide for your research. Do not heed him, William. Concurrently, another voice resonated in his mind. You cannot extinguish a life in such a manner. You must not descend into such depravity. You are not a dark sorcerer, and you cannot casually seize a life. Enough. Honestly, as William walked back to the wishful thinking chamber, he pondered this dilemma. This was a complete soul, a rarity in today's world, and it could significantly enhance his understanding of the essence of the soul. Indeed, possessing this soul could lead to substantial advancements in his studies of soul magic. However, William questioned whether he possessed the necessary ruthlessness to pursue his ambitions at any cost. The thought of callously taking a life would burden him with a guilt he was unwilling to bear. Ultimately, he decided to uncork the vial, and a silvery, translucent mist poured forth, guided by his wand. It coalesced in midair into a humanoid silhouette, nearly identical to the Lady Pinsworth on the ground below. Subsequently, without needing William's direction, Lady Pinsworth's soul seamlessly entered her body. Was that all there was to it? William had not anticipated that matters would be so straightforward, requiring no assistance from him whatsoever. However, as he gazed at the ground where Mrs. Pins was gradually awakening, a frown of concern crossed his brow. What course of action should I take to extricate her from this predicament? Ultimately, William resorted to a fainting spell, rendering the nearly conscious Mrs. Pins unconscious once more. He could not allow her to regain consciousness here. What explanation could he possibly provide if she discovered the truth? His forgetting spell was rather rudimentary and could easily betray him. Once he confirmed that the witch was completely ensconced in her slumber, William swiftly cast a disguise spell upon himself, followed by an invisibility enchantment for Mrs. Pins. He then cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and silently chanted within the room of requests, "Grant me a shortcut to the library," thrice. William opened his eyes, and a concealed passage revealed itself beside the wall. William levitated the unconscious Mrs. Pants with a floating spell and hastily slipped into the secret passage, intending to return the witch to the library. The passage was not lengthy, and soon William emerged from behind a statue. He briefly oriented himself before striding towards the library. The corridor was largely deserted, yet William encountered an unexpected obstacle, who lurked in the shadows, engaging in nefarious deeds. Accompanied by a comical yet jarring sound, a diminutive ghost with malevolent little eyes and a large mouth blocked William's path. Clad in vibrant, outlandish attire, he wore a hat adorned with jingling bells and a bright orange bow tie. "Who goes there?" exclaimed the clever Peeves, having detected an invisible presence scurrying about in the darkened corridor. "Perhaps I should inform old Filch, that glutton." Peeves gazed at the empty space ahead and spoke, his voice sharp and reminiscent of a circus clown. What misfortune to encounter such a wretched creature. William's gaze fell upon the mischievous spirit ahead, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Being ensnared by such a troublesome entity was far from a pleasurable experience. This spirit was not a ghost in the conventional sense, for ghosts are incapable of affecting the realm of the living, nor can they manipulate physical objects. The mischievous spirit, known as a trickster, is a peculiar being that typically emerges alongside the construction of buildings or migrates to areas populated predominantly by youth. Causing havoc and playing pranks are inherent traits and instincts of this creature. Generally imperceptible, this particular trickster was evidently an anomaly within its kind. William learned from Hogwarts, a history that Peeves has existed since the inception of Hogwarts School. To be precise, he was born alongside the very edifice itself. This is the reason why successive headmasters have been unable to expel him. Peeves has become an integral part of Hogwarts Castle, impossible to banish or eradicate. In 1876, which was 115 years ago, the then caretaker, Rancorous Carpe, was unaware of this fact. In an attempt to oust Peeves from the school, he devised a cunning trap. The trap consisted of various weapons as bait and a massive bell jar enchanted with multiple restraining spells. When Peeves entered the designated spot, the jar would descend to ensnare the mischievous poltergeist. However, Caretaker Carpe soon discovered that this scheme was futile. Peeves effortlessly escaped the bell jar, rendering the enchantments completely ineffective. Furthermore, an enraged Peeves seized the very weapons intended as bait, several curved daggers, a few crossbows, a large caliber muzzle-loading gun, and even a small cannon. Consequently, Hogwarts was compelled to evacuate the students for 3 days, as Peeves' reckless shooting posed a grave threat to their safety. Ultimately, Professor Eupraxia Moore, the headmistress at the time, negotiated with Peeves in an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor and ultimately forged a magical agreement. Peeves would relinquish his weapons in exchange for greater privileges, including the right to swim in the boys' bathroom on the 1st floor once a week and the preferential option to hurl stale bread from the kitchen. Thus, Peeves is the true master of Hogwarts, as even the headmaster is powerless against him. It remains a mystery how he discovered their presence, as the original text indicates that Harry and his friends, cloaked in invisibility, were still detected by Peeves, an extraordinary feat, considering the cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows. As the hour grew late, Harry's endeavors were likely nearing conclusion. Should Dumbledore become aware, William realized he would find it impossible to justify his actions. With this thought, William's eyes flickered, and lowering his voice, he rasped, "Peeves, do you wish to impede my endeavors?" The boisterous Peeves before him was taken aback, nearly plummeting from the air. "Is it you?" he exclaimed, his comical visage contorted in servility. "Mr. Barrow, my lord, is it you here? Have you finished your business and prepared to return?" Almost forgotten was the fact that Harry and his companions were likely disguised as the Bloody Baron today. "Is that what you ought to inquire, Peeves?" "I beg your pardon." "My lord, I did not realize you were present. Please forgive Peeves for his little jest." Peeves somersaulted in the air, pleading for William's forgiveness, a sight that secretly amused William. Fortunately, the Bloody Baron had a way of managing him, though Peeves' intellect seemed rather lacking, having been deceived twice in succession. "Begone, Peeves. Do not obstruct my path," William insisted, lowering his voice further. "Very well, my lord, Peeves shall depart at once." Remarkably, he actually cradled his head with his hands and curled up in midair, swiftly darting through the wall and vanishing from sight. He truly rolled away. How did the Bloody Baron manage such control over him? William observed the scene with a humorous gaze, and then hastily made his way towards the library, acutely aware of the time constraints he faced. Soon, he pushed open the heavy doors of the library once more. This time, no unforeseen events ensued. He gently positioned Mrs. Pants in a chair beside the long table, arranging her in a pose of tranquil slumber. Additionally, he placed an oil lamp next to the witch. "Hurry and revive." After William recited the incantation and meticulously ensured that there were no oversights, he hastily exited the library. It was already late, and he needed to return to the Ravenclaw common room without delay. Why do we never seek the counsel of a hot air balloon? The eagle-shaped knocker of Ravenclaw posed yet another rather peculiar question. William discovered that the recent inquiries posed by the doorbell seemed to have taken on a life of their own, becoming increasingly bizarre. However, the crux of the matter was that it appeared he was the sole recipient of such peculiar questions. Was this a personal affront? Nevertheless, this did not deter William. After a moment's contemplation, he effortlessly articulated the answer and then stepped into the Ravenclaw common room. The following day, William awoke early. He quietly slipped out of the dormitory and settled in the Ravenclaw common room to examine his findings. He had returned quite late the previous day and had not thoroughly scrutinized these items, as fatigue had overtaken him, compelling him to hastily wash up and succumb to slumber. In the early morning common room, William found himself alone. No other young wizards were present. After all, who would rise early on the first day following examinations? He first assessed the state of the diadem. The grayish diadem appeared unchanged, even when held in his hands. The soul within remained still. Voldemort's soul seemed to be at peace. It appeared that a considerable amount of time would be required for it to revert to its original form. This interval was ample for William to return home and allow his father to extract the soul contained within. After inspecting the diadem, William then produced the blood-red stone, pondering curiously how such a trivial object could potentially craft an elixir of immortality. William was taken aback to discover that the very object coveted by Voldemort, for which he would risk his life to enter Hogwarts, was so effortlessly bestowed upon him by a mysterious wizard. Accompanying this was the remarkable opportunity to study under LeMay. To be frank, William felt somewhat dazed by this unexpected windfall. Such happiness had arrived with startling abruptness. He scrutinized the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, yearning to glean some knowledge from it, for this seemingly unremarkable stone was indeed one of the greatest achievements in alchemy. After examining it repeatedly, William was forced to confront an undeniable truth. He could not comprehend it at all. With his current level of alchemical proficiency, he was unable to grasp how it functioned. The principles, the structures, the alchemical symbols. He found himself baffled by nearly every aspect. This left him quite despondent, as it was the first time he had encountered something he could not fathom. How could such a small stone achieve the miraculous transformation of base metals into gold? And what of concocting the elixir of immortality? He closed his eyes, channeling his magical senses towards the stone before him, from which he could still perceive a semblance of magical energy. However, this did not seem to serve the stone's original purpose. Rather, it appeared to be a triggering mechanism, likely intended as a token. He pondered how LeMay had accomplished this, and how much he might learn from him in due course. With this thought, William began to envision his upcoming holiday life with renewed anticipation. Initially, he had intended to seek out a willing wizard during this break to complete the Hawkeye charm. The incantation structure was already quite stable. What he lacked was a subject willing to make sacrifices for the sake of experimentation. However, it now seemed that this plan would have to be postponed, as the opportunity to study with LeMay was undoubtedly far more precious than the pursuit of a new spell. William, feeling somewhat despondent, carefully stored away the Philosopher's Stone. Faced with one of the highest crystallizations of wisdom from the ancient wizards, he realized that his knowledge was woefully insufficient. He then summoned Black from his own shadow, the sleek black cat. He needed to experiment and ascertain the true extent of this marvelous alchemical creation. By the way, Harry's godfather also bears the surname Black, doesn't he? It seems he hails from a noble family in England. I wonder how Sirius would react upon discovering their shared name. But what does it matter? There is no decree preventing anyone outside that family from bearing the name Black. Moreover, before pondering such matters, he should prioritize his own well-being. He must remain vigilant to avoid an unfortunate encounter with the Dementors in Azkaban. William unabashedly criticized Harry's godfather, perceiving him to be akin to Harry himself, impulsive and prone to extreme actions. Consider this, in his quest to eliminate the traitor Peter, who went by the alias Scabbers. He audaciously stormed into Gryffindor's common room wielding a knife. It is worth noting that at that time, he was a fugitive with a hefty bounty placed upon him by the British Ministry of Magic. Truly a Gryffindor. Yet, what relevance does this have to him? As long as his actions do not interfere with his own affairs, he could do as he pleased. The remaining matters could be left for old Dumbledore to fret over. William did not dwell on these thoughts, for according to the narrative, Sirius still had to remain in Azkaban for quite some time. He began to experiment, instructing Black to transform into a variety of creatures. Black, become a toad. Black, become a large dog. Black, become a raven. William commanded Blake to incessantly morph within the Ravenclaw common room. As time progressed, a playful impulse overtook William, leading him to absurdly attempt to transform Blake into a giraffe or an elephant. Blake, transform into an elephant, William exclaimed with excitement. In his crow form, Blake cast a resigned glance at William, seemingly questioning how he had ended up with such a whimsical master. Subsequently, he reverted to a swirling mass of black substance, tumbling in midair. This time, the transformation proved quite arduous for Blake. The black material expanded several times before ultimately manifesting as a significantly shrunken little elephant. Is this the maximum size you can achieve? William pondered as he continued his series of experiments. Ultimately, he gazed at Blake, who had reverted to a black cat, lying despondently on the ground. In his mind, he contemplated the limitations of Blake's shape-shifting abilities. He could not accurately transform into large animals exceeding 1 meter in length or insects smaller than 20 centimeters. William speculated that the enigmatic black substance possessed both an upper limit of expansion and a lower limit of compression. Only within these two thresholds could Blake transform into a myriad of forms. Just moments ago, William had commanded Blake to assume the shape of a butterfly. Yet Blake could not manifest the desired appearance. The butterfly it morphed into, at the very least, measured 50 centimeters in length. By Merlin, the world's largest butterfly, when its wings are fully extended, scarcely reaches 30 centimeters. As William beheld the sudden emergence of such a colossal butterfly before him, a wave of revulsion towards the insect engulfed his mind entirely. He gazed at the enormous antennae and that grotesque mouthpart, nearly succumbing to the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. William felt that this must have affected his sanity. The sight was utterly maddening. No wonder Ron harbored such a deep-seated fear of spiders. Any insect, once enlarged, could evoke an unsettling discomfort. William gazed at Blake, who had reverted to his form as a black cat, and silently resolved to allow him to remain in this guise henceforth. The black cat appeared far more comforting, and its texture was delightful to the touch. He also discerned that Blake was incapable of transforming into magical creatures, for instance. While he could mimic the appearance of a phoenix, he could not replicate the myriad abilities possessed by such fantastical beings. This resembles a shapeshifter, William mused to himself after studying Blake. The peculiar name Mysterious Book House Cthulhu Tabletop RPG piqued his curiosity. William gazed intently at the cover of the booklet, and even with his experience from 2 lifetimes, he found himself perplexed by the meaning of its title. He opened the slender volume and meticulously perused its contents, which he swiftly finished due to its brevity. The material was scant. Aside from some rudimentary knowledge, most of it revolved around a singular issue, the art of survival. For instance, When confronted with the unknown, particularly when encountering peculiar and enigmatic statues, one must restrain their curiosity and refrain from unauthorized investigation. Instead, one should promptly contact the organization through a messenger, who would then dispatch a specialist to handle the statues. Furthermore, he discovered that the pentagram emblazoned on Blake's forehead, featuring a singular eye at its center, was not merely a fanciful alchemical symbol as he had surmised, but rather an entity known as the Old Seal. The text revealed that possessing this mark would generally deter those indescribable beings from casting their gaze upon him, as it was perceived as a form of filth in their eyes. Most of these entities would be disinclined to regard something so repugnant. If one refrained from engaging in excessively reckless behavior, these beings would not sully their hands over it. Thus, the book proclaimed that the Old Seal was one of the 3 vital artifacts necessary for survival in the realm of role-playing. Of course, the Old Seal was not infallible. Should one engage in truly reckless actions, it would offer no salvation. Additionally, the second artifact, friendship, was evidently a reminder to never confront such perilous situations alone, but rather to bring companions along, or perhaps to find someone to serve as a scapegoat. However, as William contemplated the description of the final artifact, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. What on earth was this crowbar? Was this a serious suggestion? He found himself lost in thought, unable to comprehend how such an object could be deemed one of the 3 sacred artifacts of role-playing. It almost seemed as if the author of this tome was not in a stable state of mind. According to the book's definition, his sanity points were likely running perilously low. William continued to read, and on the final page of the booklet, he came across the following passage: "From this moment onward, you have begun to venture into a realm of authenticity. Trust me, once you penetrate the Fade, you will discover that this genuine world is fraught with terror. At that point, you may find yourself envying the blissful ignorance of the ordinary mortals. Sometimes, it is the lack of knowledge that allows one to endure." William closed the pamphlet and sat in the chair, pondering deeply. The true essence of Cthulhu remained elusive, as the pamphlet offered no clear elucidation. However, the concept of joining a role-playing group could be interpreted as the obligations one must fulfill upon becoming a member. Once officially inducted, one would be required to traverse the globe annually, dealing with a myriad of bizarre occurrences. Indeed, there are no free lunches in this world. The provisions extended by the organization appeared to be an initial investment on their part, and it seemed likely that one would ultimately have to repay this debt with their very life. William could easily surmise that this group adventure was fraught with peril. A single misstep could spell disaster for all involved. As the saying goes, every gift of fate comes with a hidden cost. Learning alchemy from LeMay, he found himself oblivious to the steep tuition he would ultimately have to pay. At this thought, a sigh escaped him. The exhilaration he had felt during his lesson with LeMay had evaporated, leaving behind only a haze of confusion regarding a future that seemed to stray further from the narrative. He could hardly fathom how much deeper the waters of the Harry Potter universe were than he had initially imagined. Merely in his first year, he had come perilously close to drowning. Moreover, after witnessing the vast and enigmatic organization at play, he understood that extricating himself would likely be an impossibility. Just as the final words had indicated, he had already placed one foot firmly into the realm of reality. "Up so early, are we, William?" Terry yawned as he entered the common room. "Where were you yesterday? I didn't see you all night." He scrutinized William's face. "Oh, I was playing games with the black cat," William casually replied, having been engrossed in calculating his own intuition. Intuition, in this context, could be understood as the capacity to perceive and associate with the external world. Individuals with heightened intuition are adept at sensing shifts in their surroundings. This was also the reason for William's remarkable talent in magical perception and manipulation. According to the formula outlined in the Adventure Guide, William estimated his intuition to be between 80 and 85, a rather formidable score. Consider this: an intuition level around 70 is already considered exceptional, and for the human race, the maximum achievable value is merely 99. It was no wonder that the messenger had repeatedly mentioned his intuition, upon realizing the complications that came with such a heightened sense. William felt a twinge of frustration. Darn, I can't tell if this is a blessing or a curse. Then there was the sanity value, also known as the sanity score. To some extent, this could be equated to mental fortitude. When confronted with certain supernatural phenomena or excessively terrifying sights, one might experience severe shock, leading to a decrease in their sanity score. Should this score reach 0, a person would succumb to madness, spiraling into an eternal state of insanity. A critical statistic indeed. William pondered what his own sanity score might be. He hadn't yet found the time to reference the formula for calculation when Terry's voice interrupted his thoughts. William casually answered Terry's query. Was it the same black cat you encountered last time? How is it that you keep stumbling upon such peculiar creatures? Terry asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. William smirked inwardly, uncertain whether his encounters were with whimsical beings or indescribable entities. However, Terry's imagination seemed to run wild. Come next semester, he would have no trouble explaining Sirius Black. He could simply say that Black was the black cat he had encountered. And why are you holding a blank notebook? Do all geniuses have peculiarities? Terry cast a glance at the notebook in William's hand, his expression growing even more bewildered. Did you not notice the writing on it? William was somewhat taken aback as he handed the booklet to Terry, who took it and examined it closely. Have you become muddled in your studies, William? With the holidays upon us, we must prioritize a balance between work and leisure, Terry advised earnestly. As if he believed William were hallucinating while holding a blank booklet and rambling nonsensically. Let us spend today enjoying ourselves. What you truly need now is relaxation. If this continues, you will inevitably drive yourself to madness. William retrieved a mirror, gazing at his reflection. Surely I haven't lost my mind, have I? Ultimately, he acquiesced to Terry's arrangements, indulging in a day of unrestrained revelry with some familiar Ravenclaw classmates at Hogwarts. During this escapade, he inquired about the contents of the Cthulhu tabletop RPG guide with his two roommates and Penelope. You truly appear exhausted, William. You're beginning to hallucinate. There's nothing on these pages, Ike reminded him, while Earl nodded in agreement. Having followed Terry's lead, both had become increasingly mischievous. William, you really ought to relax. I have yet to encounter a Hogwarts student as dedicated to their studies as you. Even those preparing for the ultimate wizarding examination do not exhibit your level of diligence. Penelope expressed her concern by the Black Lake, observing William intently. It seemed they indeed could not perceive the text within the book. Perhaps only those chosen by that organization could. William contemplated as he watched Terry and the others frolicking by the lake. What a marvelous magic, he mused. Yet, a momentary respite could be delightful. This semester's plans had progressed smoothly, and it was time to unwind. With this thought, he extracted a fishing rod from his enchanted bag, intending to savor a rare moment of leisure by the lakeside on this sunny afternoon. Do you have any other fishing gear, William? Penelope inquired, eyeing him with interest. Beside her stood the charming Lisa Dupin, sporting two adorable little fangs. Evidently, William's leisurely pursuits were more appealing to the girls than the boys' boisterous antics. However, Autumn Zhang from Ravenclaw was quite a surprise. William observed her arriving at the lake with Terry and others, brandishing their flying broomsticks, galloping freely over the Black Lake. Autumn's cheerful and affable nature allowed her to easily bond with the boys. Notably, Terry and Autumn had become inseparable friends through Quidditch. One could only wonder when their innocent friendship might evolve into something deeper. Potter or Cedric, it seems you two are in for a rough time, he remarked lightly. This is simple, just replicate it in pairs. William collected his thoughts and with a swift motion of his wand effortlessly cast the duplication spell, dividing the fishing gear in his hands into several portions to distribute among the members of Ravenclaw. After demonstrating the proper techniques for fishing and casting, he found himself surrounded by the girls, who were captivated by his expertise. How fortunate it is to be among Ravenclaw, William mused internally, admiring the charming company around him. As evening descended, the young eagles gathered by the lake, igniting a grand bonfire. The large fish they had caught earlier in the day were generously coated with sauce borrowed from Hagrid and arranged upon a makeshift grill. It must be said that the young wizards exhibited remarkable dexterity. The Black Lake teemed with fish of significant size, and most intriguingly, they seemed blissfully unaware of the peril concealed within the floating bait. Perhaps this was a venture never attempted before. William had an exceptionally fruitful afternoon, and even the girls who were novices at fishing managed to reel in some catches, which brought them immense joy. William released the little fish, retaining only enough for everyone to share, for he had heard from Hagrid that a tribe of merfolk resided in the Black Lake, and these fish were their cultivated stock. He wondered when he would encounter this enchanting race. Would it be at the time of the Triwizard Tournament? William gazed at the tranquil surface of the lake before him, its stillness adorned with reflections of the starry river of the night sky. The castle of Hogwarts stood among them, encircled by a constellation of starlight, crafting a scene of exquisite beauty. How fortunate he was to find himself in this enchanting world. Such serene moments would likely become rare in the years to come, as each passing year promised significant events ahead. It was on the verge of becoming tumultuous, William mused, observing the playful little eagles frolicking about. This year's Ravenclaw was particularly spirited, as they remained the highest scoring of the 4 houses thus far. Even the typically composed Penelope wore an expression of excitement. With the year-end feast approaching in just a few days, it seemed almost certain that the leading Ravenclaw would claim victory in the House Cup this year. Yet, one could not deny that surprises were always lurking just around the corner, were they not? William gazed at the little eagles beaming with joy, reluctant to unveil the truth to them. It seemed they were still unaware of Mr. Potter's remarkable feat after all, under the headmaster's blatant favoritism. Despite Gryffindor currently lagging behind by over 100 points, it was certain that the points would eventually be restored. When that time arrived, their present merriment would likely transform into discontent. William pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against dampening everyone's spirits. There was no need to fret over the outcome when they could simply relish the moment. However, as for next year, that was another matter entirely. Let Dumbledore have his fun this time. Ravenclaw must secure the House Cup next year. The little eagles gathered round, listening intently to Terry as he recounted tales, which naturally revolved around Quidditch. William observed that Terry was like a living repository of Quidditch history, for he never seemed to tire of sharing stories about the sport. Have you noticed, Terry began excitedly, that in 1877 and 1878, 2 Quidditch World Cups were held back-to-back? For some unknown reason, all the Wizards seemingly forgot that the 1877 World Cup had taken place. Even the players and referees had no recollection. Consequently, the International Confederation of Wizards was compelled to host another World Cup in 1878, which became infamously known as the Forgotten Tournament. What could have transpired to engender such a widespread amnesia regarding the event? Lisa Dupin inquired curiously, drawing the attention of the group towards William, who alone possessed a wealth of magical knowledge among them. Inducing someone to forget a match is quite simple. A simple obliviate or confundish charm could suffice. However, what kind of magic could facilitate such a vast erasure of memory is beyond my understanding, William mused thoughtfully. Could this be linked to an organization? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, such a grand event could only be orchestrated by a massive organization capable of erasing collective memories. What truly transpired during that Quidditch match? William, have you heard? The Gryffindor trio of Potters has done something monumental, Terry inquired, brimming with gossip as the end-of-year banquet approached. In truth, nearly all the young wizards were engrossed in discussions about this very matter. The Savior Potter had once again become a hot topic at Hogwarts. Of course, I am aware, and I know every detail of the unfolding events. I just refrained from sharing, lest I jeopardize Dumbledore's plans and incur his displeasure, William replied. I've only recently learned of it. What's up, Terry? Do you think the headmaster will award them points? Terry's face reflected unease, a sign that the situation was spiraling beyond his control. You've finally considered that, Terry. I assumed you would cease thinking after the final exams, William teased. I'm not sure. Given that Ravenclaw is so far ahead, it should be fine. He contemplated again, but chose not to disclose the harsh reality. After all, Terry would soon find out. Wouldn't he? The blue and bronze decorations representing Ravenclaw, suspended high above the hall, did little to assuage Terry's anxieties. The little eagles began to lower their voices, their expressions shifting to one of concern. Their murmurs abruptly ceased when Harry Potter entered the Great Hall, many young wizards rising to fix their gaze upon him. This undoubtedly left Harry feeling somewhat awkward as he hastened to the Gryffindor table, seating himself between Ron and Hermione, feigning ignorance of the stares directed his way. It must be noted that Harry had always been quite introverted, a trait he shared with William. However, the distinction lay in the fact that when William and Terry spoke of their introversion, others often dismissed it as nonsense. I'm not saying it, William. Just look at your performance this semester, Terry remarked, eyeing William with disbelief. You cleaned the sorting hat in front of everyone at the opening feast, excelled in every class, and even teased Professor Snape during your first potions lesson. Moreover, you maintain excellent relationships with Penelope and many girls. Do you honestly expect me to believe you are introverted? William reflected on his impressive semester, acknowledging that he had indeed made quite an impression. Yet, could he be blamed for being exceptional? William, with a smug expression, pondered to himself. Another year has come and gone. Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully. Alas, old Dumbledore is about to become utterly shameless. Before indulging in these delectable delicacies, I must trouble everyone to listen to the ramblings of an old man. Now, let us commence with the awarding of the House Cup. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, with 454 points, and first place, Ravenclaw, with 472 points. Upon hearing this, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Ravenclaw table, as the Eagles seemed to feel that their previous concerns were unwarranted. Youth, it seems, has clouded their judgment. William shook his head. They have underestimated old Dumbledore's audacity. However, recent events must also be taken into account. Dumbledore's tone shifted, and the Eagles gradually began to temper their smiles, sensing that something was amiss. To confront our adversaries requires extraordinary courage, and to stand firm before our friends demands an equal measure of bravery. Therefore, I wish to award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. Dumbledore concluded this statement with a smile, and the Eagles could no longer muster a laugh. Gryffindor had previously amassed 312 points, and Harry and his friends had already contributed a significant 160 points, bringing them level with Ravenclaw. And now, Dumbledore had bestowed an additional 10 points upon Neville. The Great Hall fell silent for a moment. After all, the students of Gryffindor were not the sharpest, and they needed time to calculate the three-digit addition and subtraction. Suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted, and William observed Harry and his friends standing, vociferously celebrating, as the Gryffindor students encircled Neville, hoisting him high as though he were the greatest hero. How ironic that the very individual once marginalized within Gryffindor had instantaneously become the champion of the house. Therefore, I believe we ought to make a few minor adjustments to the decorations here. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the blue and bronze decorations, emblematic of Ravenclaw, transformed into vibrant scarlet and gold ribbons. Behind the faculty table, above the 4 hourglasses, the original Ravenclaw eagle was replaced by the lion emblem representing Gryffindor. William observed that Terry beside him clenched his fists tightly. It was not just him. The young eagles all bowed their heads in silence, and even some members of Hufflepuff and a small portion of Slytherin cast sympathetic glances. How dare he act in such a manner? Penelope's emotions were also stirred. She even struggled to maintain her customary respect when addressing Dumbledore, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dumbledore, your actions are utterly excessive. William gazed at the suddenly disheartened young eagles, feeling an intense indignation within. I assure you, next year, regardless of the justification, you shall not seize the Ravenclaw House Cup, unless you are prepared to irreparably sever all ties. William silently vowed that he could not believe it. A relic of the 4 founders, the diadem of Ravenclaw, could not secure a single house cup. However, compared to the eagerness of the young eagles, Professor Flitwick's reaction was even more pronounced. As the head of Ravenclaw House, he possessed an extraordinary affection for this institution. William observed the expression on Professor Flitwick's face shift from shock to fury. The professor, with trembling hands, fumbled in his robes, uncertain whether he intended to draw his wand and engage in a fierce confrontation with Dumbledore. William observed, muttering a few words under his breath, the content of which remained elusive, yet it was evident that they were far from complimentary. This meal was perhaps the most disheartening one ever experienced by the students of Ravenclaw. The little eagles hastily consumed a few bites before, under Penelope's guidance, they departed the hall in clusters, leaving Dumbledore in a somewhat awkward predicament. William noticed that the tear stain at the corner of Penelope's eye had vanished. The girl forced a grim smile as she departed the auditorium with the little eagles, clearly wishing to shield the fragile side of the Ravenclaw prefect from the gaze of others, particularly the students from different houses. Shortly thereafter, Professor Flitwick made his appearance in the Ravenclaw common room, gently comforting the few girls who were still in tears. Are you suffering from a split personality? Why didn't you use this tone during our duel? He mused. The professor then proceeded to encourage everyone in a heartfelt manner. In the face of the shameless Dumbledore, there was little more the professor could do. Life must go on, mustn't it? The leisurely moments always seemed to pass swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, William and his companions found themselves once again traversing the Black Lake in a small boat, only to board the return train shortly thereafter. On the train, they joyfully listened as William recounted Professor Flitwick's grievances. That damned old fool Dumbledore is utterly shameless. He didn't even notify me about this matter in advance. William animatedly imitated Professor Flitwick's furious demeanor, causing Terry and the others to erupt in laughter, especially upon hearing the professor's endearing term for the headmaster. In the face of the joy brought by the holiday, the unpleasant experience in the Great Hall had long been forgotten. Subsequently, they cheerfully divided the galleons earned from selling the winter badges, with Terry and Ike meticulously tallying the amounts, calculating down to each individual canute. While William considered this pocket money to be rather meager, less than the galleons awarded for casually inventing a spell, others viewed it as a substantial fortune. After all, The Weasley family didn't even possess a single galleon. William cheerfully accepted his share, feeling no need for modesty, as he had indeed played a pivotal role in this endeavor. Thus, claiming the largest portion was entirely justifiable. Next year, I shall return with an array of superior and more entertaining alchemical products. And then we can resume our industrious activities, for our current offerings are still rather homogeneous. After distributing the gold galleons, William addressed the gathering. He refrained from mentioning his holiday plans, for new spells and Nicolame were still far beyond the horizon for the young eagles present. Moreover, William believed that shielding them from the deeper waters of the magical realm was in their best interest. Therefore, he merely informed them that he would continue conducting magical experiments, which might not allow him to respond to messages via owl in a timely manner. "That sounds splendid," exclaimed Terry excitedly. "As I said, our sales network has already been established. Now we simply need to maintain a steady output. However, William, I believe you should consider the external market. Compared to Hogwarts, the market within the British wizarding community is considerably broader," Ike advised. "Rest assured, I shall put in the necessary effort on that front. Do you all remember Draco, my friend from Slytherin? He and Pansy have been keeping an eye on these matters for me," William replied. In fact, with the aid of Malfoy, Pansy, and their respective families, William had firmly established his footing in the British magical community. The cold weather medals were already displayed in the Parkinson family shop, and Pansy's family boasted several large alchemical workshops within the British magical realm. Any shop daring enough to replicate the medals would face surprise inspections from the Ministry of Magic, a convenience afforded by the Malfoy family's influence in the political sphere. Notably, even William could sense the overtures, or perhaps the flattery, from these two families. The magical agreement signed with William could be likened to a generous concession on their part, as the terms offered barely provided any profit after accounting for labor and costs. This prompted William to raise the profit-sharing ratio for both families, ensuring he did not appear as an unscrupulous merchant. This adjustment undoubtedly delighted the heads of the two families, motivating them to work with even greater fervor. Thus, the adage that sometimes taking a step back is a form of progress held true. In the German magical community, with his father and their family firmly established, there was no competition. Not a single soul dared to imitate. His father even sent several samples to Durmstrang, subsequently securing substantial orders, as the lengthy winters and harsh cold necessitated such small insignias. This led to the correspondence from the Duke to William, replete with commendations. Before the return journey, the examination results were announced, and as expected, William achieved the top rank in his year, surpassing Hermione by a significant margin, particularly excelling in transfiguration and charms. However, William did not dwell on this triumph as Hermione did. For him, this final examination felt akin to a university student tackling middle school mathematics, utterly devoid of difficulty. "Why do I always feel as though I am bullying children?" William mused, rolling his eyes as he turned to admire the scenery outside. During his previous visit, he had been so engrossed in his studies that he had scarcely noticed the views. As the train traversed one Muggle town after another, Hermione Granger felt increasingly agitated. Unlike her fellow Gryffindors, she displayed little enthusiasm for their victory. After the excitement in the Great Hall had subsided, particularly upon witnessing the dejected departure of the Ravenclaw students, she felt an inexplicable sense of regret, especially towards William. He had performed so admirably in class, and they had earned the House Cup through their own merit, while you should have seen it. When we won the House Cup, that Ravenclaw William looked utterly despondent, Ron exclaimed excitedly from beside her. The ever-forgetful Weasley had seemingly forgotten the pain of their earlier losses and resumed his banter at William's expense. Hermione, upon hearing Ron's words, felt her irritation grow. Should she explain herself to him? The thought only deepened her frustration as she pondered how to articulate her feelings. And why on earth was he able to secure the top rank? After all, her snuff-box had not been as extravagant as William's. The joyful moments of their return journey were fleeting. William engaged in casual conversation with those in the carriage, listening to Terry recount his endless Quidditch stories. Draco and Pansy made a visit midway, joining the young eagles and listening to Terry's vivid recounting of Quidditch lore. Under his animated narration, they felt as though they had returned to the 1964 Quidditch World Cup in England, witnessing the final match between Brazil and Argentina. When would he be able to soar freely through the skies without the aid of a broomstick? As William listened to Terry's exhilarating narration, a yearning for flight ignited within him. How wonderful it would be to invent a pair of wings that could soar, whether through alchemical creation or enchantment. Soon, after passing the last Muggle town, the train finally came to a halt at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. William and the young eagles bid each other farewell, exchanging contact information as they slowly moved towards the train doors amidst the bustling crowd. He had just spotted his father and mother waiting for him, alongside the heads of the Malfoy and Parkinson families. The holiday was finally about to commence, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Dumbledore's audacity was truly remarkable. Employing such tactics to secure the House Cup for Gryffindor was nothing short of shameless. Throughout their journey, Draco voiced his indignation on William's behalf, while Pansy, in a fit of fury, waved her delicate little fists, exuding an adorable charm. The trio navigated through the throngs of people, making their way to their parents. After all, he is the headmaster, isn't he? One must respect authority, Draco remarked, though his tone betrayed a hint of rebellion. Not for long, he continued, unabashedly confiding in William. My father has been dissatisfied with Dumbledore for quite some time. Perhaps next year he will orchestrate his removal. Silence. Such talk should be reserved for home, William quickly interjected, keen to halt Draco's careless chatter. They were at the station, amidst a dense crowd. One slip of the tongue could land them in the headlines of the Daily Prophet the following day. Shock. The Malfoy family plots to ensnare the greatest white wizard of the century. Essential reading. The intricate relationship between the Malfoy family and Dumbledore revealed. The prospect of such sensationalism was truly tantalizing. However, it seemed that Uncle Lucius had long harbored intentions to undermine Dumbledore. His schemes were evidently well planned. No wonder he could so swiftly act against old Dumbledore next year. Yet, it was likely that Lucius's motives were simply rooted in his disdain for Dumbledore, seeking to vex him in the process. William contemplated for a moment, convinced that his thoughts bore a greater likelihood of truth, for in contemporary Britain, Dumbledore's influence was undeniably profound. To vanquish the most formidable white wizard of this century in one fell swoop seemed an impossibility, especially given the formidable prowess of the venerable Dumbledore. In the realm of magic, a wizard's status is evidently contingent upon their own strength. Father, mother, I have returned. Soon, William stood before his parents, gazing at them, the culmination of over a decade of affection distilled into this singular, simple statement. The Duke had yet to speak, while Helena, unable to contain her excitement, enveloped William in her embrace. Why did it take you so long? We were nearly beside ourselves with worry. There were simply too many students on the train, mother, and this station is rather small. See, I told you so. You should really suggest to the Hogwarts board that this station is far too cramped, Helena remarked, casting a disgruntled glance at the Duke. Do not regale me with tales of protecting the magical world from exposure. It is essential to recognize that women may exhibit a rather unreasonable side at such moments. It is prudent for men to exercise patience and refrain from attempting to reason. I shall write a letter, Helena, William assured. Come, greet the heads of the Parkinson and Malfoy families. The Duke did not argue, he readily acquiesced. The taciturn Duke regarded William with admiration before leading him before the two family patriarchs. I truly envy you, William. You far surpass Draco in excellence. Rest assured, I shall advocate for the expansion of this station upon my return, Lucius Malfoy pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. This was hardly a daunting task for the Malfoy family, given their position as Hogwarts board members and their commendable standing in the political arena. Meanwhile, Pansy's father, Uncle Parkinson, gazed at William with genuine warmth, not solely due to the considerable fortune he had amassed through his association with William. William noticed, glancing at Pansy and then at himself, before breaking into a joyous smile. Surely, they cannot be considering me as a prospective son-in-law. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the adults turned and departed with the children. William waved farewell to Draco and Pansy, and the three made a pact to stay in touch throughout the holidays. Draco even expressed a desire to invite William to their dragon sanctuary in Romania. Perhaps next time. Draco, I have other commitments this holiday and truly cannot spare the time for leisure. Faced with Draco's enthusiasm, William could only decline politely. After all, he would be busy learning from LeMay during the break, as well as mastering new spells. His schedule was overwhelmingly full. Nevertheless, how would he explain this situation to his father? William was subsequently troubled as he pondered whether he should reveal to his father matters pertaining to the organization. As he made his way towards the family carriage, William remained absorbed in these thoughts. Ah, is that not Terry? William lifted his head and inadvertently noticed that at the end of the station, in a secluded corner, Terry's parents had also come to greet him. Both were adorned with thick spectacles and donned attire that seemed quintessentially scholarly. However, it was perplexing to observe their apparent fatigue. One could not help but wonder what had been occupying their time of late. William observed as Terry's parents bestowed a weary smile upon him. And soon the trio vanished from sight. "What are you pondering, William?" "It is time to board the carriage," the Duke remarked, casting a glance at William, who was lost in thought, staring into the distance. William then realized, almost unconsciously, that he had arrived before his family's alchemical carriage, with his mother already seated inside. How did that matter turn out? The Duke inquired in a hushed tone as William passed by his father. Everything proceeded smoothly. William signaled his father with a universally recognized gesture before climbing into the carriage. After all, his mother was present, and it was not the appropriate moment to discuss such matters. He wondered if his mother had discovered the soul root tendrils his father had secretly snipped in the greenhouse. Were those his family members? That carriage indeed exuded an air of grandeur. Harry and Ron navigated through the crowd, unlike William's family who had departed directly from the station. They would have to endure a lengthy wait in line to exit the ticketing area. The gaunt old guard at the entrance permitted only a few individuals to pass through at a time, ensuring that muggles would not witness a throng of people emerging noisily from the sturdy walls. They inadvertently caught sight of William's understatedly opulent carriage and the blissful trio within. How wonderful it would be to have such a happy family, Harry mused with a hint of envy. Damn those wealthy folks, Ron muttered discontentedly beside him. The following morning, William awoke to find it was already past noon, indulging in a rare slumber to celebrate the commencement of the holiday. His father had truly overstepped, having poured him drinks at last night's dinner. The mere thought of it made William's head throb with lingering discomfort. He wondered what sort of potent liquor it had been. After tidying himself up, he instructed Lucy to prepare a simple breakfast. He then made his way to the study, for there remained a significant matter to attend to. William approached the study and gently knocked on the door. Soon, the robust voice of the Duke resonated from within. "Come in." He pushed open the door to find his father seated behind a large desk, attending to various documents. Upon noticing William's entrance, he lifted his gaze and smiled at him. "I was just pondering how long it would take you to rise. How did you find the bottle of wine from yesterday?" he inquired. "Not that. Everyone drank from the same bottle. How is it that you appear completely unaffected?" William retorted indignantly, casting a reproachful glance at his unprincipled father. The taste was indeed delightful, but the after-effects were rather overwhelming. What kind of father would serve wine to his 11-year-old son? William rubbed the back of his head, which still throbbed slightly, and turned to his father to voice his grievances, eliciting a hearty laugh from the Duke. "If you hadn't reminded me, I would truly find it difficult to perceive you as an 11-year-old child, William. Your performance is indeed remarkable." He raised his hand to signal William to take a seat before continuing. "Do you have any notion of the profits our family has garnered from your little invention?" He extracted several documents from a stack on the table and handed them to William. William took a glance at the document, which turned out to be a procurement order from Durmstrang. "After all, your father is a board member of Durmstrang, and given the frigid climate there, it is hardly surprising to receive a substantial order. Additionally, the family has carved out a significant share in the German alchemy market. However, what astonishes me the most, William, is your adeptness in effortlessly enlisting the support of the Malfoy and Parkinson families to seize the market in the British wizarding world. That truly astonishes me. While my alchemical product has its merits, the primary reason lies with your family. They seek favors or wish to cultivate goodwill with your lineage, do they not?" William modestly replied, demonstrating his self-awareness and refraining from becoming arrogant. "I am pleased to hear you think this way. I had expected you might become somewhat conceited over this matter," the Duke remarked with satisfaction as he regarded William. "Moreover, I did not anticipate that you would willingly relinquish a portion of your benefits. I have heard from both family heads about this, and you have executed it exceptionally well. Sometimes, taking a step back is indeed a form of progress, is it not, father?" "Well said. This is why I have never regarded you as merely a child. I am truly curious where you have acquired such wisdom about life. Your performance is nothing short of remarkable, William. At your age, my preoccupations were limited to indulgence and revelry. Who would have thought I would live through 2 lifetimes? To still behave like a child would be quite unreasonable." William mused inwardly. "Have I mentioned to you before? For some reason, your soul is far more resilient and substantial than that of an average person. This may also explain your extraordinary talent in magic." "Ah, indeed." William suddenly grasped an important realization. Given his father's profound expertise in soul magic, it would be illogical for him not to notice any anomalies in William's soul. If he had not discovered William's reincarnation, then that insufferable messenger could not possibly perceive it either. He must have been attempting to intimidate him. His greatest secret remained undisclosed. With this thought, A tremendous weight seemed to lift from his heart, for William's greatest fear was the revelation of his reincarnation. By the way, you came to find me in such haste for that matter, did you not? I recall you mentioning that everything was proceeding smoothly. Yes, father. I successfully obtained that item without any issues. William ultimately refrained from divulging to his father the thrilling and perilous journey he undertook to secure the crown. He merely informed the Duke that, as a precaution, he had ignited all the spirit's roots. After all, having successfully retrieved it, there was no need to recount the harrowing details. Would William truly burden his father with worry? Regarding the matter of that organization, William contemplated but ultimately decided against revealing it to the Duke for the time being. Alas, it is a pity for those spirits' roots. Your mother has mourned their loss for quite some time. It seems your misdeeds were eventually uncovered by her. I sense this could evolve into a tragic tale. Do not bring it out here. Let me finish processing these documents. And then we shall proceed to the magical laboratory in the back. Noticing William retrieving his magical pouch, the Duke interjected with a warning. It remains too perilous to do so here. Soon, the Duke had completed his paperwork, and he guided William towards the magical laboratory. The Friedrich estate housed several distinct types of magical laboratories. The one where William had previously practiced spells was the smallest and least fortified. However, the one they were visiting today was uncharted territory for William, as he followed his father into the family's forbidden zone. An area replete with intricate magical traps and various detection spells, for the Friedrich family's treasury lay hidden within this domain. William carefully attuned himself to the fluctuations of magical energy surrounding him. Ever since the soul assault by Voldemort, he had sensed a notable enhancement in his perception. The last time he had visited, he could not discern the magical currents with such clarity. Perhaps that mental confrontation had solidified his own soul. Before long, the Duke led William to a stone door adorned with exquisite carvings, its surface coated in dust, suggesting it had not been used for quite some time. Noticing the look of curiosity in William's eyes, he smiled and began to explain. This is a designated location for conducting soul experiments, with the highest level of protection. To extract such a perilous soul, it is imperative to do so in a secure environment. With a gentle flick of his wand, the Duke unsealed the long-dormant stone door. What lies beyond? William wondered as he awaited the dissipating fog, his gaze wandering curiously. At the end of the corridor, he observed a sealed chamber, obstructed by a heavy door devoid of ornate decorations, only inscribed with numerous magical runes, intricately etched into the surface, resembling a seal. Ah, that door conceals some extremely dangerous entities. Hence the extensive protective measures. Those runes are all meant for sealing, the Duke explained somewhat absent-mindedly as he stepped into the laboratory. Come in, William. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness the soul of that legendary wizard. I'm coming, father. As the stone door slowly closed, silence enveloped the corridor once more. Oblivious to the unassuming mark etched in the corner of the heavy door, a pentagram with an eye at its center, William's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of glory. William stepped into the laboratory, the door silently closing behind him. He keenly sensed a shift in the magical energy surrounding him. The room's magic seemed to form a protective barrier, likely a grand defensive array, he mused inwardly. The spaciousness of the room was somewhat astonishing, evidently enhanced by a highly skilled concealment spell. Several large bookshelves filled the space, accompanied by a few expansive tables and several surgical tables, alongside a collection of haphazard instruments of indeterminate purpose. Whirlwind sweep, the Duke exclaimed, waving his wand to activate a series of intricate arrays etched into the walls, simultaneously clearing away the dust that had accumulated over the years. It has been quite some time since this place was utilized. Those books are best left untouched. They are unsuitable for you at this moment. He noticed William's intention to reach for a few volumes on the shelf and promptly intervened. Now, you may retrieve that crown and place it here, he instructed, gesturing to a clear space. Very well, father, William replied. William swiftly retrieved the diadem of Ravenclaw, transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort, from the enchanted bag and hurled it towards the location indicated by his father. After several days of absence, the soul within seemed to have regained considerable strength. Suddenly, a shadowy figure enveloped in dark mist erupted from the diadem and lunged towards William. William could perceive a slight drop in the temperature of the air. Humph, mere trifles. William heard his father emit a cold grunt. With a flick of his wand, he activated the defensive enchantments within the room. The previously barren floor was suddenly adorned with a multitude of magical inscriptions. Voldemort's soul seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, firmly confined at the heart of the magical array. These inscriptions appeared strikingly familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered on the carriage. William, surprisingly, found himself intrigued by the sudden appearance of magical inscriptions on the ground. However, considering that his father was nearby, a fragmented soul posed little threat. Voldemort's spirit roared furiously around him, yet William was astonished to discover that the once dreaded sound had no effect within the confines of this laboratory. Was the magic circle truly that powerful? Ever since his last encounter with the protective array his father had provided, which nearly resulted in disaster when transferring the crown, William had adopted a rather skeptical attitude towards magical formations, having nearly met his demise due to an over-reliance on it. This particular array was designed to confine souls. The Duke, observing the ensnared spirit within the circle, explained to William, if you have ever encountered a normal, benevolent soul, you would note that such a spirit is silver-white, emanating a sense of tranquility when gazed upon. However, behold this soul. Its malevolence is unabashedly evident. This spirit has succumbed entirely to darkness, a rare specimen indeed. The Duke's eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued, do you know, William? The majority of wizards, during their descent into darkness, cannot withstand the insidious whispers that arise from it, ultimately transforming into wholly deranged beings. Yet this dark sorcerer displayed remarkable ingenuity by severing the portion of his soul that had succumbed to madness, crafting a Horcrux to regain his sanity. Such a bold notion. Now it made sense. No wonder William perceived this soul as lacking the wisdom of the one documented in his notebook, which had even tempted innocent girls into wrongdoing. This spirit resembled a frenzied, mindless beast. Come, let me extract him from the crown. Such a soul will serve as excellent material for research, the Duke declared. His excitement palpable as he gestured for William to stand back. He raised his wand and uttered an intricate and convoluted incantation, the length of which suggested it was a pure ancient magic, as modern spells had been significantly abbreviated for practicality. Where his father had acquired this knowledge remained a mystery. To William, the incantation sounded utterly peculiar. He could not comprehend a single word, nor could he discern its linguistic origin. All he could perceive was that, with his father's incantation, the very air around them seemed to grow thick and still. William gazed intently at the center of the magic circle, faintly perceiving a pair of translucent, silver hands tugging at Voldemort's soul. The Duke wielded his wand, gradually extracting Voldemort's essence from the diadem, effortlessly tearing apart the dark mist that enveloped the soul, revealing the frenzied spirit within. However, Voldemort's fury proved futile, as the incantations continued to be cast. His soul was relentlessly drawn forth. The Duke expertly maneuvered this chaotic spirit with his wand, placing it into another soul-binding array nearby. All right, you may come over now. He beckoned to William. Is it over? What was that spell? William inquired, curiosity piqued. He had not anticipated his father's remarkable efficiency. Of course, dealing with a shattered soul does not require an immense effort, the Duke replied, a hint of pride illuminating his demeanor as he showcased his skills before his accomplished son. This spell is specifically designed for soul separation. However, it is perhaps best for you to remain unaware of it for now, as it is exceedingly perilous. He proceeded to elucidate the spell he had just performed. It is an ancient incantation, one I stumbled upon by sheer happenstance. William, in due time, you will come to understand that knowing certain things too early can be quite unwise. Well, I was merely curious. Can I take the diadem now? It is no longer a concern, yet the diadem is irrevocably damaged. It may have been compromised during Voldemort's creation of the Horcrux, and it has sustained further injury from my spell. Upon hearing this, William hurried forward to grasp the ashen diadem. The already dilapidated jewels now appeared even more desolate, causing a pang of sorrow within him, for it was said that wearing this diadem could enhance a person's wisdom. William had long harbored a desire to ascertain the authenticity of this matter. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary alchemical artifact, however. Its condition had deteriorated beyond the point of restoration by any current means. The Duke observed William, lost in contemplation as he gazed upon the crown, and gently interjected. Throughout Europe, it was likely that only a handful of alchemical masters possessed the skill to mend it. You may take your leave for now. I must examine this soul. Rest assured, I shall present you with the fully purified essence in due course. The Duke gestured for William to depart, then turned his attention back to the soul with an eager glint in his eyes, as though he had encountered a rare and precious treasure. The following morning, William was summoned to the study by his father, who handed him a small glass vial. Is this the soul that has been entirely purified? William gazed curiously at the glass vial held by his father, within which a silvery substance floated serenely. Could this truly be the essence of that deranged spirit? It appeared so tranquil, devoid of the malevolence he had witnessed previously. It bore a resemblance to the soul of Lady Pants that the messenger had cast to him. Yet this one shimmered with a brighter luminosity and a greater density. Indeed, it was now merely a mass stripped of its self-awareness. That madness had proven to be quite troublesome, and I had dealt with it for an extended period. William noticed that his father's voice sounded somewhat fatigued, suggesting that he had likely spent the previous night awake. Have you already completed your research so swiftly? William had assumed that his father would engage in a thorough study for an extended period. After all, it was merely the frenzied essence of a dark wizard. A fragment of a soul devoid of significance. Apart from the brilliance of the initial thought, there was little else worthy of investigation. I have eradicated the madness within. What remains is merely a mass of pure soul substance. This will greatly aid your understanding of the essence of souls. Have you finished reading the books I provided you last time? Yes, I have perused them several times, William replied, carefully stowing away the glass vial containing the soul. He refrained from boasting. Those tomes were nearly worn to tatters, and it was largely thanks to these ancient texts that he triumphed in his struggle against Voldemort's spirit. That is good to hear. The study of souls must not be taken lightly. It is one of the most perilous realms accessible to wizards. The Duke reiterated the gravity of soul research, and upon receiving William's assurance, he continued, "By the way, William, I recall that last Christmas. You mentioned your desire to find a wizard willing to accept spell experiments. Am I correct? Have you found a candidate?" William was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated his father's prompt actions. "Of course, I had secured a candidate before your holiday. In Europe, there are many destitute wizards in dire need of a sum of galleons to sustain themselves. I have signed a magical contract with one of them, and he has now arrived at our family estate, so you may commence your magical experiments at any time. Then I shall proceed with the experiment right away, father. I can hardly wait." William felt a surge of impatience. His eagle-eye spell had been pending for far too long. "Lucy." "Yes, master, how may I serve you?" The Duke waved his hand, summoning the house elf from the Friedrich family. "Take William to meet the newly arrived wizard." "At once, master." "Follow Lucy. She will arrange everything from here on." "Very well, father." William followed closely behind Lucy as they traversed the courtyard of the estate. He observed that the exotic flora on either side of the garden appeared to have flourished considerably, suggesting that his mother had been quite attentive to it of late. He wondered if this was a compensatory gesture from his father following the revelation concerning the wandering soul herb. Soon, they arrived at the front yard, which housed several guest rooms designated for accommodating visitors. In the reception room, William finally encountered the wizard willing to partake in the magical experiment. The wizard, though seemingly youthful, perhaps in his 30s, wore several strands of gray amidst his light brown hair, lending him an air of weariness. He sported a beard that, like his hair, appeared to have been neglected for quite some time, indicative of a life lived in considerable austerity. The male which sat uneasily in his chair, surveying his surroundings. Whether due to the opulent decorations and lavish furnishings of the family's reception room, or his apprehension regarding the unknown magical experiment, William gazed into the emerald green eyes of the male witch, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Upon noticing William's arrival, the witch promptly rose to his feet. Introducing himself, "I am Remus Lupin, here to partake in the magical experiment." "Is he truly Lupin?" William gazed in astonishment at the wizard before him. Never anticipating that he would encounter Lupin, the moon-faced member of the notorious quartet of robbers. What a small world this is. Lupin appeared increasingly uncomfortable, realizing that for some inexplicable reason, this young gentleman was staring intently at him. Was it because he was a werewolf? The thought made Lupin somewhat agitated. In his childhood, due to a moment of negligence from his parents, he had been abducted by the infamous werewolf Fenrir Greyback. Greyback was a mad and cruel werewolf dark wizard, dedicated to restoring the societal status of werewolves. However, his methods were exceedingly extreme. He roamed across various European countries, kidnapping the children of wizarding families. Yet he did not kill them. Instead, he committed an even more heinous act. He transformed all these children into werewolves. The deranged Greyback believed that once the children of wizarding families became werewolves, the social standing of werewolves would improve. During his most rampant years, far too many wizarding families fell victim to such misfortunes. Lupin was but one of the casualties of this calamity. "I sincerely apologize. I was lost in thought," William said, retracting his gaze upon realizing that his stare might have been somewhat intrusive. "You are aware that I will be conducting the spell experiment you are to participate in, correct?" "It's no trouble," Lupin replied with a smile. "I was well informed before signing the magical contract." Very well, I shall demonstrate the structure of the spell to you. But I must ask you not to disclose it. While I am confident that the spell structure is sound, it is, after all, a spell affecting the eyes. And unforeseen issues may arise. Should any complications occur, all I can do is send you to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and leave a compensation fee. You understand this, I trust? No problem. I have also reviewed the spell structure, and it is indeed a brilliant idea, Lupin nodded, offering a slight compliment. That's good to hear. Lucy, please take him to manage some matters, then guide him to the magical laboratory I frequently visit. After William spoke, he strode toward the door, intending to prepare himself in the laboratory while also delving into the essence of Voldemort's soul. Very well, my lord, Lupin replied. You should be aware that I mean to ask, do you not care that I am a werewolf? He gazed at William, whose expression bore an air of indifference, and could no longer restrain his curiosity. Why should I care? William turned back, his face tinged with perplexity. The reactions of werewolf wizards in their human form are no different from those of human wizards. He contemplated this carefully, pondering whether conducting experiments on a werewolf wizard or a human wizard would yield any significant difference. Do you not fear? Fear that I might transform you into a werewolf? Lupin inquired, evidently taken aback by William's response. Why should I be afraid? We are in the Friedrich family estate. There is nothing for me to worry about. Moreover, I understand werewolves. When you are still human, being bitten does not result in becoming a werewolf, does it? There are still several days until the full moon, and I will prepare the wolfsbane potion for you in advance. I comprehend your point. You are astonished that I do not regard you with disdain, am I correct? Lupin nodded. Ever since his transformation into a werewolf, he had noticed that wherever he went, people regarded him with scornful and contemptuous gazes. It had been years since he had experienced such impartial treatment. To me, you are merely a subject of study. There is no need for me to cast a judgmental eye upon you, nor do I harbor any prejudice against werewolves. In fact, if you would not mind, I would like to examine the physiological structure of werewolves during the full moon. Upon finishing his words, William gazed at Lupin with eyes brimming with curiosity. He had always harbored a profound fascination for werewolves, and now, at long last, he had the opportunity to encounter a living werewolf. Regardless of what transpired, he was resolute in seizing this chance. All right, very well. I do not mind, Lupin responded, appearing somewhat bewildered as he instinctively acquiesced. Thank you very much. I shall see you in the laboratory shortly. After William finished speaking, he exited the reception room, burdened with a myriad of tasks awaiting his attention. Sir, please follow me, Lucy said, turning to Rupert as she watched William depart. Werewolves, also referred to as lycanthropes, are individuals capable of transforming into wolf-like creatures under the full moon's glow. In the contemporary magical realm, it is widely accepted that the emergence of werewolves is attributed to a mystical affliction known as lycanthropy. This magical disease spreads through saliva and blood. When a transformed werewolf carries the pathogen in its mouth, and its fangs pierce the flesh of an unfortunate victim, the saliva mingles with the blood. Should the person be fortunate enough to survive, they inevitably succumb to the curse and become a werewolf. As for the identity of the first werewolf and the circumstances that led to their contraction of lycanthropy, such details remain shrouded in mystery. Even the most distinguished experts in magical history are unable to provide a definitive answer. William once perused a renowned paper authored by Professor Marlowe Fang, a distinguished scholar within the realm of wizardry, who was the first modern wizard to conduct a comprehensive study on the nature of werewolves. In his treatise, Professor Fang elucidated that only on the night of a full moon do werewolves possess the capacity to transform their victims into fellow lycanthropes. If the assailant is a werewolf in human form, the victim may merely exhibit certain characteristics of a werewolf, such as a penchant for consuming bloody flesh. Nevertheless, in any scenario, the bites or scratches inflicted by a werewolf, irrespective of its form at the time, will leave the victim with indelible scars. The rarity of werewolves can be attributed to the fact that most of them, during the full moon, succumb to a frenzied state, viciously attacking their victims, which often results in irreparable damage and immediate death. Werewolf bites are notoriously difficult to heal. Frequently, victims perish from excessive blood loss before recovery can commence. Only a concoction of white ash mixed with silver powder can effectively staunch the bleeding. Furthermore, certain Muggle legends are not entirely accurate. Werewolves do not harbor an aversion to silver weapons, nor can they be slain by such implements. Upon transformation, their regenerative abilities surge dramatically, rendering their skin imbued with magical resistance, making them largely impervious to typical spells. Prior to the invention of the wolfbane potion, Werewolves invariably lost their sanity during their metamorphosis. Indeed, as the full moon approached, they were wholly unable to restrain their actions and would forget their identities post-transformation, often succumbing to their savage instincts and inadvertently slaying their closest friends. The most harrowing aspect of their plight is that upon reverting to human form, they retain vivid memories of their horrific rampage, akin to a chilling film replaying in their minds. Consequently, the majority of werewolves opt for seclusion, retreating to the wilderness to coexist with beasts. This is because not all wizards, like William, maintain an impartial perspective towards werewolves. Many bitten wizards would rather embrace death than endure the curse of lycanthropy. Furthermore, not every werewolf possesses the means to afford the exorbitant costs associated with wolfbane potions. And due to societal prejudice, most werewolves live in perpetual poverty. In earlier times, some extreme magical academies even barred werewolf wizards from enrollment, denying them access to the education of wizardry. William had once come across a passage in Hogwarts, a history that described werewolves, as there had long been rumors within the British magical community regarding the presence of werewolves in the forbidden forest of the school. The text stated that the union of two werewolves would produce a litter of genuine wolf cubs, which, upon maturation, would evolve into strikingly beautiful wolves. These creatures would be indistinguishable from true wolves, yet would possess an intellect akin to that of humans. Thus, the werewolves rumored to inhabit the forbidden forest of Hogwarts were, in fact, merely a group of such wolf cubs, secretly introduced into the forest with the consent of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, where they had since lived in tranquility. The faculty had never sought to clarify these rumors, believing it essential to keep students at a distance from the forest. As he sat in the magical laboratory, contemplating the myriad secrets that the forbidden forest held, William resolved that he would seize the opportunity to explore it someday. "Young master, the individual has arrived." Lucy's voice resonated from the doorway. William lifted his gaze to see Remus Lupin standing behind Lucy, transformed into a markedly different figure. With his well-groomed hair and finely trimmed beard, he resembled a handsome middle-aged gentleman. William smacked his lips. No wonder he later managed to attract Nymphadora Tonks from the Ministry of Magic, as he possessed a certain level of intrinsic capability. William suddenly realized that Sirius, Lupin, and Harry's father were all remarkably handsome. What could this be, if not a case of same-sex attraction? No wonder they formed a mischievous group, the Marauders. But wait, who is Wormtail? How did he manage to infiltrate their ranks? In the enchanting confines of Friedrich Manor, within William's magical laboratory, keen eyes observed intently. William slowly recited the incantation, waving his wand as he directed the spell towards Lupin, the Eagle-Eye Charm. This enchantment drew inspiration from Jupiter, as William had observed the exceptional vision of the planet, which could even discern a dragonfly from a distance of 800 meters, exhibiting an extraordinary dynamic visual acuity. If he could possess such remarkable eyesight, he would no longer require a brass telescope to watch Quidditch matches in the future. William harbored a strong aversion to using that telescope, for within its limited field of view, he was utterly unable to witness the entirety of the Quidditch match. This sensation greatly displeased him, yet he had previously felt powerless to change the situation, until he conjured the remarkable Eagle-Eye Charm. What a wondrous spell! Lupin exclaimed in genuine admiration. As the enchantment enveloped him, the wizard could distinctly sense a surge of magic coursing into his body, transforming his very vision. The clarity of his sight expanded dramatically. He turned his head, and could even discern the minute pores on William's face, an effect attainable only when human vision is magnified several hundred times. "Do you feel any discomfort?" William inquired, noticing Lupin's peculiar gaze fixed upon him. "Not really. It's just a bit disconcerting. My vision is so clear now, and the room feels too small." "It's quite an adjustment." "That's simple. I can just adjust the output of the magic," William replied. "Is there any other discomfort or something amiss in your body?" "Aside from that? No, nothing else." William promptly examined Professor Lupin's eyes and discovered that they possessed a sharpness akin to that of a hawk, a result of the significant proliferation of visual nerves on the retina. The greater the number of visual cells atop the nerves, the clearer one's vision becomes. Thus, the so-called Hawkeye charm is, at its core, merely a minor variation of a transfiguration spell. Through the incantation, William temporarily replaced Lupin's eyes with those of a falcon. In fact, during the theoretical phase of this spell, Professor McGonagall contributed numerous and valuable insights, greatly assisting William. Although she appeared stern, she was, in truth, a kind-hearted individual beneath her icy exterior. Nevertheless, despite William's understanding of the spell's structure and the entire casting process, he remained acutely aware of the need for caution. This realm of human transfiguration, akin to soul magic, is fraught with complexities and uncertainties. Any transfiguration spell applied to the human body harbors the potential for unpredictable changes. Despite its seemingly straightforward nature, a single misstep could result in permanent blindness for the wizard. You may be unaware that at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the beds on the 5th floor, dedicated to curse injuries, are perpetually occupied. Among those in the curse injury department, the majority are wizards who have fallen victim to malicious transfiguration spells or foolishly attempted transfiguration themselves, resulting in bodily mutations. This is no exaggeration compared to soul magic. The barriers to practicing transfiguration are considerably lower, inviting all manner of reckless individuals to experiment. In light of this, William found himself genuinely admiring Harry's father, as the group dared to secretly attempt a Nimigish transformation. Such recklessness was beyond comprehension. Moreover, the fact that they succeeded left William somewhat speechless. One need only open a history of magic to uncover countless tragic examples. Indeed, far too many wizards have used their harrowing experiences to warn future generations to approach transfiguration with the utmost seriousness. William patiently awaited the conclusion of the incantation, meticulously observing the fluctuations in Lupin's irises. He could distinctly perceive the sharpness in Lupin's gaze gradually dissipating, ultimately returning to the serene hue of emerald green. Everything appeared to be in perfect order. Subsequently, William cast the spell several more times, channeling varying amounts of magical energy, and Lupin exhibited no signs of abnormality. His ocular movements remained entirely normal. Once he was assured that no complications would arise, he escorted Lupin out of the magical laboratory and into the estate's grounds. William was eager to ascertain the extent of the spell's capabilities. They ascended a gentle slope, where William cast the eagle eye spell upon Lupin once more. Before retrieving a brass telescope from his enchanted satchel, "To what distance can you see now? Please describe it to me," William inquired. "In the distance. There stands a hawthorn tree. I can clearly observe the creature perched upon its branches, which appears to be a tree guardian," Lupin replied, gazing intently into the horizon. Upon hearing Lupin's account, William raised his telescope and gazed intently ahead. Shortly, he discerned the location Lupin had described. However, even with the aid of the brass telescope, William could merely perceive the outline of the hawthorn tree. Spotting a diminutive creature, such as a tree guardian beetle atop, it was utterly impossible. Merlin, could the enchantment truly be so potent? William was indeed somewhat perplexed. He suppressed his curiosity and resisted the impulse to cast the spell, as its safety had yet to be fully ascertained. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he summoned Lucy, instructing her to search the hawthorn tree for any guardians. "Go to the hawthorn tree over there," William commanded, pointing into the distance. "At once, sir," Lucy replied, swiftly vanishing from sight. Moments later, she reappeared before William, cradling a small, entirely green creature in her hands. Indeed, a guardian had been found. "This is what I just saw," Lupin affirmed, nodding towards William. "It seemed the spell's effect surpassed my expectations. Feed it some earthworms, then return it to its original tree," William instructed, gesturing for Lucy to take the guardian away. As for the hawthorn wood, if memory served correctly, Draco's wand was crafted from it. William had developed a certain understanding of wandwood selection, having maintained correspondence with Ollivander without interruption. The old wand maker had generously shared a wealth of esoteric knowledge about wand lore with William. William recalled the old wand maker's words, which spoke of hawthorn wood as a material rife with contradictions. Its leaves and blossoms possessed healing properties, yet the severed branches exuded an air of death. This paradox imbued hawthorn wood with a unique duality. A wand crafted from it could effortlessly channel both restorative magic and curses alike. Thus, wands fashioned from hawthorn were particularly suited for those wizards who embodied conflicting traits or were navigating tumultuous periods in their lives. It seemed to echo Draco's own struggles, for he was destined to traverse the precarious line between good and evil in the unfolding narrative. Contemplating this, William marveled at the wonders of wand lore. Indeed, the notion that wands choose their wizards held a profound truth. He could only hope that, with his assistance, Draco would not stray down the misguided path. William, upon reflecting on this matter, silently resolved to lend Draco a hand, for he held a deep regard for this friend. He recognized that Draco's nature was not inherently malevolent. He was merely a child who had yet to mature. "Let us pause here for today. In the next couple of days, I shall seek you out to conduct similar experiments," he declared, redirecting his thoughts and addressing Lupin. Moreover, on the eve of the full moon, I shall ensure that a house elf delivers the wolfsbane potion to you. Do not forget, you have promised me the opportunity to study the transformation of a werewolf. William's experiment with the spell progressed remarkably well. Over the following days, through repeated trials on Lupin, he ultimately confirmed that the spell posed no issues. Simultaneously, accompanied by his father, he cast the spell upon himself for the first time. Frankly, the sensation of his vision gradually expanding and clarifying was utterly intoxicating. It revealed a beauty unseen by the human eye. This is the allure of magic. With a brilliant idea, even the most absurd notions hold the potential for realization. This is the essence of true wizardry. William nodded in satisfaction, feeling that those who relentlessly pursued the power of spells could be deemed heretical. Regarding his research on werewolves, William made some progress. On the night of the full moon, after Lupin consumed the freshly brewed wolfsbane potion, William cautiously approached the bound Lupin. It was only after confirming that Lupin had taken the potion that William dared to risk approaching a werewolf. The wolfsbane potion allowed the werewolf to retain their human rationality even after transformation. Although the wizarding world still lacked effective methods to address the werewolf transformation issue, the existence of the wolfsbane potion at least alleviated the suffering during the transformation and prevented them from wreaking havoc upon themselves and those around them. William had just witnessed the entire transformation of Lupin. The male which was bound to the bed, emitting terrifying roars of anguish as his head and body gradually elongated. His shoulders humped upward, contorting his form into an arc against the table, while his limbs convulsed violently. Simultaneously, hair reminiscent of a beast sprouted across his face and arms. William also observed that his fingers began to sharpen into razor-like claws, leaving deep gashes on the table. My goodness, this was solid marble, inscribed with protective runes. Yet it crumbled like tofu. William had never imagined that a werewolf possessed such terrifying destructive power. Confronted with the brutal side of a werewolf, he started to comprehend why the wizarding community harbored disdain for werewolf wizards. Some extremists had even proposed to the Ministry of Magic a bill to eliminate all werewolves. In the hands of malevolent individuals, such fearsome creatures could easily become the most formidable weapons. Do you still retain your consciousness? Can you hear my words? If so, nod your head, William inquired, gazing at the fully transformed Lupin on the table. The furious roars gradually subsided as Lupin turned his head to look at William and slowly nodded. It seemed the wolfbane potion was finally taking effect. With that thought, William exhaled a sigh of relief. He could sense that the werewolf before him still possessed human intellect. After all, the complex emotions reflected in his eyes were unmistakable. Just moments ago, witnessing Lupin's transformation had led him to doubt his choice of potion. Indeed, the wolfbane potion was a ready-made concoction William had purchased from a potion shop on Germany's South Wizarding Street. Given his current potion-making skills, he was incapable of brewing such a complex elixir, and the process would have been excessively time-consuming. I will now release the magical chains binding you. However, I need your assurance that you will not exhibit even the slightest hint of aggression, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon witnessing Lupin's nod of agreement, William directed Lucy to unshackle the chains binding the werewolf. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to delve into the study of such a remarkable magical creature. The following morning, William, stifling yawns, made his way to the family's Ollery. The previous night had been consumed by his examination of the werewolf's anatomy, and he had risen early to draft a treatise on a new spell, remaining occupied until midday. This left him yearning for a breath of fresh air, prompting him to forego asking Lucy to assist with sending his letters. If only I could dissect a werewolf, William mused regretfully as he traversed the corridors of the manor. His observations from the previous day could only be described as cursory. Dissection would undoubtedly yield profound insights into this extraordinary being. The thought of dissecting Lupin crossed his mind, but he swiftly quelled such a morbid notion, recognizing the madness of such an idea. Yet, if it were that deranged dark wizard, Greyback, the prospect would bear no moral burden. The heinous crimes committed by this insane werewolf wizard were beyond enumeration. It was Greyback who had maliciously bitten Lupin during his childhood, transforming him into a werewolf. However, Greyback's ability to evade capture by numerous Aurors from the European Ministry of Magic was attributable not only to their incompetence but also to his formidable prowess as a cruel dark wizard. It would be prudent for William to refrain from provoking him for the time being. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. If memory served him correctly, in the ensuing years, with Voldemort's resurgence, Greyback's activities would become increasingly rampant, presenting future opportunities. Moreover, William found himself envious of the werewolf's exceptional nocturnal vision. In yesterday's experiment, what had left the most profound impression on him was not the werewolf's fearsome growl or its razor-sharp claws, but rather its eyes. Even in utter darkness, Lupin could perceive his surroundings effortlessly. The shadows posed little challenge to him. If only he could devise a spell akin to the dark vision spells from his previous life's online games. He would no longer have to worry about losing his way during nocturnal escapades. As William approached the Ollery, his mind wandered with anticipation. After dispatching his paper to the International Wizarding Association, he gazed at the silhouette of an owl gracefully flapping its wings as it ascended into the sky. Just as he was about to turn away, a jet-black owl abruptly swooped into the family's Ollery. Upon its brow rested a symbol that William recognized all too well. A singular eye ensconced within a pentagram. It was the messenger of that organization. Had it come seeking him? The owl landed before William, its expressive eyes scrutinizing him with an almost human-like curiosity, as if verifying his identity. Finally, it extended its left leg, indicating that he should retrieve the letter attached. Could this possibly be a missive from LeMay? William took the letter and soon discovered a stone-like emblem sealed with wax. William hastily returned to his chamber and retrieved a vial of energy elixir from his enchanted pouch, tilting his head back to consume it. He was in dire need of a revival of his stamina. Ugh, this wretched concoction is truly distasteful. Disdainfully, William discarded the empty vial. He pondered the curious fact that most potions cannot accommodate sugar. Any addition would alter the potion's structure, rendering it ineffective. Thus, even the most skilled potion masters find it exceedingly challenging to consider the taste of their brews. Having dismissed the elixir's unpleasant flavor, William finally turned his attention to the enigmatic letter before him. To his astonishment, as he unfolded the parchment, he discovered it bore no words whatsoever. At its center, however, lay a crimson stone seal, its shape and size strikingly reminiscent of the magical stone delivered by the messenger. Must I use that stone to unveil its secrets? Contemplating this, William laid the parchment upon the table and retrieved the blood-red magical stone, now devoid of power. Aligning it with the seal, he gently placed it upon the letter. What followed was an extraordinary spectacle. As the stone settled into position, a passage of text gradually materialized upon the paper, accompanied by the emergence of a map at the bottom of the letter. William leaned closer and discovered a message that read, "If you wish to study with me for a time, follow the map I have provided and arrive at the location marked by the red circle before the 20th. Do remember to bring your magic stone, for my time is limited and I shall not wait beyond the deadline." Today is the 16th, which means there is little time left for his preparations. William, upon this realization, shook his head in frustration, uncertain of how to broach this matter with his father. Subsequently, he meticulously compared the map and discovered that the location marked by the red circle was roughly situated in a forest in the northernmost part of France. If memory served him correctly, this should be the Morbihan Forest in the Nord-Pas-de-Calais region. However, wasn't LeMay supposed to be in seclusion in Devon, England? How had he found his way to a forest in France? Nonetheless, being in France was somewhat favorable, as it was closer to his location, making it easier to explain to his father. William carefully placed the letter paper and the magical stone aside, then retrieved another vial of potion from his enchanted bag. However, this time, he refrained from recklessly downing it in one gulp, as that would be courting disaster. He extracted a dropper and a small empty cup, cautiously verifying the inscription on the potion before adding a few drops into the cup. Afterward, he took a sip of the liquid contained within. William was exceedingly cautious. Not for any trivial reason, but due to the enchanting name of the potion he had just retrieved, Efflix Felicis, also known as the Liquid Luck. This powerful elixir is a renowned potion among wizards. It is believed that it bestows a period of fortune upon its drinker, leading them to experience success in all their endeavors. However, in reality, Efflix Felicis is merely a sophisticated potion, not a grand wish-granting spell that ensures the drinker's every desire is fulfilled. The fortune it provides primarily amplifies various abilities, such as social skills, magical aptitude, and reflexes, creating the illusion of serendipity rather than actual luck. William's meticulous control over the potion's dosage stemmed from the potential severe side effects of overconsumption, which may include dizziness, recklessness, or an inflated sense of self-importance. Most crucially, frequent use could lead to the body developing a tolerance, diminishing the potion's efficacy. Generally, a wizard should limit their intake to twice a year, allowing approximately 6 months for the body to shed its resistance to the potion. He reminded himself that he was merely persuading his father and did not require a hefty dose of F-lix felicis. A few drops would suffice. Moreover, it had taken considerable coaxing for his father to acquiesce to providing him a small vial, so he resolved to use it sparingly. Unlike the wolfsbane potion, F-lix felicis is an exceedingly rare potion, largely due to the intricate process involved in its creation. A single misstep in any of the steps could transform the entire cauldron's contents into a lethal poison, necessitating a complete remaking of the potion. Thus, even the most skilled potion masters approached the crafting of F-lix felicis with utmost caution. Upon consuming the potion, William felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue dissipate, and his mind became sharper than ever before. The potency of just a few drops was astonishing. He couldn't help but fantasize about what would occur if he consumed the entire vial. As he contemplated this, a voice in his mind incessantly tempted him, urging him to drink it all and become the smartest person in the world, with every challenge effortlessly conquered. However, this did not sway William's resolve. He quickly regained clarity of thought, employing a mental discipline to quell the impulsive urge. After a moment of careful contemplation regarding his choice of words, he rose and made his way to his father's study, aware that dinner time was approaching and his father should have returned by now. "Is something the matter? Did you encounter an issue during the experiment?" the Duke inquired with concern. Just the previous day, he had accompanied William in a magical experiment, and William had insisted his father remain nearby while he cast a spell, knowing that his father's experience would be invaluable in the event of an unforeseen mishap. "No." The incantation proceeded smoothly. "I submitted my paper to the International Wizarding Association this morning." William reported his progress before continuing. "I have completed my experiments over the past few days and would like to take some time to rest and perhaps visit France." "Ah, I am pleased to hear you have such thoughts. It is vital to remember not to rush in magical studies. A balance of work and rest will prevent any mishaps." To William's surprise, the Duke readily agreed to his request, leaving him astonished. Could it be that the effects of F-lix felicis were truly this remarkable? "When do you plan to depart?" "On the 19th. I intend to explore Paris and then find a place to unwind." Do not stay away too long. Your mother will worry. I shall have Lucy follow you discreetly." William was taken aback by his father's willingness to allow him to go. However, this presented a new dilemma. How could he possibly keep Lucy from discovering his plans? William exited the study in a state of bewilderment. He still needed to clarify matters with his mother. Otherwise, the doting Helena might very well pursue him all the way to the magical alley in Paris and drag him back. Perhaps it would be best to deal with that when the time came. At worst, he could simply render Lucy unconscious and take her along. Later, returning to his father with a tale of an unfortunate mishap, William hummed a gentle tune as he ventured into the greenhouse in search of his mother. Typically, at this hour, she could be found tending to her beloved flowers and plants, possessing a profound knowledge of herbalism. Most of the flora in their garden had been cultivated under her careful guidance. William harbored an unshakable premonition that persuading his mother would prove far more arduous than convincing his father. Time swiftly elapsed, and by the 19th, following a breakfast shared with his parents, William set forth on his journey. In preparation for this day, he had meticulously gathered all the essentials he would likely require, including ample galleons and various items suited for the wilderness, all stowed within his rather underfilled magical satchel. His initial plan was to meander through Paris before seizing the opportunity to venture into the forest in search of Lemai's trail. After all, his father was correct. A harmonious blend of labor and leisure was indeed essential. After toiling for so many days, he deserved a well-earned respite. As anticipated, persuading his mother to grant him permission to venture out consumed considerable effort. Fortunately, with the aid of a fortifying potion, she ultimately acquiesced to his desire to travel to France. However, this concession did not come without its price. "All right, while you are in the magical alley of France, do visit Madame Melison's perfumery. I noticed in the latest issue of Fashion Witch magazine that they have a brand new conceptual fragrance. Since you are heading to France, do procure a bottle for me." Lady Helena insisted upon learning of William's impending journey. What more could William say? He could only acquiesce, and he was grateful for his prompt agreement. Otherwise, he might have found himself bound to more lopsided negotiations. The notion of a conceptual fragrance alone suggested that his modest treasury would soon diminish considerably. With a twinge of regret, he gently patted his magical satchel, hoping that the price of this fragrance would be somewhat palatable. William stepped out of the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, which resembled a birdcage fashioned entirely from the roots of trees. As he departed, the roots burrowed back into the earth, restoring the surroundings to their original state, a desolate little square. Each nation's ministry of magic conceals itself in its unique manner. And one must concede that the French possess an element of romance, in comparison to the suffocatingly dreadful entrances of the British and German ministries. The French ministry is truly superior. However, the inefficiency of these government officials was rather exasperating. It took nearly half a day to process an entry permit. In this regard, the various ministries were not so different after all. Next, he decided to visit the Eiffel Tower before heading to the Champs Elysees. With this thought, William glanced at his black wizarding robe and, with a subtle flick of his wand, transformed it into a simple athletic outfit. Having lived 2 lives, William was well acquainted with Muggle attire, and he certainly wouldn't make a fool of himself over such trivial matters. Every year, a few foolish individuals mistakenly believe that Muggle women's underwear can serve as outerwear. What could possibly be going through their minds? Moreover, it is worth noting that typically, underage wizards are prohibited from casting spells during holidays. This regulation aims to prevent children from inadvertently exposing the magical world to Muggles through reckless use of magic. Thus, every Ministry of Magic enforces such legislation, known as the Trace. But how is the Trace applied to young wizards? What is its underlying mechanism? Before each holiday commences, young wizards receive a notification from the Ministry of Magic, forbidding them from using magic outside of school. Each young wizard must sign their name on it, which is the origin of the Trace. This is essentially a detection spell linked to their names. By signing the notification, the young wizards effectively enter into a contract. For a name itself possesses magical properties, although they typically remain unaware of this fact. Subsequently, the Ministry's Office for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse conducts regular checks on these young wizards. However, it is impractical for the few aurors in the office to monitor every young wizard subjected to the Trace in real time. There is considerable complexity involved. Firstly, aurors from the Office for the Prohibition of Magic Abuse do not monitor young wizards from wizarding families, as these children predominantly reside in wizarding villages where the use of spells poses no issue. Therefore, although they are similarly subjected to the Trace, these children are primarily overseen by their parents. Furthermore, the aurors do not scrutinize areas with a high concentration of wizards, such as the Ministry's entrance or the mouth of Diagon Alley. Given the frequent comings and goings of wizards, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether a young wizard has cast a spell, even with the Trace in place. The Trace is not infallible when surrounded by numerous wizards. Its effectiveness diminishes. Consequently, the aurors focus their attention on children hailing from Muggle families, particularly those like Harry, who is the sole male wizard in several surrounding neighborhoods. They also monitor locations frequented by Muggles, such as train stations and historical sites. This represents an insidious form of discrimination against Muggles, deeply rooted in ideology, which cannot be altered overnight. Today, the Eiffel Tower welcomed a particularly special visitor. William stood atop the highest platform, gazing down upon the breathtaking scenery before him. At this juncture, the Eiffel Tower had only recently opened its doors, and few visitors had come to admire its splendor. The romantically inclined French populace deemed the tower a severe detriment to the aesthetic of Paris, labeling it as the city's most unfortunate and failed architectural endeavor. They had even banded together on numerous occasions to petition the government for its demolition. This sentiment, however, afforded William a rare moment of tranquility, allowing him to relish the serenity of the surroundings. Had it been in his previous life, the tower would have been swarming with countless tourists, for by that time, it had already ascended to the status of a quintessential Parisian landmark. William, lost in thought, gazed once more at the breathtaking scenery below. He refrained from employing the latest invention, the eagle-eye spell, as its clarity would be unparalleled. However, he was acutely aware that aurors from the French Ministry of Magic were likely monitoring the area in real time, and at this moment, he did not possess the audacity to challenge the established rules. Nonetheless, even with the naked eye, the view was nothing short of magnificent. He quietly savored the fierce wind whistling through the crevices of steel. This was the highest point accessible to visitors, the observation deck, perched 276 meters high. Below, the Seine River flowed quietly past the tower, weaving through the city, transforming into a blue ripple within the serene canvas of the afternoon. This moment could be seen as the fulfillment of a long-held wish from a past life. As William contemplated this, he took one last look at the splendid vista before slowly descending the Iron Tower. It was time to head to the Champs Elysees. He had matters to attend to. William held a Muggle map in his hand, standing amidst the gentle afternoon sun on an unfamiliar street, his expression one of utter confusion. Where, indeed, is the Champs Lysias? William scoured the entire map, only to discover that there was no record of such a street. Could it be that he had traversed time too early, before this street even existed? That seemed implausible. It was already the year 2991. The Eiffel Tower had been inaugurated. And it was inconceivable that the champs, Lysias, could be non-existent. William scratched his head, ultimately deciding to inquire with someone. He noticed several youthful and attractive girls passing by on the street, engaged in lively conversation. After a moment's contemplation, William strode over to them. "Excuse me. May I trouble you for a few minutes of your time?" He began, speaking in perfectly fluent French. William, undoubtedly, is proficient in French. Thanks to the legacy of his illustrious family, he received a rigorous linguistic education from an early age. He is now fluent in 4 languages: English, French, German, and the unforgettable Chinese. Naturally, is there anything I can assist you with? The girls were clearly taken aback by William's audacious approach on the street. Yet, this is the romantic capital of Europe, and given William's appealing appearance, they did not seem overly displeased. "I have just arrived in France and find myself somewhat disoriented with the surroundings. I would like to inquire how to reach that world-renowned avenue in Paris." "Are you referring to the champs, Lysias? There is indeed quite a distance from here to there." The girls enthusiastically engaged with William, subsequently providing him with clear directions. "So, the champs, Lysias was once referred to as the Avenue de Champs, Lysias? No wonder I have struggled to locate this place." William waved goodbye to the enthusiastic group of French girls, parting with a friendly gesture. For him, it was merely a routine inquiry, however. He couldn't help but wonder what those young ladies might think. The Avenue de Champs, Lysias, often referred to simply as the Champs, Lysias, stands as one of the most illustrious thoroughfares in Paris, stretching approximately 5 kilometers and serving as a principal east-west artery through the city. The name Champs, Lysias, is derived from the Elysian fields of Greek mythology, symbolizing a paradise of blissful tranquility. Following the devastation of World War II, this grand avenue underwent meticulous restoration, ultimately reclaiming its enchanting beauty and once again captivating the gaze of the world. William's visit here was not merely for sightseeing. He had promised his mother he would attend to certain matters, and the entrance to the French magical alley was located here as well. He ambled along the street, taking in the surrounding scenery while keenly attuning himself to the fluctuations of magic in the air. He recalled that the entrance was hidden within a clothing store, though its name eluded him. Before long, William found himself halting before a shop called Madame M's Ready to Wear, where he sensed a vibrant magical response. Magic indicated that this must be the place. Madame, a term that translates to magic in French, indeed strikes as an easily comprehensible name. With this thought, William scrutinized the establishment before him. The shop was spacious, and the pale golden sign lent it an air of opulence, harmonizing beautifully with the ambience of the long street. In stark contrast, the leaky cauldron in England appeared almost like an illegal and dilapidated structure, a mere eyesore. William silently lambasted the shabby environment of the Diagon Alley entrance. Could the British Ministry of Magic not undertake some renovations? Yet, much like the leaky cauldron, it seemed that passers-by paid little heed to this elegant establishment, as if it were merely an illusion. William was aware that this was an exquisite Muggle-repelling charm to those devoid of magical power. It merely appeared as an ornately adorned wall. He pushed open the grand door and stepped into the shop, reminiscing about his last visit to France with his mother, which had occurred several years prior when they had directly entered the enchanting Wizarding Alley. Heading to Rue Michael? Upon entering, a guard approached William, evidently a member of the French Ministry of Magic's Auror Division. "Indeed, it is my first visit. How should I proceed? Are you a foreign wizard? Please present your entry permit." The guard's demeanor was serious and meticulous as he scrutinized William's documentation. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he finally spoke. "Enter the fitting room, tap the wall with your wand, and utter Michael. That will suffice. Have a pleasant day. Thank you ever so much." Rue Michael, meaning miracle in French, was indeed a street worthy of such a name. Following the guard's indication, William stepped into the fitting room and gently tapped on the wall. "Mehacor," he whispered. In an instant, the wall rapidly receded to the sides, eventually revealing a grand archway towering 5 meters high, unveiling the scenery beyond. Before him lay a spacious street bustling with an array of wizards, while the thoroughfare was adorned with signs from enchanting shops lining both sides. William stepped onto the street, as the archway behind him swiftly contracted, ultimately reshaping itself into a wall. He surveyed the eclectic style of the thoroughfare before him, inhaling the fragrant air infused with floral notes, a look of blissful enchantment gracing his features. in contrast to the British's rigidity and the German solemnity. The romantic essence of the French imbued this magical alley with an unparalleled cleanliness and beauty, making it the most exquisite street in all of Europe. By comparison, Diagon Alley appeared as a dilapidated rural market, whereas this avenue resembled a favored haunt of the city's elite. The immaculate street was lined with walls adorned with intricate carvings, while several musical fountains serenaded passers-by with enchanting melodies. Despite the throngs of wizards traversing the space, everything exuded an air of orderliness. Devoid of the cumbersome atmosphere found in Diagon Alley, perhaps owing to the greater breadth of the thoroughfare, William strolled forward, occasionally pausing in front of several shops to observe or entering them to procure some uniquely characteristic items. Unlike in England, here the shopkeepers do not vociferously hawk their wares at the entrance. Instead, they prefer to display their finest merchandise outside and patiently await the arrival of customers. William strolled leisurely, occasionally inquiring with the sorcerers in the shops about the location of the perfume store. It must be said that those charming little French trinkets were truly enticing. At this point, his magical satchel was already filled with an assortment of delightful items. Soon, at the corner of a long street, beside a musical fountain serenading with the songs of lake nymphs, William spotted an antiquated sign, Madame Mellis Perfume Shop. The storefront appeared modest, blending subtly among the myriad of signs. However, William's keen eyes caught sight of the faint inscription beneath the shop. The Mellis family has crafted perfumes since the 15th century. This must be the establishment his mother mentioned. It certainly seemed to be a venerable establishment steeped in history. With this thought in mind, William pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was time to indulge in some shopping once more. William felt he had underestimated this perfume shop. Upon entering, he was astonished by the sight before him. This was no mere boutique, but rather a vast chamber enchanted with an undetectable expansion charm. The expansive room was illuminated by a magnificent chandelier suspended in midair, casting a bright light throughout the store. On either side, several wooden counters adorned with intricate carvings displayed an array of perfumes, meticulously categorized by type. The shop was divided into 2 levels, with spiraling white marble staircases leading to the upper floor on either side of the room. Additionally, small alcoves lined the far end of the space. What surprised William the most was the absence of an overpowering fragrance in the air. Instead, he detected only a subtle and pleasant aroma, far removed from the complex scents he had anticipated from the mingling perfumes. This delicate fragrance was quite agreeable to him, as one of his aversions to perfume shops was the often overwhelming scents that would give him a headache. "Welcome to Mellis Perfume Shop." A somewhat alluring voice chimed near his ear. He looked up to see a well-dressed female attendant with a warm smile. The young witch appeared to be in her 20s. Strikingly beautiful and exuding the professionalism of someone well-trained. The Mellis family had been crafting perfumes since the 15th century, making them one of the earliest magical families in Europe to embark on this aromatic endeavor. Proudly, one could say that Mellis was among the most renowned names in the magical world of European perfumery. Do you have a particular fragrance in mind? If you Haven team made a choice, I would be delighted to offer my recommendations. Such exemplary service was commendable. It was no wonder they had achieved such a reputation. I have heard that you have a new conceptual fragrance featured in Fashion Witch. I would like to see this perfume. Are you referring to Melancholic Sky? Please follow me. It is located at the counter on the 2nd floor. Thus, William followed the enchanting attendant as she led him to the 2nd floor, arriving at an exquisite crystal display case. This is our latest conceptual fragrance, Melancholic Sky, crafted by the head of the Mellis family. The inspiration for this creation stems from the vast azure sky. Through a secret method, we have encapsulated that unique scent in this bottle, complemented by rare herbs to create this perfume. She pointed to the fragrance within the case. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the term melancholic in English corresponds to the color blue, symbolizing the sky. William followed the direction of her finger and gazed at the exquisite counter, where a diminutive glass vial rested, containing a cerulean liquid that strikingly resembled the hue of an unclouded sky. "May I experience the fragrance?" he inquired. "Certainly. That poses no issue," the attendant replied. She opened the counter, retrieved the perfume, and then produced a silk ribbon, lightly spritzing the perfume onto it before extending the ribbon towards William. William gently took the ribbon and inhaled its scent. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were enveloped beneath an endless sky, as if the storm had just passed, and the azure heavens emerged after the dispersal of dark clouds. There lingered a hint of that unique fragrance after rain, a scent that was remarkably pure. It is truly wondrous that a mere perfume can evoke such sensations. Yet, there is an underlying note of melancholy to this aroma. "Sister," This fragrance is delightful. A somewhat youthful voice interrupted William's reverie. Shh, be a little quieter, Gabriel. Don't disturb others. Gabriel, such a familiar name. William turned around and discovered a charming little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, with a cascade of fluffy silver hair, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Beside her stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, whose presence seemed almost ethereal. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he had forgotten the very essence of language, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. How foolish. No wonder the name Gabrielle resonated so familiar. She was none other than the enchanting girl of noble lineage from the original tale. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter her here. The world truly feels diminutive at times. William's mind raced as he employed mental fortitude to resist the allure of this enchanting scene. To make a fool of himself in such a situation would be utterly mortifying. I apologize for the intrusion, the exquisite girl said, her voice gentle. The surprise reflected in her eyes indicated that she, too, was taken aback by William's swift return to composure. William waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern, and then turned to the female shop assistant. It's fine. Please help me package this bottle of perfume, he requested. Certainly. This bottle of perfume is priced at 1,000 galleons. Will you be paying in cash or by check? How much? For just this small bottle. You dare to charge 1,000 galleons? Is this robbery? Is this how one makes money? At that moment, William felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. Although he had anticipated that the price of such perfume would be exorbitant, he had not expected it to be this outrageous. Had the galleons he earned from inventing a new spell merely sufficed to purchase 5 bottles of perfume? The French people were indeed ruthless. Mother, are you conspiring against your son? Ultimately, William resigned himself to the situation. After all, a son must obey his mother, and he had already made a promise. Very well, I shall pay in cash, he declared, retrieving his enchanted pouch. Expand. With a flick of his wand, he enlarged the pouch's opening, and then, using his magic, he commanded a steady stream of galleons to float out, hovering gracefully in the air under his control. That big brother is truly impressive, Gabrielle exclaimed excitedly from the side, her voice drawing the attention of other wizards on the second floor. However, many of the male wizards, upon noticing Fleur, found themselves in a state of dismay. After all, not every wizard possessed the mastery of mental shielding that William had. His spellcasting technique was indeed remarkable. Feeling the intense gaze of numerous male wizards upon her, Fleur's expression became somewhat uneasy, yet she too marveled at William's prowess. Perhaps due to her age, she struggled to control her own lineage, which troubled her greatly. May I ask, if I am not mistaken, do you possess a unique lineage? William, taken aback by the girl's captivating presence, inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I have the bloodline of Avila, she replied proudly. My name is Fleur Delacour. May I know your name? Vilas are enchanting magical beings, predominantly found in the forests, lakes, mountains, and mist of Eastern Europe. They are shape-shifting female spirits, renowned for their extraordinary beauty, with skin that glows as softly as the moonlight, complemented by exquisite features that drive any man to obsession and madness. Legend has it that they dance in gossamer veils under the bright moonlight of midsummer nights. Should one be fortunate enough to find themselves among the Vila during their dance, one would likely experience unparalleled joy until exhaustion led to a final breath, forgetting all of life's burdens, forsaking food and sleep, consumed solely by the rhythm of the dance. However, the intoxicating allure of the Vila stems from their unique magic, a beguiling mental enchantment that is difficult to resist. Without exceptional mental shielding, one might recall the unfortunate Harry and Ron from the Triwizard Tournament, who nearly leaped from their box at the Quidditch World Cup due to the captivating presence of the Vila, truly a humiliating experience. Moreover, there exists no reproductive isolation between Vilas and humans, meaning they can mate and produce offspring, who inherit their beauty. Yet, at times, such overwhelming beauty can be a curse. The Vila exemplify this, having once faced severe persecution by wizards due to their allure, nearly leading to their extinction. Thus, modern Vilas often harbor skepticism towards wizards, finding it difficult to trust their words, perhaps due to the countless sweet nothings spoken by wizards of yore. The wizarding world of that era was rife with brutality and conquest, as wizards relentlessly expanded their dominions, devoid of morals or boundaries, causing many races to vanish forever. Even in contemporary times, remnants of such prejudices linger, particularly against muggles and half-breeds, especially those who are half-human, half-beast, like Hagrid or Fleur herself. Hence, when Fleur proudly declared her lineage, William was genuinely astonished, for it was indeed a courageous revelation. I am William Friedrich. You may call me William. Are you the genius wizard who has invented several spells? I heard you just turned 11. Fleur, clearly unaware of William's true identity, had assumed he was an upperclassman from another magical school. In fact, I have already turned 12, William smiled, having recently celebrated his birthday. You truly do not resemble a 12-year-old at all, Fleur remarked, observing William's stature with genuine admiration. Indeed, as she noted, over the past year, William had experienced a notable growth spurt, and it would not be surprising if one mistook him for a 16 or 17-year-old. No wonder your spell casting is so extraordinary. One often hears that I have not encountered such an exceptional young wizard at Beauxbatons. William's recent display of skill left a profound impression on Fleur. For such remarkable control is indeed a rarity, especially upon learning of William's age, which only deepened her astonishment. Your enchanting magic is quite impressive as well. Please do not mock me. It is evident that my inability to master my own lineage is the cause of my current state. Oh, big brother. Your magic is truly remarkable. Gabrielle, standing nearby, could not contain her admiration. The girl possessed eyes as clear and blue as a tranquil lake, lending her an aura of purity as if she were an untouched canvas. This is my younger sister, Gabrielle. She is still quite young and filled with curiosity about everything. Fleur explained. From Fleur's affectionate gaze, it was clear that the bond between the sisters was exceptionally strong. William pondered for a moment, casually picking up the ribbon he had used to test the fragrance earlier, still faintly imbued with the scent of the perfume. With a flick of his wand, he envisioned the transformation he desired. Gabrielle felt as though her day had been utterly enchanting. At last, her mother had consented to let her sister take her to Diagon Alley for some delightful escapades. They reveled in carefree merriment throughout the day, even sneaking out of Diagon Alley to explore the world of muggles. Later, her sister promised to buy her a bottle of perfume, leaving Gabrielle nearly elated with joy. Together, they strolled along Mihacole Street until they arrived at Madame Maris's perfumery, a veritable titan in the realm of fragrances and the preferred choice for French witches. Upon entering the shop, Gabrielle was immediately greeted by an exquisite aroma. The young girl's keen sense of smell detected the delightful scent just as William was sampling fragrances on the second floor. Thus, she eagerly pulled her sister towards the counter, setting the stage for the ensuing scene. William cast a transformation spell, turning an ordinary ribbon into a beautifully crafted bracelet, which he presented to Gabrielle. "Thank you, big brother," Gabrielle exclaimed, her joy evident as she accepted the gift. She carefully adorned her wrist with the bracelet and gently inhaled its fragrance, revealing a sweet smile. "Thank you, William." Fleur cast a fond glance at Gabrielle before addressing William. "There is no need for formalities. It is merely a trifle. Are all students at Hogwarts as remarkable as you?" She then inquired with curiosity. "At merely 12 years of age, you can execute such an exquisite transformation spell. It leaves me somewhat disheartened. What could I achieve at that age? Is the gap between us truly so vast?" "Not entirely," William humbly replied. "It is simply that I dedicate considerable time and effort to my magical studies. I have heard that Beauxbatons is also an esteemed institution with a rich history. I nearly chose to attend here myself." William spoke sweetly, pondering who would truly know the truth of the matter. Regardless of how he expressed himself, he remained unexposed. Indeed. Upon hearing William's words, Fleur appeared even more delighted. After all, every young lady relishes such charming sentiments, especially when articulated by someone of remarkable distinction. "It is indeed a pity that you did not come to Beauxbatons. Our school is nestled amidst majestic mountains, resembling a splendid palace. Our principal, Madame Orme Maxim, is equally a formidable sorceress and the sole known individual capable of taming the enchanted steeds." The two swiftly engaged in light-hearted conversation, while William carefully stored the perfume that had been placed into a gift box, then turned his gaze towards the beautiful girl beside him. "Shall we take a stroll? I wish to explore more fragrances." William emerged from the perfume shop, his face adorned with satisfaction. He waved goodbye to Fleur, and they exchanged contact addresses. Subsequently, he placed several meticulously chosen bottles of men's cologne into his enchanted bag and made his way toward the exit of Magic Alley. It seemed that in the future, little Jupiter would have plenty of tasks to undertake, and William resolved to write to him frequently, for such correspondence would prevent the little fellow from becoming complacent. Inside the perfume shop, he had purchased several bottles of men's fragrances for himself. William reasoned that since he had already indulged so much, a few more bottles would not make a significant difference. It was merely a way to save her life, especially since he was not currently short on funds. He particularly adored one scent named Sapin, which translates to fur in French. The subtle woody aroma captivated him, reminiscent of a forest blanketed in fresh snow. Perhaps this was one of the advantages of heightened inspiration. Certain scents could easily evoke vivid associations. However, time was of the essence, and it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Now was not the moment for such musings. William emerged from Diagon Alley, casually sampling various delights along the way. The French oiler at the entrance had vanished, likely having concluded his shift. In his stead stood another guard, a stern-looking black man, who scrutinized William for a moment before slowly opening the door to Madame Malkin's robe shop. William stepped out of the clothing store and glanced back at the shop's entrance. A seemingly ordinary door separated two vastly different worlds. He pulled out his wand and gently waved it in the air. Suddenly, from the end of the champs, Lysias, a purple three-tiered bus raced towards William, accompanied by a deafening rush of wind, halting right before him. What was most astonishing, however, was that the surrounding muggles appeared utterly oblivious to the sudden appearance of the bus. Their gazes did not linger on it for even a fleeting moment, as if there was nothing there at all. Welcome aboard the night bus, an emergency transport service for wizards in distress. We can take you anywhere you wish to go. My name is Erwin Dalrosa, and I am the conductor of this bus, announced a young man in a purple uniform as he opened the door to the vehicle. He had a head of brown curls and large, dark eyes that exuded warmth. Please take me to the more Mailer Forest in the Noradkar region, near a small village called Kaznak, William responded, adjusting his hair, tousled by the wind, as he stepped onto the bus. He had carefully examined the map given to him by LeMay, and entering the forest from this village seemed to be the most direct route. That will be 12 silver sickles. If you pay 14, you can enjoy hot cocoa and a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, the conductor replied. William tossed a golden guilder to him and strode towards the vehicle. No need to search. Please arrange for me a more comfortable seat. Certainly, sir. Please step inside. We will prioritize your journey to the destination. The ticket collector, DeRosa, wore an even warmer smile as he guided William to the third level of the bus, the very top tier. William observed that, in contrast to the somewhat cramped accommodations of the first and second tiers, the third tier was far more spacious and luminous. Moreover, each bed was separated by curtains, affording the wizards a modicum of privacy. Oh, the bane of capitalism. William silently despised the situation and subsequently settled into a window-side bed prepared for him by DeRosa, a position undoubtedly among the finest on the third tier. The splendid vantage point was complemented by a window offering a delightful view of the surrounding scenery. Siraji, we can set off now. The Kaznak village in Norbadkar, the conductor bellowed once William had secured himself in place. Siraji? That must be the name of the driver of this vehicle. Almost immediately, William felt the car lurch forward with a jolt, swiftly propelling them ahead, and he soon realized that his investment in a galleon was indeed worthwhile. The beds on the third tier were firmly anchored in place, alleviating any concerns of being hurled off alongside the bed. Most crucially, there was a safety harness reminiscent of a seatbelt securing him. He did not dwell on the minor discrepancies in the names of the conductor and driver compared to those in the original text, for in the European magical realm, there existed more than just that singular bus. In truth, this could be described as a policy jointly formulated by the various magical ministries across countries, reflecting one of the few instances where wizards drew inspiration from the Muggle world, though many would vehemently deny it. The magical community had long recognized the necessity for a mode of transportation that could safely and cautiously accommodate minors or the infirm, and numerous suggestions had been proffered, albeit most sounded rather implausible. For instance, ideas such as taxi-like flying broomsticks, baskets suspended beneath nightmares, and even the notion of taming hippogriffs to transport wizards were floated. Was that not absurd? Hippogriffs were classified as XXXX-level dangerous creatures by the Ministry of Magic, on par with trolls, and just a notch below dragons in terms of peril. Ultimately, the then Minister for Magic in Britain, Dougald MacPhail, conceived the innovative idea of emulating Muggle bus services. This concept received robust support from the magical ministries of other European nations, leading to the establishment of the Wizarding Transport Company and a fleet of night buses. These buses were dispersed across various European countries and could traverse national borders without fear of Auror scrutiny. Naturally, travelers were required to obtain an entry permit from the Ministry of Magic prior to crossing borders, as the night bus could not facilitate illegal immigration for wizards. The advent of the night bus significantly improved the mobility of wizards, given that not all locales were equipped with fireplaces or the flu network. Nevertheless, some extreme wizards, primarily those fervently devoted to pure-blood ideals, vehemently opposed this public transportation system, perceiving it as a degradation and affront to wizardkind due to their esteemed lineage. However, the ramblings of these zealots did little to sway the majority of wizards who cherished the convenience and expedience of being able to board a bus at any moment. Yet, even MacPhail might not have anticipated the frenzied speed of the night bus. As William gazed out at the blurred shapes of buildings passing by, a wave of nausea washed over him, and he felt a rising urge to vomit. William clutched a map in his hand, traversing swiftly through the forest, heading towards a location marked by a red circle. Behind him floated a domesticated house elf, Lucy, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to a spell cast by William. Despite having disembarked some time ago and securing himself to the bed to mitigate the chances of motion sickness, he had still experienced a wave of intense nausea upon exiting the vehicle. Now, his steps appeared somewhat unsteady, and his complexion likely looked quite pallid. Reflecting on this, William consumed a vial of energizing potion, which somewhat alleviated his slightly greenish hue. As he gazed into the depths of the forest, dusk was settling in, providing the perfect cover to venture into the dark woods. The late hour rendered the forest even more somber and profound. Nevertheless, William felt little trepidation. He waved his wand and cast an enhanced Lumos charm, conjuring several orbs of light to orbit around him. Additionally, he summoned a black cat named Blake from his shadow. Through several experiments, he had discovered that this messenger of the organization possessed certain reconnaissance abilities, alerting William to potential dangers. Aside from its occasionally sardonic human-like expressions, the cat proved to be an excellent companion, especially in terms of tactile comfort. It was thanks to Blake that William had captured Lucy, and he intended to employ a memory modification charm to alter the house elf's recollections. After extensive practice and research into soul magic, William had developed a profound understanding of this particular spell. While it may not rival the exceptional proficiency of Lockhart's memory charm, he had become quite adept at its everyday application. Moreover, since Lucy had been directly incapacitated by William's stunning spell, there was little in her memories that required alteration. It should pose no significant issues, though it was somewhat unfortunate for Lucy. William glanced back at the unconscious house elf, then cast another stunning spell. Though it was pitiable, he could not allow it to uncover his affairs. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to eliminate it. William believed that keeping Lucy in the dark was a form of salvation for her. Indeed, he considered himself a kind-hearted individual. With this thought in mind, William whistled a famous tune from a past life, holding the magical stone and parchment in his hands. He glanced at the map to confirm his location before setting off towards the spot marked by the red circle. In truth, William was no stranger to the forest. As the largest and most perilous mountain range in Germany, the Black Forest was situated in Baden-Württemberg, right next to his home, Friedrich Manor. He recalled how, in his youth, his father had taken him on numerous adventures into the woods, where they would encounter wondrous creatures. His father would elucidate their habits, dangers, and weaknesses. This knowledge had emboldened William to venture deep into the forbidden forest in search of the Centaur village to pilfer the unicorn's corpse. His prior experiences had equipped him with a fair understanding of the woods. In comparison to the treacherous terrain of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, the forest before him seemed rather benign. Soon, William halted before a marshland. According to the map, crossing this bog would bring him to the location marked by the red circle. Waterproof and moisture-resistant, armored for protection. After William had cast a potent spell upon himself, he stepped into the marsh. I am a hinkpunk, devoid of a name, yet my kin affectionately refer to me as Lightbulb. Is it due to the brilliance of the illumination that crowns my head? The meaning of Lightbulb has always eluded me. Each night, by the edge of the marsh, my light blazes forth. It is an innate ability of my kind. This luminescence is imbued with ethereal magic, drawing lost souls or wandering creatures into the depths of the swamp, where I ensnare them, drowning every being that ventures too close. I have successfully claimed dozens of victims. A source of great pride for me, for among my tribe, I am the most accomplished hunter. Compared to those feeble beings who often perish due to their failures, I am undeniably formidable. Today, as I lay in the mire of the marsh, quietly awaiting my prey, I noticed a figure approaching in the distance. It was a human. This was splendid news, for among all the delicacies I have savored, the taste of human flesh is the most intoxicating. It is an exquisite delight, perhaps the finest dish in existence, coveted by every hinkpunk in our tribe. Not long ago, an elderly man passed through here, but alas, he did not enter the marsh. He soared above it instead, which was a great disappointment. This time, I could not let my prey escape. Indeed, I had already deemed the approaching human a doomed quarry, and I, the most fearsome hunter lurking in the shadows. The hunt was about to commence. As usual, I concealed myself in the marsh, refraining from alarming the human. Instead, allowing the light atop my head to flicker. Unlike my foolish kin, my hunting skills are far superior. I did not keep the light constant, but rather control it to blink intermittently. Through meticulous study, I discovered that this method significantly enhances the success rate of my enchantment. The human turned towards me, which was splendid. According to the script, he would surely fall under my spell. And then, it would be my moment to strike. Should I share my feast with my kin? Perhaps not. One human would suffice for quite some time. Nevertheless, I might spare them some scraps later, for I am in a generous mood. What is happening? The human, upon seeing the light, continued forward, seemingly unaffected. What to do? My seductive magic had evidently failed. Should I still make my move? A fierce internal struggle ensued within me as I watched the human nearly escape my hunting range. I could no longer restrain myself. The taste of human flesh is simply too delectable. I must not let it fall to another, especially that fool from the neighboring house. Resolved. I decided that even if my enchantment faltered, I would act nonetheless. Swiftly, I navigated through the marsh's muck. My kind endowed me with a lithe and agile form, allowing me to advance rapidly. What was that sound? Never mind, I could not concern myself with such distractions. I positioned myself in the human's blind spot and leapt forth, only to find that he remained utterly oblivious. Once my tendrils ensnared him, he would be drowned in the marsh's depths. Bang! What the devil? An unseen force thwarted my lethal assault. The human had noticed me, wielding a small stick. What could that be? A punch of iron. Bang! Suddenly, darkness enveloped me. I felt so drowsy, so inclined to sleep. What is happening? William gazed at the shattered form of the hinkpunk, momentarily bewildered. Was it not written that such creatures only attacked after luring unwitting travelers with their glowing lights? Yet, he had clearly not been enchanted at all. William naturally noticed the twinkling lights, yet he paid them no heed, continuing his journey forward, for he was determined to traverse the marshland ahead. How could this hinkpunk have initiated an attack? Could it be that he is simply a fool? William traversed the marsh and passed through a dense thicket of trees, until the scenery before him suddenly opened up. At the edge of the forest lay a spacious clearing, and at its center stood a modest two-story building. It bore no superfluous adornments. The windows on the upper floor were tightly shut, devoid of light, and silence enveloped the structure, suggesting that no one resided there. However, beside the intricately carved, closed entrance, two enchanted lanterns stood vigil, illuminating the doorway. From a distance, they bore an uncanny resemblance to a pair of eyes. Is this truly the place? William gazed uncertainly at the map in his hands. Why did it resemble a haunted house from a ghost story? Meow Black lazily yawned, the expression seemingly urging William to enter without further hesitation. Having come this far, there was no reason not to explore. Resolute in his decision, he gritted his teeth and approached slowly, the light casting a long shadow behind him. He tightly gripped his wand in one hand, while the magical stone rested in the other. William approached the closed gate and discovered a groove at its center, suggesting that some object must be placed within it to unlock the entrance. It indeed appeared to be the right location. He gestured with his hands and realized that the stone he held fit perfectly into the recess of the door. With this thought in mind, he gently placed the magical stone into the groove. To his astonishment, he heard a crisp click, and the entire door seemed to come to life, slowly parting to either side, along with the magical stone. Could it truly be a one-time use? William gazed with a sense of anguish at the magical stone, now shattered into two pieces, pondering the underlying principles that eluded his understanding. He persistently tapped at the fragment lodged within the groove, only to confirm that it was indeed unattainable. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the darkness beyond the door, which ominously resembled a gaping maw leading into the abyss. And he, in his oblivion, was the unwitting victim, progressing toward the precipice of despair. William walked forward, illuminated by the fluorescent spell, the cool-toned light casting an even more desolate ambience in the darkness. He intensified his magical output, illuminating the entire corridor, which was stark and devoid of any decoration. Could that old man LeMay not have undertaken a proper renovation? William smirked slightly and continued deeper into the interior. Did he not realize how peculiar a freshly renovated, starkly empty, and immaculately clean house could appear? Before long, William arrived at the grand hall, where the spaciousness was accentuated by the glow of the fluorescent spell. He could vaguely discern a sofa at the center, upon which a solitary figure sat in quiet repose. "I thought you wouldn't come," the figure remarked, waving a hand upon noticing William's presence. The voice was parched and hoarse, reminiscent of a long dry vine, as if it had not tasted water in years. Older individuals tend to appreciate a more tranquil atmosphere. If I startled you, I hope you won't take offense. He smiled at William, then gestured with his hand, and suddenly, several chandeliers sprouted from the walls, illuminating the hall with an almost surreal brightness. Indeed, they seemed to emerge as if the room itself were a sentient being, capable of transforming according to its owner's will. What wondrous magic is this? Curiously, William observed the chandeliers before shifting his gaze back to the figure on the sofa, only to find himself gasping in astonishment. This was truly disconcerting. In the now brightly lit hall, he noticed the elderly man bore an incredibly aged visage. His skin sagged, crisscrossed with deep wrinkles, and appeared dull and lifeless, akin to withered, peeling bark. This made his smile all the more terrifying, startling William considerably. Is this Nicol LeMay? He looks quite different from the portrait on the chocolate frog, does he not? How has he aged so remarkably? Are you taken aback by my appearance? The old man inquired, waving his hand dismissively. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of it myself. A sofa unexpectedly emerged from the ground, and he gestured for William to take a seat. William gently caressed the sofa before him, its texture remarkably soft, the material a mystery to him. He sat down with a hint of apprehension. So, you are LeMay, the most illustrious alchemist of modern times who invented the philosopher's stone? He complimented the elder. Indeed, I am LeMay, though I cannot claim greatness. I am merely an old fool. The elderly man sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. Come now, like Dumbledore, another old fool. Are all the elderly so remarkable these days? William remarked. Furthermore, I merely restored the philosopher's stone. It is not my invention, but rather the culmination of ancient wizardry. I am merely a borrower of wisdom. Moreover, this stone is not as splendid as you might envision. Is it not advantageous to achieve immortality through it? Every phenomenon in this world comes with a price, LeMay replied, casting a gaze rich with meaning upon William. Especially alchemy, while I have gained longevity, I have also sacrificed much. Do you comprehend the principle behind the philosopher's stone, William? William, though not yet yearning for immortality through the stone, found value in contemplating the concept. The philosopher's stone is fundamentally a transmutation device. I employed it to eliminate the curse embedded in unicorn blood. The so-called elixir of life is merely this blessed blood, devoid of its curse, combined with certain herbs that sustain vitality, concocted into a potion. As for the transmutation of base metals into gold, that is but a ruse. Compared to immortality, it is a trivial feat, easily accomplished by any competent alchemist. Ah, I see. William had not anticipated that the so-called philosopher's stone and the elixir of immortality operated on such principles. Then why have you transformed into this ghastly figure? LeMay interrupted William's musings, and upon seeing William nod, he revealed a grotesque smile. Because I have come to realize my mistake. I did not eradicate that accursed curse as I had believed, and it is far more complex than I had imagined. While I reveled in this additional life, the issues gradually surfaced. I slowly discovered that my body was deteriorating, rendering me incapable of experiencing this world. My senses of taste and smell have been waning. And as time wears on, I can no longer perceive the flavors of food. Do you understand what that feels like? LeMay cast a pained glance at William. Delicious dishes lay before you, yet you cannot detect their enticing aromas. When they are placed in your mouth, there is nothing to savor. Ultimately, I even lost my sense of touch. The gentle breeze against my face elicits no sensation. In a moment of despair, I thrust my hand into the fire. And though the flame seared fiercely, I felt not a shred of pain. Aside from the awareness of my continued existence, I am devoid of sensation. For I am cursed. And once I cease consuming this potion, crafted from the magic stone, my body will age at an alarming rate. Is this curse truly incurable? William had not fathomed that the price of immortality would be so steep. Initially, I shared the same beliefs as you. I scoured ancient texts and traversed the world in search of any potential clues. I was exceedingly naive, mistakenly believing that alchemy could achieve all things. LeMay's face was etched with regret, tinged with a hint of mockery towards his former, innocent self. William could imagine that at that time, LeMay must have believed that with his vast knowledge, there would be nothing in the world that could confound him. However, after centuries of research, I ultimately surrendered to the realization that this curse could never be lifted. It has become irrevocably intertwined with my very being through the magic stone. The only solution would be to forsake its use. Yet all the additional years of my life have been granted by it, and to cease its use would mean a complete relinquishment of my existence. I am utterly dependent on this wretched stone. LeMay's voice suddenly rose, only to fall back into a despondent slump on the sofa. I could only endure each day in despair, desperately employing cerebral closure techniques to numb myself. My poor wife must suffer this torment due to my foolishness. Yet she has never uttered a complaint, for her love for me is boundless. However, I have brought her to such a state, I truly feel remorse for her. Later, just as I was on the brink of despair, contemplating the end of my life, an organization found me. They located you? Yes, it was then that I realized the world concealed profound mysteries beneath its surface. I remain oblivious to the principles they employed to temporarily restore my sensations. Consequently, I agreed to join this organization. But the price was to manufacture magic stones and other alchemical products for them. During that period, I experienced an unusual sense of fulfillment. Although the means only allowed my senses to be restored for fleeting moments, I lived in immense joy and dedicated myself earnestly to the organization. However, after employing such methods, I began to sense that something was amiss. At night, I found myself plagued by strange dreams. Initially, I did not perceive anything wrong. Yet as time passed, those dreams grew increasingly horrific, taboos unimaginable to mere mortals. I would often awaken in terror, but apart from the fear, I could recall nothing. Do you understand that feeling? Eventually, even during the day, I would suddenly find myself lost in reveries, as if a foreign soul were subtly reshaping my essence. Were it not for Blake's protection, I too might have gradually succumbed to such a fate. William gazed at the seemingly deranged LeMay before him, his eyes wide open and his complexion flushed with excitement. He pondered inwardly, surely, LeMay must possess some form of protection as well? Does the old seal hold no power? And what of that mark? Tentatively, William inquired. It is of no use. Nothing works. Am I not aware of the effects of the cursed seal? LeMay's tone grew increasingly irate at the mere mention of the old seal, as he trembled and lifted a corner of his robe. William then noticed that his body was densely covered with that emblem, an eye encircled by a pentagram. Did you see? In an attempt to escape that nightmare, I adorned myself with ancient markings, yet it proved utterly ineffective. I have already drawn attention to myself. It is all due to that damned organization. At this juncture, I began to doubt their motives, but alas, it was too late. This accursed organization is certainly not one to be trifled with, despite their seemingly generous offerings. The price you must pay far exceeds your imagination. Do you understand, William? They are indifferent to my transformations, to my departure or stay. It is this chilling apathy that is the most terrifying of all. Why would you think to confide in me about these matters? William inquired, puzzled as to why LeMay would share such secrets with someone he had no ties to. Because I knew your ancestor. In our youth, we were the closest of friends. And he once saved my life. I am deeply grateful to him, yet burdened with guilt, for this matter has lingered in my heart like a thorn for many years. Thus, when I learned that his descendant had joined this organization, I felt compelled to offer my assistance in the twilight of my life. Is there truly such a connection? My ancestor? William could scarcely believe it. He had perused his family's history, and there was no mention of such a thing. His memory was impeccable. He could not possibly be mistaken. This left him hesitant to accept LeMay's words, as he had only recently joined the organization and had not formally encountered its hidden truths, making it difficult to assess LeMay's claims. He merely wished to learn a bit of magic and enjoy a few leisurely years at Hogwarts. How had he become entangled in such a convoluted affair? With this thought, William felt a surge of anger. Had he known the depths of the Harry Potter world, he would not have been so eager to come here. Now, he found himself drawn into a dark vortex. You may dismiss my words as the ramblings of a dying man. How much you absorb depends entirely on you. Sensing William's skepticism, LeMay continued, his emotions stabilizing as the flush on his face gradually faded. You should also perceive that I am nearing my end. The other day, traversing that swamp drained my last reserves of energy. Yet, I had to do it. Otherwise, even a mere hinkapunk could claim my life. I can no longer endure these maddening hallucinations, so I ceased using the Philosopher's Stone. That is the only choice I could make, to voluntarily relinquish my life. I can feel my body visibly deteriorating. My wife, too, departed not long ago, and I buried her with my own hands. I shall soon follow, but before I go, I wish to leave you something. May I ask you a question? Speak freely. What means did the organization employ to restore your sensations? William posed the question that had been on his mind. Did this organization possess the means to counter such a curse? Prayer. LeMay paused before continuing. I cannot divulge too much. It is for your own good. Come, follow me to the back. My time is limited. And how much I can teach you depends on you. This is what you should be most concerned with now. Prayer? To whom do you pray, Merlin? How does one pray? William pondered uncertainly. He could sense that LeMay was undoubtedly privy to a wealth of knowledge, particularly regarding the organization, far surpassing his own understanding. Yet, the elder remained reticent. Following LeMay in a state of confusion, William noted the old wizard's slow pace as he leaned heavily on a cane, almost as if his entire being were affixed to it. William stepped forward, intending to offer his assistance, but the elder gently rebuffed him. "There is no need to support me. I can still manage a few steps on my own. This may be my final journey, and I wish to complete it unaided." With those words, LeMay continued his unsteady walk, and William could only follow slowly behind. It appeared that LeMay was indeed nearing the end of his life. His recent outpouring of words seemed akin to a final flicker of vitality before death, exhausting all his remaining energy. At that moment, he seemed as fragile as any mortal when faced with the specter of death. William began to understand why Voldemort was so obsessively in pursuit of immortality and why so many wizards throughout history yearned for everlasting life. No one relishes the sight of their slow decline, and the allure of conquering death is undeniably tempting. It is akin to the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. Only upon taking a bite does one realize the perilous curse concealed within. The two proceeded at a languid pace, traversing what should have been a mere few steps for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, they arrived at their destination, a closed door at the back of the hall. With great effort, LeMay pushed the door open, which further accentuated his frailty. It was then that William discerned they had entered an alchemical laboratory. The lab was adorned with traditional furnishings, filled with instruments commonly utilized in modern alchemy, which struck him as familiar, as they bore a striking resemblance to those in his own home. "I have achieved many wondrous inventions throughout my life and contributed significantly to the field of modern alchemy." LeMay reminisced as he gazed at the room before him, his fingers brushing against the doorframe as he led William inside. "Yet, most people only remember the Philosopher's Stone I successfully created. After all, the temptation of immortality is overwhelmingly powerful. Did you sense anything unusual upon entering this house?" "It is peculiar. Although devoid of decoration and with a spotless floor, it evokes an odd sensation. However, in the hall just now, I felt as though this room possessed a will of its own, as if it could morph into different forms in accordance with your desires." William reflected on his long-standing impressions and responded, "Indeed, as you surmised, this room is an alchemical product, a magical house, one of my proudest inventions besides the Philosopher's Stone." A magical house. William had not anticipated such an application of alchemy. "Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of magical arrays?" LeMay turned to William, who nodded in affirmation, prompting the elder to elaborate. Magical arrays were a common form of magic employed by ancient wizards. While they may not be as convenient or practical as modern spells, they possess unique qualities. With the aid of a magical array, a wizard can accomplish feats that incantations cannot achieve, such as this magical house. The essence of my inspiration indeed stems from these arrays, albeit I have fused it with alchemy. Magical arrays can be utilized in such a manner? Although William was aware of their historical appeal and distinct charm, his exposure to magical arrays had been limited, and he lacked thorough research on the subject. This was partly due to the scarcity of comprehensive documentation regarding the grand epic of ancient wizards. Even with a well-stocked library at home, the texts he could peruse were few. It is worth noting that many modern wizards have never even heard of magical arrays. They are only familiar with basic spells that incapacitate an opponent. Many wizards, after years of magical study, cannot even conjure a basic protective charm, let alone employ a magical array. Such knowledge is often confined to wizarding families with rich histories and extensive collections. Moreover, compared to the simplicity and convenience of modern magic, the decline of ancient magic is not without justification. The complexity of operating magical arrays, combined with the fact that modern wizards primarily use wands while ancient wizards relied on staves for casting spells, contributed to their obsolescence. The cost of crafting a staff is considerably higher, and while powerful, it sacrifices speed and convenience. This is one of the reasons staves have fallen out of favor. Similarly, magical arrays, burdened by scant documentation and numerous shortcomings, have gradually faded into obscurity. Thus, upon hearing LeMay's in-depth study of magical arrays, William felt incredulous. It was evident that LeMay's research was profound. Otherwise, he could not have designed such a complex array. "This is a work from my youth," LeMay interjected, interrupting William's thoughts. "During that time, I traveled the world, enriching my experiences. I conceived this spell with the hope of having a shelter in the desolate wilderness, especially in ruins where one might need to linger to unravel the wisdom of ancient wizards. Such a house could facilitate my research. All one needed were the proper materials and to set up the magical array. Once activated by magical energy, a house would materialize at the center of the array. Back then, I adorned the house opulently, meticulously using transformation spells to embellish every detail, crafting it into a luxurious villa for my comfort at any time. However, now, I lack the spirit for such endeavors. LeMay, you were quite the adventurer in your youth. This must be what they call a grand mansion spell. I can only wonder when my alchemical skills might reach such heights. William slowly stepped out of the doorway, his expression tinged with gravity. In the recent alchemical laboratory, he had engaged in extensive discussions with LeMay. Although the old wizard did not reveal any unique alchemical techniques or profound theories, the mere thoughts of a master alchemist are treasures in their own right. Coupled with his wealth of experience, mere conversation with him yielded significant insights. It was akin to casually encountering a master of traditional Chinese studies, akin to Mr. Nan Huijin, where even a few exchanged words might impart wisdom to last a lifetime. Despite LeMay's occasional murmurs of nonsensical ramblings that seemed incomprehensible, which perhaps rendered him somewhat eccentric, William nonetheless gleaned much from their interaction. Most crucially, LeMay entrusted William with his meticulously compiled alchemical notes, marking the pinnacle of William's gains, a lifetime of a master's essence. However, this acquisition came at a cost. William had sworn an oath that he was bound to uphold. This was not an unbreakable vow requiring a third-party witness, but rather a spell-like oath, utilizing his own magical essence as the binding force. According to this pact, William was obligated to continue the legacy of this alchemy. Failure to do so would result in the irreversible dissipation of his powers, ultimately reducing him to a mere muggle. For a wizard who had already tasted the wonders of the magical realm, losing one's powers to become a muggle was an unbearable fate, more daunting than death itself. The deadline stipulated by LeMay for this oath was 30 years. Upon witnessing William draw his wand and utter the oath, LeMay finally exhaled in relief. It is customary that when one embarks on the journey of alchemical study under a mentor, the mentor bestows upon the student a collection of their compiled notes. In alchemy, it is believed that the best teacher is one's own exploration and discovery. Thus, we do not explicitly instruct you on how to proceed. Instead, we provide you with knowledge, leaving the rest for you to accomplish independently. This ensures that your thought process remains genuine, untainted by our established patterns of thinking. After conveying this, LeMay gestured for William to take the notes from the nearby bookshelf. William counted them. There were indeed dozens. He hurriedly stowed the priceless tomes into his magical bag. According to the tradition of alchemical succession, when a student achieves success, they are expected to compile their own notes and present them to the mentor who guided them on their alchemical journey. This is a vital aspect of alchemical heritage, which has, over the years, safeguarded the art from decline. However, I shall not witness that day, so this clause may be temporarily set aside. I merely hope that when you attain success, you will continue to propagate alchemy. This is a promise you must make to me. Entrusting these materials to you may be right or wrong, but you must not allow the legacy I have inherited to languish. Thus, my ultimate mission shall be fulfilled. After speaking, LeMay conjured a chair in the laboratory, quietly seated himself, and then waved to William. That should suffice. You may leave now. Remember to close the door behind you. Allow me some solitude in these final moments. William obediently walked out, for he was uncertain of what more he should learn. As he gazed around the room, beneath the dimming light, the aged figure of Lima appeared before him, inciting an inexplicable sense of trepidation within William. Such an accomplished sorcerer, reduced to this state due to his association with the organization. What of himself? The organization currently harbored goodwill towards him, but what would the future hold? What path would he choose? William had no desire to engage in this increasingly perilous world. He merely wished to focus on his studies at Hogwarts, following the unfolding narrative. Yet, it seemed as though an unseen force was subtly influencing his decisions. From the diadem of Ravenclaw to the enigmatic messenger, and the words spoken to him by LeMay today, a profound sense of apprehension regarding the increasingly obscure future gripped William. He was uncertain whether the future would unfold as it did in the original tale after he, a mere butterfly, flapped his wings. Initially, he had assumed that LeMay would impart only a few casual tidbits of wisdom. However, he was taken aback when LeMay generously bequeathed his entire alchemical legacy to him, accompanied by a plethora of profound insights. This sudden gift and the overwhelming influx of information left William somewhat bewildered. What was the true connection between LeMay and the ancestor from his family? What events transpired that compelled LeMay to seek him out in his final moments? From his words and actions, it was evident that this was an act of reparation. As William returned to the open space outside, he felt a sense of confusion. Moreover, why did he perceive a flicker of regret and relief in LeMay's final gaze? What had transpired at that moment? Should he perhaps inquire subtly with his father? With these thoughts in mind, William resolved to meticulously peruse his family's ancestral records upon his return. If memory served him correctly, LeMay would be 665 years old this year. 1992, implying he was born in 1327. The historical records he needed to investigate pertained solely to this period. Moreover, if he recalled accurately, that same ancestor, adept in alchemy, seemed to belong to this timeline, the very ancestor who had bequeathed him the wand. The connection between these two alchemists remained a mystery. Surely, there were no issues, were there? William secured the door as per LeMay's request, then inquired about the black cat, Black, who had been waiting outside. He had not taken Black inside, opting instead to leave it outside to guard the unconscious house elf, Lucy. After all, William was still uncertain about the circumstances within. Should anything go awry, it would be easier for him to make a discreet exit alone. Meow, Black yawned, seemingly affirming that all was well. It rolled its eyes, as if to express its displeasure at being kept waiting for so long. I promise to bring you something delicious when we return, William reassured, affectionately stroking the cat's head, which elicited a few contented meows in response. Previously, William had conducted experiments and discovered that, although Black was an alchemical creation, it could consume food intended for pet cats, and quite a substantial amount at that. Most intriguingly, once those morsels entered Black's mouth, they never re-emerged, as if they had transitioned into an entirely different realm. One could only ponder what the wizard who designed it had in mind. Was it intended to cultivate a gourmand? William once again surveyed his surroundings, finding no discernible change since he had entered the house. He swiftly departed the area, accompanied by Blake and the unconscious Lucy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease stirred within his heart, as if a great danger was imminent. Shortly after William's departure, a group of intruders arrived in the now tranquil forest. Judging by the tightly gripped wands in their hands and their purposeful movements, it was evident that they were a cadre of highly skilled wizards. However, unlike ordinary wizards, their faces were predominantly cold and expressionless, their vacant eyes resembling deep, dark voids, giving the impression of emotionless automatons. They seemed to be perpetually maintaining a mental barrier, as such a demeanor would suggest. Had William remained, he would have discerned that these individuals bore a striking resemblance to operatives from a clandestine organization. According to their plan, two were to set up a concealment array, while another pair would establish seals, hastening their efforts as time was of the essence. They moved silently around the house, until one of the leading wizards spoke, his complexion pale as if drained of blood, his expression void of emotion, and his red eyes fixated upon the house before him. The remaining two proceeded to eliminate any surrounding creatures, adhering to the strict directive of leaving no witnesses. Particularly, they were tasked with eradicating all the creatures from the marshy terrain, for none could predict how those beings might mutate under the influence of the lurking entity. Furthermore, it was imperative that they refrain from employing lethal curses during this task. Judging by his voice, he appeared to be in his 40s. Yet determining a wizard's age by voice alone was notoriously unreliable in this enchanted world, rife with myriad magical means. His tone was frigid, issuing stark commands that painted him as a heartless dark wizard. Yet, why the prohibition against lethal curses? Surely, it should be the most expedient means of execution. This query seemed to be an age-old topic of discussion, as the other wizards exhibited no sign of confusion or inquiry, as if they had long since acclimated to such regulations. In truth, they all donned wide hoods that obscured their faces, maximizing the concealment of their expressions. They were to focus solely on their tasks, avoiding curiosity, idle glances, and unwarranted thoughts. Remaining stationary for too long was to be avoided, as it could lead to misunderstandings. The mental barrier was to be maintained at all costs, with pairs signaling one another at the first hint of anomaly. After a brief silence following his orders, the lead wizard glanced back at his comrades and spoke once more. Do not lose your composure, otherwise, none shall be spared. The wizards remained silent, efficiently dispersing into pairs to carry out their designated tasks with remarkable speed and efficacy, clearly indicating that this was not their first encounter with such operations. Each individual remained acutely focused on their responsibilities, with no one daring to gaze toward the central house or attempt entry. It appeared that something within this forest, or perhaps within that very house, instilled a profound sense of trepidation among them. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. An invisible wind swept through the forest, causing the trees to rustle, the only sound echoing in the quietude. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, casting shadows that danced ominously in the bright light of the magical lantern by the house's entrance, growing ever more distorted and bizarre. This sight compelled one to pause and observe, as though great secrets lurked within those shadows. Suddenly, a wizard tasked with setting the seals let out a piercing scream. Having inadvertently cast his gaze in that direction, a surge of mental energy struck his mind, causing him to clutch his head and writhe in agony upon the ground. He collapsed, and in response, a blinding red light erupted, striking the fallen wizard with precision. The potency of the spell rendered him unconscious, though his body occasionally convulsed involuntarily. It was the deed of the lead wizard with the crimson eyes. Continue your work, and do not be distracted like him. He shot a glance at the remaining wizard, and another individual swiftly took over his task. The failure to master the mental barrier, combined with unwarranted curiosity, was tantamount to courting disaster. The lead wizard glared at the incapacitated wizard, reflecting grimly on the organization's choice and personnel. As the stricken wizard fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if his anguished cries shattered a fragile equilibrium. The wind intensified, escalating from a gentle breeze to a raging tempest, causing the trees to sway wildly in the darkness. While the rustling of the forest took on an eerie quality, reminiscent of whispers from an unseen presence, as if it had inadvertently yawned. If you wish to remain sane, do not listen. Quickly, complete the sealing array. Unable to contain himself any longer, the lead wizard shouted urgently. Damn it, we've been set up by the organization. It's merely the soul of an alchemist. How could this spiral into chaos? Around him, wizards collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads in torment. The mental barrier proving utterly ineffective. Some had even sealed their hearing, yet none of it mattered. The cacophony of the wind carried whispers that penetrated even the most fortified minds. Even those who had lost their hearing could feel the insidious murmurs invading the depths of their souls, utterly irresistible. Any defenses crumbled before it like parchment. The wizard etched furiously, and as the final sigil was inscribed upon the ground, the magical array materialized at last. Upon witnessing its completion, all wizards still conscious exhaled in relief. The tempest began to abate, restoring the forest to its original stillness, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. At last, it is over. The lead wizard and the remaining few waved their wands, levitating the unconscious ones from the forest, exiting in an orderly fashion. Under the shroud of night, the awakened wizards fell into a contemplative silence. With the mission officially concluded, the red-eyed wizard produced a crystal orb and, channeling magical energy into it, spoke within. This should be an alchemical artifact capable of recording images and sounds. 7 individuals participated, with 3 rendered unconscious due to unforeseen circumstances. The target remains unusually active. Further observation is warranted. The lead wizard recorded the details of their actions, then turned to the conscious wizards and said, Let us return and conduct an examination to ascertain the remnants of their sanity. However, William remained blissfully unaware of all that had transpired. He may never realize that tonight. In his premature departure, he inadvertently missed a momentous event. The wizards departed one by one, unaware that at the center of the sealing array, by the window of the second floor of that house, a glimpse of a yellow garment subtly revealed itself. Had the wizards of the organization truly succeeded in their sealing? William awoke from his slumber with a hint of languor, pulling aside the curtains to allow the morning sunshine to flood his bedroom. The warm rays caressed his face, prompting him to stretch comfortably. He had delved into his studies rather late the previous night, grappling with the profound notes left by LeMay. Many days had passed since that fateful excursion into the French forest under the cover of night. Following that adventure, William had employed a forgetting charm to alter Lucy's memories, implanting the notion that he had spent the entire day in Paris, only to seek refuge in a hotel within the magical alley due to his unquenched desire for amusement. Returning home the following day, his father, having accepted this account without question, likely perceived William's penchant for merriment as befitting of an 11-year-old child. Thus, William's escapade had found its justification, allowing him to navigate the matter with ease. At last, he embarked on a leisurely holiday, temporarily burying thoughts of the organization in LeMay's cryptic remarks. Presently, William's days were filled with purpose. LeMay's notes had broadened the horizons of his imagination, rendering many of his fanciful ideas feasible once more. Among these, the most significant was the alchemical exploration of the soul. He recalled having envisioned the necessity of a magical tome to document his knowledge, as he found himself overwhelmed with the vast array of information that accompanied his deepening magical studies. A book of this nature would enable him to swiftly retrieve the recorded wisdom, thus saving him precious time on his magical journey. This concept bore resemblance to Tom Riddle's diary, which possessed a consciousness of its own, capable of casting spells to manipulate Ginny. This was due to Voldemort embedding a fragment of his fragmented soul within it, thus creating his first Horcrux, at a time when his soul had not yet descended into madness. However, the methodologies of their creations vastly differed. William had no intention of crafting a Horcrux. The notion of splitting one's soul was an absurdity he would never entertain. Moreover, the complexity of William's endeavor was far greater than that of Voldemort's Horcrux. For the essence Voldemort infused possessed its own thoughts and awareness. In contrast, the soul that William held was stripped of its will by his father. Reconstructing a usable soul was the crux of his alchemical pursuit. The concept of artificial intelligence or synthetic souls seemed straightforward in theory, but upon attempting implementation, William discovered his knowledge woefully inadequate, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. He had no inkling as to how to integrate such a soul into his alchemical creation. Fortunately, LeMay's notes filled the gaps in William's understanding, revealing a particular subject of study concerning alchemical symbols applicable to the soul. LeMay's approach was to inscribe these symbols onto the soul using a specific method. It was evident that the old wizard had delved deeply into the nature of the soul, as his notes outlined a comprehensive and feasible methodology. If souls could be divided and fashioned into Horcruxes, it implied the existence of a lesser form of magic capable of inflicting harm upon the soul. Through experimentation, LeMay discovered that judicious use of such magic could allow for the inscription of alchemical symbols upon the soul, thereby opening pathways for soul alchemy and the synthetic creation of souls. Presently, William was aware of a spell capable of harming the soul, one infamous for its malevolence, the Cruciatus Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. The Cruciatus Curse inflicted excruciating pain that was utterly insurmountable, as it directly affected the soul, akin to a steel needle piercing the very essence of the victim. Without protection, the soul was exceedingly fragile. Consequently, the frequent application of the Cruciatus Curse could result in irrevocable and terrifying damage to the victim, leading to dementia, memory loss, or even a complete loss of bodily autonomy, rendering them vegetative. Such devastating repercussions were a testament to the profound injury inflicted upon the soul. In William's impression, Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, were once a remarkable pair of Aurors who joined the secret organization led by Dumbledore, the Order of the Phoenix, and were indeed exceptional wizards. Following Voldemort's downfall, his fervent devotee, the deranged and malevolent Bellatrix Lestrange, conspired with a cadre of loyal Death Eaters to abduct the Longbottoms in her quest to locate her master. They inflicted unimaginable torment upon the couple, committing heinous acts, one of which involved the malicious use of the Cruciatus Curse, resulting in irreparable damage to their souls. Although the wizards of the Order and the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic ultimately apprehended this group and incarcerated them in Azkaban, the harm inflicted upon the Longbottoms was beyond repair. Even during her trial, the unrepentant Bellatrix brazenly recounted the details of her torturous deeds. Relishing in the agony she had caused the Longbottoms, her frenzied rants echoing through the courtroom, she maintained her delusion that one day her master would rescue her from her imprisonment in Azkaban. This was a woman completely engulfed in madness. Thus, it is entirely understandable and indeed pitiable that Neville has become the timid individual he is today. Having grown up without his parents, his circumstances bear some resemblance to Harry's, though he is fortunate to have a loving grandmother and uncle. Additionally, his magical abilities awakened rather late, forcing him to live in the shadows of others. The Longbottom family, once a lineage steeped in rich magical heritage, suffered a devastating blow, leading his grandmother to place all her hopes upon Neville. This immense pressure nearly overwhelmed the tender young boy. However, William knew that within Neville lay a courage he steadfastly embraced, a quality that ultimately led the Sorting Hat to place him in Gryffindor. As the narrative unfolds, the boy's performance improves significantly, culminating in his eventual position as the herbology professor at Hogwarts, or perhaps as an assistant, given that Professor Sprout was still around. Thus began his ascent to greatness. And it is said that he married the steadfast Hannah from Hufflepuff. It is a tale of an underdog's triumph, after all. William recalled being surprised in his previous life when he witnessed the unfolding events, never expecting the chubby boy to achieve such greatness. Remarkably, he wielded the sword of Gryffindor to slay Voldemort's formidable serpent, Nagini. As William indulged in these whimsical thoughts, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Young master, your book list for the next semester has arrived." William lifted his head and discovered that the one interrupting him was the household sprite, Lucy. With her striking green, doe-like eyes, she presented a letter to him. His own enchantment should not have encountered any issues, William reflected discreetly as he glanced at Lucy. However, as a precaution, it would be wise to find an opportunity to inspect it again. His forgetfulness charm may not be as reliable as Lockhart's. He accepted the letter and then waved his hand, signaling Lucy to depart. William unfolded the letter, and much like the original text. It bore only a standard incantation from Miranda Goshawk. Level 2 is relatively normal. The remainder of the page, however, was filled with the works of Gilderoy Lockhart, replete with chaotic personal anecdotes such as a year with the Yeti and tales of a rift with a ghost. To be candid, Lockhart's writing prowess is undeniably remarkable, and the authenticity of the events he describes lends to the illusion that he is a highly skilled wizard. Yet, in truth, the only magic he may truly excel in is the art of oblivion, or perhaps those haphazard prank spells. William vividly recalls the moment on the Quidditch pitch when he executed a remarkable healing spell, successfully alleviating Harry Potter's agony. He had managed to transfer all the bones from Harry's entire arm. Often, William found himself pondering the nature of the spell employed by Lockhart, for he had never witnessed anyone utilizing such a spell to displace a victim's skeletal structure. It is likely that this was an incantation of Lockhart's own invention, nonetheless. The underlying principle of the spell seems to draw inspiration from the vanishing spell, a sophisticated technique in transfiguration. The vanishing spell is a charm capable of making both living and inanimate objects disappear, and it is regarded as one of the most challenging incantations encountered in the ordinary wizarding level examinations. William is currently only capable of causing the disappearance of simple life forms, such as snails or small insects. The more complex and advanced the life form, the more challenging it becomes to render it invisible. Naturally, this curse cannot make any magical beings or objects disappear, such as wizards. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a perilous forbidden spell. According to Professor McGonagall, the vanished entities are said to dissolve into nothingness or, rather, merge into the essence of all things. This implies that what is vanished is effectively decomposed within this world, rendering it a profoundly unsettling curse. Thus, for Lockhart to conjure such a spell, he must be far from an ordinary wizard. Coupled with his remarkable Obliviate charm, he could indeed be regarded as a master of memory magic. He is certainly not as inept as portrayed in the original text. In fact, William believes that had it not been for Lockhart's excessively flamboyant personality, St. Mungo's Hospital would gladly welcome such a wizard as a healer. However, William glanced at the reading list with a hint of frustration, feeling that there would be little to learn in this year's defense against the dark arts class. Why is it that everything at Hogwarts seems satisfactory, yet the defense against the dark arts course is perpetually problematic? Nearly all the professors have failed to teach for more than 5 consecutive years since Harry Potter's enrollment. The situation has worsened, with each year's instructor departing for various reasons. The high turnover rate has resulted in a rather mediocre learning experience for students, as different professors possess divergent educational philosophies, leading to a disjointed accumulation of knowledge. Lockhart, if memory serves correctly, is even less competent than Quirrell. That rumor cannot possibly be true, can it? The notion that Voldemort, in a fit of vengeful failure to secure a position, cursed this subject so that any wizard teaching it would meet a grim fate is quite alarming. Consider the outcomes for Lockhart, Lupin, Barty Crouch Jr., Umbridge, and Snape. None of them fared well. This clearly illustrates the malevolence of this curse. Moreover, Voldemort's ruthlessness even led to his own downfall, as evidenced by Professor Quirrell's heroic sacrifice. In this comparative context, Lockhart's fate seems relatively fortunate, as he remains alive. William sighed. One of the drawbacks of attending Hogwarts was the lamentable inadequacy of the faculty in the subject of defense against the dark arts. Unlike Durmstrang, where there was no such course, they taught the authentic dark arts, garnering favor from some of the more extreme magical families in Europe. Indeed, mastering such knowledge ought to rely on one's own efforts. He shook his head, feeling utterly despondent about the quality of education Hogwarts provided in this regard. He wondered if he might find an opportunity to sneak into the restricted section this semester. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Harry, who, despite being able to roam freely at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's protection, still appeared rather ineffectual. The restricted section was a vast treasure trove, and the fact that Harry did not fully exploit it left William quite anxious for him. He, however, was far too wary to meddle with Dumbledore's sensitive nature, particularly after Riddle, now known as Voldemort, had completely descended into darkness. It was better to avoid provoking Dumbledore's fragile sensibilities. Nevertheless, William mused, perhaps he could approach Professor Flitwick for assistance. After all, their rapport was quite amicable, and he believed he could persuade the professor to grant him a note of permission. Blast! He regretted not having left a mark on Mrs. Norris's soul during their last encounter. The thought filled him with a sense of loss, as he had been so flustered at the time that he had failed to consider such an option. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worrying about gaining access to the restricted section now. He could have simply taken the opportunity to control Mrs. Norris to enter it himself. After all, her presence in the restricted section would hardly raise Dumbledore's particular concern. William felt an increasing frustration, reflecting on his youthful naivety. At present, he found himself at an impasse. While he had mastered the rudimentary spells, the more intricate forms of magic often harbored dark undertones, rendering them inaccessible to him, even within his own family. His father forbade him from engaging with these perilous arts too hastily. The ancient tomes he had been entrusted with, related to soul magic, merely expounded upon the most elementary principles. Thus, his keen interest in the library at Hogwarts was understandable. The restricted section offered him the sole opportunity to clandestinely explore advanced sorcery, having come to the realization that the world was far more complex than he had once believed. William felt an urgent need to augment his abilities. After all, the organization he was aware of was anything but benevolent, and the prospect of participating in the perilous activities of a running group loomed ominously ahead. He was not ready to meet his end just yet.